person exuding black chi did not show his face, instead hiding behind the shields near the city gate, lying in wait. From the glimpse captured just now, this chi was no weaker than many Meridian Passage realm generals. Chi observation skill doesn't directly describe the realm, it can only gauge an approximation, and since Chen Sansi was only at refining internal, his judgment was naturally limited. If it were Meridian Passage, Zhang Huimin. As a second-rate sect in Liangzhu, 7 Absolute Sect had only 1 Meridian Passage and 4 Hua Jins. It could only be Zhang Huimin. Why would there be black chi on this person? And it would surge at times and retract at others, not constantly present. Was it from eating a poisonous beast, or was it the power source that turned a fierce beast into a poisonous beast? Chen Sansi did not approach. Above refining internal was not within their duty, and with enough numbers, there was no need for showing off and risking danger. As he continued to use his bow to reap lower realm martial masters, he used chi observation skill to probe the rest, and in the end, discovered that only Zhang Huimin had black chi, or at least he was the only one who had shown it. Brothers, charge. As long as we can leave the Great Wall, we will be citizens of the Grassland Heavenly Clan. It had come to this. The disciples of 7 Absolute Sect had no retreat. Surrender meant execution, so they might as well fight to the death, seizing the last thread of hope, their battle power exploding in an unbelievable manner, comparable to sinking formation death will. Unfortunately, the disparity in brute strength was too vast. The elite of the Flying Hero camp had high combat quality and were led by many generals above Hua Jin, and in less than the time it took for 2 cups of tea to brew, of the 1,507 Absolute Sect disciples, only 200 or 300 remained. Now, the selected spear generals who hadn't gathered enough numbers grew even more panicked. Cao Fan, Wen Qiushi, Lu Shuhua, and others, disregarding the danger, rushed into the crowd to seek out and combat martial artists in the refining internal realm. Halt! Wen Qiushi, wielding a pair of sabers, chased after a martial master who seemed to have just entered refining internal. His ring-headed sabers swung up like twin crescent moons descending from the sky, one attack after another, each stroke overlapping and each move deadlier, seemingly endless. Moon-splitting saber technique. Not a bad saber technique. With the aid of the Killin's heart, Chen Sansi analyzed the opponent's moves, quickly discerning the essence of the technique and understanding its characteristics. Of course, without sparring in person, just by watching with his eyes, he wasn't able to find a way to counter it. This Wen Qiushi, despite acting like a fawning dog all day, was like him at a small achievement of refining internal, said to be just shy of reaching great success of refining, his saber technique also well practiced. No help for it after all. He was the young master of moon-splitting mountain villa with a father who was a martial saint. Clang, 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 clang. When Qiushi became like a spinning wheel of sabers, pounding incessantly at a sword from a 7 Absolute Sect disciple. Both were of a small achievement in refining internal, but the gap was substantial. Unable to withstand 10 exchanges, the disciple couldn't keep hold of his sword, which slipped from his hand, and he was cleaved into 3 parts from the middle, blood splattering everywhere. One more refining internal left. Counting in his mind, when Qiushi rushed towards the city gate and noticed the figure hiding behind the shield, Zhang Huimin. Boom, a loud noise. The heavy mystical iron shield flew directly, smashing at him as if a steel mountain descended from the sky, leaving no place to dodge. When Qiushi's dual sabers struck out, going full force in a blood explosion state, and finally managed to fling the shield away. But at the same time, Zhang Huimin, previously hidden behind the shield, had already reached him, his longsword aiming straight for the throat. In the blink of an eye, another spear blocked the blade. You go elsewhere. Guan Zhaizeng, holding the spear, said, above refining internal doesn't require your involvement. When Qiushi, still shaken, clasped his fists and quickly took his sabers to fend elsewhere. Zhang Huimin, Guan Zhaizeng pointed at him with his spear, surrender. Even if you leave Dongyi City, the Great Wall still lies ahead, and even if you make it to the grassland, do you think the barbarians will respect you? Enough talk, you dogs of the Elephant Sect, you all deserve to die. Zhang Huimin roared, his longsword enveloped in a transparent chi, clashing with the general's spear. After more than a couple of dozen exchanges, both their realms were Meridian Passage, but perhaps due to battle experience or specialized cultivation techniques, Guan Zhaizeng gradually gained the upper hand, and in a standoff of weapons, he found an opportunity and drove his foot into the enemy's chest. With his power wrapped in force, its strength was beyond 10,000 jins. Zhang Huimin, like a kite severed from its string, was flung away, slamming into the city wall, leaving an indent in the shape of a human, blood oozing from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Guan Zhaizeng was about to finish him. Damn it, the black chi is coming out again. Having been observant, Chen Sansi sharply noticed the fluctuating black-red chi within the 7 Absolute Sect leader intensifying, completely overshadowing his original colorless breath. Whoosh. Chen Sansi loosed an arrow from his bow, wanting to help Guan Zhaizeng finish the enemy quickly. He He might not understand the exact effects of the black qi on the human body, but knew it wouldn't be good, better to kill what can be killed fast. However, Zhang Huimin, who should have been severely wounded, suddenly leapt up, under the influence of the black qi in his body, the qi around him steadily climbing until it almost materialized. The same power had been manifested by Governor Liu before. This is Gang Qi, Profound Image Realm, a breakthrough. Chen Sansi furrowed his brow. Could black qi help someone break through? What? Guan Zhaizeng saw it as well. Zhang Huimin, when did you break through to the Profound Image Realm? With your qualifications, it should take at least another 10 years before you'd have a chance for a breakthrough. I've done it. Zhang Huimin looked at the Gang Qi around his body as if he couldn't believe it himself. The heavens want to help me take revenge. Kill you evildoers and avenge my son. Clang. Another exchange. Once energy turned into Gang, how could the increase in strength be anything less than exponential? How could Guan Zhaizeng, only at the Meridian Passage realm, still be his match? In just 2 rounds, he was defeated and knocked down, with a sword gang piercing through his abdomen, collapsing to the ground, coughing up blood non-stop. Kill. Zhang Huimin fell into a frenzy, his sword blade wrapped in Gang Qi on a deadly chase. Just then, a loud noise came from afar. For a moment of carelessness, it was as if everything had frozen. In the night sky, a towering figure suddenly appeared, his armor under the frosty white moonlight like dark flames, the heavenly halberd in hand like a divine weapon descending from the skies. Boom. The heavenly halberd descended with a force like surging waves from heaven. Jai, you also deserve to die. Far from being afraid, Zhang Huimin stepped with vigor, sword in hand as he soared towards the sky, clashing with the heavenly halberd several meters up in the air. Crack. The next moment, the blade in Zhang Huimin's hand broke, crashing down like a cannonball, creating a huge crater in the hard, less ground. He lay inside with his bones shattered, unable to move anymore. The man holding the heavenly halberd, Jai, landed, creating another deep crater. He walked over with big steps, grabbed Zhang Huimin as if picking up a chicken, and then threw him high into the air. Zhang Huimin's head smashed against the city wall, ending the battle with a splatter. An initial foray into the Profound Image Realm and a duel against a martial saint. Chen Sansi watched intently. This was the first time he had witnessed the combat power of a martial saint, a level truly befitting of the word saint, far beyond human measure. But even so, he was killed in seconds by Sun Xiangzong, master, sect leader. The disciples of the 7 Absolute sect were completely lost, soon slaughtered to a man, leaving not a single survivor. Finally, including Chen Sansi, only 4 people received Class A in this assessment, with all the rest graded as Class B or below. Enter the city and hunt down any that slipped through. Thousands of soldiers flooded into the city. Jai helped General Guan up, asking with concern, "How are you? It's nothing serious." Guan Zhaizeng said with a fist pump, "I'm incompetent. I didn't even know Zhang Huimin was about to break through. I almost made a grave mistake and caused huge losses." "Don't blame yourself, I didn't see it coming either." Jai patted his shoulder. "Go heal your wounds, someone else will wrap this up." The Battle of Eastern Yi City ended. The officers of the Flying Hero Camp were responsible for cleaning up the battlefield, while the tens of thousands of troops orderly returned to their respective camps. 2 days later, the final 2 stages of the selected point assessment were held, martial combat and bone reading. Didn't anyone find anything strange? Everyone saw Zhang Huimin's last-minute breakthrough as an accident, feeling nothing amiss, as in battle breakthroughs were not impossible, with many such incidents on record. Probably only Chen Sansi, with his qi observation skill, realized something was off. He also noticed. Shortly after Zhang Huimin unleashed the strength of the Profound Image Realm, the qi within his body began to deteriorate rapidly, not just the vermilion and black qi, but also his own. Going by that state, even without Jai's intervention, in no time, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect would have likely died from the decay of qi blood. It seemed that burst of black qi could bring a short burst of strength, but at the cost of burning one's life. Such a strange method. The gap between the Meridian Passage realm and the Xuanxiang realm might sound like just one level, but in reality, it's an insurmountable chasm that traps countless people for their entire lives. And the higher the realm, the greater the divide. A warrior in the Xuanxiang realm is equivalent to a main general. There are only a few in the whole 8 camps. If it were the regular non-elite troops, someone at the Xuanxiang realm could completely be the highest commander. General Zhao of Liangzhu, it seems, was at the Xuanxiang realm. In recent years, although the number of martial saints increased dramatically, they are still few and far between, rare and precious, hence warranted of the title saint. If that vermilion and black mysterious energy could elevate someone from the Meridian Passage realm to the Xuanxiang realm, then is it possible to elevate someone from the Xuanxiang realm to the martial saint realm? What a terrifying capability. Even more eerie is that Zhang Huimin seemed unaware of it himself. Right, with the discerning eyes of Chen Sansi, it was clear to see anybody's micro-expressions. When he reached the Xuanxiang realm, Zhang Huiman was evidently ecstatic, even he was unprepared, and his use of Gang Qi was clumsy. Furthermore, the black qi appeared and disappeared intermittently, not controlled by him, with no clue where it was hidden in his body or when it would be called upon. If this was the case, could it be that someone planted this vermilion and black qi inside him? What was the aim, how was it done, and who did it? The witch god sect. For such an ominous, demon-like act, the only thing that comes to Chen Sanxi's mind is the witch god sect known for their blood sacrifices. What's the purpose? Where did this vermilion and black qi come from? The mountains. Next time I go hunting, I need to venture deeper and see. Chen Sanxi thought to himself. This was not a matter of indifference. From his 10-day experience in Yunju, if indeed the witch god sect was up to mischief, it definitely wouldn't be targeting just one person. It could be against the 8 camps, against Sun Xiangzong, or even the entire Liangzhu. When the nest is overturned, no egg remains intact. Of course, these are still just speculations, even conjectures without any evidence or clues, and could potentially be wrong. But no matter what, we still need to try and investigate. What a good horse. Not long after leaving Dongyi City, Qian Zun came to greet him. Chen Sanxi mounted his horse and galloped away. Skill, horse control proficient. Progress 409, 500. My horse control skill is about to break through. Nowadays, I travel more than 2,000 li a day. Another breakthrough and it would truly become an exotic beast. Besides that, medical skill has been temporarily put aside, but I must pick it up again after the selected point ends, as knowing medicine and recognizing recipes like these have provided significant help to myself. Upgrading the skill of reading is becoming slower and slower. Chen Sanxi concluded that it was necessary to continually go through different types, even different scripts of books for improvement. The commonly seen books on the street add almost nothing to proficiency improvement, and it's alarmingly slow. Reading is truly a difficult task. Why is the city gate sealed shut? For now, they were not under anyone's jurisdiction. After the assessment ended, they would naturally go their separate ways. Coupled with the speed of the white swan horse, Chen Sanxi was the first to arrive back at Liangzhu City. But at this moment, the city gate was tightly closed. The 1,000 captain who was in charge of guarding the city gate gravely announced, "There is a curfew tonight. No one is to enter or leave the city, including the brothers responsible for the encirclement of Dongyi City. You will have to find a place to stay outside the city for the night. 1,000 captain." Chen Sanxi asked loudly, has something happened in the city? Indeed, something big happened. After verifying his identity, the 1,000 captain spoke, but it's not a secret, there's no harm in telling you. Half an hour ago, over 100 disciples from the inner sect of Jade Pavilion, including the sect leader, almost all died at the same time. It's likely the work of the witch god sect, hence the locked gates and city-wide search. So many, Chen Sanxi was astonished. The Jade Maiden sect was a second-tier sect on the same level as the Seven Absolute sect, with its sect leader being in the Meridian Passage realm. To kill over 100 people in a short time and still escape, there must have been at least 20 people taking action simultaneously, not to mention the sect leader who was at the Meridian Passage realm. Now with the city sealed, it would be impossible for so many people not to catch at least one or two. Chen Sanxi turned his horse around. The other soldiers who arrived one after another, intending to enter the city, were also advised to turn back. The city remained sealed for a full 3 days, and even the selected point was postponed. Chen Sanxi was accommodated at the military camp in West Barbarian City, and he was not idle during this period, using the effects of spiritual grain to focus on his cultivation. Although it was impossible to make a breakthrough in such a short time, every bit of progress was valuable. Cultivation technique, Unity Spear technique, small achievement. Progress 129, 2000. It's worth mentioning that, with the improvement of his realm, his absorption efficiency for spiritual grain also greatly increased, so the speed of his cultivation did not slow down like most people's due to higher realm and greater difficulty. That afternoon, they finally received notice that they could enter the city. The selected point would continue in 2 days. However, the city search this time seemed to have yielded nothing. That's right, not a single person was caught. After the witch god sect killed people, they vanished without a trace, like evaporated from the world, not leaving the slightest clue behind. Could it be that those who killed weren't from the witch god sect, but ghosts instead? Bai Thingzhai clutched his hair. How could we not catch anyone? Indeed, Tang Yink followed up. Liangzhu City is very large, but there are only so many hiding places. The city was sealed immediately after the incident. Logically, we should have found some clues. After being alienated, he became acquainted with Bai Thingzhai. What's there to fear? Even if it were ghosts, the supervisor would have suppressed them. One refining organ martial artist general scoffed. Just wait, it's only a matter of time. Whether they can catch them is uncertain, but one thing is for sure. The witch god sect really didn't dare to lay hands on the people in the army. Those who died were all sect disciples, and occasionally members of powerful families would suffer as well. Farewell, Mr. Chen. Farewell, Chen Sansi nodded in response, neither too cold nor too warm, once in the mountains, once in the 9 Palace 8 diagram formation. At both of those critical moments, the other party gave a warning. In any case, that was considered a favor. As for the princely heir being cautious about getting too close to him, that was completely understandable. Tang Yink's father held an official post in the capital city. Even if he wasn't afraid, he still had to consider his father's position. Not everyone was like Bai Thingzhai, fearless and without any family. Chen Sansi had intended to invite him for a drink, but with Cao Fan and others watching, he was genuinely worried about implicating him, so he didn't say much more. Liangzhu City is very large. Even though many people died overnight on the surface, it seemed as if nothing had happened. Returning to the Chen mansion, Chen Sansi hadn't yet entered when he heard a lot of noise. "My lord." Si Chin bowed and came forward to hold the horse. Chen Sansi dismounted and asked, "Do we have guests again?" "Yes, yes," Si Chin responded. "Several guests have come. They're in the reception room specially prepared for guests. My lord can go take a look, there's good news." Oh, Chen Sansi went to the reception room. Mo Hua led him inside. He saw that the room was filled with women. Tong family's ladies, the wives of some subordinates, as well as Sun Li were all there. "Mr. Chen is back." "We've met Mr. Chen. Now that lord is back, we won't disturb you any longer. We will take our leave first." The ladies quickly departed. Only Sun Li was left in the end. "Brother," Gu Xinlan stood up and explained, "With the trouble in the city these 2 days, Li was worried about me, so she came to guard me. After Sun Li returned, she devoted herself to her sword practice and is now also a refining internal martial artist." Chen Sansi bowed with his hands clasped together. "We're so familiar with each other, you still act so formal with me." Sun Li rarely spoke with a smile. "Congratulations, junior brother." "Congratulations to me." Chen Sansi looked towards Xin Lan, whose cheeks were slightly flushed, and instantly understood what was happening. "Are you?" Gu Xinlan bit her lip. "Okay." Chen Sansi felt somewhat complicated inside. He couldn't say he was happy or worried. After all, it was the first time in 2 lifetimes that he was going to be a father, and he had no experience. He took Sister Lan by the hand and sat down to take her pulse and confirmed it was indeed a pulse of joy. Sun Li teased, "Little junior brother, you can check pulses too. Learned it from medical officer Jiang before." After arriving in Liangzhu, medical officer Jiang and the others were still working in the pharmacy. Chen Sansi said, "Sister Lan, you shouldn't go out to gather herbs anymore. Whether to eat or drink, I'll take care of it personally. If the 2 maids aren't enough, I'll hire 2 more. Am I that hard to take care of, Sister Lan?" Gu Xinlan said, "Si Chin and Mo Hua are both clever and diligent. You just focus on your tasks. It's all right even if you're too busy to come home. Sister Li is watching over the house. Not coming home is okay." Chen Sansi thought to himself that it wasn't like this before the pregnancy, thinking that once the seeding was done, he was no longer needed. "Yes, little junior brother," Sun Li seriously said, "tomorrow is the last challenge for selected point. You should concentrate fully. My father has high hopes for you, although he's a bit stern at times, I can tell. Your 9-dragon body isn't better than theirs, so it's best to win a few more matches during the competition. At least you would be an inner sect disciple. In a couple of years, there is still a chance to rise to a true inheritor. After selected point ends, positions will be assigned based on the results, which will determine the allocation of resources, but it's not set in stone. It's impossible for someone who later achieves numerous merits, has a sudden revelation or a miraculous adventure causing a rapid increase in realm, to not be given a chance simply because of poor performance in selected point. One of our 7 senior brothers was once an inner sect disciple, who later achieved merits and ascended to a true inheritor after breaking through the mysterious phenomenon. Of course, the worst will still be inner sect. It's a pity." Sun Li regretfully said, "Actually, it would be best to emerge as the champion." Chen Sansi nodded in agreement. He understood what Sun Li meant. Rumors outside claimed that this year, whoever emerged as the champion would attain the true inheritor status, which likely included techniques above martial saint, a completely different concept from advancing from inner sect to a true inheritor. So if one could become the champion, they should, refining internal organs perfection. Even Wen Qiushi was a worthy opponent. For Chen Sansi, the competition was his final barrier. He practiced without rest for 2 days and a night, only sleeping well the day before the assessment to rejuvenate. Then he received the notice to participate in the competition. "Give it your all." Chen Sansi encouraged himself internally as he rode the white swan horse to the military city. At the martial arts arena, the platform had already been set up, consisting of several stages. It was still Li Qianzong who was responsible for announcing the rules. "These bamboo sticks represent A, B, C, D. Everyone come up and draw sticks. Those who draw the same ones will be opponents and will fight on the platform. Whoever knocks their opponent off the platform wins. The winners will fight the other winners from their respective areas in a continuous cycle. The examiners will assign scores based on the rankings, until the last 2, who will compete for the champion leader. All the competitions will conclude within today. Also, a reminder, although you can admit defeat, and there will be people to save you, as accidents can still happen leading to severe injuries or even death. It's better to drop out as soon as possible if you consider it. Once the competition starts, it will be too late to regret anything should an accident occur. Moreover, no matter how sacred your fathers are, retaliation after the fact is forbidden. Otherwise, all scores will be cancelled, and the matter will be thoroughly investigated. Okay, those who wish to continue participating in selected point, come up and draw. As the selected spear generals gradually drew their lots, the main examiners, supervisors, and officials from various regions also slowly arrived. Mr. Hu, as usual, sat on the right-hand side of the first row. On his left sat the new inspector, Pei Tianan, one of the current 8 martial saints of the court, whose power was immense, not only commanding the military of 2 states, but most importantly, he was a marquis. Over more than 70 years of the Longking era, only 3 marquises had been appointed, and he was one of them. Marquis Yangyi, Mr. Pei, long time no see, you still look as imposing as ever. Every official entering greeted him first. Mr. Hu. Pei Tianan began, his tone questioning. Mr. Hu and Liu Zhongxian, wasn't your negligence a bit too severe? Ning Chengquan was a general directly designated by the emperor, and the crown prince favored him greatly. To say he died, and to die in front of so many, you brought shame on the court's face. Didn't you think to hold back a bit? Mr. Hu rolled his eyes. Mr. Pei, don't be the pot calling the kettle black. When Sun Xiangzong stabbed your mentor, Mr. Chen, the Minister of War, to death 15 years ago right in front of you, I didn't see you holding back either. He won't get old, will he? Pei Tianan clenched his fists. It was said he was close to death. How would I know? Mr. Hu replied sarcastically. Why don't you spar with him later to test his strength? You. Pei Tianan snorted coldly. In any case, I won't disgrace myself like you do, and definitely not end up a fool scared stiff like Liu Zhongxian. It seems the Marquis has some backbone. Let's see how you do today. Before Mr. Hu could finish, he saw Pei Tianan suddenly stand up, and with a respectful bow towards the front, he said reverently, I have seen Supervisor Sun. Does. Mr. Hu rolled his eyes almost to the heavens before he stood up to perform a courtesy. It's Zio Pei, there's no need to be formal, sit. Sun Xiangzong sat down carelessly. Pei Tianan personally poured the tea. As he eyed the teacup, Sun Xiangzong asked, I heard that a few years ago you two broke through to martial saint. I dare not. How could I claim to be a saint in front of Lord Governor? Pei Tianan said cheerfully, counting it up, I'm merely of your grand student generation. At that time, Minister Chen from the Ministry of War had received guidance from Sun Xiangzong to break through to martial saint. Stop, I cannot bear such honor. Sun Xiangzong, drinking his tea, said, all right, let them begin. The one who came is actually him. In the corner of the flank, Fang Qingyun put aside the scroll in his hand. The supervisor was a temporary appointment, previously unknown to anyone. I've never seen this man before. Sun Buki muttered, but looking at his overly submissive demeanor, I estimate he's not even as good as Liu Zhongxian. It's just his reputation that's frightening. It's not as simple as you think. This person is a notorious smiling tiger. Fang Qingyun explained, sometimes those who know how to retreat in order to advance are the hardest to deal with, understand. How is it? Have you found anything? Sun Buki looked at the stack of books on the floor. Has there been a 9-dragon body that became a martial saint? Not yet, but your sister's Fire Lotus martial body produced a martial saint 500 years ago. Fang Qingyun reopened his book. I'll look again. The drawing of lots ended. The martial arts competition had a total of 5 rounds. In the first round, Chen Sanxi's opponent was an official's son from a military family in Yu State, skilled in refining internal organs cultivation. He couldn't last 2 rounds and was knocked out of the arena. The watchers on the city wall, including his father, watched with deeply furrowed brows. In the second round, Chen Sanxi faced a sect disciple from Yan State, who was at the same realm, refining internal organs. Small success. After 7 rounds, he won. If it had been someone from Po Yang with refining internal organs small success, it would have been impossible to last 3 rounds. But those who participated in this year's selected point were all geniuses naturally. It wasn't that easy. Of course, there was no real pressure either. The main point was that they were not there to kill. Although the rule of the competition stated that accidental death did not require accountability, most participants did not bear deep grudges against each other. Unless the match was too difficult to resolve, they tended to hold back and wouldn't easily harm each other's lives. Chen Sanxi did the same. He always tried to knock his opponent off the platform otherwise. Giving his all, he could definitely settle it within 5 rounds. After the second round, half of the participants were gone. Those who remained were mostly above refining internal organs. Small success only by Thingzhai was an exception. He had broken through to refining internal organs mastery just 2 days ago and had just won against a sect disciple with refining internal organs. Small success. Although the victory was hard-earned, lasting nearly 100 rounds, it was indeed a win. In the end, both were exhausted, and when it came down to physical strength, naturally, the Vajra body triumphed. Yan Chengqing was very unlucky, meeting Lu Xiuhua in the second round. This Kilin child, who many had high hopes for, was eliminated early after an intense battle. There was a 2-hour rest period next. Once noon passed, the third round began. Chen Sansi won again with ease. His opponent conceded after 5 rounds, and he naturally had no need to press further. But others weren't having such an easy time. Zai Sishu from Yan State faced Lu Xiuhua from Tongshuan Sword Sect. Both men, endowed with refining internal organs perfection and innate martial saint bodies, fought an evenly matched and tough battle. After exchanging a sword strike, Lu Xiuhua won painfully, but this meant that he would suffer greatly in the upcoming rounds. Bai Thingzhai couldn't continue either and fell in the third round of the arena. Brother Wen, let's spar for 20 rounds after that. I'll concede so I can report back to my father. How about that? Tang Yink said politely. He had only come because his father forced him, saying it would enhance his experience and temper his skills. But he knew his own level getting this far was already quite good. All right, when Kyoshi held his double sabers, then let's get this over with quickly. The two spoke these words standing on the platform, their voices not loud. The bout began. The 20 rounds ended quickly. Tang Yink indeed wasn't a match for Wen Kyoshi, and having reached his limit, he originally planned to sheath his sword but was shocked to find that his opponent had no intention of stopping. The force of moon-splitting double sabers grew with each strike, each carrying terrifying murderous intent. In his eyes, it almost turned into a fearsome tornado made of blade edges. Brother Wen, what do you mean by this? Tang Yink's right hand gripping the sword bled profusely. We agreed. Agreed with you. When Kyoshi's face twisted savagely today, you can't leave without losing an arm. Why? Tang Yink confused. Just because I didn't join you. You still dare to mention it. When Kyoshi threatened, his ring-head double sabers swirling even more dazzlingly. Who let you help those you shouldn't help, side with those you shouldn't side with? Chen Sansi, who had been resting with his eyes closed awaiting his next match, noticed the commotion here and slightly frowned. Brother Tang had to surrender quickly. I surrender, I surrender. Tang Yink, clearly understanding this, shouted loudly while using his last bit of strength to block and parry. The Meridian general in charge of this section of the arena rushed onto the platform upon hearing the commotion. Crack, but at the last moment Tang Yink couldn't hold on. His long sword fell to the ground, and the ring-head saber ruthlessly slashed onto his shoulder, tearing through skin and splitting bone, about to sever his entire arm. Stop! The Meridian general drew his sword and repelled the opponent. He has already conceded, that's enough. When Kyoshi was forced back several steps and had to stop, you're lucky. Ah! Tang Yink fell to the ground and began to wail. His entire right arm was nearly severed, hanging on by just a sliver of flesh. Only the finest treasure medicine could heal such a wound. Even so, it would take at least a year and a half to recover, and to continue practicing martial arts would require even more time. In essence, the next 2 to 3 years, the most precious time for a young martial artist, was completely ruined. Chen Sansi closed his eyes. The screams were especially clear, igniting a nameless fury within him. Simply because Tang Yink had helped him, did he deserve to be crippled? Hadn't he already yielded enough? Was it because he feared this sort of thing happening that he had hardly spoken a few words to Tang Yink, not even expressing a bit of gratitude for the past kind warnings? Wasn't that enough? Did they have to take it this far? This was just for speaking up for him. What about the others? The Meridian General took Tang Yink to receive treatment. Chen Sansi asked, General, after someone concedes, isn't injuring them considered a foul? What kind of foul is that? The general said without turning his head, it's a full-force competition. There's no guarantee of holding back. Even death is not a foul. Chen Sansi nodded, his face expressionless. After the first round of drawing lots, the venues were divided, and there was no need for further lot drawing. The winners of the venues were matched for the competition. Next, his opponent happened to be Wen Kyoshi. After this round ended, only 4 people remained, moving on to the semi-finals. Hao Fan, the seriously injured Lu Xiuhua, Wen Kyoshi, and Chen Sansi. Good, atop the city wall, many officials cheered for the competition. This year's selected point is even more exciting. Indeed, the highest level in the past was just entry-level refining internal organs. Most were at bone training or even blood refining. Great success. Master Wen's son is not bad, an inner sect disciple for sure. Yes, Master Wen himself is a martial saint, and his son could become Sun Dushi's disciple. Moon-splitting Mountain Villa might very well become the first sect of Liangzhu. That Chen Sansi, nobody expected him to get this far. It seems he only achieved small achievement right before the selected point began. This man is also quite talented. Is he married? People started to inquire. By this point in the selected point, the dust had settled, and many were picking out prospective sons-in-law, like Zai Sishu and others, who were already being eyed. Negotiations for marriage would take place after the end. Though they were eliminated, they were still inner sect disciples, with boundless futures ahead of them. Heard he's had a wife for a long time, that's too bad. Indeed, indeed. Listening to their conversation, Sun Xiangzong's eyelids twitched. Yan Chengqing is such a loss, Lu Xiuhua even more so. His injuries are not light, but Cao Fan, the princely heir, is still undefeated. Seems that this year's selected point champion leader will undoubtedly be the princely heir. You talk as if the princely heir has taken advantage. Hasn't he also faced opponents with refining internal organs perfection? Why wasn't he injured? It's simply because his skills surpass theirs. To talk about good fortune, both Chen Sansi and Wen Qiashi have had their share of luck. But it's meaningless at the end of the competition. The struggle is for champion leader. The rest will be inner sect disciples anyway. What do you think? Who will win between these two? Wen Qiashi, probably. Mr. Chen has only recently made a breakthrough. His foundation is definitely not solid. Who would have thought that Chen could reach Class A all the way here? Yin Hanwen spat resentfully. Those people are truly useless. His luck is also really good. Princely heir, don't worry, I will take care of him for you. Wen Qiashi, having won several bouts in a row, was full of confidence. As long as I take him down before the supervising general steps up to the stage, even if I take his life, there won't be any trouble. Right. Yin Hanwen's arrow wound still throbbed painfully, and he said through gritted teeth, Brother Wen, you must take revenge for me. He has made a breakthrough as well. Don't underestimate him. Cao Fan reminded, if you can incapacitate him, do so. If you really can't beat him, call for surrender immediately. Don't hurt yourself. The 2-hour recovery period ended once again. The 4th round of selected point competition began. As before, everyone's weapons were uniformly exchanged for ones of the same quality. This time, someone made a point of repeatedly checking Chen Sansi's weapon to make sure there were no issues before handing it to him. Moreover, in the corner of the spectators' stand, 2 new figures appeared. The sect master of the Tongshuan sword sect and the manor master of the moon-splitting mountain villa, 2 martial saints. They were here to watch the competition of their successors. Brother Xiao, it seems your disciple is likely to end his journey here. Wen Zhai said, he's probably no match for the princely heir. You don't need to tell me that. Xiao Yujing stood with his hands behind his back. I am more concerned about how to deal with the relationship with the princely heir if by chance he becomes the champion. It's better this way, it saves a lot of trouble. You sure take it easy. Wen Zhai sighed, actually, I would really like to see my unworthy son compete for it. Above the martial saint, how many years have you and I stood at the pinnacle of martial arts, yet no matter what, we can't touch a higher threshold. Only Sun Xiangzong has the means to do so. If one could receive his true inheritance, perhaps there would be a chance to see what lies above a martial saint. What a pity, we both are subjects of the Cao family. Where would we dare to compete? Even if we had the courage, we're no match for the princely heir. The princely heir is talented and diligent. He may well become a wise monarch of his generation. Brother Wen, Xiao Yujing spoke lightly. Even without the princely heir, your son wouldn't make it to the end. You, Wen Zhai looked at the young man holding a long spear on the stage. Are you saying my unworthy son is no match for this General Chen? Impossible. Even if my son is worthless, the saber technique is taught by me personally. Your saber technique is formidable, but is it more formidable than Sun Xiangzong's spear technique? Xiao Yujing smiled. Guess whose spear technique this young Chen Sansi, who holds a 3rd-rank medal at such a young age, has practiced? Wen Zhai felt a jolt in his heart. The arena. Mr. Chen, when Qiashi rested the twin sabers on his shoulder, taunting, you saw what happened to Tang Yink, right? I advise you to call for surrender sooner rather than later, or I'm afraid the supervisor general won't be able to save you in time. Chen Sansi stood with his spear in hand, silent. His eyes were profoundly deep, unable to reveal any emotion, which made his entire demeanor appear exceedingly cold. Dong, the gong sounded. Pretending to be profound, I want to see what you're really capable of. Before Wen Qiashi could finish speaking, he saw a flash of cold light streak by, and in an instant, the long spear was already in front of his face. Although it was just a slender weapon in his eyes, he saw a blood-red giant python with its massive mouth open in a furious rage, speeding towards him. The Unity Spear technique, unstoppable in its madness. By the time Wen Qiashi snapped out of the shock, he had already lost the initiative and could only continuously use the twin sabers in his hands to block and defend, exerting all his strength to stop the blood-red python from pouncing on him. The characteristic of the moon-splitting saber technique is one force greater than another. Until chi blood is depleted, it requires a kind of charging up to unleash full power. But in the current situation, he simply couldn't even execute the first move of the moon-splitting saber technique. The opponent wanted to kill him right away. He had been observing the competition until then, but only by engaging in the fight did he realize that the opponent's progress so far didn't rely on luck. This spear technique, after losing the initiative, when Qiashi found that he could never find any opportunity to counterattack. Not only that, this person's spear technique also had a similar characteristic to the moon-splitting saber technique, with each spear thrust becoming more rapid and fierce when Qiashi even hallucinated, seeing the blood-red python before him growing bigger and bigger, eventually turning into a heaven-devouring giant python. Surrender, just 2 rounds later, when Qiashi quickly accepted a fact. he was not the opponent. Surrendering was fine since he hadn't intended to compete for the champion leader title to begin with. Let the princely heir deal with this person. Hiss, a cool breeze swept past his face. The long spear lashed out, exploiting a tiny flaw to flash in front of his face. At first, when Kyoshi didn't realize where he had been injured until his mouth suddenly became unbearably hot and warm blood filled his chin with a delayed severe pain that was hard to bear. Whimper, whimper. His mouth and tongue had been gruesomely pierced by the spear just then, and as the blood poured out, it left him without the ability to speak, including uttering the word surrender. The boy sure has perseverance, Wenjai exclaimed with emotion. The selected point exam venue isn't a marketplace naturally. Not just anyone can enter. Not even a martial saint is allowed to approach at will. Wenjai and Xiao Yujing both came over on a whim, without going to the designated viewing area, and were barred by many armored soldiers wielding spears, so they could only watch from a distance. By chance, when Kyoshi had his back to them, so they couldn't see what was happening to his face. They could only tell that Chen Sansi's spear technique was extremely fierce, quickly gaining the upper hand in this martial arts competition and showing signs of a one-sided battle. But when Kyoshi hadn't given up and was still persevering bitterly, when Jai analyzed, this spear technique doesn't seem like the several sets commonly circulated in the military. It feels like it combines the strengths of various schools and is a spear technique created by fusion. Did Sun Xiangzong create this technique? But the problem is the selected point competition isn't over yet, so where did he get this spear technique from? Did Sun Xiangzong take a fancy to him in advance? The young man surnamed Chen is on good terms with the young master of the Sun family. It's not unusual for him to learn some spear techniques, and it's no big deal. All these geniuses, which one learns a normal cultivation technique, my son lost fairly. When Jai looked towards the city wall, where the supervisor, with an elderly and debilitated appearance, was stationed, even martial saints like us will significantly decline in strength as we age. Everyone says he is almost dead, so how could he kill Ning Chengquan in one move? That Ning Chengquan is even stronger than the two of us. How much longer must we endure him? A considerable part of the military supplies for the 8 camps needs to be donated by them, and the amount is astronomical. Furthermore, with broad jurisdiction, their income in various aspects is also diminished. It can be said that wherever the 8 camps go, no one doesn't hate Sun Xiangzong, but hate is useless and they can only hate in their hearts, hoping the other party would quickly die. Let's not talk about that for now. Xiao Yujing said, your lad will die if he keeps fighting like this. Is he not going to admit defeat? Woo woo woo. When Kyoshi wanted to shout out the words I admit defeat, but no matter what, he couldn't do it. His mouth was a bloody mess, his teeth shattered like sand, and he kept spitting out the thick, bloodied saliva. Even as he desperately tried to block with his twin blades, the vulnerabilities were increasingly numerous. Zai. Each of his mistakes was accurately captured, followed by another bloody hole in his body. Even if not fatal, he wouldn't last long. How many holes can a living person endure? When Kyoshi didn't even have the chance to escape by jumping off the arena, the moment he stopped, there would only be one outcome, death. He could only endure the severe pain and emit pitiful woo-woo-ah-ah noises, hoping to convey his intent to admit defeat and be saved through these sounds. Admit defeat. Outside the arena, when Jai shouted loudly, stop, admit defeat, we admit defeat, no one paid attention. He tried to enter the arena but was once again blocked by a forest of spears. Master Wen, no one can disrupt the order of the selected point. General. When Jai pointed toward the arena and the martial saint's voice was extremely frantic, my son is admitting defeat, he has admitted defeat. Quickly go up and pull them apart. Nonsense. An older General Tongmai said, your son is clearly giving his all in battle, a true iron-blooded hero. Master Wen, as a father, don't spoil your son. Mouth. The direction of the two on the platform shifted. Only then did Wenjai finally see his son's mangled face, and he roared, he can't shout out his surrender, someone save him, quick. Oh, the old general squinted towards the scene and said slowly, it does seem like it indeed. As the combat on stage reached this point, the onlookers also noticed something was amiss. Hiss, Mr. Hu was engrossed and clicked his tongue in amazement. This Mr. Chen is interesting. By injuring the opponent's mouth so he can't speak, he can keep beating him up. He's planning to kill someone, so young yet so ruthless. Pei Tianan commented, Mr. Chen really is good officer material, but isn't this a bit excessive? Excessive? Mr. Hu scoffed, Mr. Pei, didn't you see Wen Kyoshi fighting with Tang Yink with intent to kill earlier? Oh, Pei Tianan said, what Mr. Hu is suggesting is that Mr. Chen is avenging young Master Tang. Exactly. Mr. Hu nodded. Tang Yink was in the corner of the martial arts arena, hastily treating his wounds. He couldn't misunderstand the situation, and his pupils trembled uncontrollably, unable to speak for a while. Brother Tang, do you see that? Bai Thingzai spoke excitedly. General Chen is avenging you. You've got to remember this favor. Stop. The general in charge of invigilating finally confirmed that the young master of moon-splitting Mountain Villa was indeed trying to admit defeat with his wailing, and he hurriedly rushed over. Woo. Wen Qiushi's movements became completely disordered, and it was unclear what he was saying, but the distinct sobbing was audible. His body had 7 to 8 bloody holes, sparing only his vital parts. And from the start of the duel to this moment, only 3 rounds had passed, which was the time for a few deep breaths. The others managed to respond at this time, and that was already quite fast. As Chen Sansi saw the invigilating general rushing towards him, the blood of dragon elephant in his body surged even faster. Under the extreme blood movement, the power and speed of his spear in hand climbed another level. When Qiushi's strength was truly not bad. Since Chen Sansi began practicing martial arts, this was the first time he felt it was so difficult to kill someone. Those ring-head knives always managed to protect the crucial parts at the last moment, but computing the time, it was about sufficient. Just a bit faster. Mr. Chen, have you gone mad? Several selected spear generals who had been eliminated from the competition were watching nearby, and they all showed expressions of incomprehension. Must he kill? Isn't he afraid? Wen Qiushi's father is the manor master of Moon-Splitting Mountain Villa, a martial saint. Mr. Chen, please cease. Weapons in the arena don't discriminate, and there is no need to take responsibility for life or death. That is the rule. But in reality, how many dare to abide by it? It wasn't the ones with strong backgrounds who generally got hurt even if their opponents were stronger. They always tried to hold back. As for those without such powerful backing, they didn't have such considerations and often had to face their opponent's full onslaught. This Mr. Chen, madman, Yan Chanking's heart pounded incessantly. On the arena, both of Wen Qiushi's wrists, as if bitten by venomous snakes, had their tendons shredded, rendering him unable to hold onto his ring-head knives, thus also losing his final means of self-protection. He raised his hands, about to kneel and beg for mercy. A pity. He wasn't even given the chance to kneel. Stop, stop. Pu Kai. The reed-leaf-long spear met its destination right before the other man could kneel, piercing through his heart. Warm blood sprayed out, scattering in the air like a blooming blood-red lotus. Buzz, the Judge General's large hand grasped the spear shaft. But alas, it was too late. Supported by the long spear, when Qiushi's body was frozen in a rigid state, halfway to kneeling, with his head drooping powerlessly, his blood dripping down his chin. It hung suspended midair due to its viscosity rather than dropping to the ground, and the whole person resembled nothing more than a corpse. You, the Judge General, looked at the spear holder, his expression somewhat complex. He had already surrendered, yet you still delivered a fatal blow. General, he didn't shout out. Chen Sansi looked utterly clueless. So this doesn't break the rules, does it? No, it doesn't. The Judge General, however, started to smile. Dead is considered surrendering. Earlier. When Tang Yink shouted, I surrender, it was also his responsibility to stop the match. That man had truly cried out. Mr. Wen didn't afford him any face either. Dead, that's what he deserved. It could only be said that he brought it upon himself, beyond any help. The Judge General let go of the spear, too indolent to even bother with the body, simply leaping away. What did it have to do with him? My son. Boom. In the distance, Wen Zhai shattered the spear in front of him with a palm strike, trying to rush onto the stage, but was again stopped by a new wall of people. Beside him, a mountainous figure appeared. When Zhai came to an abrupt stop, his voice trembling but not moving further, he killed my son. The young master did not call out his surrender. Zhai's expression remained calm. The judge officer also attempted rescue. Everything complied with the rules, and we favored no sides. I hope Master Wen won't cause groundless trouble. I will kill him. When Zhai shouted, Zhai, are you really going to stand in my way? Being upset for the death of a son, what's there to be excited about? Zhai frowned impatiently. Don't you still have 2 sons? The youngest one, he has the body of martial saint, just cultivate him anew. The rules are the rules. I advise you not to do anything you will regret. If that happens, even I cannot help you. When Zhai's face turned a murderous red, veins bulging. He looked at the sun Xiangzong atop the city wall with no reaction, then at Zhai, and eventually he had no choice but to shatter a giant stone pillar on the edge of the martial arts arena with a powerful punch. His teeth clenched in rage, his voice tinged with mockery. Zhai, you don't need to scare me. Better consider your own position. How many years have you been a martial saint, and yet you haven't broken through, or is it that Sun Xiangzong won't teach you? Now this final selected spear tournament is being passed to someone else, yet you're still standing here playing his dog. That's not something for Master Wen to worry about. Zhai with his eyes closed, someone bring Master Wen's eldest son's corpse to him. Yes, snap. Soon enough, the blood-soaked body was laid before him. By participating in the selected point, one consents to enlist. And where there is enlistment, death is expected. This is a preparation everyone should make well in advance. The elderly general said with disdain, Master Wen, don't disappoint us. Old Wen, Xiao Yujing patted his shoulder, keep your cool. Your second and third sons are still waiting for you to return. Let's go. After pounding the ground with more than a dozen furious punches, Wen Zhai cast a venomous glance at Chen Sansi on the stage before finally lifting up the corpse of his eldest son and leaving with heavy steps. At the exit of the military city, he was blocked by a wheelchair. Fang Qingyun. When Zhai questioned, what do you want now? here to remind Master Wen of something. Fang Qingyun's voice came calmly. According to the rules, you are not to seek any private vengeance either. Otherwise, I know there's no need for you to say it. When Zhai punctuated each word, step aside, merely saying it doesn't suffice. Fang Qingyun spoke evenly. For the forthcoming period, should anything untoward happen to Chen Sansi or any of his family, even to a maid in his house, Master Wen had best be prepared with compelling evidence of his innocence. Otherwise, you won't be exempt from an inquisition. Is this Sun Xiangzong's intention? He is protecting this person so much. When Zhai's features contorted in fury, what if someone else wants to kill him soon? Should I serve as his bodyguard? That depends on how Master Wen interprets it. Fang Qingyun glanced at the martial arts arena anyway, that's the rule. If a son of a martial saint is to be avenged for being killed, then we might as well forget about clear rewards and punishments, let it go. This is the foundation of our 8 camps, you should understand. One last thing, my master has been somewhat emotionally unstable these past 2 years, so I understand. When Zhai managed to squeeze out a few words with difficulty. What could he do? What did it matter if he was a martial saint? In other places, a martial saint is indeed a saint, but here, in the vicinity of the 8 camps, really worth nothing. He could only hope that Sun Xiangzong would die soon and restore peace to the world. Upon the stage, Chen Sansi exhaled a breath of turbid air. The situation had come to this point, this man. He absolutely had to be killed. Even if he didn't kill him, just winning the match, he at least had to injure his opponent severely. After this, when Guy left, he would definitely keep causing endless trouble, and it wasn't impossible that he would eventually target family members. Could he just keep tolerating this? Since he would have to kill eventually, it was best to do it upon the stage. To kill righteously and openly. That way at least his opponent's father, a martial saint, wouldn't dare to retaliate openly. That would be enough. With things having escalated to this point, what was there to worry about offending someone? The 4th round of the tournament also ended quickly. Unconsciously, he had made it to the final match. Before the last platform competition, there were 2 hours of rest. Chen Sansi simply found a spot to sit down and closed his eyes to rest his spirit. Cultivation technique, Unity Spear technique, small achievement. Progress 329, 2000. The recent days of cultivation, coupled with today's martial contest, were all quickly improving his proficiency, but it was still far from the great success of refining internal organs. Not long after he had decided the victor, the other 2 participants in the semi-finals also determined a winner. Due to Lu Xiuhua's previous injury, princely heir Cao Fan won with barely any effort. He killed Wen Qiushi. On hearing the news, raging fury erupted uncontrollably, killing a person of this young master. It seems he really doesn't consider me a threat. Having received the imperial edict twice, he really thinks he's a high official of the court. He's just a 3rd-rank official after all. Young master, he's too arrogant. We can kill him, but what gives him the right to kill our people? Yin Hanwen, having witnessed the entire process, grew increasingly hateful. You didn't see it in the martial contest just now. In order to have enough time to kill Brother Wen, he even jammed Brother Wen's mouth with his spear. First, young master, if he dares to kill Wen Qiushi today, he will dare to kill me tomorrow. And even later, it's not impossible for him to rebel. Young master, this man must not be left alive. He will definitely become a major threat to our great Sheng dynasty. Despicable, despicable. If it were me just now, even if I couldn't kill him, I could have at least won this stage of the competition. It's just that I was shot by an arrow while on the mountain and got injured. He too had achieved the refining internal organs perfection, just a thread away from Hua Jin. He was behind a tree on the mountain, completely unguarded, and that's how he had been shot by an arrow. You're saying he killed Wen Qiushi within 5 rounds. Once Cao Fan calmed down, he became even more curious about the detailed process. Explain to me in detail, what was his spear technique like? I can't recognize it. It's unlike any spear technique used in the Great Sheng army. Yin Hanwen recalled carefully, but with his understanding it was hard to explain clearly. Young master, there's no need, right? With your power and influence, you can easily crush him no matter what. Is it necessary to understand the routines of his spear technique? The platform is akin to a battlefield when facing the enemy. How can one afford to underestimate the opponent? After all, Cao Fan was a member of the imperial family, naturally endowed with an inherent disdain for others, which was normal given his status, but it didn't mean he would be careless or underestimate his opponent. These 2 aspects did not conflict. He spoke in a deep voice. This man has come this far, not solely by luck. His spear technique must be extraordinary. Although theoretically I have a realm suppression over him, it's still best to know both the enemy and myself, to prevent capsizing in a ditch. The young master truly has the wisdom of an emperor. Yin Hanwen lamented, it's just that I really couldn't make it out. Cao Fan did not blame him but looked towards Pei Tianan on the city wall, muttering to himself, if Governor Pei could explain it to me, that would be great. At the martial saint realm, observing lower realm martial artists, one could generally see through their cultivation technique. regardless of how exquisite it might be, at least understanding the opponent's general approach, so as not to be caught off guard in actual combat, able to seek out flaws more calmly and find an opportunity to win. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to seek help, worried about leaving a bad impression on Sun Xiangzong, needing to remain respectful until he got the method to break through above martial saint. Enough. Cao Fan leaned on his azure dragon crescent saber. I'll just be more cautious, and ultimately there's still realm suppression. Winning shouldn't be a problem. He was planning to find a place to rest when an armored soldier approached with a voice as faint as a mosquito's. Young master, the general asks for your presence, he says. Oh, Cao Fan's eyes brightened, and he immediately followed the soldier away. It's really unexpected. At first, our house thought the final match would be between the young master and Lu Shuhua. It's already over. Pei Tianan spoke solemnly. Although this Mr. Chen is unmatched in the same realm, he can't possibly be a match for the young master. The difference between a small achievement and perfection in refining internal organs is as vast as blood refining compared to bone training. Really, whether this final martial competition occurs or not doesn't matter, let alone the final bone touching. It's fine to take a look, Mr. Hu said. I think overcoming realms to win should be equivalent to 2 Class A. Sun Xiangzong suddenly spoke. What do you two think? It should indeed be so. Pei Tianan said with relief, if Mr. Chen can truly defeat the young master, counting it as 2 Class A wouldn't hurt. Indeed. Mr. Hu agreed, but if that's how we calculate, wouldn't both end up with 6 Class A after the bone touching with even scores? But isn't there only one champion? Sun Xiangzong responded, then we'll recognize 2. 2, Lord Governor, that might not be quite appropriate. Pei Tianan spoke in an inquiring tone. The champion leader of Selected Point is primarily about the allocation of resources. Over the years, the champions of Selected Point have always had sufficient treasure medicines. These treasure medicines are often several hundred to 1,000 years old, and harvesting one means one less remains. Even the court is in short supply, so how can they spare a second portion? Over the years, the champions of Selected Point, though true disciples of the supervisor, were none other than talents fully cultivated by the court, and they were all trained with the aim of becoming martial saints, or at the very least, generals of the profound image realm. Therefore, there is an unwritten rule. After the Selected Point, inner sect disciples also have the opportunity to continue competing with the champion leader in military achievements, realm, and so on. The logic is simple. This is the army of the court, not of the sect disciples. In the Jianghu sect, as long as the sect master likes a disciple and can suppress the elders, resources are freely given, even if later it turns out to be a wastrel. But it's not the same with the army is meant for combat. If you receive resources, you must make a corresponding contribution. If you hold the best resources but fail to perform accordingly, you can be replaced by inner sect disciples with superior constitutions. For both true disciples and inner sect disciples, it's a form of spur and incentive. One cannot lie on past glories to sustain oneself. There have been successful replacement examples in the past. Tang Ruoshan was originally an inner sect disciple when he first competed in Selected Point, and the then arrogant chief true disciple lost a battle and was replaced by him. Besides, Selected Point competitions can only determine martial prowess, not the character's subsequent disposition is equally crucial in not granting true inheritance. There was once a champion of Selected Point, just an entry-level disciple within a year, who began forcefully abducting local women. Naturally, his place was also replaced by someone else. No matter how you look at it, resources are limited. There can only be one true inheritor. I'm getting old. This is my last time taking disciples. What does it matter if I take one more? Sun Xiangzong spoke indifferently. Besides, who needs medicine more than the Cao family members? It seems that Supervisor Sun is quite fond of Mr. Chen. Pei Tianan, being at the martial saint realm himself, had early noticed that the spear technique was not one of the 3 common sets circulated in the military, and such has never been seen even in Jianghu. It was a completely new spear technique. How many people in the world could create their own cultivation technique, and amongst those who used a spear? Upon thinking, he understood. He did not retort but smiled and said, let's do as Lord Governor says. It is sensible and reasonable. Reasonable, indeed reasonable. Mr. Hu nodded in agreement, being able to win across realms. If it was treated the same as fighting opponents of the same realm, it would seem unfair. While both of them spoke, their expressions were exceptionally relaxed. The fondness of the supervisor mattered not when the gap in real power was laid out like this. A small achievement of 9 dragon body and refining organ against a refining organ perfection of dragon heart tiger bone could never win. Even Sun Xiangzong couldn't cheat in this situation. As the final contest approached, the martial arts arena gradually became quieter, everyone eagerly anticipating this duel. Even several main generals participated when they were available. After all, the victor would become their junior sect brother. Officially, regardless of the inner sect, outer sect, or true disciples, privately they can refer to each other as sect brothers, but only true disciples are ranked in a sequence. Sun Buki paced back and forth, his palms sweaty. Can he win? It's tough, Meng Guangxin bluntly said. Cao Fan prides himself but has always trained hard in martial arts, and he is not someone who underestimates his adversaries. That junior sect brother Chen, he has a very small chance of winning. What are we to do? Sun Buki spoke anxiously. We can't seriously let Cao Fan become a disciple to my father, can we? He was usually sluggish, but he was not foolish. The feud between the Sun family and the Cao family, was he unaware of it? But such are the rules of selected point, the victor gains the lineage. This time, there was quite a sentiment that the Cao family intended to completely devour the Sun family. Senior brother 7. Sun Buki approached his seventh brother, Yi Fengxiu, who was pale and slender in a tight-fitting martial outfit, subtly having a gender-neutral feature. Can't you think of something? Senior brother 7, Yi Fengxiu, remained silent with his eyes closed. Senior brother 2. Even though I also despise the Cao family, the difference in our realms is clear. What can we do? Senior brother 2, with a portly figure, looked like a restaurant owner. I have no solution. Senior sister 9. Senior sister 9, Rong Yankyu, the only female among all the disciples under the supervisor, excluding his biological daughter Sun Lei, and a rare female general in the world. In appearance, she seemed to be in her 30s, obviously a soldier but heavily made up and ostentatiously dressed. She toyed with a plum blossom. This junior sect brother is quite handsome. Senior sister likes him too. But seriously, I don't have the ability to interfere much. I can't go on stage and help him cheat, can I? Why don't you plead with the eldest? He knows much. Maybe he has a way to counter Cao Fan's saber technique. Eldest senior brother. Sun Buki looked around but couldn't find the robust Lu Jai. Forget it. Seeking him won't help either. I'll go. In the end, it was senior brother 5, Meng Guangxin, who stood up, cursing. I really don't want to be called sect brothers with Cao family's folk. Just the thought disgusts me. Rong Yankyu shouted, you reckless monk, don't lead our junior sect brother astray. Today is the last contest of selected point. They had just arrived back in Liangzhu, especially for this viewing. Chen Sansi, who had his eyes closed to regain his energy, was awakened by someone calling his name. Upon opening his eyes, he saw a bald monk with a large beard, incongruously wearing armor. He had heard Sun Buki mention this person before. The man was Sun Dushi's fifth disciple, named Meng Guangxin, who had become a monk at a young age but later discovered that Buddhism could not save people, so he joined the military to practice martial arts. I've seen General Meng. Out of courtesy, Chen Sansi stood up and saluted with his fist. General, what brings you here to seek me out? Amitabha. Meng Guangxin recited the Buddha's name twice in succession. Myself has come to teach you how to defeat that Cao fellow. Chen Sansi asked, General Meng, is this not against the rules? What rules would this be violating? Offstage coaching is very normal. Many people had their elders with them in the previous bouts. You just didn't notice. Meng Guangxin held his crescent moon spade in hand. If you master my 36 moves of merciful and ultimate transcending staff technique, I guarantee you can defeat that Cao fellow. As he spoke, he began to demonstrate pile work and killing moves on the spot. With each move he executed, the nearly tangible Gang Chi left huge pits on the ground. Soon, the area within 100 steps was pockmarked, and the dust filled the air. Chen Sansi tried to stop him in vain, but how can I apply what is learned so hastily now? It's too late, isn't it? That's true. Meng Guangxin touched his bald head. Forget your spear technique and use these 3 moves I taught. Monk, a somewhat soft and gentle voice rang out. Senior brother 7, Yi Fengxiu, arrived in time and scolded in a sinister tone. Monk, don't mislead the young here. Your methods, without 10 or 8 years of cultivation, simply cannot produce any effective results. Yin-Yang man, what do you suggest we do? Meng Guangxin raised his voice. With Cao Fan's dragon heart tiger bone and the gap in realms between them, how can he win without taking a less conventional approach? Don't listen to him, he's brainless. Yi Fengxiu's tone was unemotional, yet his words carried patience. Cao Fan practices the Golden Crow Heavenly Dragon Saber technique, which the Emperor Martial Sect personally created. Its hallmark is its ferocity, extreme ferocity, and coupled with his gifted physique, he has virtually no match in the same realm. In fact, even that Lu Shuhua would likely struggle to win against him in the end. As for you, if you want to lose less embarrassingly, the best way would be to spar with someone who has also practiced the Golden Crow Heavenly Dragon Saber technique, but unfortunately, this technique is a secret of the imperial family and never taught to outsiders. So we can't really help you, ha. Meng Guangxin swirled his prayer beads. Yin-Yang man, you're quite talkative today. More than you've said in a whole year put together. It seems you don't want that Cao surname to win either. Yi Fengxiu snorted coldly, not paying him any attention, and gave Chen Sansi a slight nod as a sign of encouragement before he left. Chen Sansi called out to the departing figure in gratitude. Mr. Chen. Yan Changqing also came over, his expression laden with worry. You should give up your claim. You killed Wen Kyoshi, and Cao Fan likely wants not only to defeat you, but also to take your life. If you admit defeat now, you'll still be an inner sect disciple. Mr. Yan, there's no need to worry on my behalf, Chen Sansi responded calmly. I have my own plans. Ever since his time in Poyang, his goal had been to join Selected Point and secure a good ranking. Having come this far, how could he possibly give up? Besides, even if he did give up, Cao Fan would not let him off the hook. And most importantly, Cao Fan's saber is fierce, but his spear is no less fierce. Well said. Meng Guangxin applauded. My Buddha does not ferry cowards, sigh. Yan Changqing heaved a sigh. One last reminder, I just saw Cao Fan leave. If he leaves at this juncture, it's possible he's gone to seek guidance. He appears arrogant, but he is actually very meticulous and won't give you a chance by underestimating you. Be careful. As their conversation ended, the rest period concluded. War drums began to beat from all directions around the martial arts arena. Chen Sansi and Cao Fan each stepped onto the stage. The final bout took place on the largest stage at the center of the martial arts arena. With over 50,000 spectators present for the battle, it was a spectacle of immense proportions. My sister Li is also here. Rong Yankyu looked at his female junior clothed in a red martial arts outfit, reaching out to pinch her cheek. Your skin is getting smoother the more you practice martial arts, almost as if water could be squeezed out. Haven't you been secretly using expensive skincare ingredients? Sun Li didn't evade, letting her counterpart do as they pleased while her cool voice carried a hint of concern. Senior brothers and sisters, can our junior brother Sansi win? She had just accompanied Sister Lan before rushing over. The senior brothers and sisters all shook their heads. I heard he has a mortal feud with Cao Fan. Sun Li looked in the direction of the stage. That person has had a strong, vengeful spirit since childhood. It wouldn't matter if he can't win, but I hope no further accidents happen. Yo. Hearing this, Rong Yankyu teased. No wonder senior brother 4 said our little junior sister is about to get married. I didn't believe it at first, but it seems to be true. Getting married. Sun Li was slow to catch the implication, but as she realized the meaning of the words, she hurried to explain. Senior sister 9, what nonsense are you saying? He is our junior brother and the person who saved my life. Isn't it natural for me to be worried? The two aren't mutually exclusive. Rong Yankyu held her slim waist, whispering into her ear with a breathy voice. What are you shy about, sister? It's perfectly normal for a girl to get married. Let sister tell you, that sort of thing is quite interesting. Once you learn it, you'll always be wanting. Senior sister 9, Sun Li, not one to blush easily, ended up with reddened cheeks and quickly dodged aside. Can you not be like this? All right, don't worry. Rong Yankyu no longer teased her. With your senior sister here, I'll go myself later and ensure that Cao Fan can't hurt a single hair on him. The sound of the war drums became more urgent. Upon the city walls, Pei Tianan and Marquis who regarded the scene below with keen interest. Even Sun Xiangzong, who had seemed as if he were merely basking in the sun since the start of Selected Point, sat up straight. The stage. Chen Sansi leaned on his spear as he stood. Opposite him was the sturdy-framed princely heir Cao Fan, brandishing the azure dragon crescent blade in his hand. Both of their weapons had been replaced. As a result, Cao Fan was unable to wield the world-famous weapon in his hand. The greatest pressure on Chen Sansi came from the refining internal organs perfection and the blood explosion state. In the blood explosion state, one could even forget pain for a short while, entering a completely frenzied state with combat power soaring. Chen Sansi still vividly remembered how, back in Poyang, Han Cheng was the first to launch a sneak attack, stabbing Tang Ming in the heart, yet in the end, Han was beaten into a grave injury. This was the most direct manifestation of the gap between refining internal organs perfection and small achievement. Chen Sansi's biggest reliance, however, was on the frenzy of the Unity Spear technique and the Killen's heart. Chen Sansi. Cao Fan squinted his eyes, speaking in a deep voice. Out of consideration for Grandpa Emperor's appreciation of you, sever your arms and then abolish your cultivation. I'll spare your life. Chen Sansi did not have the habit of chatting before taking action. You dare to ignore me? Cao Fan gripped the hilt of his long blade tightly. Fine, it seems you're really tired of living. Use your blood to establish my authority in the 8 camps. Boom. As soon as the dulled sound of a gong struck, a blood-red serpent ferociously emerged, swiftly reaching in front of the heart in the blink of an eye. Clang. As if Cao Fan had been prepared all along, he was not in the least intimidated by the sudden appearance of the serpent. The azure dragon crescent blade appeared at just the right position, sending the serpent flying far away with a direct slash. A terrifying power transmitted along the shaft of the spear to his arms. Chen Sansi activated the blood of the dragon and elephant, and with the enhancement of the 9 dragon living veins, his body became agile to a bizarre extent. He thrust his spear in an almost twisted posture. Once again, the opponent easily parried. After 2 ineffective moves, Cao Fan began to counterattack. He had no intention of probing for weakness, never planning to give any opportunity, but instead used his full strength. entering the blood explosion state. Within his chest, a dragon heart began to beat furiously. With the hearts pumping, the blood began to circulate at an unbelievable speed until it spread throughout the 8 extraordinary meridians and all over his body. Cao Fan's eyes turned blood red, and his body abruptly swelled, enlarging by more than 2 sizes, ripping his fitting clothes and revealing the beast-like, pridefully built muscles underneath. At this moment, the human body broke through its natural limits, with strength, speed, and reaction time all multiplying manifold. His azure dragon crescent blade descended from the sky as if it were not a blade, but a golden crow that had smashed the sun down from the heavens. Boom, with a single exchange. Chen Sansi finally understood why almost everyone thought he would lose. Dragon heart, tiger bone, refining internal organs perfection, each of these was a tremendous advantage, unlike any opponent he had faced before. This sense of oppression was second only to the time he faced Amugu from the Meridian Passage realm. The difference was that this time he could not resort to using immortal treasures to cheat, he could only rely on his own strength to win, with every fall of the azure dragon crescent blade. The long spear wailed incessantly, swinging back and forth with terrifying amplitude, as if it would snap at any moment. Chen Sansi continuously parried the attacks while constantly seeking opportunities to counterattack using the comprehensive characteristics of the Unity Spear technique. Oddly enough, the opponent seemed to be very familiar with his spear technique, leaving no opportunity at all. It was as if someone had demonstrated the Unity Spear technique to him before the fight started. If it were any other martial artist with only a small achievement in refining internal organs under such onslaught, there would certainly be no chance of lasting even one round. Even with Chen Sansi's strength to continue enduring like this, he probably couldn't hope to win by simply outlasting the opponent's chi blood as before, because this was the princely heir. He was the future of the imperial family. The resources he used for his physique and cultivation were the best in the world. If there were no differences from other martial artists, that would truly be odd. The advantage of chi blood still existed. There was no doubt he surpassed the opponent in that regard. Now that the initial few rounds had been endured, dragging the fight out would inevitably lead to counterattacking success. The problem was, now was different from usual. The opponent didn't need to kill him the moment he left the arena, he would lose. He had to ensure he stayed within a certain range, which undoubtedly increased the difficulty. Fortunately for Chen Sansi, he also possessed the Killen's heart. With each strike of the opponent's blade, his arms ached terribly, but his understanding of the Golden Crow Saber technique became one step clearer. Continuing like this, just right, within about 30 rounds, he would figure out each and every move of the opponent. This was a feeling that was hard to describe with words. It was like solving a difficult problem one needed to simulate various methods of solution in their mind. It was like composing a piece of music, where every strike of the blade was a note. Once enough notes were collected to form a complete melody, it would be possible to fully understand the opponent through the score and launch a comprehensive counterattack. Clang, 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 clang. Under the setting sun, above the arena, it was as if a ferocious solar dragon was relentlessly pounding on a blood-red serpent. Dragon against serpent. The suppression was unquestionable. Even those non-versed in martial arts could see this clearly. Excellent saber technique, excellent spear technique. Up on the city walls, Mr. Hu and Pei Tianan expressed their admiration. To have achieved such mastery at such a young age, both of these men have immeasurable futures ahead. Still, Mr. Chen is bound to lose, mainly due to the suppression by realm. A small achievement in refining internal organs cannot enter the blood explosion state. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle would really be hard to predict. Now that you mention it, even I feel a bit of pity. 10 rounds, I think Mr. Chen won't be able to hold on after the 10th round. Either he will choose to leave the arena, or he will fall heavily injured or even dead at the hands of the princely heir. Pei Tianan placed back the teacup he had just lifted. Mr. Hu, your judgment is incorrect. Look for yourself. Although Mr. Chen has been in a suppressed state all along, that's all there is to it. He hasn't fallen into a greater disadvantage. Such immense chi blood, Mr. Hu said in astonishment. When facing high-realm martial artists, those at a lower realm often need to mobilize more chi blood to make up for the disparity, thus their consumption is also extremely large. But Chen Sansi still managed to maintain his stance under such powerful suppression. How fearsome must his chi blood foundation be? Good, this marquis would like to see just how much longer he can last. Boom, the golden crow blazed like the sun. The heavenly dragon plummeted to the ground. Chen Sansi once again caught that mountain collapsing strike, his footprints even denting the rocks beneath him. The strength of blood explosion was truly terrifying. Without breaking the opponent's move first, there was simply no way to confront it head-on. Even defending was a struggle. You can actually hold on. Amazed, Cao Fan exclaimed with his crimson eyes wide open. This princely heir has never encountered a 9-dragon body before. I've heard that the chi blood cultivated by this physique is incredibly enduring, yet I did not expect it to this extent. Before the martial arts battle began, someone had demonstrated the unity spear technique to him several times, so he truly knew his enemy and himself. There was no way he could lose this match. A series of weapon clashes thundered one after another like explosive thunder. Some of the lower-level individuals watched with hearts pounding in fear. In the current situation, if there were any slight mistakes, there would be no time to concede. They would be cleaved to death on the spot. Such a heavy killing intent. Cheng Wei, the second senior brother, clicked his tongue. It seems like young master is absolutely determined to kill Mr. Chen. Isn't that the truth? Playing with a plum blossom, Rong Yankyu commented, in my opinion, it would be wise for Chen to look for an opportunity to jump off the ring as soon as possible. Senior Sister 9, Sun Li said anxiously. All right, what's the rush? Can't I keep an eye on him? Little girl, you sure know how to worry about someone. As she spoke, Rong Yankyu walked towards the ring. Sis, Sun Buki looked at his older sister, sensing something was off. What are you up to? You want Shanxi to be my brother-in-law. Sun Li glared at him with a huff. Get lost. Yifeng Xiu leaned against a pillar, silent. It's a sure loss. Meng Guangxin, carrying his crescent moon spade, said, if Cao Fan wins tonight, I'll find an opportunity to kill him. Cheng Wei immediately said, are you crazy? Do you have a death wish? Meng Guangxin ground his teeth and hissed, what good is life? If that cow is going to call me brother every day, I might as well just die. Not a single person from the Cao family is good. My fifth brother, I implore you to be merciful in the name of Buddha. Do not act rashly. Killing Cao family members is the greatest mercy. Sun Buki, looking at the tense scene on the platform, felt an unexpected sliver of hope rise within him amid the initial panic. Is there a possibility that we all underestimated Shanxi and he might win? Boom. The golden crow eclipsed the sky, making it nearly impossible to block its fierce blade. Chen Sansi was thrown back more than a dozen steps by the overwhelming force until he drew upon the blood of the dragon and elephant in his legs, creating a dent in the ground to barely stabilize his stance. The 16th round, he counted silently in his mind. With no time to even catch his breath, the golden crow's great blade descended once more from the heavens, and the blood-red python desperately dodged back and forth, looking like prey facing its natural predator. Yet no matter how fiercely the golden crow and heavenly dragon pursued, they could only injure the python, never succeeding in killing it. Cao Fan's expression grew more and more serious. Losing was out of the question. However, killing the opponent or crippling him would be extremely difficult in the short term. Moreover, if the opponent knew he was outmatched and still persisted, what was the point? Could it be he had some kind of reliance? As Cao Fan pondered, his azure dragon crescent in hand did not stop, its light flashing continuously as if a true azure dragon had descended. I can't keep dragging this out. He could maintain his blood explosion state for about 60 rounds, but after that, even he would be exhausted. Yet nearly 20 rounds had gone by, and Chen still seemed as resilient as at the start. He appeared close to collapse but would not break his defense or expose his last flaw to be completely defeated, as if he was unkillable. Cao Fan could not afford to be careless. His goal shifted from killing Chen to forcing him off the ring. He must win first, claim victory first, and then he could always find another opportunity to eliminate his opponent later. His objective for this trip was the technique from Sun Xiangzong to break through to a level above Martial Saint. He could not afford to be sidetracked and confuse priorities. Thinking this, Cao Fan changed his strategy, and every move of his azure dragon crescent was not aimed to kill, but to blast his opponent off the ring, the effect becoming remarkably evident. Because rather than retreat, his opponent would take more strikes unwilling to give ground. Clearly, he had no intention of losing this match, even if it meant death. As a result, he fell into even greater disadvantage, giving Cao Fan more opportunities to attack. Good, unwilling to step down, you will only die a more miserable death. Cao Fan finally discovered his opponent's greatest weakness and let out a bestial roar of excitement. His blood explosion state intensified, shortening from 60 rounds to 50. But he had enough confidence that, if Chen Sansi continued to stubbornly resist, he would undoubtedly die within 40 rounds. Mr. Chen is truly going all out. On the city wall, Pei Tianan was so engrossed that he forgot to drink the tea he held up to his lips. He has indeed exceeded my expectations, to cultivate such enduring qi blood at such a young age. His qi blood can last quite a while, but that's under actual combat conditions. The limited space of the ring does not offer much room for him to buy time. If Mr. Chen confines himself to a certain area, he loses his greatest advantage and can hold on for at most 10 more rounds by then. Even if he wants to jump off the ring, it would be too late. He must be willing to risk his life, truly insane. Mr. Hu couldn't quite understand. Rong Yankyu arrived below the platform. Even as a profound image realm main general, the sight unnerved her, as it truly was a life and death struggle. From Chen's figure, she vaguely sensed an aura akin to that of a frenzied demon. In fact, he didn't have to fight so desperately. Rong Yankyu had long heard that the master favored him greatly, even going so far as to sacrifice his lifespan recently to stop tens of thousands of enemy troops to help him cross the river, to go to such lengths. It was likely that even if it was in the inner sect, the old man would elevate him to a true inheritor in a couple of years. Even if Chen Sansi didn't know about the lifespan sacrifice, he must have felt the master's appreciation to some extent, right? Possibly in the future, he would have to directly call the old man his father-in-law. Why bother? But then, Rong Yankyu thought it made sense. Without this perseverance, how would the master have taken a liking to him? It was precisely because of this spirit that he gained the master's appreciation. Not just to show off thighs was not to put the cart before the horse. How many years had it been? The old man had so many disciples in his life, yet he was the first one to be valued even before entry level. Although this was just their speculation, as the master had never explicitly stated it from beginning to end, everyone could see he was extraordinary. Oh no. Rong Yankyu, observing the situation in front of him, almost went up to stop it, but ultimately controlled himself. Suddenly, fresh blood started overflowing from the corners of Chen Sansi's mouth. Internal injuries. In the end, the clash between two martial artists was still a contest of physical strength. Refining internal organs' perfection not only allowed for a blood explosion, but also a higher grade of refining one's organs to withstand greater impacts. But refining organs' small success was not enough. If it were a spacious area, Chen Sansi could use the terrain to alleviate the pressure, but since he could not leave the designated area of the platform, he had no choice but to endure an impact several times his own power. As the Xuan Yuan 5 organ's body was not yet cultivated, his organs naturally could not compare to his opponents, receiving severe internal injuries at this moment. Why must you compete with me? The world belongs to my cow family, can you ever win against me? Cao Fan's blood surged, his long saber as if capable of splitting heaven and earth. His words did not interfere with the continued expansion of his killing intent. Die. After 18 consecutive slashes, while taking advantage of the distance his opponent was pushed back, he first embedded the saber in the ground, then like a humanoid beast charged forward, meanwhile pulling out the Azure Dragon Crescent Saber, lifted it above his head, and accompanied by several rotations in the air with the continuous enhancement of Qi blood, ferociously slammed down with the move Lion Slash. Great Sun Burning Sky. Boom. In an instant the world dimmed. The red sunset above the sky, as if grasped in Cao Fan's hands, merged with the long saber to form an unstoppable divine power sky dragon, carrying the power of heaven and earth and smashing down thunderously. This slash was the most powerful technique within the Golden Crow Heavenly Dragon Saber technique. Chen Sansi originally had a chance to dodge, but he could not retreat, as his feet were already at the very edge of the platform. Half a step back meant all his efforts would be in vain. Thus, a reckless python, actively facing the divine power sky dragon. Buzz, a huge notch appeared on the gun blade of the reed leaf long spear. Even the Azure Dragon Crescent Saber intermittently trembled and momentarily retreated. The price was that Chen Sansi's organs felt as if they were being slashed by thousands of blades, his throat filled with the taste of blood. A mouthful of bloody water was forcibly swallowed back down. Even the floor of the platform collapsed several inches. Half of his body was outside the platform, just a line away from elimination with no retreat. He bore all the power upon himself, while the Azure Dragon Crescent Saber briefly rested before coming back with a vengeance. Forget it. Rong Yankyu even couldn't help but speak out loud. Continuing would only last another 2 or 3 rounds at most. The defeat was basically set. She didn't know if Chen Sansi heard her. She only saw that he actually moved forward another 2 steps. If you seek death so earnestly, I will fulfill you. The python wailed. Heavenly Dragon Divine Power. To hold on this long is already a miracle. Pei Tianan put down his teacup. Otherwise, we should call it off. Mr. Hu anxiously said, Mr. Chen has likely sustained severe internal injuries, and he stubbornly refuses to concede. Continuing like this, I'm worried it might damage his foundation. Since the outcome is already determined, wouldn't it be better to announce the princely heir as the winner ahead of time? Mr. Hu, are you biased towards this man? Pei Tianan spoke with a smile, yet his words were completely the opposite. He hasn't conceded dying on the platform is meant to be, whereas the precedence for bending the rules early. Governor Pei's choice of words is inappropriate, isn't it? Mr. Hu retorted, our family is just worried about harming great Sheng dynasty's own talents. Pei Tianan raised an eyebrow. Mr. Hu, are you suggesting Wen Qiashi isn't talented? You. Mr. Hu snorted coldly, no longer responding, and turned his head back to watch the platform. Boom. After enduring who knows how many more barrages from the Azure Dragon Crescent Saber, Chen Sansi's vision started to blur, his injuries being fully because he was using his disadvantages to combat the enemy's advantages. 26-27. With every round he survived, the injuries inside his body worsened, but at the same time he became more familiar with his opponent's techniques. Clang, clang, clang. Ah. Cao Fan waved the azure dragon crescent saber almost maniacally. With each strike it was evident from the blood trickling from the opponent's mouth, and this blood, for him, was undoubtedly an exciting tonic. What are you still holding on for? He had initially thought that the opponent had some sort of powerful technique like his great sun burning sky unused, but now it seemed there wasn't any special technique, it was just sheer endurance. Unexpectedly, when his intention to kill could not succeed from the start, upon discarding the thought of killing, only wanting to win the duel, the opponent instead willingly presented himself to be slaughtered. Cao Fan and Wen Qiushi had no real affection for each other. The latter was nothing more than a fawning cur that came to suck up after he arrived in Liangzhu. But as the saying goes, even when you strike a dog, you must respect its owner. The Chen killed his dog. If he, as the owner, didn't seek revenge, who else would dare to come and ally themselves with him in the future? Not to mention, from beginning to end, Chen Sansi had never shown any fear towards him. A servant, actually not fearing the emperor's family, deserves to die. The final strike, clang. With the resolve to kill, Cao Fan once again unleashed the lion jump / great sun burning sky. However, the expected scene of a killing blow did not occur. The great sun burning sky was not only blocked, but the opponent used some indescribable technique, far easier than the last time, countering this furious and violent strike without taking even half a step back. Cao Fan's gaze followed the movement of the weapons until he locked eyes with a pair of pupils tinged with blood, making his heart tremble. 30. Chen Sansi silently counted the number. The 30th round. The score is composed, the melody resounds. In an instant, he felt as if everything in the world had slowed down, especially the opponent standing in front of him, whose every move became crystal clear. The Golden Crow Heavenly Dragon Saber Technique. This technique, which is said to have no equal at his level of mastery. At this instant, in Chen Sansi's eyes, it became riddled with flaws, and the azure dragon crescent saber's movements incredibly slow. The dying python opened its eyes anew, embarking on a reverse hunt against the almighty heavenly dragon. How is this possible? Cao Fan's brows furrowed tightly, his face full of astonishment. His final move, which should have either killed his opponent or at least stripped away all his combat strength, was now being countered. Where did this kid find the strength to fight back? What? Atop the city wall. Pei Tianan and Mr. Who almost simultaneously shot up to their feet, stepping forward to get a clearer view atop the battlements. Even Sun Xiangzong straightened up slightly. Good. Sun Buki stretched his neck as far as he could. Yifengxiu even used his Qinggong to scale a several Zhang-high stone pillar, overlooking the arena, all to get a clearer view. What's happening? Did he use our compassionate redemption technique? Meng Guangxin had halfway given up hope and started drinking, but seeing their reactions, he quickly got up to join the excitement, the afterglow of the setting sun. On the arena, the python hunts the heavenly dragon. What was once a ferocious and overwhelming Golden Crow Heavenly Dragon Saber technique now looked full of flaws in the eyes of Chen Sansi. He no longer had to endure and forcefully defend, but could resolve each strike with a specific angle and an appropriate level of qi blood strength, waiting for the opportunity to counterattack. The one who was profoundly aware of this was none other than Cao Fan himself. His confidence crumbled bit by bit, replaced by shock and incomprehension. He couldn't understand why, from a certain moment onwards, no matter how he attacked, his moves would be effortlessly dismantled, as if his opponent could foresee the future and predict his strikes to make the perfect defense. No, that's not right. It was more like his saber technique had been unraveled. Before the contest began, Cao Fan had received assistance, learning the characteristics of the Unity Spear technique, prepared for the frenzied power, which allowed him to remain calm and collected. But the feeling Chen Sansi gave him was much more than that. It was as if he had practiced the saber technique countless times himself, knowing every move inside out. But that was even more impossible. Golden Crow Heavenly Dragon Saber technique wasn't something anyone in the imperial family could learn. It required a strict qualification assessment before one could practice it. There definitely wasn't anyone outside the Cao family who knew it, so the only possibility was. During these 30 rounds of battle, the opponent gradually became familiar with and solved the saber technique. Cao Fan's heart was horrified. What kind of demonic genius was this? To solve a saber technique created by an unrivaled master and passed down for hundreds of years, all in the span of 30 rounds. He would rather believe someone from the Cao family had given the cultivation technique to Chen Sansi than accept that the opponent was such a monstrous talent. The once suppressed python, as the contest went on, launched a fierce and sharp counteroffensive, gradually matching the heavenly dragon in strength, making it hard to distinguish the victor. No wonder, Rong Yankyu couldn't help exclaiming, even I'm starting to admire him, not to mention the little junior sister. Taking the championship, Chen Sansi going for the championship. The tens of thousands of spectators present were slow to realize, awakening to the fact that something extraordinary was about to happen. This selected point was universally expected to be won by Cao Fan. If there was a different outcome, who knew what kind of uproar it would cause? That's impossible, right? To fight to this extent with only a small achievement in refining internal, it's already rare in this world, let alone winning that's like a fantasy. Don't speak so soon, it seems there might be a chance. While tens of thousands of people were in shock, as if a pot had exploded, another group of people appeared incredibly calm, as if they had expected this all along. I won hand over the 10 taels of silver. Bullshit, it's not over yet. That princely heir, he definitely can't last 50 rounds, stop kidding yourself. Who says so? There's still a chance. While everyone else had assumed from the start that the champion leader would be the emperor's family princely heir, the soldiers from the Po Yang County garrison in the corner opened a betting pool. They bet on how long Cao Fan could last. Some bet on 30 rounds, others on 40, and some even bet on 50. But no one bet on Cao Fan winning. Indeed, they never considered that their general would lose, not even once. In everyone's hearts, the person who led them from Po Yang to this place, facing tens of thousands of the enemy army besieging and intercepting them, yet still able to escort tens of thousands across the river, had already become like a heavenly god. How could a heavenly god possibly lose? Trash, someone cursed it under their breath. Damn it, you dare to insult the princely heir. Do you not want to live? Show some respect with your words, don't drag the general into this. Even if you can break my saber technique, you still won't win. No matter how shaken Cao Fan was in his heart, he always remained composed without creating more flaws, a testament to remaining calm in a crisis. Even if the advantage of his saber technique had vanished, he still had his cultivation level to suppress the other. In terms of pure strength, the opponent couldn't surpass him. His blood explosion state could still hold for another 10 rounds by then. Surely he could exhaust the opponent's chi blood, couldn't he? But as another 8 rounds passed and seeing that the opponent showed no sign of chi blood decline, Cao Fan's anxiousness could no longer be concealed. He even suspected that the other was a Hua Jin master, otherwise, where could such abundant chi blood come from? Impossible, impossible. Feeling the ebbing and drying of his chi blood within, Cao Fan roared unwillingly. His azure dragon crescent in hand no longer had a chance to attack and needed to be fully defended. In the eyes of the spectators, the blood-colored giant python began to gain the upper hand from a previously evenly matched struggle. Mr. Pei, quick, you must watch over this. Mr. Hu spoke up to remind, they've seen red. It's very possible they won't be able to hold back. We can't afford any more mishaps. His worry was natural. He feared Chen Sansi might kill Cao Fan. Recalling Wen Qiushi's death still made him shudder. They couldn't afford to be shocked at how the fight turned out. What filled their minds more was fear. If Cao Fan died in the arena, things would really blow up. Crack, Pei Tianan threw down his teacup, jumping directly from several zhang high off the walls, descending along the city wall to reach the side of the martial arts arena at the fastest speed, ready to intervene at any moment. The 49th round. Cao Fan could no longer hold on, his blood explosion state coming to an abrupt end, his body beginning to sink into a state of extreme weakness as the aftereffect of overexertion and blood explosion followed soon after. Correspondingly, the intensity of his saber technique dropped sharply, and now even his defense began to weaken. Unwilling to accept this, pushing all other emotions aside, all that was left was an intense unwillingness, condensed into 3 words. True, he was born into the imperial family, but since childhood he never slacked off in martial training, not in the slightest. On the contrary, among all his peers, he was absolutely the most diligent. To practice upon hearing the crow of a rooster was his daily routine. Adding to that his physique and resources, over the years he never lost, not in his own level, and he could even spar with ordinary Hua Jin masters. Never had he been defeated, never. Today he was about to lose to a peer who came from the countryside, to just a 9-dragon body, a subpar physique that even a martial saint couldn't achieve. What a humiliation, what a shame. It meant his efforts were still not enough. This Chen Sansi, he must have worked even harder. Heaven rewards the diligent. Today's defeat was set in stone. Cao Fan's hand holding the saber began to tremble, forced to acknowledge this fact. Chen Sansi. He would etch this name deep in his heart. If he could not defeat this man in the future, he would forever have an unforgettable shadow, and his saber technique would never again shine like the fierce sun in the sky. Since he lost today, so be it. But he must find an opportunity to win back. Even if it meant practicing the complete Golden Crow saber technique at the cost of shortening his lifespan, he had to win back, otherwise, history books would record this immense disgrace forever. Atop the arena, a miraculous scene unfolded. The Azure Dragon Crescent was defeated, flicked high into the air by the long spear. Python swallows the dragon. This battle between the dragon and the python ultimately turned around completely, declaring the giant python's victory at the end. I concede. Just before the gun tip could reach his throat, Cao Fan's voice rose in the martial arts arena. Conceding. The princely heir conceded. Chen Sansi really won. The tens of thousands in the audience were all dumbstruck. Refining internal organs' small success wins against refining internal organs' perfection. Hiss, Chen Sansi really made it to the end, and all the trials he faced were Class A. The numerous officials on the city wall also took a long time to react. Yan Chenking was ashamed. Before selected point began, he actually suggested that the other should assist him. He was eliminated right at the start, while Chen Sansi has truly made it to the end, defeating the theoretically strongest princely heir among all people. Chen San's arms showed bulging meridians, his chi blood surging and boiling as he forcefully retracted his spear tip, slamming it onto the ground. It wasn't that he wanted to hold back, but it was too late. Pei Tianan had already arrived at the arena, and any thrust would have been blocked. There was an even more important point. Unlike with Wen Qiushi, killing this person couldn't be put in the open. He temporarily did not have the power to openly confront the Cao family. Power was not enough. Thankfully, in the end, he won. Bathed in the setting sun, Chen Sansi exhaled a long breath of turbid air. He had injuries within, but his chi blood was still abundant, enough to fight for another 60 rounds at least. Princely heir. Pei Tianan couldn't care about anything else and hurriedly asked, "Are you injured?" "No." Cao Fan closed his eyes, merely a bit weak from overexertion. There was no need for him to persist unnecessarily, as that would only result in an uglier defeat. By verbally conceding, at least he could keep some face and not disgrace the imperial family too much. Princely heir, how could this? As a martial saint, even Pei Tianan found it somewhat hard to accept. If someone is better, there's nothing to say. Cao Fan's fist clenched until it turned white. Besides, isn't there still one final challenge left? In the bone feeling segment, a Class A rank in one challenge is equivalent to 2 other Class A ranks. After all the calculations, he would still be the winner. Finally, Princely heir Pei Tianan recounted the conversation they had with Sun Xiangzong before the competition began. What, damn it? Cao Fan exploded. What you mean is that you want this princely heir and him to both be true inheritors, to call each other brothers in the future. And you should be very clear about what being a selected point means. Nobody was sure if Sun Xiangzong would really reveal the immortal law to break through to a level above martial saint, but everyone was certain it was the only possible opportunity they had, and if missed, there would truly be no other chance. Princely heir, please calm your anger. This mistake is indeed my fault. Pei Tianan cursed inwardly. Who could have anticipated that Chen Sansi could actually win? It was supposed to be an impossible feat. Marquis Pei. Cao Fan came to a corner below the arena, setting aside the matter of the immortal law for now. Do you have any idea how much treasure medicine is needed after winning the championship? Do you think there's an abundance of treasure medicine that the court can squander? Princely heir, I am certainly aware of that. Pei Tianan said, fortunately, it was just a verbal agreement which is not binding. I will find a solution. Thump. After a long silence, the supervising general sounded the gong, declaring the end of the last match in the selected point. Chen Sansi is victorious, Class A, little junior brother. She took a porcelain bottle from her bosom with great care. This is treasure medicine for healing internal injuries. Senior sister 9. Rong Yankyu reached out to pinch his face. Little junior brother is really amazing. Chen Sansi instinctively dodged backward. He really won. Meng Guangxin rubbed his eyes. Very good, very good. This match was fought well. Now we don't have to call the Cao family brothers. Old fifth, you're celebrating too soon. Second senior brother Cheng Wei said, have you forgot? There's still bone feeling next. How can little junior brother's 9 dragon body compare to the dragon heart tiger bone of an innate martial saint? Meng Guangxin felt sick. He came to the wheelchair. Old 4, you've been flipping through that book for several days now. So what's the verdict? Has a 9 dragon body ever broken through to martial saint in 1,000 years? Hurry up and kick out Mr. Cao. Don't let him stay around and be an eyesore every day. Fang Qingyun shook his head no. The selected point competition ended. All 3 chief examiners ascended the high platform. Thousand Captain Li Qianzong sounded the gong, announcing the final segment of the selected point. Bone feeling. Bone feeling. I almost forgot, there's still bone feeling. The martial competition had been so tumultuous that it was only now that most people realized there was still the most crucial step yet to take, the bone examination. To determine the upper limit of a martial artist, the weight carried by bone examination was still the greatest. Mr. Chen is going to suffer a great loss. It can't be helped, his physical constitution is limited, and he will ultimately fall short of becoming a martial saint. Atop the high platform, Sun Xiangzong, who had been silent until now, slowly began to speak. Gentlemen, do the words spoken earlier still hold? Of course they hold. Pei Tianan said with a chuckle, Supervisor, starting next year, those who win the martial competition across different realms will be counted as 2 Class A winners. Sun Xiangzong glanced at him sideways. Oh, next year. Yes, Sun Supervisor. Pei Tianan backed away several steps as he spoke. Rules cannot be changed willy-nilly. We would seem quite frivolous if we did. The new rules must be posted and widely announced before the next selected point begins. Only then can it be considered fair. Mr. Hu, what do you think? Our house agrees with Marquis Pei's view. Mr. Hu also retreated a distance of over a dozen yards before speaking. The court's resources are limited, after all. The emperor is quite fond of Mr. Chen, but in the end he cannot achieve the title of martial arts saint. He was not one of the crown prince's people, but on this matter he had to maintain unanimity, immortal law, and it would be best if it remained in the hands of a member of the Cao family. Gentlemen, why stand so far away from this old man while speaking? Sun Xiangzong, with hands clasped behind his back, spoke unhurriedly. This is my last year at Selected Point. What's the problem with taking one more apprentice? In the end, isn't it all for cultivating talents for our great Sheng dynasty? Supervisor Sun. Pei Tianan had a pleading expression. You still need to consider this carefully, Xiao Pei. You really are like your master. Sun Xiangzong shook his head, even managing a chuckle. You talk as if you're just passing gas. Pei Tianan was taken aback. Supervisor, you flatter me. If Sun Xiangzong looked at him, what if this old man insists on taking two? Supervisor. Pei Tianan exclaimed as he once again retreated 100 yards. The treasure medicine is all transported from the capital city. No one can interfere with you taking apprentices, but whether the treasure medicine can be shipped to Liangzhou, that's another story. The essence of Selected Point was a contest over resources. Without resources, the title of champion leader would be meaningless. Mr. Hu. Sun Xiangzong then looked towards the chief eunuch in his python-patterned robe. Are you backing out too? Supervisor Sun, please don't make it difficult for our house. Mr. Hu said with a pained expression, the court truly has limited resources. You two come back here. Sun Xiangzong motioned with his hand, stand next to this old man. Pei Tianan and Mr. Hu exchanged glances, each signaling the other to go first with their eyes, but for a while neither made a move. Supervisor Sun. Pei Tianan forced a stiff smile. The junior must say something. Ning Chengquin's matter, although his crimes in disturbing Selected Point deserved death many times over, His Majesty was still somewhat angered by your acting first and reporting after. It's only because of your long-standing hard work and contributions that he didn't pursue the matter. If it happens again. Sun Xiangzong acted as if he had heard nothing, and enunciated each word carefully. When I tell you to come here, you come here. Pei Tianan felt around his waist to make sure he had brought the object, which gave him some confidence. The reason he was stationed next to Liangzhou was to keep an eye on Sun Xiangzong's potential madness. He had something to rely on to some extent. The gift he received from the court should suffice to save his life. After thinking it over, he finally gritted his teeth and returned to Sun Xiangzong's side. Lord Governor, please think thrice before you act. Upon seeing his return, Mr. Hu also followed back. Both men were on tenterhooks. However, Sun Xiangzong was instructing the people below, go and notify them to come over. Let us begin the bone-feeling ceremony. Pei Tianan let out a long sigh of relief. It seems the supervisor still puts the overall situation first. I admire you greatly for that. Before we begin, this old man wants to confirm one last time. Sun Xiangzong looked at him askance, his voice somewhat hoarse. There really can't be two champion leaders. You cannot regret it later. Champion leader, champion leader. Naturally, there can only be one, Pei Tianan said confidently. Good, I've given the opportunity. You can't blame me. Sun Xiangzong nodded to signal the start. An opportunity had been given. Pei Tianan suddenly felt something amiss, but couldn't quite figure out what it was just yet. Soon, Cao Fan stepped onto the high platform, bowed deeply with clasped fists, and respectfully addressed, I have seen the Lord Governor. Sun Xiangzong spoke gravely. The princely heir need not undergo the test. The dragon heart tiger bone is well known to all, a class A without doubt. Li Qianzong, holding the register by the side, announced the final results. Princely heir Cao Fan has obtained 5 class A marks. Cao Fan said joyfully, a day as your student equals a lifetime as your son. I shall never forget the grace of your teachings, and will surely repay it greatly in the future. His reference to the future naturally implied after his own father ascended the throne. Whether the people of the Sun family can land safely after Sun Xiangzong's demise, the current crown prince will play a significant role, and that's also why he dared to partake in the Selected Point competition. Today is not the day of the apprenticeship ceremony. The princely heir should step down first, Sun Xiangzong said leisurely. Next one. Chen Sansi promptly stepped onto the stage. What a pity. The moment he appeared, the crowd below sighed. Just like me, defeated by the physique, Yi Fengxiu muttered to himself. His physique was not to be faked. His reaching this point was entirely due to his perception, somewhat feeling the shared sorrow of a kindred spirit's downfall. What use is physique? Meng Guangxin, with his robust voice, declared, I may have the body of martial saint, but haven't I been stuck in the Xuanxiang realm for 20 years? Are you actually proud? Rong Yanqiu lamented, Master, with Li Shi sister and Bu Qi both so fond of him. Let us lend a hand in the future, see if there's a chance to win back the position of true disciple through military achievements. I have seen the supervisor. Chen San has been in Liangzhou for nearly a month, yet it was the first time he was this close to the legendary governor. Were it not for the Qingshuan energy circulating in his body, he might really look no different from the old men at the village entrance. Although I didn't witness it with my own eyes, I can basically conclude that it was Sun Xiangzong who made a move then, otherwise, I'd probably still be in big trouble. Sun Xiangzong nodded slightly, and his voice, like thunder, smashed into the ears of everyone present. Class A, you may step down. Next to him, Li Qianzong quickly summarized, Chen Sansi, through the 5 stages of selected point, has achieved 6 Class As and is ranked first in the selected point as the champion leader, and will be received as the Governor Mansion's chief true disciple. Class A, Cao Fan felt as if struck by lightning, hastily looking up. What did Sun Dushi say? Isn't he of the 9-dragon body? The 9-dragon body isn't the body of martial saint, is it? At most, this year he could only be considered Class B. Even among Class BS, he can't be considered the best. The soldiers, the eliminated selected spear generals, Meng Guangxin and the other brothers almost doubted if they had heard incorrectly, until Li Qianzong repeated the content again. Supervisor, you must be mistaken, right? Pei Tianan interrupted. If I remember correctly, Mr. Chen should be of the 9-dragon body, shouldn't he? There hasn't been a martial saint for 1,000 years, how could he be classified as Class A? Exactly. Mr. Hu followed and said, moreover, Lord Governor, inspecting the bone, you didn't even put your hands on him, how did you give a Class A? They found it strange. Even if Sun Xiangzong was showing favoritism, he shouldn't have used such a low-level tactic. Mr. Pei, Mr. Hu, I am not of the 9-dragon body. Chen Sansi took off his robe, revealing strong and smooth muscle lines. The blood of the dragon elephant surged within him, numerous muscular veins like coiling dragons winding around his body's surface. The skin on his body even reflected a metallic sheen. From the start to the last of the selected point competition, although he was initially suppressed by Cao Fan during the martial contest, since there were no external injuries, he never directly demonstrated the defensive capabilities of the Vajra body. Plus, wearing clothes, unless one had an exceptional vision, it was impossible to notice, which is also why bone inspection necessitated hands-on touching. 9-dragon tendon, Vajra body, could Mr. Chen possibly be? Mr. Hu stepped forward, sliding a dagger out from his sleeve, and lightly grazed it across the skin's surface. Creak. The sound of metal scraping was particularly grating at that moment. Vajra body. Pei Tianan also came forward to inspect. Multiple physiques merged. You are the rare transformation and mysterious body. Transformation and mysterious body. Despite his youth, those knowledgeable about martial bodies knew it was indeed one of the innate martial saints' bodies. Those who understood what this entailed looked at each other with realization. This man was actually of the transformation and mysterious body. No wonder, no wonder. All prior strangeness suddenly seemed reasonable in the eyes of the crowd. This was more like it. Genius against genius. If Chen Sansi is also of the innate martial saint body, then it means that for 6 Class As against 5 Class As, he truly won, undoubtedly becoming the champion leader of this selected point, and will become the chief true disciple, and more likely, he would have the chance to come into contact with the immortal law that all martial artists yearn for in their dreams. It seems I've overextended myself and expended effort in vain. Fang Qingyun laughed and tossed aside the scroll in his hand. Fellow brothers, we are indeed going to have a new junior brother. This selected point's champion leader Chen Sansi is a true disciple. The other inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples will be announced later in the form of a notice. 7 days later, the master-apprentice ceremony will take place to pass on and continue the teachings. Wait a moment, Pei Tianan challenged Mr. Chen. Why did you conceal your physique? You're suspected of cheating. Marquis Pei, a lofty martial saint, surely can't be unaware that the transformation and mysterious body unfolds gradually as the realm improves. Fang Qingyun explained. When the selection officer went to fetch him, what he displayed was indeed the 9-dragon body. The most crucial point, isn't cheating supposed to involve falsifying one's physique, like mistaking the sword heart body for the Tongjian body, which if not scrupulously distinguished can be confused, and the early stage cultivation strength wouldn't differ much, using this method to snatch a Class A rating. Who would report a worse physique than they possess? Isn't that just asking for a loss? Pei Tianan was at a loss for words. Cao Fan's face darkened with complexity. On one hand, he was slightly comforted that he had not lost to a mere 9-dragon body. On the other, he had truly lost, and it was like lifting a rock only to drop it on his own feet. Originally, both could have become true inheritors if he had known earlier, Lord Governor. Pei Tianan wiped his face and said with a beaming smile, what about taking on 2 this year? Xiao Pei, you can talk nonsense. That's fine, Sun Xiangzong replied in a calm tone, but with so many watching I can't mimic you. Pei Tianan's mouth twitched. Commander, you make a fair point. At this stage of events, how could he not understand? They lacked insight to see through clothes and recognize the transformation and mysterious body, but Sun Xiangzong probably knew it clear from the start of the competition. He even sneakily gave them a chance, which they declined themselves. With this turn of events, even if the Cao family learned the whole truth later, they would have nothing to say. And the more prestigious the identity, the more they must abide by the rules, at least outwardly, as they need to maintain their prestige before so many warriors. How cunning. Born in the imperial palace, Mr. Hu was well versed in the art of manipulation. He was simply unable to think due to the opponent's irresistible martial power before. Now that he had come to his senses, they were all played. The surnamed son had banked on their unwillingness to yield. The one fortunate thing in this misfortune. It was Chen Sansi, who could be considered the emperor's man. Likely, if he ever acquired any immortal law, he would be willing to dedicate it to the court. This loyal individual would also remember the emperor's grace. After all, the emperor was the first to recognize him, conferring titles and medicine upon him. The emperor truly has the skill to know and employ people. Mr. Hu sighed with emotion. Princely heir, I've done all I could. Sun Xiangzong approached, deliberately patting his shoulder, speaking amiably, but there have been cases of those from the inner sect being promoted to true inheritors in previous years. Thou should strive for it. Thank you for the tip, Commander. Cao Fan cupped his fists, his thoughts complex, yet he remained outwardly respectful. All right, disperse now. Fang Qingyan pushed the wheelchair. Little junior brother, go back and recover well. Return after 7 days for the entry-level ceremony. I am the fourth, just call me fourth senior brother. Chen Sansi nodded. I understand, fourth senior brother. Also, Fang Qingyan spoke earnestly. Little junior brother, after your victory, many will come to you, some with good intentions and some not. You must judge for yourself. Walking out of the military city. Various officials had been waiting there for a long time. Mr. Chen, would you honor my humble abode with a visit? Sir, the Immortal Crane Tower invites you. General Chen, I have a granddaughter. She could be a concubine to you. Winning the selection point, with the body of martial saint, would be equivalent to being the martial arts top scholar in the capital city. It meant that given time, even if he were as slow on the uptake as Meng Guangxin, he was still guaranteed to become a main general of the profound image realm at the very least. The main generals of the 8 camps are all second-rank officials, with some achieving a first-rank noble title for their merits naturally. Many seek to currying favor and ingratiate themselves. Chen Sansi declined them all. He did not lack wealth. These people could not offer him any resources, so there was no need for these connections yet. Now that he had won the selection point, Chen Sansi started to plan the step-by-step goals he would need to achieve next in his mind. Firstly, it was naturally to learn from a master. To find a method to break through above martial saint was optimal. Who wouldn't want to see a bigger world, although it was still far off. Secondly, to improve his strength to refining internal organs perfection as soon as possible, and then to Hua Jin. In Liangzhu, the mere strength of refining internal wasn't enough, let alone the fact that he had offended many, all high-ranking officials from noble families, who were all waiting to take his life, only refraining due to rules for now. But whether they could restrain themselves after the selection point controversy subsided was uncertain. Moreover, it seemed that not all in the 8 camps were of one mind. Recalling the final competition, Chen Sansi distinctly felt that Cao Fan had some understanding of the unity spear technique. It was possible that someone had demonstrated it to him a few times. That was normal. Even blood brothers squabble over the division of inheritance, let alone martial brothers. It's common to be calculating. Only united fronts are suspicious. He would need to be wary going forward. Thirdly, to investigate the Witch God sect and the dark energy. What the Witch God sect was doing with their capture of martial artists, including the blood sacrifice, the ultimate purpose was still unknown. Why dark mystical energy appeared on a martial artist, and whether it was related to the poisonous beast in the mountains. Case by case, item by item, all needed to be slowly resolved. Furthermore, there was something even more important. He was about to become a father. After the selection point ended, at last, he had time to spend a few days with Sister Lan, and he could also take the opportunity to visit the Taoist temple. He was not interested in gods and Buddhas, but he was very interested in the gods and Buddhas worshipped by martial artists. On the ride back home, Chen Sansi also saw an acquaintance. Wen Qiaxi's father, Wen Zhai. This man was standing by the roadside, watching him with eyes filled with red spider web-like veins, and even from dozens of feet away, a murderous aura could be felt. Powerful families, sects, and gangs, they were all too oppressive. Their sons could come to bully you, even kill you without issue, but if you dared to fight back, dared not to cower and beg, it would only bring disaster upon yourself. Martial saint, so be it then. Chen Sansi had nothing to fear. More openly this guy stood here, the more it showed he didn't dare to make a move. It was merely intimidation. Still, I must hasten my cultivation. Just like back in Po-Yang, I need the refining internal realm to be able to dominate. In Liangzhu, putting aside Sun Xiangzong, one must at least be a martial saint. A long and arduous path. And before I left, my fourth senior brother Fang Qingyan warned me that someone would be looking for me. Was he talking about Wen Zhai or someone else? Master has returned. Si Qin greeted him at the door. After dismounting his horse, Chen Sansi headed straight for the pharmacy. In the yard, he had specifically cleared out a woodshed to serve as a pharmacy and had Sikin Mohua buy a lot of medicine according to the prescription he wrote. He personally prepared medicinal brews for Sister Lan to restore her health, while at the same time honing his medical skills. Skill, medical skill. Ordinary proficient. Progress 290, 1000. This skill, just like studying, progresses extremely slowly after a certain level. I need to continue learning more advanced medical skills. After arriving in Liangzhu, not only has my understanding of martial arts improved significantly, but my comprehension of medical skills has also gained new insights. It's said that truly skilled doctors can use force or gang qi to assist in refining medicines, reducing the toxicity of drugs, thereby allowing martial artists to absorb more supplemental medicine in a short period of time. The making of treasure medicine involves such processes. Both the age of the medicinal herbs and the techniques of the doctor are subject to stringent requirements. But it is said learning to extract medicine with force is a skill that requires a great deal of time to learn, and the benefits gained are often not that significant. Hence, the vast majority remain ordinary doctors, like those medical officers that Jiang oversees, with only a few who are hopeless in breaking through and interested in this pursuit willing to attempt it. And in the military forces of Liangzhu, there are 2 precious doctors of the Meridian Passage realm. After the apprenticeship ceremony is over, see if I can seek their guidance. Brother, do you want a son or a daughter? Lying in bed at night, Gu Xinlin embraced the man's arm and whispered, I want them all. Chen Sansi replied, at least one son and one daughter, right? Gu Xinlin asked, what if it's always boys or always girls? Then we'll just have a few more. I'm not a breeding mother. Brother where are you putting your hand? I'm pregnant. We can't have you forgot. I know I'm not doing anything. Thud. A shriek suddenly sounded from the front yard. See Chen Sansi grabbed his bow and arrows from the wall and the long spear from the corner and rushed out. What happened? Master, there's someone. See Chin's voice trembled as she pointed up at the eaves. Someone was standing up there, throwing things into the yard just now. Bang! Empowered by the blood of the dragon elephant, combined with light as a feather, Chen Sansi leaped onto the roof and from afar saw a figure darting away into the night. He checked his arrow bag at his waist for whistling arrows and then took off in pursuit. Liangzhu had recently suffered so many deaths, so naturally, it was on high alert. No matter the cultivation realm of the person ahead, as long as he shot a whistling arrow into the sky, there would immediately be a large group of city guard army coming to encircle and suppress. Chen Sansi's speed was no slower than the other parties, but since his opponent had a significant lead, maintaining a distance of several hundred steps, and was very familiar with the layout of Liangzhu City, he quickly disappeared without a trace around a corner. Who's there? He stood on the roof, lost in thought. It didn't seem like the witch god sect, but then who could it be? Cao Fan and his group. That didn't seem likely either. This person was skilled in Qinggong and probably deliberately let Si Qin discover him. After being exposed, he didn't harm anyone, suggesting no ill intent, but trespassing into someone's home uninvited and with unknown identity is a great offense. They're here. With his wife still at home, Chen Sansi didn't dare to chase too far and was about to return when another figure appeared under the moonlight. Manor Master Wenjai of Moon-Splitting Mountain Villa came flying with a black-clothed person in tow. Chen Sansi looked at the black-clothed person, then at Wenjai and quickly understood. This rival martial saint seemed to be guarding his door, acting as a bodyguard. You can't die right now. If you die, the one surnamed son will come after me. Wenjai spoke with eyes reddish-purple and his teeth clattering fiercely. Not long after returning with his son's body, he heard the outcome of the selected point and felt a wave of despair in his heart. A true disciple meant it would be even less possible to act rashly, especially at this critical juncture. Or to put it another way, anyone could kill Chen Sansi, but he could not, at least not recently. Chen Sansi momentarily didn't know what to say. Was the supervisor's deterrence this powerful? Indeed, the death of Ning Chengquan was witnessed by hundreds of thousands. Blood refiners might not be so fearful, but the martial saints certainly were, and very much so. The two descended from the roof to the ground. When Jai pointed at the black-clothed person, his voice trembling with anger, "Why does he want to kill you?" "I don't know." Chen Sansi candidly replied. "You don't know? Just how many people have you offended?" When Jai slapped the black-clothed person, who spat out blood, wailing in pain. Only then did his heart feel a bit relieved. This man, with merely the refining internal organs perfection and seriously injured by me, what should I do with him next? Shall I kill him or hand him over to you? After pondering for a moment, Chen Sansi said, "Hand him over to me." HMPH. When Jai, as if tossing out trash, threw the half-dead man in black over. He shouted at the young generals retreating back, "Chen Sansi, I will kill you, Master Wen." Chen Sansi stopped in his tracks and suddenly said, "Do you feel wronged?" When Jai was taken aback. "Your son wanted to kill me. Should I simply accept my fate as a fish on the chopping board? I'll leave you with a saying. Chen Sansi's face was expressionless. To not teach one's child is the father's fault. You mean to say this is all my fault? When Jai indignantly said, then I shall also kill you. I want a fair duel with you, to determine the superior, to decide life or death. Aren't you the transformation and mysterious body? I'll wait until you break through to Martial Saint. Fine, Chen Sansi promised. If Master Wen truly intends this, I will face you in the arena when the time comes. To not teach one's child is the father's fault. When Jai stood in the night breeze, silently contemplating this phrase, he was all too aware that it was his son who had made things difficult first, but the deep-seated hatred of bloodshed was not easy to dispel from one's thoughts. A fair duel was something the other party had agreed to. By then, even if you were to beat him to death on the arena, the elephant sect would have nothing to say. I merely at the refining internal stage have set a life and death match with a martial saint. Chen Sansi felt somewhat helpless as he carried the man in black back home. My lord, Si Kin Mohua had been waiting at the door, scared out of her wits. Chen Sansi asked, did you say earlier that something was thrown into the yard? Yes. Si Chin brought over a letter, still tied to a stone. Good, do not disturb the lady, tell her it's nothing and to go to bed early. After giving instructions, Chen Sansi went to the firewood shed. He bound the unconscious man in black securely with rope, then removed the mask to reveal a delicate face underneath, one that looked about the same age as Si Kin Mohua. A woman, Chen Sansi, looking at her serene features, was somewhat taken aback. He picked up an arrow as though it were a dagger and first severed the black-clad person's hand and foot tendons, ensuring she couldn't move. After applying medicine to stop the bleeding and keep her alive, he sat down quietly to wait. He had a reason for bringing this person back, because he had seen a hint of Qingshuan energy on her. That's right, the same type of energy that was inside Sun Xiangzong's body. Only it was incredibly faint, almost invisible unless looked at closely, and easy to overlook. If one were to make a comparison, it would be like the difference between the bright moon and the light of fireflies. That's why Chen Sansi had decided to bring her back to find out the truth. Moreover, the fact that she was almost killed outright indicated that this slight trace of Qingshuan energy couldn't possibly be enough to save her life. Otherwise, she would have used it by now. Of course, it was still better to disable her first, to be on the safe side. Is there really a method to absorb Qingshuan energy? Chen Sansi was certain it was no coincidence. He wasn't sure whether he could uncover a thing or two after becoming an apprentice. If he couldn't get clear answers from this person, he could also take her to the governor mansion. He pulled out a letter, and after opening it, there were only a few words inside. Please, General Chen, come to the Red Sleeve Tower for a meeting 3 days later. Red Sleeve Tower. Chen Sansi recalled the name, which seemed to be a famous brothel in Liangzhu. What did they want him to do? Why didn't they invite him before, but sought him out right after he triumphed at selected point, obviously having an ulterior motive? About 2 or 3 hours later, the woman in black gradually woke up. Then she cried. Chen Sansi scolded, shut up. The woman cried even harder. I told you to shut up, clang. Chen Sansi drew the Zhenyu sword and pressed it against her neck. Only then did the woman in black quiet down, but she still couldn't stop trembling. Who are you? Chen Sansi warned, I don't have the patience to ask a second time. Seeking Immortal Tower. The woman sobbed, it hurts, seeking Immortal Tower. Chen Sansi remembered the records in the Chronicle of Sects throughout the world. A mysterious sect with 1,000 years of legacy, solely dedicated to seeking immortal traces. What do you want from me? My master sent me. The woman in black was at the peak of her grievance. I was just delivering a letter. What gives you the right to treat me this way? Nonsense. Chen Sansi said coldly, why deliver a letter without going through the front door? Because we are mysterious, the woman in black replied matter-of-factly. What kind of reasoning is that? Chen Sansi pressed further, why seek me out at the Red Sleeve Tower? I don't know, I really don't know anything. I was just here to deliver the letter. There was no ill intent. The woman in black, terrified and unable to move, chattered her teeth as she spoke. I only know it seems related to immortal law. Please let me go, I beg of you, woo-woo-woo. Immortal law. Chen Sansi fell silent. He couldn't entirely trust nor disregard her words. He could, however, judge that she truly had no malice, but he felt no guilt either. What kind of good person would visit one's house, choosing to come in the dead of night and donned in night-traveling clothes? Not being directly killed by Martial Saint, when Jai was already lucky having her hands and feet tendons cut, was only a minor punishment for the affront, and it was on the lighter side. Otherwise, his home might indeed turn into a marketplace in the future. Besides, if this girl truly belonged to the Seeking Immortal Tower, such injuries were definitely curable for them. Killing her was not necessary. The Seeking Immortal Tower is shrouded in mystery. Chen Sansi did not have sufficient strength and saw no need to make an enemy for sure. As for whether or not to go to the appointment, that could wait until after the sect initiation ceremony. With this in mind, he said, you can leave now. Woo-woo-woo, the woman in black just cried. Chen Sansi realized that the person he had temporarily disabled would be paralyzed for a long time without treasure medicine to treat her. After thinking it over, he lifted the woman onto his shoulder and left the house. The woman, full of resentment, murmured, "Just take me to the Red Sleeve Tower." Today was truly the most unlucky day of her life. She was just delivering a message. How could she have encountered a martial saint? Without so much as a question, he plunged so many knives into her, utterly savage. Where was the rumored hero who helped civilians across the river, the Good Samaritan? He was just downright evil. Luckily, he didn't dare to kill her. It seemed that the reputation of seeking Immortal Tower still held some sway. "Wait, where are you taking me?" The woman who had just breathed a sigh of relief suddenly realized they were going the wrong way. This isn't the way to the Red Sleeve Tower. The man carrying her was running so fast that the street scenes on both sides swiftly changed and receded. About half an hour later, a mansion appeared in front of them, with 3 big characters written on the black plaque above the door: Governor Mansion, Sun Xiangzong's private residence. It was the crack of dawn, with the sky just beginning to brighten in the east. Surprisingly, for someone who was the first person over military and political affairs in the Northern Territory during wartime, there were no patrolling soldiers, and not even a gatekeeper at the front gate, just 2 enormous stone lions. What are you going to do?" The woman struggled desperately. Let me go, let me go. You bastard, bastard." Chen Sansi had originally planned to just drop her on the street, but then he thought better of it and decided to take her to the Governor Mansion. Although he didn't kill her, he had caused her grave injury inflicted by Wenjai, which was an offense nonetheless. Who knew if she might retaliate? Furthermore, since seeking Immortal Tower had sought him out after the selected point, it certainly had something to do with Sun Xiangzong, not to mention the Qingshuan energy. He feared the situation was too complex for someone of his mere refining internal achievement to handle. Besides, it was something that couldn't be hidden. If only 2 people knew, it could be manageable, but even Master Wen had seen her. It was never a secret in the first place. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Sansi knocked on the door. After a long while, a servant came to open the door, yawning and groggily asking, "Who is it? Who are you looking for?" "I am Chen Sansi." Chen Sansi introduced himself. "I need to see the Lord Governor." "Oh, Mr. Chen, please wait a moment." The servant obviously had heard of this year's champion leader from the selected point. He went inside to notify his master. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the servant returned with a wheelchair. "Junior brother, master is still resting. Whatever it is, you can tell me." Fang Qingyun looked at the blood-covered woman on Chen Sansi's shoulder with puzzlement and said, "What's this about?" "Senior brother 4. Chen Sansi put the woman down on the ground and briefly described what had happened. "I'm not exactly sure what's going on, but I'll leave it to you." Seeking Immortal Tower, Fang Qingyun commented with interest. "It's been many years since they've shown themselves. I didn't expect them to come to you so quickly. Junior brother, you need not worry about it anymore. Leave her here and they won't dare to come for you again. Master has been quite busy and won't be able to see you for now. Let's wait until after the admittance ceremony." Chen Sansi bowed in gratitude and took his leave. As he walked a few steps away, he looked back one last time at the Qingshuan energy on the woman's body, flickering like fireflies. It seemed that it wasn't only Sun Governor who knew how to absorb Qingshuan energy. Seeking Immortal Tower must have also grasped some methods, albeit clumsily, so clumsily as to be almost useless. At least it had no effect on the woman in black. Chen Sansi's internal injuries were still a bit painful. Too lazy to walk, he summoned Qian Zun, who was still sleeping at home, to carry him. On the way back, he saw Master Wen, who had not slept all night, sitting at a tea stall at the corner of the road at the end of the mansion's district. "Was he guarding the gate for me all night?" Chen Sansi. Wenjai questioned, "Who exactly is the person in black, from which sect or faction, and why did they want to kill you? Tell me everything immediately." Master Wen need not concern himself, Chen Sansi said without looking back. "You think I want to meddle?" Wenjai stood up abruptly. At the very least, if this kid died within a few days of the selected point's end, he would never wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. "I have taken the person to the Governor Mansion. If Master Wen wants to know, he can go and ask." Chen Sansi lightly flicked the whip on the slightly grumpy Qian Zun, speeding away. Outrageous. Wenjai roared, reducing the table in front of him to splinters. You, the teahouse owner pointed accusingly, his voice trembling. "I'm going to report this to the Governor Mansion." "Shut up, I'll compensate you with silver." It took Chen Sansi 2 days, using the healing treasure medicine given by Senior Sister 9, to recover from his internal injuries, and then he resumed his cultivation, aiming to break through to refining internal organs perfection before the end of the month. Small achievement and perfection were indeed worlds apart. Had he also been able to unleash a blood explosion, would he have needed to exert so much effort against Cao Fan? Cultivation technique, Unity Spear technique, small achievement. Progress 829, 2000. The higher one ascends in the martial arts realm, the slower the progress naturally becomes, and even the body of Martial Saint was no exception. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people stuck at a certain realm. If outsiders knew, they would certainly marvel at his rapid progress, but Chen Sansi was still dissatisfied. It wasn't greed, but sheer necessity. With Cao Fan seeking Immortal Tower and Moon-splitting Mountain Villa all keeping a close eye on him, he could not always rely on the protection of the 8 camps and the governor. After all, even immortals can't be everywhere at once. Not to mention, they were all quite busy in their daily affairs. Recently, all the main generals from the camps gathered solely because the major battle had just ended and they needed recuperation as well as coincidentally, it was time for selected point. It's estimated that soon afterwards, they will disperse across various places in the Northwest 3 states. Ultimately, one has to rely on oneself. The development of immortal treasures is really too low. Chen Sanxi's application of abnormal fire was just like a primitive person who had just learned to use fire, directly burning the spiritual grain he consumed into ash, wasting who knows how much essence. It would be nice to find a container that could withstand the temperature of abnormal fire. Iron pots have been tried. Mystical weapon. He suddenly remembered the mystical weapons mentioned by Sun Buki. The metal used to forge mystical weapons can transmit force and must be of extraordinary quality, which could be seen from the Zhenyu sword. If there was a container made from forging mystical weapons, even if it couldn't completely withstand the temperature of abnormal fire, it'd still be okay at worst. It could be used as a consumable. Within the 8 camps there are doctors at the Meridian Passage realm, and the containers they use might just be forged from mystical weapons. Of course, this is just a guess for now. If that doesn't work, then it's only hunting left. Chen Sanxi, after much thought, knew that the only way to speed up his cultivation was to resort to his old trade. He wasn't lacking treasure medicine or spiritual grain, and the saber-toothed tiger meat was almost gone. Only by continuing to hunt exotic beasts could he increase his cultivation speed even faster. It was a good opportunity to figure out if there was any connection between the black qi in the mountainous poisonous beasts and Zhang Huimin, which might also involve some kind of immortal law and seemed even more exaggerated in terms of expressiveness. From Meridian Passage directly across to mysterious phenomenon. Lost in wild thoughts, Chen Sanxi practiced the Unity Spear technique twice more, then put down his weapon and returned to his bedroom to change into clean clothes before heading out with Gu Xinlan to Xia Yun Temple. Ever since becoming pregnant, Gu Xinlan often mentioned going to pray for the child's safety and blessings. It was her first time becoming a mother, so it was natural for her to feel nervous if a visit to the Taoist temple could provide some reassurance. That was certainly a good thing. The Su couple was already waiting early in the courtyard. On the way, Su Bin talked about Xia Yun Temple. General, after we came to Liangzhu, I had quite a lot of free time, so I wandered around quite a bit and even visited Xia Yun Temple twice. It's very popular, not just with common folks but many martial artists also like to go. Brother Bin, the common people like to worship gods and Buddha for emotional comfort, which I can understand, but why do martial artists like to go there to offer incense and prayers? Chen Sanxi felt there was only one possibility. Could it be that they provide good medicine for martial artists? A simple woman like Mrs. Tong definitely wouldn't know about these things. Asking her would be like asking in vain. You guessed right, Su Bin replied. The visiting worshippers, if willing to pay 30 taels of incense money, can get a bowl of nourishing spirit soup made from a secret recipe which is said to bring peace of mind and greatly assist martial cultivation. It's just that the price is really high. No wonder. Chen Sanxi became interested. Xia Yun Temple was located 30 li outside the southern gate of Liangzhu in Wanjian Mountain. To reach the mountaintop, it was necessary to climb dozens more li. Sister Lan, are you tired? Let me carry you. Where do you see a man carrying his wife around? Before Gu Xinlan could finish speaking, she found herself with a slip of her feet riding on his sturdy back. She quickly clung to his neck to prevent falling. I'm not carrying you, I'm carrying the child. The weight of 100 and some pounds was almost negligible for Chen Sanxi. Along the way, he indeed saw many martial artists. Some even came up to greet him voluntarily. Gu Xinlan had heard some. Brother Shi, you're quite famous, huh? Brother Bin, continue talking. Chen Sanxi asked, tell me about the origin of Xia Yun Temple and the cultivation realm of the Taoists there. It is said that Xia Yun Temple was already there when the great Sheng dynasty was founded, and the incense has been very prosperous ever since. However, there hasn't been a high-realm martial artist in centuries. Only the current temple master has reached Hua Jing perfection and is about to break through to the Meridian Passage realm. Su Bin explained, the highest others have reached is just Hua Jing, so Xia Yun Temple has always been considered a third-rate sect. Unless one is a local, otherwise they might not have even heard of it. In summary, they have excellent skills but no masters. Of course, for the current Chen Sanxi, Hua Jing or Meridian Passage would still count as a master. When they reached the gate, a middle-aged man dressed in a white robe came to greet them. Mr. Chen, congratulations, taking the title of champion leader at selected point, and soon to be taken as a disciple by Supervisor Sun. Your future is limitless. Chen Sansi recalled this man who stood with Wenjai at that time. He politely clasped his hands and said, "Are you sect master Shao of the Tongshuan sword sect? I've been disrespectful. Even an esteemed martial saint had come personally. The benefits of this medicine must be significant. You're too courteous. How can I, a common man, accept such respect from an imperial officer?" Xiao Yujing laughed. "Mr. Chen, are you also here for the nourishing spirit soup?" "Exactly." Chen Sansi candidly replied, "Even sect master Xiao has come personally. The effects must indeed be extraordinary. The nourishing spirit soup truly is a fine item after drinking it. It really calms the mind and soul. It's the only such medicine in all of Liangzhu." Chen Sansi looked towards the main hall. "Don't we need to offer incense first?" "It's also fine to offer incense when we leave." Xiao Yujing smiled and said, "The supervisor Qiu Mingzi is just next door in the pharmacy brewing the nourishing spirit soup. The timing is just right to head over now. Otherwise, you'll have to wait several more hours." Chen Sansi signaled Su Bin and the others to follow. The group crossed the gate and made their way eastward, arriving at a separate courtyard, where they saw numerous medicinal herbs laid out to dry, and Qiu Mingzi tending to a medicine brewing over the furnace. In front of him was a dark silver cauldron situated atop a specially made stove. The roaring flames were so powerful, they nearly engulfed the entire cauldron. Qiu Mingzi's hands emitted a strength invisible to the naked eye, forcefully dividing the flames before systematically striking the cauldron, emitting a humming sound that resonated dully. Power-quenching medicine. Chen Sansi hadn't expected to witness it here first. "Mr. Chen is also familiar with this," Xiao Yujing remarked. "This is truly a skillful craft. Even for me to truly learn it would consume a great amount of time, and that cauldron itself is made of the mystical steel used to forge mystical weapons, worth 3,000 taels." While they talked, Qiu Mingzi let out a loud shout and suddenly slapped the top of the cauldron, creating a sound like that of a gong. Immediately, a junior Taoist rushed up to douse the flames with prepared cold water as quickly as possible. Sizz. In an instant, white smoke filled the air. Qiu Mingzi carried the cauldron to a pavilion nearby before returning to greet the group. "Fortune as boundless as the sky heavenly venerate. The humble Taoist greets the two benefactors. True one, we are well acquainted. There's no need for such formalities." As Xiao Yujing spoke, he introduced Chen Sansi at his side, exchanging pleasantries and courtesies. Qiu Mingzi served them each a bowl of nourishing spirit soup. Nourishing spirit soup, after consumption, it aids focus and mental tranquility, beneficial for breakthroughs in cultivation. Not only the effects of the medicine, but its formula and production method as well. Chen Sansi easily unraveled them and realized that after achieving Hua Jin, he could also brew this medicine himself. Once he was certain it was safe, he drank the potion and also procured a bowl for Su Bin, 30 taels of silver. To Chen Sansi, it wasn't much, but for Su Bin and the rest at their current level, it was quite expensive. They likely came before just to pray for blessings, probably not willing to indulge in the medicine. Moreover, this substance did not seem to be of substantial help in improving cultivation. Its main effect was calming the mind, even more so than wise mode. In such a state, it was indeed conducive to breakthroughs in cultivation, but of no use to him. Chen Sansi exclaimed, "The technique of power-quenching medicine by Qiu Mingzi True One is truly exceptional. Chen has surely broadened his horizons today. The benefactor flatters me. The secret technique is handed down by my ancestors, and I still have much to learn. True One." Chen Sansi placed his hand on top of the cauldron. "To be honest, I also have some knowledge of the healing arts. After achieving Hua Jin, I would like to learn the technique of power-quenching medicine, but I lack a proper cauldron. I wonder if True One could gift me one. Oh, I will pay my respects to the ancestors with 5,000 taels of incense money. How can I refuse such sincerity from the benefactor?" Qiu Mingzi immediately replied, "Indeed, there are a few cauldrons in Furnace Tripod Temple. Before descending the mountain, I will have someone deliver one to Mr. Chen." Chen Sansi caressed the cauldron, feeling its extraordinary texture and wondering if it could truly withstand the burning of abnormal fire. It doesn't matter just 5,000 taels of silver. Does Mr. Chen find the nourishing spirit soup disappointing, thinking it's just so-so? Xiao Yujing seemed to guess his thoughts. This thing is indeed beneficial, but it contributes very little to the advancement of cultivation. What we seek is tranquility of mind. Only with a calm heart can we have epiphanies. Speaking of which, it's been over a decade since Xiao broke through to the martial saint realm, but even now I have not touched upon a higher threshold, which makes me even more eager to break through via insights into my mental state. Ci Yun Temple organizes a preaching conference once a month, attended by many martial artists from Liangzhu State. These recent years of listening have been greatly beneficial to Xiao. If I persist, perhaps one day I will comprehend the Tao. If Mr. Chen is interested, you may join us next time. Chen Sansi understood the other's mentality. If the normal path is blocked, it's natural to seek alternatives. I truly envy Mr. Chen. Xiao Yujing lamented, "At such a young age, you've become a true disciple of Supervisor Sun, someone whom all martial saints aspire to in their lifetime. In the future, Mr. Chen is very likely to see a much larger world." Chen Sansi said, "Sect Master Xiao, I have not yet formally begun my entry-level training currently. I am still refining internal. How could I dare to hope for such things?" After finishing the nourishing spirit soup, they went to pay respect by offering incense at the main hall. Streams of worshippers continued to come and go. The entire Taoist temple was bustling from inside out, and the scent of sandalwood pervaded every direction, inescapable. After all, this was a place where even martial saints came to worship, so ordinary martial artists would naturally be inclined to follow. With these distinguished individuals participating, commoners naturally believed in its efficacy. Inside the main hall was a statue of the Heavenly Venerate to whom all worshippers paid their respects. The Heavenly Venerate of unlimited salvation from distress and hardship. His name was similar to those of the deities from Chen Sansi's past life, and although they were not the same, there was a sense of a shared essence. Gu Xinlin had already prepared the offerings, and the incense money was arranged beforehand at the entrance. After lighting 3 sticks of sandalwood, she bowed deeply in front of the divine statue, then followed the ritual center, then left, right, ensuring the incense was at an even height and ended with 3 prostrating bows. It was at this moment. A faint wisp of purple energy emerged from the top of Gu Xinlin's head, drifting towards an incense burner in front of the offering table. The burner absorbed the energy and burst forth with dazzling purple light, which subsided shortly thereafter. Chen Sansi's pupils trembled violently. He looked around, others were the same. Every sincere worshipper generated a wisp of purple energy that floated serenely into the incense burner. What was this? Incense energy. Ever since learning of the immortal law above the martial saint realm, Chen Sansi was quite receptive to new phenomena and was not overly shocked to see the incense energy. But the question was, wasn't incense meant to be offered to the divine statue? Why was it absorbed into the burner on the offering table? Incense burner, heavenly purple energy. For a moment, Chen Sansi felt somewhat unsure of how to assess the situation. Setting aside the matter of the incense energy still present in the world, the main question was why an establishment as small as Xia Yun Temple would possess a treasure capable of gathering purple energy. What was it used for? If it was for enhancing cultivation, how come there was only one at Huajin Perfection? Assuming the temple master who traveled outside was in the Meridian Passage realm, wasn't that still too low? After analyzing, there were only 2 possibilities. Either the incense had just started being collected recently, just like Chen Sansi, who held the immortal treasure, but due to the short time, had not yet achieved a high level in the martial arts realm, or the burner wasn't theirs to begin with. Not everyone knew Qi observation skill, or had a way to sense the different energies of heaven and earth. For this reason, even if the incense burner was here consuming the incense, the Taoists of Xia Yun Temple might have no idea about it. As to which possibility it could be, it remained unknown. Chen Sansi scrutinized carefully. The bronze incense burner's surface was unexpectedly engraved with unknown ferocious beasts, mouths wide open, greedily consuming the incense that should belong to the divine statue. Eerie, greedy, unworldly. This thing could likely withstand the abnormal fire. His heart was moved, but ultimately it wasn't his possession. If Xia Yun Temple knew of the incense matter, then they would definitely not sell it. If they didn't know, who was collecting the incense from behind the scenes? It was better not to try anything lightly without absolute certainty of remaining undetected. Moreover, the most important point was that Xia Yun Temple had not provoked him, so why take something that belonged to someone else? Mixed thoughts mingled, eventually all suppressed. He would make do with the mystical weapon furnace for now. Perhaps it would work. Brother Shi, come offer a prayer too. Gu Xinlin beckoned. It's good for the child. Yes, Mr. Chen. Xiao Yujing stood up after offering prayers. The immortal path is profound. We must be sincere to have a chance in the future. Chen Sansi did not refuse. If he did not pray at this time, it would appear odd. Through the Qi observation skill, he was in an active position. If someone observant noted anything unusual, he would be at a disadvantage. He didn't act pretentious and performed the incense offering. However, not a wisp of purple energy flowed from him. He had never believed in deities or Buddha. That wasn't a problem. There were many insincere people at the scene. Some bowed their heads with thuds, but no purple energy appeared. After offering prayers to the divine statue, Chen Sansi and his wife descended the mountain, not forgetting to take the mystical weapon furnace, and told the young Taoist to collect the silver note from Chen Mansion later. 5,000 taels of silver notes, such a large amount, he wouldn't carry it around aimlessly. Xiao Yujing said, Mr. Chen, if you are interested at the end of the month, you can come to listen to real person Q Mingzi speak about the Tao. It might help you in the future. Master Xiao has personally extended an invitation. Naturally, I must attend. Chen Sansi did not refuse. He was very interested in the matter of the incense. Getting more excuses to visit might lead to new discoveries. On the way home, Kyan Zun came to his court. Chen Sansi held Sister Lan in his embrace. Kyan Zun, apparently aware that the lady of the house was pregnant, moved with extra stability. Passing through a bustling street, the big characters of Red Sleeve Tower were particularly striking. The six-story building, apart from the last one, had dazzling women throwing flirty glances toward him, truly a tower full of beckoning red sleeves. "Oh, has it just been a few days, brother Shi, and you already missed this kind of place?" Gu Zinlin noticed his gaze. "No, I have serious business." Chen Sansi shifted his gaze away, seeking Immortal Tower. Most likely, someone was hiding inside Red Sleeve Tower, not that the whole brothel was the seeking Immortal Tower. The woman from a few nights ago, unknown how she was now. But if even the supervisor couldn't handle it, there was no use worrying about it. Several more days until the mentorship ceremony. After meeting the supervisor, he should be able to clear everything up. Before that, he would continue to cultivate whether the mystical weapon furnace could withstand the abnormal fire needed to be slowly discovered. Any major commotion at home not being noticed would be strange. For 4 days straight, Chen Sansi spent most of his time practicing martial arts besides accompanying his wife. Cultivation technique, Unity Spear technique, small achievement. Progress 1055-2000. The proficiency progress had finally crossed half. According to the current pace, he should achieve great success of refining in 2 months. Apart from that, these days people were still dying continuously within the sect, just not as many. It's getting weirder and weirder. Before he had the Qi observation skill, Chen Sansi was essentially blind, unable to pry into higher-level secrets. Up until now, he increasingly felt that everything, seemingly separate, was interconnected. Liangzhu and perhaps even the entire world might soon undergo dramatic changes. "My lord, Mr. Sun is here." Si Qin came to report. "I know." Chen Sansi got dressed with the help of Mo Hua in a new blue robe sewn by Sister Lan, habitually took his big bow and reed leaf spear, along with the Zhen Yu sword at his waist, then boarded the carriage. The mentorship ceremony is about to begin. Sun Buki explained, "Today's schedule involves all the true inheritors, inner sect and outer sect disciples together, watching this year's new entry-level disciples perform rites, categorizing them into the reserve camp, then dividing their posts according to realm and selected point results." "Reserve camp?" Chen Sansi asked. "Yes." Sun Buki nodded. "The vacancies in the 8 camps aren't enough. Plus my father wants to expand the army, so we simply combine the disciples with the Liangzhu soldiers to form a reserve camp. After expanding, we'll select personnel from this batch of disciples for the newly established 4 camps. 4 new camps had been established. This meant that the Governor Mansion's military strength was to be expanded to the 12 camps, and by then it would have over 150,000 troops. Of course, expanding the army was a long process. Mustering military supplies, training troop sources, forming units. Even if soldiers were drawn from existing garrison soldiers, it would still take at least a year and a half to complete. Upon arriving at the military city, starting from the entrance, there were warriors in armor and armed with sharp weapons lined up in neat rows, their spears, axes, and halberds forming a path leading to the ceremony. The number of people participating in the mentorship ceremony was large, but it was actually not extravagant. There was virtually no decoration that wasted labor or cost, just a wooden platform, and entry-level disciples were arranged in teams based on their performance. Due to the large number of people, there were also not many complicated rituals. More than 100 people drank down a bowl of wine at the same time, and that was considered the completion of the mentorship ceremony. Next came the assignment of duties. The duty system in the camp soldiers was quite different from the garrison system, and relatively more complex. To summarize briefly, the reserve camp had a total of 12,000 people. The highest commanders were the camp general and the deputy general, and the remaining 12,000 were divided into 4 parts, front, back, left, and right, with 1 assistant general for each part, totaling 4 assistant generals. Below them were the 1,000 captains, each in charge of 1,000 soldiers, the captain in charge of 500 people, the 100 captain in charge of 100 people, the team armor in charge of 10 people. For the regular 8 camps, one needed to have reached Hua Jin to be 1,000 captain, Meridian Passage to be an assistant general, and Profound Image Realm to be a main general, whereas a deputy general could either be in the Profound Image or the Great Perfection stage of the Meridian Passage realm. The reserve camp, as it was temporarily assembled from a selection of soldiers and also meant to provide practice opportunities for selected spear generals, was generally 1 rank lower. Chen Sansi was given the position of 1,000 captain, which corresponded exactly with his rank of general of martial virtue of the 5th class. Inner sect disciples were also generally 1,000 captains. Cao Fan, Lu Xiuhua, Yan Changqing, Bai Thingzhai, Zai Sishu, and so on. When Qiashi had died, someone else replaced his position. Tang Yink's wounds were not going to heal anytime soon, and he also hadn't come over temporarily. Chen Sanxi's troop sources were quite complicated. 400 of them were brought from Poyang, while the other 600 were garrison soldiers from Yu State, Liangzhu, and Yan Stadia Real mixed bag. Fortunately, they did not need to start training from scratch as they all had complete systems in place. They only needed to gradually familiarize themselves and possibly replace a significant portion of people in the future. Grant the armor. Fang Qingyun personally came down to distribute the armor to each individual. Every 1,000 captain received a set of lock armor, whose material quality was far superior to that of the standard garrison armor, essentially covering the entire body. Coupled with the martial artist's own defensive power, it could effectively withstand attacks from low-level martial artists. Of course, one couldn't rely solely on the armor. Human power was limitless. The higher the realm, the greater the destructive power. Ordinary armor simply couldn't withstand it, unless it was made of black iron or heavy armor, some of which could even resist some forces in Gangchi, but the cost was so high that generally only assistant generals and above could be equipped with it. There were also a few camps with a small number of black armor, heavy infantry, and heavy cavalry, but these were the elite of the elite, with extremely high production costs, and they would not be used until critical moments. After the granting of armor, it was time for the distribution of cultivation techniques. Outer sect disciples could go to the book collection pavilion to freely choose, and when practicing, they were instructed by the profound image realm main generals, provided they were available. Inner sect disciples, on the other hand, were presented with cultivation techniques specially selected by Sun Xiangzong according to their characteristics. Any confusions they had during their cultivation could be written and sent to the governor mansion, and all would be replied to one by one. If they were at a breakthrough point, they would even be called to the mansion for personal guidance. As for direct transmission, it was not taught here, but after the mentorship ceremony ended, they would go to the governor mansion for a one-on-one talk. The treatment for each level was vastly different. It wasn't intentional discrimination, but rather that it was impossible to personally teach over 100 people one simply couldn't manage. Not to mention, there were also numerous military and administrative duties to be dealt with. Fang Qingyun said leisurely, beside these, every inner sect disciple can also go to the arsenal to select and receive one mystical weapon, and outer sect disciples, upon breaking through their realm or achieving military merits, can likewise exchange for a mystical weapon. General Fang, a strongly built inner sect disciple, spoke up, his voice full of unwillingness. Is there anything else you haven't announced? Don't play favorites with Brother Chen. I was just about to say, don't rush. Fang Qingyun nodded. Lastly, all disciples, whether inner or outer sect, as long as they are rated as Class A root bone during the bone testing stage, will have the opportunity to advance to true disciple within 3 years. The promotion requirements are also simple. As long as you can surpass a true disciple by 2 minor realms and also excel in military achievements, you can challenge him again in half a year, fight him in the platform, and he cannot refuse. After success, you will take his place and become a true disciple. His resources will also be transferred to you. Therefore, failing in selected spear is temporary. Don't be discouraged, my fellow disciples. Keep motivating yourselves. This is an army, not a sect. After all, everything here speaks through strength. This rule had always been in place, serving as a way to motivate everyone. As the words ended, Cao Fan, Lu Xiuhua, and others almost all cast a staunch gaze towards Chen Sanxi, evidently becoming determined challengers. For the vast majority of people, the method of breaking through above Marshal Saint didn't matter. The court provided unlimited resources, which would continue to be supplied until one could no longer break through after 3 years. Even for those like Lu Xiuhua from great and influential families, raising a Marshal Saint required draining all their resources, and sometimes that still wasn't enough. It depended on luck. In the past, not so many were tempted to try, because the champion leader mostly dominated the martial arts competitions with overwhelming victories. But this year was different. Chen Sanxi had only achieved refining internal organs small success. Many of them had reached refining internal organs perfection and would be able to transform their energy soon, standing a great chance to snatch the position of the true inheritor. After the mentorship ceremony concluded, the crowd dispersed on their own. Starting from tomorrow, they would need to report to the barracks daily, to train or carry out missions. Princely heir are you? You're about to transform your energy. Yin Hanwen earnestly expressed his concern. Princely heir, you've shared with me that the complete Golden Crow Heavenly Dragon Saber technique can elevate your realm faster, but it damages the body. You are still young in the future. Heaven rewards the diligent. Cao Fan interrupted him, to suppress him by a mere small realm level and still not win. If this princely heir were to be overtaken by him, wouldn't that be even more disgraceful? How could I afford not to try my hardest? Previously, he had relied on the set boundaries of the platform to gain a suppressive advantage. Otherwise, the defeat would have been even quicker and more brutal. This gave him a full measure of pressure and motivation in his heart. Moreover, Cao Fan continued, don't forget, I came to Liangzhu partly for Sun Xiangzong, and partly to establish my authority in the military. If I could take control of the Northern Territory's military power, my position would be more secure. The imperial family, in most cases, does not have just one descendant. Not to mention competition for the position of crown prince, even the position of princely heir is coveted. He had several brothers back home. Especially the last time he visited the palace, he saw his youngest brother riding on grandpa's neck. If he could make a name for himself in the Northern Territory, only then could he be truly worry-free. Princely heir, Yin Hanwen looked full of worries. He might flatter on ordinary days, but unlike Wen Qiushi, he and Cao Fan grew up together and truly cared for each other. Hanwen, you don't understand. Cao Fan forced a bitter smile tinged with self-mockery. We Cao family members are born noble, but we also live burdensomely. Once we lose, it's not just our position at stake, but our entire fortunes and lives. How could we not fight our hardest, princely heir? Yin Hanwen, clenching his fist, declared, the only thing Hanwen can do is to assist the princely heir with his life. Hanwen, in private, you don't have to call me princely heir, just calling me brother Fan is fine. Cao Fan patted his shoulder, speaking with an air of gravity. If one day I truly attain that position, I will still rely on you as my right-hand man. I wouldn't dare. Yin Hanwen bowed respectfully. Cao Fan did not persuade further, just gazed at the departing figure of Chen Sansi, clenching the azure dragon crescent saber in his hand even harder, driving it inches deep into the ground. He was determined to win, using all of his might. Junior fellow apprentice, please come in. At the governor mansion's gate, Fang Qingyun said with a smile, Master is waiting for you in the backyard. Senior brother, let me push it. Chen Sansi took the wheelchair from the servant and wheeled him inside. As he officially crossed the threshold, he felt inexplicably nervous. Young master, did you damage my dragon bone carriage? As soon as they returned, a maid approached them. Her tone was respectful indeed, but it also carried real reproach. I just touched it. Sun Buki argued, your thing was already broken, don't put the blame on me. Young master, you must fix it for me. It took a month to craft it myself. The maid dragged Sun Buki toward the side yard, not forgetting to bow before leaving. General Fang have met Mr. Chen. Similar situations continued to occur. The servants in Governor Mansion observed the rules, yet they did not show any signs of oppression, giving off the vibe of nannies rather than slaves. Passing by a courtyard, they even heard the sound of reading aloud. The mansion has a private school. Fang Qingyun explained, both maids and family servants can study here. If they pass the assessments held by the mansion, they can shed their lowly status and take part in the imperial examinations. Practicing martial arts is also an option, as there are specialized instructors here. But it stopped a few years ago because doing so led the capital city to suspect that they were nurturing insiders to infiltrate the court. Even if they learn and practice martial arts, they can't shed their lowly status. It all depends on their personal interest. Why aren't you saying anything, junior fellow apprentice? Is it that you find it unbelievable? This doesn't match the descriptions in the saint books about strict hierarchical distinctions where everyone knows their place, from the ruler to the ruled. Chen Sansi nodded slightly. It is surprising. But what surprised him was that such a scene should not exist in this world. It seems you aren't too shocked either. Fang Qingyun was somewhat taken aback. He didn't dwell on it, but instead explained, Master, being born a slave, nearly died from beating for being insubordinate. Fortunately, the current emperor redeemed him and gave him the opportunity to learn martial arts, allowing him to climb to where he is today. But he has never been happy. Especially as he aged and rose in ranks, he saw more and realized the unhappiness increased, but he couldn't pinpoint the problem or know how to solve it. Later, Master encountered an immortal who enlightened him, leading him to transform the mansion in this way. Indeed, since then he has felt much more at ease. An immortal. Chen Sansi caught the essential word. Does an immortal truly exist in this world? And Governor, has Master really met one? Perhaps he is an immortal, at least that is how Master used to call him. Fang Qingyun recalled, his tone filled with admiration. Mr. May appeared 3 times in Master's life, in his youth, middle age, and old age. Every time he would help Master see through some confusion, although he didn't offer any help or boost in cultivation. But the improvements he brought to one's mental state were immense. Master said that without Mr. May, he couldn't have persisted to this day. If I have the chance, I also wish to meet Mr. May in person. Did not help to improve cultivation. Chen Sansi asked curiously, then how do you determine that he is an immortal? He sounded like he did not believe the man was an immortal, but rather like a learned monk capable of resolving mental doubts. Immortal youth. Fang Qingyun emphasized, in his twilight years, Master has seen many people pass away, yet every time he met Mr. May, he always looked as if he hadn't aged. So there really are immortals, Chen Sansi pondered. It seemed that the old emperor's encounter with an immortal was probably true as well. Junior brother, a cold female voice rang out, interrupting Chen Sansi's thoughts. He He looked up and saw Sun Li, dressed in a white gauzy pink skirt, greeting him and even slightly bowing, almost making him fail to recognize her. "Senior sister, I don't deserve your courtesy." Chen Sansi was flustered. He never expected Sun Li to have this side to her, a proper lady, entirely different from her usual self outside. That's right. Originally, Sister Lan had told him how she worried about scars and even cried over them. At heart, she was still a woman. She, your junior sister, started practicing martial arts just last year. She barely went out before, let alone fought in wars. Fang Qingyun said, "The path of martial arts is fraught with anxiety and pain." Everyone felt sorry for her. At first no one was willing to teach her, but then she pestered me every day, and with no other choice I started teaching her the sword. He suddenly seemed to become a different person, so different from his usual composed demeanor. He emphasized, "Junior brother, don't look down on me now that I'm crippled. When I was young, your senior brother was the top genius of the 8 camps. Even the boss was no match for me." That's for sure, it is evident, Chen Sansi knew in his heart. Otherwise, how could he, now crippled, still serve as a main general with his subordinates utterly loyal to him? We've arrived. Passing through an archway and following a cobblestone path to the end, they arrived at a vast lake that seemed to have no boundaries. Sun Xiangzong was sitting on a rock, holding a fishing rod. "Master," Chen Sansi corrected himself, "your disciple pays his respects to Master. Keep it down." Sun Xiangzong emphasized, and after propping up the fishing rod, he gestured for them to come to the pavilion nearby. On the stone table in the center, there was a mountainous pile of books. Chen Sansi glanced briefly and saw that they all appeared to be secret skill books of various types. Quick on the uptake, he stepped ahead of the supervisor to pour the tea. "Master, please have some tea." Out of both sentiment and principle, pouring tea was the right thing to do. Ignoring the fact that he was a master, he also had saved his life. Sun Xiangzong looked at the purple clay teapot and seemingly nonchalantly asked, "I heard you and your lawful wife have a very good relationship." "Very good," Chen Sansi replied truthfully. "Is that so?" Sun Xiangzong raised an eyebrow. "I was thinking of finding you a suitable young lady who could help you with your future prospects, suggesting you change your lawful wife to a concubine." Chen Sansi said with a salute, "My wife has been with me since the days I couldn't afford food. If I were to cast her aside now that I have achieved a little success, wouldn't I be ungrateful and heartless?" As he spoke, he slowly realized something was amiss. Why did they start with this topic? Good, good. Sun Xiangzong held his teacup, his face expressionless, then abruptly changed the subject. "Did the people from seeking Immortal Tower look for you?" "Indeed, they even arranged to meet me at the Red Sleeve Tower." Chen Sansi had been meaning to ask. "I'm not sure how Master dealt with them." "Let them go." Fang Qingyun took the conversation. "Junior brother, if you want to see them, you can visit Red Sleeve Tower. They won't hurt you, and they might even provide you with some benefits." "Good." Chen Sansi noted it down. "Let's talk business now." Sun Xiangzong took a couple of sips of tea. "Child, tell me, why did you beg me to take you as a disciple?" "Initially, it was to avoid being bullied." Chen Sansi replied without hesitation. "Now, I want to go further along the path of martial arts. There's a rumor that Master has the immortal law, and if I have the opportunity, I would like to learn it too." Sun Xiangzong and Fang Qingyun exchanged a glance and simultaneously began to laugh. "Good lad, quite straightforward. Not like some people whose hearts clearly want benefits while their mouths spout only about righteousness. I get so annoyed listening to them. If you want to learn something, just say it. What's the point of beating around the bush?" Sun Xiangzong then asked, "So I ask you, if one day you really reach great heights, what will you do?" "I don't know," Chen Sansi said candidly. "I haven't thought about it." "Haven't thought about it?" "Yes, when I was your age, I hadn't thought about it either." "That's a tough question for you." Sun Xiangzong asked further, "What do you think is your biggest flaw?" Chen Sansi pondered. "Amorous, I guess." The hand holding the teacup belonging to Sun Xiangzong shook slightly. Master Fang Qingyun began explaining, "It's quite normal for a young man to have strong desires. After all, a fair lady is a gentleman's good match. When I was young, wasn't I dashing and romantic, and didn't I also cause trouble for you, Master?" "Shut up. When was I like that in my youth, when I focused solely on martial arts and steered clear of women?" Sun Xiangzong glared at them. "Correct it. Being amorous is indeed a big problem." Master's teachings are correct. Chen Sansi felt somewhat embarrassed. "All right, that which you wish to learn, your master shall teach you." Sun Xiangzong spoke seriously. "However, the immortal path is an extremely lengthy process. You should first concentrate on polishing your martial arts. I will give you 3 years. After you have reached the level of martial saint, I will naturally lead you onto the path." 3 years. Chen Sansi pondered. "Master, isn't that a bit too hasty? You have only this much time. If it really doesn't work out, we'll speak of it when the time comes." Sun Xiangzong pointed to the mountain of volumes on the table. "These are what you'll practice next, including the Hua Jing spear skill. Once you have practiced them all, come to me for the subsequent cultivation techniques. Practice them all." Chen Sansi estimated there were over 100 volumes. Even the same weapon had several different cultivation techniques. They will be useful for you in the future. Sun Xiangzong said, surely you do not need this old man to teach you pile work step by step. That should not be necessary. Chen Sansi looked at the cultivation techniques, feeling immense pressure. Master, Fang Qingyun sent a look, seemingly asking something. I haven't forgotten. Sun Xiangzong placed his hand on his closed-door disciple. Chen Sansi's whole body jolted. It didn't hurt, but he couldn't move at all. He watched as a wisp of Qingshuan energy traveled along his master's arm into his body, circled around, and then vanished without a trace. Sun Xiangzong was slightly surprised and pleased. The fourth one, he's actually quite capable, just like you. Congratulations, little brother. Fang Qingyun smiled like this. You have two paths to follow. Two paths. Chen Sansi was perplexed. Master, what exactly do they refer to? The other path is the one taken by His Majesty. The magic skills are in his hands. He wouldn't freely give them to others. Even the crown prince has not seen them, so you needn't even think about it. Sun Xiangzong waved his hand, however. There is a small immortal technique you can try practicing. Immortal technique. Chen Sansi couldn't hide his anticipation. Fang Qingyun pulled out a yellowed, damaged scroll along with a volume from his bosom. Your fourth senior brother ended up like this, fighting over these things. Sun Xiangzong added, don't get too excited though. On one hand, it's very difficult to practice. On the other hand, the things you need for it, I no longer have in my possession. Chen Sansi recalled Wang Zhai mentioning it. That year Fang Qingyun disappeared, and when he returned, his legs were paralyzed, and his cultivation was gone. Was it because he was searching for treasure? He took the volume and the damaged scroll. The writing on the damaged scroll was exotic and strange, like talisman painting, completely incomprehensible. The other volume seemed to be a dictionary for translating the mysterious script, seemingly handwritten by Fang Qingyun himself. Upon comparison, the damaged scroll contained spell. This was actually a spell. Once mastered, it could kill with a snap of the fingers. How do I explain it to you? Fang Qingyun held his forehead. Practicing immortal technique requires a specific resource, which you can think of as treasure medicine. Without it, it's absolutely impossible to succeed. It's about qi, isn't it? Chen Sansi silently thought to himself. Neither his master nor his senior brother knew he possessed the qi observation skill, nor could he explain it himself. But it's likely about the Qingshuan energy inside his master. 3 years then, Sun Xiangzong spoke pensively. Within 3 years, I will find you the resources. Before then, you try your best. If you succeed, it's good. If not, it doesn't matter. As for the people from seeking Immortal Tower, you can meet with them. They might have some. Within 3 years, does he mean to find Qingshuan energy? Little junior brother, you can only read it here. You are not allowed to take it away. Fang Qingyun said seriously. All right. Chen Sansi sat down in the pavilion and began to read earnestly. He finally understood what Qingshuan energy was. Spiritual energy. Whether practicing the immortal path or spells, spiritual energy is an indispensable source of power. But for some reason, there was none in this world. At least Chen Sansi hadn't found any so far. And the full name of this technique was simply and crudely called Sword Qi Technique, absorbing spiritual energy through the meridians and releasing it in a special way to transform it into an attack. It was also mentioned above. This was the lowest level of spell in the immortal path. Hence, even without formally starting the practice of immortal law, ordinary people could also practice it as long as their physique allowed. Since he had been given the material, it indicated that his physique was suitable. Chen Sansi was engrossed in reading. By afternoon, he finally understood the content, making sure to remember it all without any errors. Then he sat cross-legged and began trying to practice the Sword Qi technique. In an instant, it was as though a switch inside of him had been flipped, as if some foundation was connecting his meridians, beginning to draw Qingshuan energy from the world around him. Meridians. Spiritual grain was also absorbed through the meridians. Everything was connected. Unfortunately, spiritual grain did not contain Qingshuan energy. Neither did the world possess a hint of spiritual energy. Chen Sansi practiced according to the methods recorded on the damaged scroll. Chaotic and mixed energies formed whirlpools around his body, yet he failed to draw them inside. After a while, the meridians in his body started to hurt as if burned by fire, and he hurriedly stopped. His initial intention was just to record the method of cultivation. As recorded without Qingshuan energy, success was impossible. Senior brother, I return these to you. Chen Sansi passed back the damaged scroll with both hands. Have you finished reading? Fang Qingyun put away the items and reminded him, until now, only you, master, and I know about this. The other senior brothers, including sister and brother Bu Qi, are not aware. So you must not reveal even half a word to anyone, otherwise it could bring fatal trouble upon yourself. Not even the master can protect you all the time. Do you understand? Senior brother, rest assured, I remember. Chen Sansi turned his head and realized that the master had already gone back to fishing by the lake. You rascal. Sun Xiangzong was angry, his voice suppressed as he scolded. You scared away my fish, now scram. I'm sorry, master. Chen Sansi quickly fell silent. You may go. Fang Qingyun said, today you have officially become a disciple, and all the other senior brothers are waiting at the Dangui courtyard to celebrate for you. Soon everyone will go their separate ways, and who knows when we will meet again. You better hurry. Okay. Chen Sansi packed hundreds of secret manuals into a bundle he had prepared in advance and carried it on his back. After bowing deeply again, he turned and left. Fang Qingyun, struggling, pushed his wheelchair to the lakeside. Master, have you really given all your secrets to the junior brother all at once, without further observation? Aren't you afraid of any mishap occurring? Distrust not those employed, suspect not those who use. I wage war this way, and I teach my disciples the same. Sun Xiangzong said solemnly, besides, where is there so much time? A man who risks his life to help the common people cross the river first, how bad could he possibly turn out in the future? Fang Qingyun reminisced about the junior brother's attitude towards the treatment of the servants in the mansion. The junior brother's character is indeed good. Previously, he almost jumped in protest at seeing how he treated the servants, saying that the rights were collapsing. Nonsense. Sun Xiangzong unexpectedly flew into a rage. A lecher. He admitted it himself. How can I rest assured in entrusting my daughter to him, let alone he already has a wife? My daughter of Sun Xiangzong, is she supposed to become a concubine for someone else? Master, your words are incorrect. Fang Qingyun countered, should the junior brother agree to kick his wife to the curb in time of adversity before you really reconsider and scrutinize his character? Sun Xiangzong sighed, that Gu Xinlan, have you checked on her? I have, but haven't cleared everything yet. Fang Qingyun said, one thing is certain, she is definitely not a descendant of criminals. If it really relates to that major incident in the capital city from years ago, perhaps her status might even be more distinguished than the junior sisters, making her more than qualified to occupy the position of the principal wife. So what do you suggest? Sun Xiangzong said, I only have this one daughter, and unfortunately many people are just eyeing the connection with me. The most important thing about this matter is actually up to the junior sister's own will. What did she say? I've inquired about it indirectly, and the junior sister doesn't dislike it. Plus, she often visits the junior brother's house and even doesn't mind taking care of the children. Unfilial. None of my children or disciples are filial, nor are you, me. Fang Qingyun unhappily said, Master, please don't wrong me. Silence for now. Sun Xiangzong's expression tightened, and he hurriedly raised his fishing rod, only to pull up a clump of seaweed which only added to his irritation. It's all your fault, and that Chen boy with all his noise, you've scared off my fish too. Old Four, if you don't find me a good spot with a catch today, Old Four, where are you running off to? Squeak, squeak. There, Fang Qingyun was seen pushing his wheelchair away swiftly, disappearing from view in the blink of an eye. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters. In the side room of Dangui courtyard, a full table of banquet had already been prepared. Old 2, Old 5, Old Chi, as well as 9th junior sister were all present. Oh, my little junior brother, your senior sister missed you dearly. Rong Yankyu came up and affectionately wrapped her arms around him. Senior sister, Chen Sansi couldn't escape and was pressed to sit next to her, acknowledged each of his senior brothers one by one, and shared a drink with each. Enough. Rong Yankyu's hand was wrapped around Chen Sansi's neck. You several as senior brothers, aren't you going to bring out the greeting gifts? Old 2, you start, hee. The chubby-looking Old 2 stepped forward, pulling out a silver note from his bosom. I thought hard about what to give, but I finally decided that silver is the most practical. Only 500 taels. Old 2, can you be any stingier? Meng Guangxin scolded, and giving silver is just too commonplace. My gift carries more meaning, he said, taking out a wooden fish from beside his seat. Junior brother, this is a wooden fish I personally crafted. Strike it once and you'll accumulate a bit of merit. You too, can't you give something useful? Rong Yankyu rolled her eyes at them, stood up, went to the next room and brought back a set of armor which seemed to be lock armor, but the color was much darker, nearly black, clearly of a different material. Armor made from dark steel. Old 2 Chengwei clicked his tongue. 9th junior sister, this must cost several thousand taels of silver, right? Who's like you guys, always scrimping and saving? Rong Yankyu looked over. Little junior brother, do you like it? Old Chi, what about you? Meng Guangxin shouted, up to now you haven't made a peep, don't tell me you've prepared nothing. Yifengxiu frowned slightly and did not respond, just looked towards the corner where there was a long, cloth-wrapped object. What is this? Meng Guangxin ran over, grabbed it, and after tearing off the cloth, a brand new silver spear came into view. The spear was over a zhang long. The spear had 1 kai 3 kun, the blade 3 kun, made of stainless steel and dark steel infused with gold, and just by looking one could tell it was exceptionally sharp. This must also be 7 or 8,000 taels of silver, right? Yifengxiu snatched it back, threw it to his junior brother. Try it to see if it feels right. I didn't have time to order a custom one. I bought this from a master spear forging artisan named 5 Tigers Soul Breaking Spear. Chen Sansi thanked them again. What about the 1st and 3rd seniors? Old 2 Chengwei spoke up, aren't they coming? Meng Guangxin disdainfully said, let them be, who wants to see them anyway, just seeing him annoys me. Old 5, I am still your eldest senior brother after all. A powerful voice sounded. A figure like a mountain appeared. Due to his exceptionally tall stature, Lu Jai barely squeezed into the room sideways. Following him was a man Chen Sansi had never seen before. It must be the third senior brother. First senior brother, third senior brother. Chen Sansi got up to greet them. Junior brother, the gathering was so sudden and I didn't have time to prepare anything. Lu Jai took down the case from his back. The case was enormous, but it seemed delicately small compared to his size. Upon opening it, there was a big bow inside. The bow, however, wasn't made of wood but of iron core, forged from mysterious iron, and was quite valuable. I heard junior brother likes archery, so I got an iron core bow. Lu Jai apologized, but due to the rush, I couldn't get a bowstring. If you find a suitable bowstring, this bow is 100-stone bow. I hope junior brother won't mind. I got some arrows. The third senior brother Na Yuan took out an arrow bag. The arrowheads are made of mysterious iron, a bit inferior, but if you need anything else, just let me know and I'll get it for you. How could I not appreciate such precious gifts from you two senior brothers? Chen Sansi, maintaining his manners, invited them to sit down. That's more like it. Meng Guangxin said contentedly, Big brother, you've become more and more unreasonable over the years. Old Chi Yi Fengxiu remained silent. Hey monk, how can you talk to the first senior brother like that? Rong Yankyu spoke sarcastically. After all, our big brother has been to the capital city. He might have clung to some powerful thighs. He's the only one among us who has become a marquis, a noble indeed. There were only a few marquis titled by the court over these years. One of them was Duke Wuding Lu Jai. Ha, whose powerful thigh could it be if not the Cao family's? Meng Guangxin played along. Perhaps he even sold the bridge to the Cao family. Otherwise, how would they have made him a marquis? Old 5, old 9. The third senior brother, Na Yuan, spoke sharply. The first senior brother has his difficulties, difficulties. Rong Yankyu cut in. What difficulties could he have, taking over the position sooner? Meng Guangxin grumbled. Exactly, if number 4 hadn't been invalidated, you wouldn't have the chance to strut about here every day. Despite their bickering, Lu Jai did not retort even once. Instead, he just picked up the wine jar he had brought and filled the cups in front of him. All right, all right. Old Tu Cheng Wei tried to mediate. We rarely gather together. Why quarrel? The first senior brother didn't do these things secretly. Even our master didn't say anything. Chen Sansi had previously sensed through Sun Buki's words that he was unsatisfied with the first senior brother. Now it seemed he wasn't alone. From their comments, it appeared that they resented him because Lu Jai was quite close to the Cao family members, possibly having a share in divesting power from the supervisor in the past. Previously, Cao Fan was familiar with the Unity Spear technique. I wonder if that had anything to do with the first senior brother. But such issues, debated openly, wouldn't be useful and would only make things awkward for himself as a new junior. Senior brothers and sisters, we're all family here. Is there anything we can't solve? Chen Sansi stood up and said, Let me toast all of you first, bottoms up. The strong spirit burned through the body. This was no ordinary liquor, brewed by a special method, potent enough to intoxicate even a martial artist. Yes, exactly. Cheng Wei agreed. No matter what, he is our first senior brother. I'll finish mine too. Junior brother can really hold his liquor. Lu Jai stood up and likewise drained his cup. Today is the junior brother's entry-level banquet. Whatever grievances you've held against me all these years, let's save them for later. Tusk, junior brother, don't be fooled. He may look burly, but he's actually quite scheming. Rong Yankyu disdainfully said, but for today, for junior brother's sake, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Amitabha, may Buddha redeem you soon. Meng Guangxin cursed as he drank. This brought an end to their arguments. Yet the atmosphere at the table was still not harmonious, merely consisting of Chen Sansi pouring and everyone silently knocking back their drinks. Only after the third round did the senior brothers begin to murmur incessantly. So bitter, this battle is so dull. Over these years, how many of our brothers and senior brothers have died, and the Cao family just discards us after use. Exactly, they nearly transferred me to the southern region, following that damn Prince Zhen Nan. Isn't it obvious they wanted to divide and conquer? Thankfully, our master used the excuse of subduing barbarians to temporarily stabilize the situation. How many more of our brothers are we expected to sacrifice for the Cao family's benefits? Once the barbarians are defeated, it'll still be. When the birds are gone, the good bow is put away. Once the cunning rabbit dies, the loyal dogs will be cooked. Only the master understands the higher cause. What do you guys know? This liquor was potent, several jars down, and it knocked out all the main generals. Only Chen Sansi, Lu Jai, and the third senior brother Na Yuan were still seated. You must be laughing at us. Lu Jai put down his wine bowl, self-mockingly said, Here I am, the eldest, and on our first official meeting I get scolded by junior brothers and sisters. Truly embarrassing. Do you also hold the same opinions as them about me? How could I disrespect my first senior brother? Chen Sansi replied calmly, You must have some thoughts though. Junior brother, do you understand what responsibility means? Lu Jai, looking at the moonlight outside the window, said sadly, At the age of 8, my hometown went through a war and my family all died. The master extended his hand and asked if I wanted to follow him. I nodded. and in the blink of an eye, more than 30 years have passed. So I grew up following my master since childhood. Even before the eldest young master, I was already with the Sun family. I truly considered my master as my father, but master grew old. After that, as the eldest disciple, the eldest brother, I must take on the heavy responsibilities of the Sun family, so there are some things I have to do. What the eldest brother said is true. Chen Sansi, uninformed of the full picture, didn't need to make judgments. More talk led to more errors. It was better just to listen. Lu Jai personally poured him wine, then turned to ask, "Junior brother, do you know that you are his closed-door disciple?" Chen Sansi replied, "It's an immense honor. At his age, he still insists on taking one more disciple, surely." Lu Jai, while picking up some dishes, seemed to ask casually, is there some secret technique he wants to pass on? The moment when the design is revealed, after a long preamble, talking of hardships and sharing feelings. This statement was probably the real purpose. Chen Sansi found something very strange. The master and the fourth senior brother had instructed that matters regarding the immortal law must absolutely not be divulged to a fourth person, naturally including Lu Jai. But if the eldest brother really was the master's disciple, indeed no different from his own son, why had he not passed on the magic skill for over 30 years? What was the reason? He taught me a lot. Chen Sansi pointed to a bundle placed on a chair by the wall, over 100 secret manuals, each of immense value. Oh, Lu Jai looked at the bundle, then at him, sipping his wine without speaking. Eldest brother, could you take a look for me? Chen Sansi offered. Eldest brother, being in the martial saint realm, can surely give some guidance to this junior brother. Good, good, since the junior brother says so, this senior brother naturally cannot keep secrets. Lu Jai set down his wine bowl, indeed began to open the bundle and look through it, but as time passed, the disappointment in his eyes increasingly intensified, and finally, he took a deep breath. Junior brother, this set of boxing techniques, your senior brother has also practiced. The key to it is, he consecutively shared insights into the principles of more than a dozen cultivation techniques. Lu Jai slowly put down the booklet. I still have military duties to attend to. I won't stay long, I hope for your understanding. After he finished speaking, he squeezed his way out the door. Junior brother, until next time. The third senior brother, Na Yuan, also hurried to follow. After walking a distance, he finally spoke. Eldest brother, how did it go? Nothing at all. Lu Jai shook his head. Those techniques, as long as you are a true disciple, you can all practice. Could it be? Na Yuan pondered. Master taking a closed-door disciple was just a decoy. He actually had no intention of passing on the immortal law. It's also possible he has just entered. Lu Jai, striding vigorously, who passes on core secret techniques on the first day of entry. Let's wait and see. Then eldest brother, do you need me to keep an eye on him for you? Maybe it's hidden somewhere. Truly, one must guard against others. Chen Sansi sat down again. It seemed very likely that the Unity Spear technique had been leaked by the eldest brother, little junior brother. While he was contemplating, suddenly a fragrant breeze rushed at him. Take me home. Senior sister, let me call a maid for you. Chen Sansi hurriedly brushed off the other's wandering hands, then gathered his things to leave the room. Junior brother, don't mind it. Fang Qingyan sat in a wheelchair, watching the moon as he waited. Ninth junior sister was just teasing you. She's always like that. I know. Chen Sansi casually remarked. I didn't realize that senior brothers and sisters are all so young. Roughly estimating, Sun Xiangzong was also over 90 years old, but the oldest of his disciples, including Lu Jai, was only around 40. It's because the master started taking disciples late. Fang Qingyan explained, the 8 camps initially were recruited by the master and his seniors together. Later, as the seniors died, it turned to brothers. After the brothers, it turned to juniors, and only at an age of 60 did he start selecting selected point to take disciples, including Bu Qi as well. Master spent the first half of his life obsessed with martial arts, building achievements, and only after turning 60 did he think of continuing the family line, leaving behind 5 children, from which only Bu Qi and Sun Li remain. He only married at 60. Chen Sansi found it unimaginable. Martial arts practitioners were strong and healthy. This age was not problematic, but could one really abstain for the first 60 years? A tough person, no wonder he achieved so much. I'm here waiting for you to tell you. In 2 days, I will start a journey to the capital with Master. Fang Qingyan didn't wait for the other to ask, continuing to explain. Expanding the army is a major matter. Just a petition won't suffice. Master and I must personally go to the capital to meet the emperor, to convince his majesty to agree. Chen Sansi understood. Expanding the military force to 150,000 was a terrifying figure, naturally not a trifling matter, and even the emperor alone couldn't decide. It required discussions on multiple fronts to finalize. Old 2, Old 5, and Old Qi, they all have to return to their respective stations. Fang Qingyan stated, Old 1 and Old 3 will be in Liangzhu, but Ninth sister will also stay to keep you company for a while. She can be trusted. If you need any help with anything, feel free to seek her. When will you guys return? Half a year. It might even be longer. We will come back when our business is finished. Fang Qingyan estimated, there are still troubles with the witch god sect in the city. You must be very careful. The witch god sect. Chen Sansi had been wanting to ask, senior brother, can we really not find where this group is hiding? It's bizarre. Fang Qingyan shook his head. The city guard army will continue the investigation, and your reserve camp will also be involved. Whoever can track down the whereabouts of the witch god sect will be credited with a great meritorious deed. Then, brother, until next time. Until next time. Chen Sansi clasped his fists in farewell, carrying his large and small bags, and left the governor mansion. By the time he got home, it was already midnight. Master Si Chin was lighting lamps in the study, attending to sundry matters. Chen Sansi laid out all his gains on the ground. Mystic iron armor. Its utility in future battles need not be elaborated upon. 5 Tiger's soul-breaking spear. Chen Sansi examined it carefully. Though it wasn't as high quality as the Zhenyu sword, it was definitely a top-notch weapon that conducted force excellently. He figured he wouldn't have to worry about finding a better weapon before reaching the profound image realm unless he stumbled upon something superior. As for the iron core bow, it was also good, but it lacked a string. That would have to wait for another day. He still hoped to apply his strength in archery, inflicting lethal damage on high-realm martial artists. Otherwise, his impeccable archery would be a waste. The Huajing technique his master had given him, named National Guardian Dragon Spear, was an exquisite spear technique the old man had personally refined, notable for producing a powerful yet sustained force when practiced. But that was something for later. The pressing matter was to enter seclusion and break through to refining internal organs perfection. Otherwise, he would really fall far behind the other inner sect disciples. Seclusion. The next day after reporting in, Chen Sansi took a long leave with Jai's approval. He left all training responsibilities in the hands of Su Wenkai and Wang Zhai and entered a state of seclusion. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month had passed. Blood explosion. As the name implies, it was a berserk state. In this state, martial artists could squeeze chi blood from their internal organs, sending their bodies into an overloaded state for a short time, even largely ignoring injuries to maximize their overall strength. Those who could maintain this berserk state longer naturally held more strength in actual combat. However, due to the immense energy consumption, most martial artists could maintain it for about 10 rounds, the more talented for roughly 30, geniuses for about 40, and Cao Fan for around 50 rounds. Therefore, the blood explosion state was primarily reserved for life or death situations. Chen Sansi danced wildly with the 5 Tiger's soul-breaking spear in hand, feeling the blood of the dragon and elephant within him surge to its peak until suddenly, everything came to a stop. The blood in his body abruptly ceased flowing, becoming as still as dead water without a struggle. An indescribable agony swept over him. This was the feeling of death. Everything went pitch black before Chen Sansi's eyes. He felt light as a feather, nearly losing consciousness. But armed with muscle memory, he continued to practice the Unity Spear technique until the moment before he fell into a deep sleep, when his blood was reactivated and started to flow backward, slowly at first. After a cycle of silence, it burst forth with even more vigorous vitality. If his previous blood movement state was like the rapid Hong's River water, then now it was like a cataclysmic tidal wave, a destructive force coursing through his entire body. When executed through the spear technique, the enhancement to his combat power was more than just a level. Cultivation technique, Unity Spear technique, great success. Progress none. Utility, mysterious phenomenon, 5 organs. Mysterious phenomenon, 5 organs, kill and heart, divine beast 4 organs, united as one, endless and ever-flowing. Endless and ever-flowing. The consumption from a blood explosion was extremely terrifying, but at this moment Chen Sansi could distinctly feel that as his chi blood was rapidly depleted, his internal organs were constantly supplying recovery, significantly extending the duration of the blood explosion state. As for how long he could maintain it, no matter how much he practiced, he did not feel any signs of chi blood exhaustion. 100 rounds, 200 rounds, or even longer. That could only be determined in actual combat, but at the very least it was 3 to 4 times that of a genius like Cao Fan. Back at the arena, Chen Sansi had won by draining the enemy's chi blood. If his opponent had possessed the same robust amount of chi blood as himself, they would have likely been invincible. This indicated the importance of endurance. At last, refining internal organs perfection, Chen Sansi didn't pause for a moment, spending 2 more days learning the pile work of the National Guardian Dragon Spear, working his way through the levels. Cultivation technique, National Guardian Dragon Spear, Hua Jin entry level. Progress 5-100. Utility none at present. The next target, Hua Jin. Only after reaching the Hua Jin realm did one qualify as having the strength of 1,000 captain of an elite troop. Only, after 2 days of practice, he clearly felt that his progression speed had significantly slowed. If things continued this way, he wouldn't achieve Hua Jin in less than 2 months. Too slow. After all, his master had set a goal for him to break through to Martial Saint in 3 years, but at this rate, it might take at least 7 or 8 years to even approach the threshold. Breaking through to Martial Saint realm within 10 years of practice would seem ludicrously exaggerated to anyone, but Chen Sansi was still not satisfied. In a world rife with danger, he couldn't sleep without enough strength at his side. Ever since the Seeking Immortal Tower sent someone over, Chen Sansi had to sleep with one ear open. Even the passage of a mouse could wake him, although no one came to offend him again. It seems I need to advance the experiment with the mystical weapon furnace, he mused. My home won't do, I need to find a spot in the mountains. But lately, there's been a new trouble. Chen Sansi spent most of his time practicing martial arts, but as soon as he stepped outside, he was followed, preventing him from moving freely. Fortunately, he had an idea in mind. Once he figured out how to solve this issue, he laid down his long spear and went to the dining room. Though Gu Xinlin was only a little over a month pregnant and her belly wasn't showing much, she often felt very tired and suffered from frequent morning sickness. These symptoms could not be treated, she just had to endure. After dinner, Chen Sansi put on his mystic iron armor and headed to the military camp to report for duty. Having taken leave for over a month as soon as he took the post, it was inappropriate to be absent any longer. His master and his fourth senior brother had left Liangzhu City a long time ago, and the other brothers from the 8 camps had also left one after another. Now, Liangzhu was managed by the joint efforts of Pei Tianan, Mr. Hu, and Lu Jai. In this 1 month, Chen Sansi's subordinates also made progress. As for refining internal, there were Feng Yang and Zhao Kang. They both had been in the bone training for over 10 years, had enlightenment from many bloody battles, were supported by the resources after coming to Liangzhu, and occasionally were also aided with supplemental medicine from Chen Sansi. It was not surprising that they broke through to the refining internal. Since their foundation was not stable, they were considered low-tier refining organ martial artists, incomparable to the geniuses, but for the moment they were more than enough to act as captains. As for Zhu Tong and the others, they naturally assumed the position of captains of 100 men. Last comes Zhao Kaio, who, due to his age and the struggles of cultivation, took on the responsibility of assisting Su Wenkai with logistics. He was down to earth and hardworking, fitting for handling logistics. Among the rest of the forces from the garrison, one named Wei Yuan stood out, while the others were average. These were the subordinates. The vice admiral responsible for Chen Sansi was named Yu Song, and he was in the Meridian Passage realm. His colleagues were Bai Thingzhai, Lu Xiuhua, and Zai Sishu. All 3 were 1,000 captains. Among them, 2 eyed him like a tiger watching its prey, waiting to snatch the chief disciple's resources. Moreover, Cao Fan had achieved Hua Jin, recording the fastest breakthrough among everyone. General Chen, you finally come. Vice Admiral Yu Song, helmet on, commanded, starting today, you'll also be responsible for patrolling a section of the city, focusing on investigating the whereabouts of the Witch God sect. Chen Sansi asked, Vice Admiral Yu, any leads lately? There's a faint clue. Yu Song said cryptically, we may have caught a big fish recently. You'd best be on standby at any time, General Chen. Don't miss out on this excellent opportunity to distinguish yourself. All right. After receiving his assignment, Chen Sansi led his men on patrol. 10 men a team, a total of 100 teams were divided, responsible for both inside and outside the city. He led a team to the south of the city, planning to visit Xia Yun Temple later when his shift ended today. Today was the monthly sermon, a large gathering. All the martial artists invited from Liangzhu would attend, mostly sect leaders of sects. The least among them were above the Hua Jin realm. He was an exception, having been invited by Xiao Yujing. Nourishing spirit soup alone could not keep the incense of the martial saint burning. There must be some mystery in the monthly sermons. Besides, Chen Sansi also wanted to seize the chance to investigate the incense. Without the spiritual energy necessary for practicing spells in the world, he wondered if incense could be substituted. Could the person stealing the incense be doing it for this reason? But so far, he had not found any Taoist who exhibited an unusual aura. Could it be a temple master wandering outside? City guard army, you bunch of trash. While passing by the gate of a sect, someone started cursing at them. When will you guys catch the witch god sect? Do you know how many of us have died? Yu Yang sect. If Shunzi had been born in Liangzhu City, fishing would mean being exploited further. Let's see if we can get Shunzi back. Chen Sansi pondered. He was now somewhat an official too, and it shouldn't be too much of a problem to pull some strings later and get Shunzi a service job. If he could bring him to Liangzhu, Shunzi could become his assistant. I'm talking to you lot. A disciple wielding a fish spear charged towards them, seeking death. Zhu Tong glared furiously, ready to kill on the spot, and the rest of the brothers surrounded the aggressor with drawn blades. Hold, Chen Sansi signaled for his brothers to back off. He had always disliked the disciples of sects, but that didn't justify wanton slaughter. We are investigating the witch god sect and will inform you of any results. Bullshit, how long has it been? The sect disciple was relentless. If you ask me, it wouldn't be surprising if this is the work of your 8 camps. Exactly. The other disciples chimed in. Otherwise, why have hardly any of your military men died? It's always our sect disciples who end up dead. Chen Sansi, not wanting to waste words, left with his men. That evening, he spent silver for his brothers to dine at a restaurant, while he alone headed to Ci Yun Temple for the sermon. Mr. Chen. At the gate, he encountered Xiao Yujing and Wen Zhai. Sect Master Xiao, Chen Sansi greeted. Manner Master Wen, you're here too. When Zhai looked around, old Xiao, did you call for him? Xiao Yujing nodded in confirmation. Humph. When Zhai left with a flick of his sleeve. Hee, don't take offense, Mr. Chen. Although the dual ring is a matter of life and death, the man who died was his beloved son, so Manner Master Wen unavoidably harbors resentment. Xiao Yujing led the way. Come on, the preaching conference is about to begin. Every time after listening, Xiao gains much with another 3 to 5 years. Perhaps I might truly understand and break through. Chen Sansi declined politely. Sect Master Xiao, go ahead. I plan to pay my respects and offer incense first. It seems Mr. Chen is very sincere. Xiao Yujing left first. Chen Sansi arrived outside the main hall and once again saw wisps of purple energy emanating from the bodies of the worshippers, all of which were eventually absorbed into the incense burner, the purple energy lingering enticingly. He really wanted to practice sword chi skill on the spot, to test if incense could replace spiritual energy. Unfortunately, even though there was no one around, he dared not attempt it lightly. Who knows if the decrease in incense in the incense burner would be noticed by the person behind the scenes. There were some other temples and Taoist temples in Liangzhu. Chen Sansi planned to take some time to visit them. After perfunctorily offering a few sticks of incense, he went to the place where the spiritual lecture was held to listen to how eloquent the master was, so much so that even the martial saint had come to hear the teachings. The venue for the spiritual lecture was in a separate courtyard behind the Ci Yun Temple, conducted in an open-air manner, with meditation mats placed on the rocky ground. Least accomplished person here was at the Hua Jin stage, and the sect master of the Yu Yang sect was also present. Everyone was seated cross-legged on the mats, quietly listening to the teachings of real person Q Mingzi. Chen Sansi found a corner, sat down and listened for a while, only to find it full of obscure and difficult sentences. 5 Chi mystical origin authentic, the method practice steers through confusion. Like the external devoid of form, the sincere pursuit of ultimate truth. He found it dull and tedious, almost falling asleep, as most of what was being taught was grossly abstract. Fortunately, the spiritual lecture didn't last long and ended before dark. Mr. Chen arrived late. Xiao Yujing said with a smile before the lecture starts, everyone drinks a bowl of nourishing spirit soup so they can be calm and at peace and then gain insights into the great Tao. Sect Master Xiao speaks truly. Real person Q Mingzi came over with a horsetail whisk. The world is restless and impulsive, especially martial artists. Mr. Chen, come early next time and do not miss the quiet prayer blessing segment. Certainly. Chen Sansi verbally agreed, but inside he was puzzled. If that was all there was to it, then Xiao Yujing and the others were simply wasting their time here. Cultivation requires spiritual energy. Just listening to a Taoist muttering a few words here, what's the use? He doesn't take out the incense for everyone to utilize. Thinking aimlessly, Chen Sansi took another glance at the medicine jar containing nourishing spirit soup. The jar was mostly emptied of soup, with only a bit of residue left, and it was this residue that made his heart tremble. Nourishing spirit soup after consumption, it aids in calming the mind and concentration, beneficial for breakthroughs in cultivation. In his eyes, the medicine jar held not only nourishing spirit soup, but another kind of medicine, and it was a medicine he could not recognize. The entry recognized medicine can decode all mundane medicine recipes. If he couldn't recognize it, could only mean the other kind of medicine in the jar is not a mundane medicine. Immortal elixir. How could an elixir from the immortal realm appear here? Are mortals using immortal elixirs, or has there been an immortal trace here? Ci Yun Temple indeed has a big problem. Mr. Chen, real person Q Mingzi's ethereal voice sounded, I have some free time lately, so I might hold lectures in the near future. Next time Mr. Chen can come early, drink down the nourishing spirit soup and listen to the teachings, you will surely gain something. Okay, Chen Sansi reacted swiftly. None of his suspicions reflected on his face, and he agreed, I will definitely come if I have time. The lecture ended. The martial artists began descending the mountain one after another, discussing their gains regarding their state of mind on the way down. Chen Sansi felt even more bewildered. What was Qiu Mingzi giving these people to drink? Poison? Immortal elixir? What were the effects? Chen Sansi inquired with Xiao Yujing and found out that these lectures had only begun in the past half year. He also probed whether frequently drinking nourishing spirit soup had any side effects, to which he received the answer that there were none. It only made one feel refreshed and peaceful. Incense, immortal elixir. What does Cia Yun Temple want to do? It can't really be that they're sincerely doing good deeds, helping each martial artist to break through, right? Cia Yun Temple could no longer be visited, at least not until he reached the Hua Jin stage. His master and fourth senior brother had set out for the capital city more than half a month ago, and even if they were still around, he wouldn't know how to explain what was going on, as his chi observation skill and many others things couldn't be explained. Moreover, it's unknown what exactly Cia Yun Temple was up to. So far, they seem not to be harming anyone, so he would just observe in secret for the time being and decide after figuring out their intentions. He bid Xiao Yujing farewell. Chen Sansi summoned Qian Zun, deliberately not going straight home, instead circling around on the spacious official road of Liangzhu City. Someone was tracking him again. The chaser's realm was much higher than his, so he could only rely on chi observation skill to detect their presence, but he could never ascertain their identity. Cao Fan, moon-splitting mountain villa, or even his eldest senior brother. Any of them could be possible. This was also the reason he had not taken the crucible up the mountain to conduct the abnormal fire experiment. What a hassle. After the follower had chased around behind the white swan horse for a few circles, they realized they had been exposed and were simply being played with like a monkey, so they chose to give up and did not continue the pursuit. Subsequently, Chen Sansi made a trip to the moon-splitting mountain villa, and after leaving a note with the gatekeeper, he finally returned home. At his doorstep, Si Chin had been waiting for a long time. "Master, Mr. Hu the eunuch has arrived. He's waiting for you in the guest room of the front courtyard. He is. Take me to him." Chen Sansi had a rough idea of what the visitor had come for. "Mr. Chen, long time no see." Mr. Hu got up and said, "I've yet to congratulate you on your triumph as selected point. Mr. Hu, please be seated." Chen Sansi instructed, "Si Chin, go with Mo Hua to invite some good chefs to the house. Today I shall give Mr. Hu a grand feast. No need for the trouble, I'm just here to say a few words and then I'll leave." Mr. Hu scared the maid away with his gaze and then lowered his voice. "May I know what Sun Dushi has taught you since you become entry level?" Just as he thought. Chen Sansi's guess was correct. This chief eunuch had the same goal as Jai. Both were here to inquire about immortal law. The difference was that his eldest senior brother sought it for himself. Yet the eunuch before him was running errands for the emperor. Today, it seemed that they would once again test his loyalty. The old emperor was truly supremely boring. "It's all here." Chen Sansi laid out the secret manual, along with the gifts from his brothers, including the wooden fish, all on the table. This, Mr. Hu, holding the mallet for the wooden fish, gently tapped it twice. "Nothing more, no more." Chen Sansi spoke earnestly. "All the items are here. The supervisor merely threw me a few booklets, without imparting the methods to break above martial saint. How do you know what our household wants to ask?" Mr. Hu said with a smile. "Mr. Chen, you are indeed very clever." In such a situation, the more Chen Sansi pretended to be foolish, the more the other party would suspect he had something in his hands. It was better to be somewhat honest to appear innocent and avoid suspicion. "Everyone in the world comes chasing after the immortal law. How could I not know?" He said gravely. "Please tell His Majesty, if one day the supervisor is willing to impart the magic skill to me, I will immediately surrender it to the court. I absolutely dare not keep it for myself." Mr. Chen is truly a loyal minister and good general of the great Sheng dynasty. Mr. Hu was very pleased. His Majesty will surely be overjoyed when he hears this. Let's leave it at that. I shall take my leave now. "Mr. Hu, please wait a moment. Does Mr. Chen have another matter? A matter of great importance?" Chen Sansi whispered in his ear, and after finishing, he took out a silver note of 3,000 taels from his sleeve and handed it over. "This is a long overdue token of respect. Please be sure to accept it." Mr. Hu accepted the silver, his smile so wide that his mouth couldn't close. "Rest assured, Mr. Chen, you and I are both courtiers. I will certainly not turn a blind eye." "That will be much appreciated, Mr. Hu." Chen Sansi bowed with folded fists. That night, he sat alone in the dining hall, eating simple dishes with small drinks, waiting for the drama to unfold. Around the second watch of the night, fighting noises finally erupted outside. But they lasted only briefly, less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea. "Is it over?" Chen Sansi picked up his weapon and hurried out. He saw two figures standing in an alley near the manor. Wen Zhai and Chief Eunuch Mr. Hu Bao. It seemed they had just cooperated to deal with the same foe and were now discussing that person's realm. "Chen Sansi." Wen Zhai came over furiously. "Have you really treated me like your watchdog today? This fellow actually sent someone to deliver a message, saying someone was out to kill him, asking him to come over to help watch, to avoid any misunderstanding." Just as the aftermath of selected point had not yet settled, trouble occurred at this time. Sun Xiangzong would definitely question him when he returned, and after much thought, he decided to come and see what was going on. He, a dignified martial saint, was actually humiliated by someone at the refining internal level. It was utterly intolerable. Chen Sansi really disliked the feeling of being in the light while his enemy was in the dark. Someone was following him, and it was necessary to find out who it was to feel at ease. Since the opponent was of a high realm and he could not detect it himself, he needed to shake people up, and he wasn't afraid of the opponent becoming desperate since they were only following, which showed they dared not act openly. If Wen Zhai hadn't come, he would have been the most suspicious. Now that he dared to come, it meant it was someone else. Mr. Chen, that person was also a profound image realm great perfection. Mr. Hu said sternly, moreover, his skills are exceptional. Even Master Wen and I together couldn't detain him, but I did strike him once with my palm technique, which is poisoned. He will need at least 2 months to recover. Profound image realm, great perfection. Chen Sansi roughly knew who it was, third senior brother. Currently, second, fifth, and seventh senior brothers were not in Liangzhu. Brother Fang had mentioned that senior sister 9 was completely trustworthy. First senior brother's features were too distinct, making him unsuitable for tracking tasks. The chances were slim that other sects at the profound image realm with no grudge against him were tracking him. So it must be third senior brother. Was he instigated by first senior brother? He noted silently in his heart, Mr. Hu. When Zhai said angrily, you saw with your own eyes, this matter has nothing to do with me. If that Chen boy dies at his hands, don't blame me. I take my leave. He had deliberately not put in his full effort and let the man escape. How could he possibly act as a lackey for his sworn enemy, Mr. Chen? Mr. Hu asked, do you need me to stay here and guard until dawn? There's no need for that. Chen Sansi declined the kind offer. The thief was terrified by Mr. Hu. He certainly won't dare to come back. With such commotion, whether the tracker was indeed third senior brother or not, he definitely wouldn't dare to return in the next few days. As for after that, he would see then. Mr. Hu, you should go back and rest early. Chen Sansi respectfully saw him off, and please don't forget about my brother, Zhang Shun. Rest assured when I handle things. Mr. Hu, pinching his orchid fingers, declared solemnly, the supervisor in Danju has been my playmate since childhood. As long as your brother Zhang Shun is still alive, we will definitely be able to find him. Marquis Mansion. Na Yuan lay on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Junior brother. This little junior brother of ours is really formidable. Na Yuan was frantically stuffing antidote and healing treasure medicine into his mouth. I don't know how he noticed I was tracking him. Then he actually got Wen Zhai and that eunuch over and ambushed me. LV Zhai expressed concern. It's not serious, is it? A few days of rest should suffice. Na Yuan said, are we still following him? If you continue, it's easy to expose yourself. Rest for a while. If no discovery is made after a while, let it go. Cultivation Technique, National Guardian Dragon Spear, Hua Jing Entry Level. Progress 15,100. Several days passed. Chen Sansi was no longer being tracked, but the progress in his Hua Jing technique was frustratingly slow. It's time. He hoisted the mystic iron furnace under the cover of night and headed straight for the Luotian mountain range. If the container could withstand it, even if only for one use, the effect of the refined spiritual grain would surely be many times stronger. Cliffside Cave, Chen Sansi barged into the den of an exotic beast, white deer. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, 3 arrows were shot out, killing the white deer on the ground. It's mine now. Carrying the Zhenyu sword, Chen Sansi brought back a large amount of firewood from outside, then filled the mystic iron furnace with water from a nearby stream and stuffed it with spiritual grain he had pulled from the fields. Finally, it was time to light a fire. He was somewhat nervous inside. If it failed again and even the mystic iron furnace couldn't withstand it, he feared that only the incense burner in Ci Yun Temple would suffice. Boom. The moment the flame touched the firewood smeared with oil, it turned into a blazing red fire dragon, enveloping the entire furnace. It worked. Chen Sansi breathed a sigh of relief. Although the mystic iron furnace was visibly warping and deforming under the scorching of the abnormal fire, it could completely withstand the heat for a short time without direct damage. He began to add a large amount of firewood. Using lamp oil to ignite would produce abnormal fire, but it consumed an extravagant amount of fuel. Logs as thick as an arm had to be added one after another, and if he stopped for a moment, the fire would extinguish, necessitating a waste of more lamp oil to reignite. If the object truly came from the immortal realm, it definitely would have a specific fuel type and wouldn't be so troublesome. In no time, Chen Sansi had run back and forth several times fetching wood. Thankfully, there was plenty of firewood on the mountain, otherwise there would not have been enough. With the roasting of the abnormal fire, the mystic iron furnace buzzed until it began to emit wisps of blue smoke, indicating that the water inside had evaporated. He then stopped adding wood and let the flames die out. The whole process lasted only about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. When it cooled down, Chen Sansi lifted the lid of the furnace to look inside, only to find the spiritual grain had vanished, replaced by a black mushy substance, just like rice burnt in a cooking pot. He scraped some out with a stick and sniffed it at his nostrils, detecting a fragrant scent. What's this medicine ointment? Chen Sansi dared not try it rashly and instead tested it on a variety of animals, large and small, including a poisonous beast wolf, quickly deducing the general pattern. Starting with rabbits, the larger the body size, the smaller the side effects. By the time it was tried on a leopard, they no longer died. Even a brown bear remained unharmed. He finally pried open the mouth of the poison wolf. This time, not only did the wolf not suffer side effects, but it also became stronger and more fierce. Chen Sansi immediately picked up the Zhenyu sword and chopped off its head. Seems there's no problem. He took a deep breath and stuffed some of the medicine ointment into his mouth. Instantly, a unique sensation spread from his abdomen, flowing through his limbs and filling his meridians. Chen Sansi picked up the five tigers' soul-breaking spear and practiced the Hua Jing technique. Hua Jing, as the name implies, is about transforming the qi blood in the body into power, and this process requires maintaining a blood explosion state, understanding how to transform qi into power through the challenge of pushing limits. Therefore, for the vast majority of martial artists, it is an extremely slow and difficult process, as they can only last for 20 or 30 bouts at most. Chen Sansi was different. He could last for at least 200 bouts. Additionally, as he cultivated, the spiritual rice medicine ointment continuously further strengthened his flesh and qi blood, which provided great assistance, the effect exceeding plant ash by more than 3 times. The meridian toxicity still existed. However, the ointment extracted by boiling water greatly reduced the toxicity, retaining even more essence. From late at night until dusk the next day, his proficiency increased significantly. Cultivation technique, National Guardian Dragon Spear. Hua Jing not yet entry level. Progress 2100. According to the original plan, Chen Sansi would need at least 2 months to achieve Hua Jing, but now it would take less than a month. This speed, even amongst geniuses, could surpass 99% of people. As for Cao Fan's Hua Jing, no matter what, he had solved a major problem and could now quickly achieve Hua Jing and then Meridian Passage, but to break through to Martial Saint within 3 years, in the mortal world, probably no more than 3 people could achieve it. The difficulty was still considerable. He would have to give it his all. I wonder how I'd fare against a Hua Jing warrior with my current strength. I should be able to put up a fight, Chen Sansi thought to himself as he began to clean up the site. He took out a porcelain bottle for storing elixir pills and scraped the ointment into it bit by bit. The spiritual grain he brought had nearly filled the entire furnace, yet only a thin layer of medicine ointment was produced. Does this count as an immortal pill? Am I doing alchemy? Probably not. After Chen Sansi ate the ointment, he didn't notice any effects that could aid in the cultivation of spells, nor did an alchemy proficiency panel appear before him. What increased was his proficiency in medical skill. Medical skill, mortal mastery. Progress 491, 1000. Now it seems the mortal word in front is traceable. Perhaps in the future, there might be a chance to cultivate the medical arts of the immortal realm. But if that's the case, why did the immortal demand the emperor worship with spiritual grain? Clearly, there is no spiritual energy in this world, and the cultivated spiritual grain does not contain any mystic properties. Is it possible that it's just a kind of raw material? Besides, another problem arises. That is, the mystic iron furnace will be burnt out. It looks like it can be used one more time, then it will need replacing. A furnace made of mystic iron would cost more than 3,000 silver pieces no matter where it's purchased, and the key issue is that mystic iron is an extremely precious resource. Even if one has the money, buying a furnace every now and then would eventually attract unwanted attention. It was after all a temporary solution, not a cure. What was needed was a true furnace that could withstand the temperature of the abnormal fire. Well, I'll go to the military camp and buy a couple. That should suffice for a while. Chen Sansi left the Luotian mountain range, taking the white deer with him to avoid attracting attention, and called for Qian Zun to meet him. Suddenly thinking of something, he took out a porcelain bottle filled with ointment. Qian Zun, I have some good stuff here. Do you want to try it? If the poison wolf could eat it without any problems, Qian Zun, presumably an exotic beast, should have no issues either. Moreover, he wasn't forcing it. The white swan horse was intelligent and could decide for itself. Qian Zun gave it a sniff and then began nodding its head furiously. You really want to eat it. Chen Sansi wasn't stingy and fed it 2 mouthfuls. Surprisingly, after eating the ointment, the white swan horse showed a cheerful mood but did not exhibit an overly strong reaction, nor did it fall into an excessively excited state like ordinary animals. It seemed to be enjoying its favorite snack, nuzzling against its owner to indicate it wanted more. What kind of creature are you? Chen Sansi was amazed. How could the white swan horse's tolerance be so strong? Even after he ate, he needed to focus on his cultivation to assimilate. It was as if Qian Zun was completely unaffected, truly incomprehensible, where Xiang Tingchen got such a horse from, defying all logic. Skill, horse control expert. Progress 459, 500. Recently, he had ridden horses less often, so it was natural that his proficiency wouldn't surge like it did when he was escaping from Yunju. It would be great if you could talk. Chen Sansi mounted the horse. Let's go home. You still want to eat. I don't have enough for myself, let alone you. Kai Zun seemed a bit sulky, and after being whipped a few times, it got moving obediently. In fact, even after being tamed, the white swan horse often had its own little schemes, especially about food. If not satisfied, it would throw a tantrum. Fortunately, it knew when it mattered, such as on the battlefield, where it would never cause any trouble. This only further underscored the white swan horse's intelligence. A few days later, as usual, Chen Sansi went to the military city to report for duty. Last time, Yu Song mentioned there were leads on the witch god sect. He estimated there'd be news in the next few days, just unsure of where it would be hidden. Mr. Chen. At the entrance, he encountered Tang Yink sitting in a carriage. Tang Yink stopped the coachman and came down to greet him. General, you no longer have to avoid me. Please don't say such things, Mr. Chen, you overstate it. You and I are neither kin nor kind. Brother Tang, your risk in aiding me was already extraordinary. How could I repay kindness with malice? Chen Sansi looked at the carriage. Brother Tang, are you leaving? Exactly. Tang Yink gave a positive response. To be frank, I've never been fond of practicing martial arts. My father has insisted, forcing me to undergo trials. Now that selected point has ended, and having been injured, my father has no reason to keep me in Liangzhu. The imperial examinations are imminent. I plan to rush back to the capital city to participate, aspiring to make a career for myself one day as a civil servant. Oh. Chen Sansi encouraged him. Then I'll congratulate you in advance, Brother Tang, on your name being emblazoned on the gold list, and experiencing the joy of riding triumphantly with the wind, watching all of the Chang'an flowers in a single day. The great Sheng dynasty's capital city was not in the northern territory, but in the heart of the central plains, appropriately named Chang'an, aligning with the poem. What fine poetry. Tang Yink exclaimed, I've long heard that Mr. Chen was once a scholar like me, just that later on you swapped the pen for the battlefield. To think you still have such poetic talent, perhaps you would have far outshone me had you continued. Brother Tang gives too much praise. Chen Sansi bid farewell. Before parting, I have a few words of caution for Mr. Chen. Tang Yink lowered his voice, Mr. Chen, by killing Wen Qiushi and seizing the position of champion leader, true disciple. Neither the princely heir nor Yin Hanwen will give in willingly. They will certainly continue to cause trouble for you, especially Cao Fan, who has advanced rapidly in his cultivation recently, and it is rumored that he has paid a huge price for it. It's unclear by what means he's achieved this. Chen Sansi pondered. It seemed there indeed was a reason for Cao Fan's sudden advancement, yet it was unknown what that price was. In addition, within the military, Mr. Chen, you must also be cautious. Drawing upon his early exposure and connections, Tang Yink shared, the reserve camp's forces are composed of soldiers from the garrisons of 3 states, many of whom have connections within the court. The main general has not yet been chosen, and with Vice General Sha Wenlong being from the Yin family and linked to the Gao faction, there are others I haven't had time to check, but they certainly have some connections as well. With the commander away, General Chen must be wary of them. Should I be able to influence the court in the future, I will certainly assist the general in whatever way I can. For now, farewell. As he spoke, he bowed deeply once more. The actions Chen Sansi took in Liangzhu, forcefully killing Wen Qiushi on the stage, led him to a realization to live and act with constant concern leads nowhere. To achieve success, one must move resolutely forward. There is only one path in the world, the path of relentless progress. Goodbye. The two said their goodbyes, Vice General Sha. So far, Chen Sansi had yet to meet this person, but the reserve camp's deputy general, temporarily in charge of everything, would at least be at perfect pulse passage or the profound image realm. He was wary not only of the reserve camp, but also knew that 2 or 3 of the 8 camps were staffed with the court's men. Even after Ning Chengquin's death, there would definitely be new people sent over to take charge, not to mention the subsequent expansion of the army by 4 camps, which would require 4 generals from the profound image realm. His master didn't have so many people at his disposal naturally, the court would assign them. One must counter soldiers with arms and water with an earth dam. All Chen Sansi could do was to take things one step at a time. Yu Song was at the Meridian Passage realm. Recalling the past encounter with Amugu, he still felt a lingering fear. If the opponent were to harbor any ill intentions, in a moment of desperation, the immortal treasure's strange fire would be enough to kill him. But it was as they say, using the immortal treasure even once would increase the risk of exposure, and a torch would need to be prepared in advance, which might not be feasible in a sudden confrontation. Sword Chi skill. The sword Chi skill his master imparted to him, if he could successfully cultivate it, would be a true life-saving technique. Too bad there's no Qingshuan energy. After today's patrol, I'll try to go to other temples and Taoist temples. If that still doesn't work, I'll have to look for someone from the Seeking Immortal Tower in the Red Sleeve Tower. My master and senior brother mentioned that they might still have some. It's just uncertain whether they'd be willing to part with it, Mr. Chen. Dr. Zhang came over and said, "The 2 mystic iron furnaces you requested are ready, and Dr. Kyan is waiting to teach you the power-quenching medicine technique." Passing by the martial arts arena, Chen Sansi saw Cao Fan practicing his saber skills. He had indeed reached Hua Jin, and with a full force enhancement, combined with a top-quality Xuan weapon like the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade, he shattered the massive rock in front of him with ease, earning continuous cheers. By their side, there were also 2 old servants. The old servant accompanying the princely heir might be at the great perfection stage of the Meridian Passage realm. The energy of the old servant beside Yin Hanwen was noticeably weaker, likely below the small achievement level of the Meridian Passage realm. He comes from a family of civil servants, after all. If every family was hiding a general-level martial artist from the profound image realm, there would be no end to it. Ignoring them, Chen Sansi headed straight to the pharmacy. Huff. After finishing cultivation, Cao Fan was as pale as a ghost. Extremely weak, he sat down somewhere and popped 2 red medicine pills into his mouth. It took him a long time to finally recover. "Princely heir, you can't keep practicing like this." Yin Hanwen pointed in the direction Chen Sansi had passed and disdainfully said that Chen is merely at refining internal organs perfection. Normally speaking, he shouldn't reach Hua Jin for another 3 months at least. Even if you stop practicing the Golden Crow Blood Fierce Saber and continue with your previous cultivation techniques, you would easily crush him by then. Not to mention, he's been wasting time going hunting in the mountains and making pilgrimages to Taoist temples recently. I heard he plans on learning alchemy next. With his attention scattered in so many directions, there's no need for you to act, princely heir. In no time, I fear Lu Xiuhua and the others will have left him far behind. No, this man is not as simple as you think, Cao Fan said with a deep gaze. You probably still don't understand what it means for him to have come this far from a desolate place like Po Yang. In that kind of small county town, when he first began practicing martial arts, he likely had to fight for even the lowest quality blood replenishing soup. Under such conditions, he reached refining internal organs perfection within a year, and in Liangzhu with the help of treasure medicine, he will only grow faster. Besides, don't be fooled by his apparent wasteful daily activities. He may very well be practicing hard in private, and you've just not seen it. If I don't work harder, he could surpass me at any moment. Princely heir, you need not say more. My mind is made up. Cao Fan stood up again. I have always believed in the saying that heaven rewards the diligent. I will not stop until I win the next competition. Knowing he couldn't persuade him, Yin Hanwen turned to the servant accompanying the princely heir. Eunuch Zheng, won't you advise him? The princely heir mentioned a long time ago that practicing the Golden Crow Fierce Saber could shorten one's lifespan, and he's so young. Mr. Yin, once the princely heir is resolute, no one can stop him and the pressure on him is immense, Eunuch Zheng replied softly. Since he failed to take the top place this time, the crown prince has already taken issue with him. Plus, the prince is deeply beloved by his majesty. Unless Chen dies, the princely heir will have to give it his all regardless. Then let Chen die. Mr. Yin, you mustn't act rashly. Eunuch Zheng's expression was solemn, secretly making a move to kill. Even if Supervisor Sun is not present, it will eventually be thoroughly investigated. If it's found out, it will only implicate the princely heir. Rest assured, eunuch, I have a brilliant plan. Yin Hanwen said earnestly, the preciousness of the princely heir's lifespan, how can it be wasted on such lowly people? The pharmacies of the 8 camps are no longer thatched stalls, but are now independent courtyards, and the rich scent of medicine can be smelled from afar. The medical officers are no longer clerks without ranks, but 4th-rank officials, with the official title of Tiju, and the treatment is very generous. I have seen Jiang Tiju. General Chen certainly is interesting. Jiang Tiju said, these entry-level disciples are all trying to find ways to enhance their cultivation, yet you still want to take the time to learn power-quenching medicine, not afraid to waste precious time. However, since you want to learn when the time comes, I will certainly teach you everything I know. Power-quenching medicine needs to be taken when the cultivation technique of the Hua Jin realm is mastered. Chen Sansi's main purpose today was still to take away 2 mystic iron furnaces. After his entry-level induction, he had a share of a mystical weapon that he hadn't claimed, which he exchanged for 1 furnace the other one. He actually spent 3,000 taels of silver to buy, which was by no means cheap. Even if the family had silver, they would not be willing to spend it like this, but it was a necessary thing to improve cultivation, after handling the trivial matters. Chen Sansi left the military city and visited all the temples and Taoist temples in Liangzhu City, one by one. Incense was likewise present. However, for the Xia Yun temple, it was pitifully scarce, and there were people watching anyway, so there was no way to experiment. It wasn't until evening that he found an old and dilapidated mountain god temple, where the incense was so sparse it was almost invisible, and there were hardly any worshippers in the temple, even less so after. Old mountain god, I'll borrow some of your incense for use. Chen Sansi sat cross-legged and tried to practice the sword chi skill. The incense really can be used, but I can't beat him. He could clearly feel that when he was operating his spell, the foundation within him that was connected to the meridians was struggling to attract the purple energy of the incense from the divine statue into his body, but he failed. The old mountain god clung to the little bit of purple energy on the stone statue and was reluctant to give him even a bit. So stingy. I was saying if you were willing to share with me, I would have all my brothers come and worship you later, more than 1,000 people. Still no response. Really inflexible, not knowing how to adapt. Chen Sansi stood up helplessly. This trip today at last confirmed that incense could really replace spiritual energy for cultivation, but a tool is required to steal the god's incense, like the incense burner of Ci Yun Temple. Unfortunately, he had no reason nor the strength to touch it. It seems that I really have to make a trip to the Seeking Immortal Tower tomorrow. Thinking so, Chen Sansi packed his things and went home, only to see from afar many armored soldiers on horseback holding torches in front of his door, and Si Kin Mohua was explaining something at the gate. "What's going on, Mr. Chen?" The leader was Zhao Kang, who bowed respectfully and said, "Vice Admiral Yu has an order, commanding the general to lead us to hurry to the east of the city and participate in the suppression of the Yu Yang sect. We only have an hour left." Thankfully, the leader returned in time. Otherwise, we'd be facing military justice, Yu Yang sect. Chen Sansi whistled for his white swan horse while inquiring about the details on the road. However, Zhao Kang was just a captain, responsible for relaying messages, not privileged to know the specific plans. "Let's go, drive." After hurrying to the military camp, more than 4,000 people had already gathered at the martial arts arena. The reserve camp, totaling 12,000, was divided into 4 units: front, back, left, and right. Chen Sansi's left unit was fully assembled, responsible for tonight's task, with Deputy General Sha Wenlong personally in command, and Yu Song assigned to assist. The specific combat strategy was discussed inside the tent, only accessible to those above the rank of 1,000 captain. Bai Thingzhai, Lu Xiuhua, and Zai Sishu were all present. Then, it was Chen Sansi's first meeting with Reserve Camp General Sha Wenlong. Sha Wenlong, transferred from Yu State, was originally a fierce warrior under General Jing, sporting a rugged appearance and an eye patch over one eye. Lost in battle, his weapon was a dragon-scale broadsword. His aura was even stronger than the old servant Cao Fan, indeed appearing to be of the profound image realm. But why suddenly move against Yu Yang sect? Could it be related to the Witch God sect? Vice Admiral Yu, you make the announcement. After speaking, Sha Wenlong leaned on his broadsword and closed his eyes to rest. Yes, Yu Song began. Recently, the Witch God sect fans have been rampant, yet their traces were elusive. Suspecting some sects might be collaborating with the Witch God sect, General Sha secretly purchased disciples within several sects to act as spies, finally yielding results. An inner sect disciple of the Yu Yang sect claimed he saw a man in black use a vajra to kill someone and then not descend the mountain, but instead hide in the residence of Yu Yang sect master, Huang Tianrong. Thus, we suspect Huang Tianrong is collaborating with, or perhaps is even a part of, the Witch God sect followers. Tonight's mission is to capture Huang Tianrong alive, and before we can ascertain how many of Yu Yang sect disciples are in collusion, none shall escape. Colluding with the Witch God sect, Chen Sansi found it hard to believe. A third-rate sect under the given intelligence, with a sect master of entry-level Hua Jin in Liangzhu, one of the weakest forces, dared to affiliate with the Witch God sect. Even the Jade Maiden sect, previously nearly wiped out, was a genuine second-rate sect with the sect master in the Meridian Passage realm. How many lives would they have to risk? Of course, it could also be coercion, like the previous case with the Golden Bell Temple, a hiding spot for the Witch God sect. Only by going there would the truth be known. Bai Thingzhai spoke up. "Vice Admiral Yu, I have a question." Yu Song took out a map, slowly unfolding it on the table, and without looking up said, "Speak. Yu Yang sect has had quite a few disciples die under mysterious circumstances recently, right?" Bai Thingzhai seriously said, "If they are indeed colluding with the Witch God sect, why would so many of their disciples be killed?" Obviously, Lu Xiuhua held his sword and spoke gravely, merely a tactic to deceive others. "Brother Lu is correct," Zai Sishu added. "The more they cooperate with the Witch God sect, the more they must harshly deal with their own to prove their innocence and secure an undefeatable position." Bai Thingzhai thoughtfully said, "If that's the case, then they truly deserve death, General Sha." Yu Song, pointing at the laid-out map of Liangzhu, respectfully said, "My report is complete. It's time for you to make the deployment." "General Sha," Lu Xiuhua burst out, "please assign me and my men to the most dangerous position." "I feel the same," Zai Sishu quickly followed. "I am ready to face death multiple times over." Sounds noble, but aren't you just seeking to achieve merits? Bai Thingzhai bluntly stated. To compete for the position of true disciple, one not only needs to surpass the current true disciples in realm, but also to accumulate one more B-grade military merit to initiate a challenge in the arena. The general has his plans. Yu Song admonished, your only job is to obey the orders. Sha Wenlong slowly opened his eyes, moved to the map, and spoke solemnly, since not all Yu Yang sect disciples are colluding with the witch god sect, we cannot massacre the innocent, otherwise it would irreparably tarnish the reputation of the 8 camps. Therefore tonight, the army's main role is to encircle, not to slay. Handling Huang Tianrong is not your duty, but will be personally undertaken by me and Vice Admiral Yu. Your main tasks are to infiltrate the Yu Yang sect with 20 men each, then capture these locations separately, he said, pointing to a few locations on the map. Everyone looked closely and noticed that the structure of the entire Yu Yang sect was clearly illustrated, including every separate complex and every small path, depicted in meticulous detail. In each of these complexes resides a refining organ disciple, core true disciples of Huang Tianrong. If they cooperate, capture them alive and bring them down the mountain. If they do not, execute them regardless. Once Huang Tianrong and these few are captured for display, the remaining Yu Yang sect disciples will surely not dare to resist further, minimizing the impact of this matter. Did everyone understand? Command received. The crowd responded in unison. The issue of the witch god sect is crucial. If left unchecked, it might lead to great turmoil. Conversely, if we can trace through Yu Yang sect to uncover the true masterminds behind, our reserve camp can claim a great achievement. Sha Wenlong stated, moreover, simply by completing your respective tasks, you will each be credited with a C-grade battle merit. Set off, the 4,000 men of the reserve camp's left division launched their assault in silence under the cover of night. At each intersection leading down the mountains from the Yu Yang sect, 1,000 heavily armed troops stood guard, ensuring no one escaped. Zhao Kang, Wang Li, Zhu Tong, Su Bin, each of you pick 5 men to accompany me up the mountain. Feng Yang, you lead the rest to secure the mountain entrance. Chen Sansi quickly finished the arrangements and led them stealthily into the Yu Yang sect. The Yu Yang sect was established on a mountain outside the city. It wasn't particularly large, but the terrain was complex, with courtyards connected to each other like a labyrinth. Numerous disciples were responsible for patrolling, making it extremely difficult to quickly locate the destination at night. Fortunately, he had memorized the map thoroughly and could see clearly in the darkness, allowing him to reach the destination with great speed. A walled manor connected to the rear mountain. Strangely, this place did not seem inhabited. Cobwebs adorned the main gate, and the courtyard inside lay in utter silence. Wasn't it agreed that each of us would handle a true disciple? Why is there no one here? To prevent any errors, Chen Sansi even jumped onto the roof and used his Qi observation skill to meticulously search the area. He could confirm with absolute certainty that no one lived there, which made him more vigilant. When things went abnormally, there must be demons at work. He thought back to what Tang Ying had told him during the day. Sha Wenlong, to make me come up empty-handed, unable to achieve merit. It can't be that simple. An insignificant third-class military achievement couldn't possibly shake his position as the leading true inheritor. Then danger must be close at hand. Could it be that witch god sect followers were hidden here and would soon emerge? Unclear. At the moment, it was merely speculation. He might be overthinking it. But even if the enemy truly harbored ill intentions, he couldn't leave. In a word, military orders were as heavy as mountains. Desertion, especially on the battlefield, was an absolute capital offense. The more he was the supervisor's true disciple, the more he had to set a good example. Otherwise, the situation would be even more difficult to handle. Take it one step at a time. Let's find out what this courtyard is for first. Chen Sansi ordered search. In the darkness, Huang Tianrong led the way, followed by 7 or 8 true disciples and a dozen inner sect disciples. They moved hurriedly forward in a panic, occasionally glancing back as though fleeing from some ferocious beast. Master, they really have us surrounded. If not for Master's quick response, we would likely be locked up in the dungeon by now. Junior brother Ma deserves to die. He seemed so honest usually, yet he betrayed us this way. Master even considered him as the future sect master, colluding with the witch god sect. Ridiculous. We've lost so many brothers, how could we possibly be linked to the witch god sect? Since they can't catch the witch god sect, the pressure's too much and they want us to take the blame. The 8 camps are up to no good. Master, could what 8th junior brother saw be true? A disciple voiced a differing opinion. Walking in front, Huang Tianrong stopped, turned back, and spoke angrily. Do you actually doubt your master? The witch god sect has killed dozens of our Yu Yang sect disciples. Among them was your 3rd senior brother, who was the most likely to break through to the Meridian Passage realm and strengthen our sect again. How could your master destroy the foundation of our ancestors? Several disciples looked at each other, feeling that it didn't make sense. Master, what should we do now? Why don't we go and explain things clearly? Explain my ass. Huang Tianrong cursed. Do you think they mobilized so many soldiers just to listen to your explanations? Whoever wants to stay and await death, your master won't stop you. Those who want to live, come with me. This tunnel was left by our ancestors for a catastrophe like this, to ensure our lineage doesn't completely end. The end of this tunnel leads to a small courtyard in the rear mountain. There's gold and silver buried there. Grab what you can, and we, master and disciples, will directly leave Liangzhu and go to Ming State to seek refuge with King Liang of Mei Mountain. King Liang. A disciple exclaimed in surprise, doesn't that mean we'll have to become bandits in the mountains? Exactly, we will become bandits. Huang Tianrong said angrily. Ever since Sun Xiangzong came, he wouldn't raise taxes on the common people but insisted that the sects pay. In just 5 short years, how much resources has he taken from us? Now with this happening, it's most likely that they covet our ancestors' Deluo River and want to take it for themselves. Such a court is better overturned. The group of disciples felt that his analysis made sense. Following your master, there's a bright future. Becoming a marquis or a minister in the future is not impossible. Quick move, sir, we found a lot of weapons and gold and silver. Zhao Kang pointed to the trove of treasures piled in the middle of the courtyard. They were very well hidden, and we had to dig 3 feet into the ground to find them. Something really isn't right about this place. Chen Sansi pondered silently. What kind of place would be used to hide money? This clearly wasn't a heavily guarded spot, so it had to be a last resort. He had a rough idea of what was going to happen today. After Sha Wenlong and his men came up empty at Huang Tianrong's residence, the latter had already received a message and fled early. This was their final stop. Just by climbing out, they could enter the vast mountains and escape to freedom. Everyone, leave the courtyard and ambush with me outside, Chen Sansi commanded. After relocking the courtyard gate securely, they hid themselves in the woods outside. Within less than the time it took to brew a pot of tea, they saw a group of people running over in a frantic rush. As expected, just as Chen Sansi had anticipated, this place was indeed the last escape route for these people. Sha Wenlong sent him here. It was very likely a deliberate plan to make him encounter a Hua Jing warrior and kill him with someone else's hand. It's not good. Huang Tianrong took out a key, and before he even reached the door, he realized something was wrong. Quick, run, fire the arrows, Chen Sansi shouted loudly. However, the martial artists in front of them were at the very least at the bone training realm. Only he could bring someone down with a single arrow. The destructive power of the other people's bows and arrows was simply too limited. Don't panic, there aren't many of them. Huang Tianrong, after all, was a master and extremely experienced. Swiftly assess the situation, quickly kill them, then grab the silver and run. While blocking the arrows, he charged to the front lines, his spear in hand like a Jiao dragon bursting from the sea, whooshing straight towards Chen Sansi's face. The soul-breaking spear and the trident clashed together. A force different from Qi blood power surged forth, and even though Chen Sansi entered the blood explosion state, he still retreated half a step, but that was all. Hua Jing technique entry level, representing inner strength before outer strength. The gap with refining internal organs perfection might be vast for ordinary people, but for him it seemed not so fearsome. Under the blood explosion state, he could hold on. Moreover, it seemed there were no other high-level experts from the witch god sect present, and the situation was not too dire. Of course, it would be best if reinforcements could arrive nearby. Is it you, Chen Sansi? Huang Tianrong had previously met him at Xia Yun Temple. You, a mere refining organ, dare to block me. Die. At this point, not to mention a disciple of Sun Xiangzong. Even if Sun Xiangzong himself were here, he would still have to fight with all he had. General Sha, why is there no one? At the other end of the Yu Yang sect, where the sect master resided, only some women huddled on the ground, crying in terror. Need you ask? Sha Wenlong stared at a corpse at his feet, a disciple of the Yu Yang sect who had sent them the message. Surely it's this trash who leaked the news, letting Huang Tianrong become aware and escape ahead of time. Then what do we do? Where should we look? How should this general know? Swoosh. Amidst their conversation, several sky arrows shot up from the southeast direction. General Sha, there's a signal. Yu Song said before we came, it was decreed that unless it was the discovery of Huang Tianrong, no one else should be disturbed. Huang Tianrong is at the Hua Jing realm, and all the captains are still refining organs. Whoever encounters him will be in danger. Let's hurry over. No rush. Sha Wenlong's face was calm like a still lake. It might just be Huang Tianrong's strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Let's search around here a bit more. All right, I obey the order. 20 rounds passed. Chen Sansi was still engaged with the Hua Jing warrior, and as time went on, from initially being suppressed, he gradually stabilized the situation. Damn it, need you ask? Chen Sansi's eyes were cold. They had been set up. It's highly likely that this was orchestrated by Han Wen or Cao Fan under the director's orders. Fortunately, as the battle went on, he discovered something. The Hua Jing warrior wasn't that incredible after all. Previously, it was difficult to confront Cao Fan across the borders because he was also a peerless genius, but not everyone was a genius. Wang Tianrong obviously was not, otherwise he would not be just a Huajing martial artist as a sect master. One step wrong, every step wrong. His qi blood certainly would not compare to my own. In this depletion and enhancement, the gap between the two further narrowed. How is this possible? Wang Tianrong, who was full of confidence before the action, quickly turned pale, unable to imagine why he, a Huajing warrior, couldn't take down his opponent. This guy's blood explosion state kicked in with full force right away, and astonishingly, he used his qi blood to withstand his internal energy. Qi blood against internal energy. How terrifying, a sheer fantasy. He gradually realized what it meant for someone who stood out from the many geniuses of the 36 states, that one simply couldn't assess him by the common realm boundaries. Chen, Mr. Chen, we know each other in passing. Let's each take a step back. Please let me go. How about it? The only answer he got was the silver spear. Under the enhancement of the Xuan Yuan 5 organs body, Chen Sanxi's dragon elephant blood completely entered a frenzy state, with the Killin's heart breaking through the opponent's combat patterns, transforming him into a demon god descending from the heavens. Even though he was fighting across realms, he was paradoxically achieving a suppressive effect. Clang, clang, clang. Wang Tianrong's harpoon became heavier and harder to control, and the internal energy in his body was vanishing at an extremely fast pace, soon nearing exhaustion. The qi blood of a refining organ martial artist was limited, and the internal energy of Huajing warriors was not infinite either. If he exhausted his internal energy before defeating his opponent, his advantage would vanish completely. Clang, another metallic clash occurred. Just then a crack resounded crisply. Wang Tianrong's harpoon broke. General Sha, Yu Song felt uneasy, feeling that something was off tonight. He said, how about I stay here while you go to check out where the sky arrow resonated from? It doesn't look like a distraction tactic. This general will go with you, said Sha Wenlong as he started moving. 40 rounds of time, that should do it. The task Mr. Yin entrusted to him was sufficient to complete. Even if Wang Tianrong was trash, he was still a Huajing warrior and should be able to kill that kid. The arrangement tonight was perfect. Everything could be explained as an accident. Dying in battle, even the disciple of a supervisor could not complain. True disciples had died in battle before. Thinking this way, Sha Wenlong quickened his pace. Just as he arrived at the location he just saw, a long spear under the moonlight transformed into a silver dragon, piercing through Wang Tianrong's heart. Clank. Almost at the same time, Chen Sanxi pulled out the Zhenyu sword, severed Wang Tianrong's head, and slammed it directly before Sha Wenlong, splattering him with fresh blood covering his face and body. General Sha. He enunciated each word. It seems you've missed your mark. Sha Wenlong looked down at the severed heads beneath his feet, his remaining left pupil trembling slightly as his brows furrowed even more. Refining internal, killing Hua Jin. This wasn't just a minor realm advancement, but a major one. The sect master of the Yu Yang sect was truly useless. The question is, what about the Witch God sect? Why didn't the hidden Witch God sect followers strike? It wasn't just Huang Tianrong who was killed. After the other sect disciples received reinforcements, they either died on the spot under a flurry of chaotic blades or were captured without a struggle, daring not to resist in the slightest. General Chen Yu Song found it even harder to believe. He thought that trouble was brewing, but it turned out to be Huang Tianrong who ran into trouble. Qi blood countering the force of Hua Jin. What did that even mean? Chen Sanxi clasped his fist, his expressionless. We did not collude with the Witch God sect. A disciple from the Yu Yang sect roared desperately. Your accusations are merely to take control of the Daluo River for yourselves, to collect the silver. You scoundrels. Yu Song kicked him twice, then took out a Vajra pestle. Then what is this? Found in your sect master's room. Several disciples stared at the Vajra pestle, their faces filled with disbelief. This item was a tool used by Witch God sect followers to collect heart blood. Impossible. How could our master collude with the Witch God sect followers? The third elder brother who died was his favorite disciple. Still trying to be tough, fleeing alongside Huang Tianrong, aren't you showing your guilt? Yu Song commanded, take them all back, lock them up in the death prison of Liangzhu, and await their fate. Announce the severed heads of Huang Tianrong and the few dead true disciples to the public. Compel everyone to cooperate with the investigation, and whoever dares to resist shall be deemed a conspirator of the Witch God sect and be executed without mercy. They left one after another. Chen Sanxi, however, looked at the headless corpse of Huang Tianrong, his gaze intense and unflinching for a long while. It wasn't due to lingering anger, but rather. Before Huang Tianrong died, he saw a trace of black aura on this man. It was exactly like the aura on sect leader Zhang Huimin of the Seven Absolute sect, just comparatively much fainter. The reason Chen Sanxi did not capture him alive but killed him in the last moment was that he feared the opponent might suddenly increase his realm just like Zhang Huimin, which would complicate matters greatly. After all, no one would be there to help him, and he had to prioritize his own life. In the end, the witch god sect followers still didn't show themselves. It was a puzzle to him. And Huang Tianrong didn't seem to be lying. Could it be that he really hadn't colluded with the witch god sect and was wronged? Then what was the black aura about? Ci Yun Temple. Chen Sansi suddenly thought of a possibility. Zhang Huimin was at the Meridian Passage Realm. Then it was highly likely that he had also attended a Dao conference and consumed the mysterious nourishing spirit soup. Could that be the source of the black aura in their bodies? But that was wrong. If the immortal elixir contained black aura, the Qi observation skill should have detected it. At any rate, he needed to be even more cautious around Ci Yun Temple. General, Zhao Kang reported in, the cleanup is done. Shall we descend the mountain? Chen Sansi nodded, leading the troops waiting at the foot of the mountain. The subsequent matters were not his responsibility. After the reserve camp took control of the Yu Yang sect, they carried out a thorough 3-day and 3-night search, but could not find more evidence of their collusion with the witch god sect. In the end, they concluded that only Huang Tianrong and a few true disciples were guilty. But after days of torturing the still living disciples to death, they failed to extract a satisfactory explanation. Thus, the matter was left unresolved and came to an end. Finally, it was time for merit awards. Inside the tent, Sha Wenlong announced to everyone, General Chen, for killing the enemy across a major realm, is credited as having the greatest merit for this mission, and is to be awarded 1 Class B merit, with a reward of 3,000 taels of silver. Lu Xiuhua and Zai Sishu's faces revealed their difficulty. 5 Class C merits were equivalent to 1 Class B merit. Where would they find such opportunities to earn merit again after this? Class A merit, which was above a Class B merit, required actual battle to obtain. It seemed that the position of the chief true inheritor was beyond their reach now. Moreover, refining internal to combat Hua Jin, even if it was only a third-rate sex Hua Jin, would be very difficult. Probably only Cao Fan would be able to compete with this man. General Chen, congratulations. Lu Xiuhua and Zai Sishu stepped forward to congratulate him, signifying that they had effectively given up on the competition. You shouldn't have harbored any such aspirations in the first place, Bai Thingzhai bluntly said. After leaving, Chen Sansi once again saw Yin Han Wen and Cao Fan practicing in the martial arts arena, and a strong killing intent surged within him. This confusion must have been instigated by someone with the surname Yin. Sha Wenlong was of the profound image realm, so it was not a good time to kill him. But this dog Yin Han Wen. Chen Sansi didn't want him nauseatingly flitting in front of him anymore. If he left Yin Han Wen alive, who knew what kind of backstabbing would occur in the future? The problem was, next to Yin Han Wen was an old servant at the Meridian Passage Realm. Chen Sansi hadn't yet reached Hua Jin, and even if he did, it was impossible for him to kill someone at the Meridian Passage. But what about using a spell, sword chi skill? After all, it was a spell used by immortals. It should be able to kill a Meridian Passage Realm individual, right? The only issue was the lack of Qingshuan energy, or rather spiritual energy, seeking Immortal Tower. It couldn't be avoided. Determined, Chen Sansi, covered in blood, returned home. Zikin Mohua gradually got used to preparing hot water for his baths and for changing his clothes. Now that his wife was pregnant, it was better to be cautious to avoid startling the child. The next morning, just as Chen Sansi had finished washing up, Mohua came to find him, saying that someone outside wanted to meet him. Standing at the entrance of the residence was a young Taoist, naturally from the Ci Yun Temple. Blessings be as boundless as the heavenly venerate. The young Taoist bowed, benefactor, my master is going to preach today and has specially sent me to invite you. They actually came to the door. What does it mean? Could it be that they insist on making him drink the nourishing spirit soup? What exactly was this nourishing spirit soup for? I understand, Chen Sansi calmly replied. Please tell Reverend Qiu Mingzi that if I have time, I will definitely come. He certainly couldn't outright refuse, otherwise the other party might sense something was wrong. It just wasn't clear if he didn't go, whether the other side would keep inviting him, and if he kept refusing, whether they would force him. Without a weapon, he truly felt unsafe, and recently, the tracking had started again. After leaving the house, Chen Sansi noticed the familiar presence reappearing. It seems I need to find someone to deal with this. He thought this as he went out to buy many medicinal materials, using his free time after work and beyond his cultivation sessions to make a lot of beauty creams and rouge powders, which he then personally delivered to the governor mansion. Junior brother really knows how to care for women. Rong Yankyu, smelling the scent of rouge, said, these materials can't be found on the market. You must have gone through a lot of trouble. Are you planning on asking me to give them to 9th junior sister? Chen Sansi shook his head. No, they are for you, senior sister, me. Rong Yankyu quickly caught on and rolled her eyes. Junior brother, if you have something to say, just say it. Chen Sansi didn't stand on ceremony and explained what he needed. All right, leave it to me. Rong Yankyu handed the items to a servant, instructing, go give these to 9th junior sister and say that Mr. Chen personally made them for her. After giving her instructions, her expression suddenly turned grave and she picked up a weapon and followed. It wasn't long. before she indeed spotted a shadowy figure covertly following behind the junior brother. Swoosh. An iron thorn's whip suddenly lashed out. The shadow let out a cry of alarm, also taking out 2 short daggers from behind to block, but he was clearly no match due to an injury. After one exchange, he was stumbling backward, yelling, "Ninth junior sister, it's me, hold your hand." Old third, Wrong Yankyu's face grew even colder. Junior brother has only been an entry-level disciple for a short while, and you want to trail him. No, not trailing. Na Yuan hurriedly explained, I was merely protecting junior brother in secret. Do you think I can believe you? Without further ado, Wrong Yankyu whipped out her iron thorn's whip with the fury of a tempest, swiftly reigniting Na Yuan's old wounds and forcing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. He knelt on one knee. Ninth junior sister, are you really going to kill your senior brother over a junior who's just become an entry-level disciple? Killing you would be too far, but... Wrong Yankyu snorted coldly. You and eldest brother have long ceased to be my senior brothers. Come with me. She wrapped her iron thorn's whip around his neck and, like leading a prisoner, marched straight to Marquis Wuding's mansion. She kicked open the gate, startling the eldest senior brother inside who was practicing his martial arts. Lu Jai looked at his third junior brother, covered in blood, and felt a headache coming on. Without even asking, he could guess what had happened. But still, he said with a heavy voice, Ninth junior sister, isn't this going too far? Too far. Wrong Yankyu found it laughable. She kicked Na Yuan aside, her voice laced with severity. Eldest brother, aren't you embarrassed? Setting your sights on our own junior brother. No wonder the fourth senior brother instructed me to stay in Liangzhu for a while before he left, just to guard against you, the ingrate. I really only wanted to protect junior brother in secret. Protect. Wrong Yankyu sat down in the middle of the courtyard, pouring herself a drink indifferently. You have the nerve to say that. A few nights ago when junior brother was on a mission and ran into Hua Jin, where was your protection then? Lu Jai spoke blandly. The battlefield is the battlefield. Normal times are normal times. Enough, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Wrong Yankyu felt irritated. From now on, if you dare to tail Chen Sansi again, don't blame me for turning on you, and I mean the kind of turning that involves risking lives, do you understand? Okay. Lu Jai agreed calmly, I promise you. I don't hold power in Liangzhu, this is your turf, but there's someone you need to deal with for me. Wrong Yankyu continued, Sha Wenlong. Why? Because of the Yu Yang sex business. Lu Jai sat down opposite her. That doesn't seem appropriate, it was just an accident. Accident? Wrong Yankyu scoffed. I've checked. Sha Wenlong's family has been disciples of the Yin family since his father's generation. You tell me this was an accident. If he were under my control, he would have been dismembered into over a dozen pieces by now. Sister, we need evidence for everything. I couldn't care less about evidence. Wrong Yankyu's stance was firm. I'm giving you 1 month. Either remove him or transfer him to another department. Otherwise, I'll take matters into my own hands. Ninth junior sister, don't go too far. Na Yuan could hardly bear it. Lu Jai stopped him. Junior sister, I swear to heaven, I would never harm junior brother's life, and as for your demand, I can agree to take care of it, but... Junior brother has just become an entry-level disciple, and you're already so protective. Is it necessary? I'm not protecting him. Wrong Yankyu enunciated clearly. I merely trust master. Chen Sansi stopped in front of the largest brothel on Flowering Willow Lane, looking up at the signboard that bore several large characters Red Sleeve Tower. After coming to this world, it was the first time he had entered such a place. Young master, please come in. Stopping at the entrance for barely 2 breaths' time, Chen Sansi was surrounded by 2 hostesses and ushered inside. Contrary to his expectations, inside the high-class brothel it wasn't just about being flanked by beauty and mired in drunken debauchery. There were also numerous artistic performances, especially involving various musical instruments. The music alone was enough to reveal the high skill level, something that couldn't be achieved without 10 to 8 years of hard practice. Moreover, the many literati who were reciting poetry and engaging in verbal duels represented a blend of vulgarity and elegance. No wonder tales of romances and rivalries between scholars and brothel women often came out of the capital city. Young master, an old madam respectfully asked, are you here to look for someone, or is this your first visit? My first visit. Chen Sansi looked around. The letter from the seeking Immortal Tower merely told him to come here but didn't specify who to look for or how, leaving him clueless. However, since it was arranged this way, he assumed the other party would make contact first. Young master, please take a seat. The old madam rushed to find him a seat and began to introduce the girls and the process, which was quite complicated. As soon as Chen Sansi sat down, he had to participate in pointing at the tea flower, paying 10 taels of silver for the tea, which essentially was just the minimum entry fee. Following that, should he fancy any of the girls for company, a separate price would be set. The girls were ranked into different grades, with the Warren being the most expensive. Having money alone wasn't enough, one also needed to recite poetry to attract her attention and have a chance to spend the night. I can manage that. Chen Sansi thought with the poems he still remembered, he could certainly show off a bit here. Unfortunately, he wasn't in the mood. He was here for serious business today. On the surface, Liangzhu City was tranquil, but beneath that, danger lurked everywhere and every moment had to be used to enhance his power. Indulgence also needed the right timing. An hour's wait and still, there was no movement. Chen Sansi didn't spend a single penny more than the entry fee, which made the madam roll her eyes at him. He didn't get to meet anyone from the Seeking Immortal Tower, but he did end up meeting acquaintances. Sun Buki, Yan Changqing, and several sons of officials. "Mr. Chen, you should have said something earlier, and we could have come here together," said Yan Changqing, offering a toast. "I am a regular here and can introduce you to some rare beauties, all top courtesans guaranteed to satisfy you." "Sansi, what are you doing here?" Sun Buki was surprised. "This isn't like you." Chen Sansi, unable to avoid it, simply responded, "I've been tired from cultivation recently, just here to relax a bit." The purpose of visiting the Seeking Immortal Tower was a secret, of course not to be publicly disclosed. "Sansi, this isn't good for you," Sun Buki said. "Your sister-in-law is pregnant and waiting for you at home. Let's go, we can go hunting in the mountains instead." Chen Sansi looked at him, feeling something was off. "Sansi," Sun Buki said sternly, "so many people know you here, aren't you afraid it'll spread by tomorrow and everyone will know? What is there to be afraid of?" Chen Sansi was very calm. His master disliked lecherous individuals, but he was here in search of the Seeking Immortal Tower, something his master was aware of. In this world, men visiting brothels was nothing unusual, so why fear people? You. Sun Buki was a bit anxious. "Sansi, my sister is at your house taking care of your sister-in-law." Suddenly, Chen Sansi belatedly realized. Recently, he had felt something strange about everyone's behavior. After his initiation ceremony, his master even mentioned arranging a marriage for him, and today's senior sister Nine also hinted whether the gift was meant for Sun Li. Combining Sun Buki's attitude, perhaps they were planning to marry off their girl to him. Why? To Chen Sansi, this kind of thing should require mutual consent. Does senior sister Sun even agree? Well, senior sister is very pretty, but he really hadn't considered these matters. Still the same reason currently, he lacked the mind for it. "Buqi, take a seat." Chen Sansi didn't leave. "Let's just drink and listen to songs. We'll leave after tonight." "Okay." Sun Buki finally sat down as we agreed. "Don't stay overnight. It seems you, my boy." Chen Sansi teased. "A regular. I couldn't tell. I'll have to report this to our master." "Don't, Sansi, that's not fair," Sun Buki hurriedly said. "I won't snitch on you. Can't you just pretend you didn't see anything?" Chen Sansi laughed and clinked glasses with him. The brothel grew increasingly lively as time approached the hour of the dog. Many talents began to compete eagerly, bidding for the right to spend the night with the top courtesans of Red Sleeve Tower. The price for one night with the Warren Ning Xiang reached a terrifying 5,000 taels, enough to buy 2 mystic iron furnaces. In addition, Miss Ning Xiang required poetry. Only those whose poems were good enough while also being wealthy could get the opportunity to meet her. Note, it was to meet, not to spend the night. After meeting her, whether one could spend the night depended on one's performance. It was unknown how beautiful she was to enchant these many men. It mustn't be some illusion. Illusion technique. Chen Sansi had a spell, and people from Seeking Immortal Tower possessing an illusion technique made sense, right? Could it be that this Warren was someone from the Seeking Immortal Tower? "Miss Ning Xiang, please meet with me." As time passed, poem after poem was written and sent to the upper floors, yet no one was called up. Many were so anxious they paced back and forth, and some who were drunk even attempted to rush upstairs but were stopped by the martial artists maintaining order. "Brother Chen," Yan Changqing clasped his hands, "won't you give it a try?" With phrases like, "with a heart elated like a galloping horse, I enjoy all the flowers in Chang'an in one day," you are certain to win Miss Ning Xiang's heart. I've heard that anyone who makes it upstairs is so bewitched they can't recover for 3 days and nights. Ah, the taste of it. Unexpectedly, Tang Yink left the poem behind before he departed. Chen Sansi really didn't want to act as a copycat, and if Miss Ning Xiang wasn't from Seeking Immortal Tower, wouldn't that be a huge loss? "Gentlemen." As he hesitated to spend the money, even considering leaving, a voice that sounded like a clear spring and somewhat familiar rang in his ears. The young woman, dressed in a warm yellow skirt and bowing her head, served them wine and snacks, saying, "Please enjoy. The gentleman might also write poems. Perhaps you could earn the favor of our miss." Before leaving, she cast a resentful glance at Chen Sansi and quickly pulled a face to show her disdain, noticing that faint trace of Qingshuan energy inside her, which flickered like a firefly's light. He knew she could only be the same black-clad woman who had broken into his house on that day. Chen Sansi could clearly see the hint. He supposed they were just waiting for him to write a poem. Even if it were nonsensical, they would still call him up. Must they make it so complicated? After much thought, Chen Sansi finally asked for ink, brush, paper, and inkstone, hurriedly recalling a couple of lines of poetry from his mind, wrote them down, and then gave them to the maid responsible for delivering the poems upstairs. As expected, the maid quickly returned, bowed deeply, and then gestured for him to follow. "Sir, Miss Ning Xiang wishes to see you. Please pay the silver first, then follow this servant upstairs." 5,000 taels. Chen Sansi didn't carry so much money on him. He said, Mr. Yan, could you lend me some silver first? You said you didn't know how to write poems. Yan Changking was extremely curious, but he still took out a silver note. Brother Chen, you must share with us a good story upon your return. Followed by envious gazes, Chen Sansi ascended the stairs with the maid. Yan Changking, how could you lend money to Sansi? Why not lend? What, Brother Bu Chi, are you jealous because of this? No, he promised he wouldn't stay the night. What concern is it of yours if he stays the night or not? Red Sleeve Tower has a total of 6 floors, and even in Liangzhu City it stands out as a landmark. The higher the floor, the more expensive it becomes starting from the 4th floor. Those are the domains of the Warrens. The top level is empty, with only Ning Xiang residing there. Humph, you actually dared to come. The little girl dressed in the warm yellow skirt and disguised as a maid, hands on her hips, indignantly said, Aren't you afraid my master will avenge me? Nonsense, had she wanted revenge, she would have taken it already. Chen Sansi looked at the young girl, noting that most of her wounds were healed, except for a faint scar on her right wrist, and he was not sure why. The medicine used by martial artists is very effective theoretically. If it heals, it shouldn't leave a scar. What are you looking at? I've left it there on purpose. Jiazhou proactively showed the scar on her wrist, glaring with her clear eyes. Keeping it reminds me to not forget you. Once I'm strong enough to beat you, I'll come to take my revenge. Jiazhou, stop causing trouble. A languid and subtly enchanting voice sounded. Jiazhou obediently closed her mouth and stepped aside. Chen Sansi hadn't yet entered when, even through the door, he saw a strand of Qingshuan energy with his qi observation skill. Compared to Sun Xiangzong, it was much weaker, but much stronger than this girl named Jiazhou. Having come all this way, he had no reservations, pushed open the door, and was ready to see the real face of the Warren over whom many fought tooth and nail, a shadowy boudoir fragrant with incense. The curtains fluttered lightly, casting a graceful silhouette. There sat a striking woman in a light purple dress, leaning softly on the bed. Her cheeks were as blooming as March peach blossoms, exuding an irresistible charm and allure. Under the veil of diffused incense smoke, she seemed even more captivating. If one were to open the doors and windows, she would surely cause tumult among the butterflies and bees. She was indeed a bewitching beauty who speaks like flowers, with a demure loveliness that emits the fragrance of blooming jade. Chen Sansi swung his fist and punched out without hesitation. A look of surprise flitted across the purple-dressed woman's face before she gracefully leapt to avoid the attack. Boom. The bed, however, was not so fortunate and was promptly smashed to pieces. Sir, the purple-dressed woman had a look of aggrievement. Why do you do this? Jiazhou accused, Master. I told you he is malicious, not at all the good man and hero the outside world believes him to be. Last time he almost took my life. Miss Chen Sansi, looking at the Warren, said in a stern voice, You sent someone to break into Chen's residence without an announcement, and now you try to unsettle my mind with tricks as soon as I arrive. What is your intention? He noticed that as soon as he entered, the Qingshuan energy within the woman began to move, and though he didn't know what she intended to do, he certainly wouldn't just stand there foolishly. Ning Xiang bit her lip, looking wronged as she said, I meant no harm. I just wanted to have some fun with the general first. But who knew the general doesn't know how to be tender to a lady, truly befitting of his military background? Ning Xiang, right. Chen Sansi got straight to the point and asked, You have something to discuss with me, let's hear it. The purple-dressed woman gestured for Jiazhou to close the door, then elegantly approached the table to pour tea. She began, General, are you aware of our seeking Immortal Tower? I have a rough understanding. Chen Sansi didn't touch the tea and stated, Please get to the point. Miss, you're in such a rush, General. Finding it dull, Ning Xiang spoke straightforwardly. Our seeking Immortal Tower has a legacy of 1,000 years, with influence far and wide, yet we never meddle in mundane world strife, seeking only to one day find the gateway to the Immortal Realm. Immortal Realm. Chen Sansi asked, Does the Immortal Realm truly exist in this world? It certainly does exist. Miss Ning Xiang spoke unhurriedly. Otherwise, how could our seeking Immortal Tower possess immortal laws? It's just a pity that for over 2,000 years, nature's spiritual energy has been depleted. Even with immortal laws, it's difficult to cultivate them to fruition. Spiritual energy depletion. Chen Sansi had long known about it, and he asked, What use do you have for me then? Nowadays in the entire world, only His Majesty the Emperor, Supervisor Sun, and additionally the Wushan sect leader, these 3 individuals, have achieved something on the immortal path, Ning Xiang said. Among them, Supervisor Sun has the most interactions with immortals, and you, as his closed-door disciple. Since you dared to come here, it must be with the Supervisor's consent. This further proves that you are the only one who can inherit the Supervisor's immortal law, and you also have the opportunity to come into contact with immortal laws, immortals, and even the gate to the immortal realm. I have only one request in inviting you here, she continued. If one day you manage to enter the true immortal realm, I hope you could take me and my disciples with you. Chen Sansi said helplessly, Miss Ning Xiang, discussing these matters with a refining organ martial artist like me, doesn't it seem like you're joking? Martial arts are martial arts. The immortal path is the immortal path. The two are not to be mentioned in the same breath. The lady in purple explained, regarding martial arts, I am merely at the stage of refining internal organs perfection. But even if a meridian passage stood before me, I could easily kill it. But Supervisor Sun is different. He entered the path through martial arts, which is the most difficult path. As for you, may I perhaps feel it? She asked. Can refining internal organs also cultivate towards immortality? Chen Sansi remembered his senior brother telling him that he had two paths to choose from. Doesn't that mean he could also cultivate towards immortality now? It's just a pity. Without a cultivation technique for the immortal path, it's very likely his master didn't have one, otherwise he would have presented it. Currently he only had one spell in hand, which he couldn't yet cultivate. General, don't misunderstand, I only wish to see if you could choose another path, she said. Ning Xiang leaned in closer. If possible, you just need to nod and join the Seeking Immortal Tower and swear a blood oath. Then I will apply to the Tower Master to teach you the cultivation technique. No need, he replied. Chen Sansi was not interested in joining another organization, and having to swear a blood oath sounded even less appealing. Miss Ning Xiang, he spoke, do you plan to have me help you for nothing? Of course not, she answered. Ning Xiang took out a pouch from her bosom. Don't look at me like that. For something as important as this, one needs to keep it close for peace of mind, right? Master, Jiazhou said sadly, we only have a little spirit sand left. Are we really going to give it to this scoundrel? Jiazhou, mind your manners. Ning Xiang chided gently, in business we must show sincerity. Spirit sand. Chen Sansi reached out to take it, but the other party withdrew her hand again. Ah, General. Ning Xiang lowered her head and drooped her shoulders, putting on a pitiable expression. If you take this item, you must honor your word in the future and not walk away after squeezing everything out of me. I promise you that much, he said. Chen Sansi didn't hesitate for too long. The matter of the immortal realm was uncertain, with no telling how long it would take to come to fruition. But right now, he could see a rich concentration of Qingshuan energy emanating from within the pouch. With the contents inside, he would certainly be able to cultivate the spell. After getting his assurance, Ning Xiang finally handed over the pouch with peace of mind. Chen Sansi opened the pouch and found firefly-colored sand inside that looked like crushed agate. This is spirit sand, the lady in purple began to explain slowly. At the beginning of ancient times, when heaven and earth first unfolded, spiritual energy was abundant. But for unknown reasons, it has rapidly depleted over several thousand years. Now people can only cultivate martial arts through a mixed variety of qi. But in order to cultivate the immortal path, one must possess spiritual energy. Hence, one has to draw on the spiritual energy from some objects left over from ancient times. Spirit sand is one such example. I understand, Chen Sansi said as he accepted the pouch. By the way, Ning Xiang shifted the conversation. There might be a disorder occurring in Liangzhu. Chen Sansi inquired, Miss, are you referring to the witch god sect? Yes, and not only them. Ning Xiang opened the window, looking in the direction of the Luotian mountain range. Deep within the mountains, there is an evil qi. Evil qi. Chen Sansi recalled the towering black mystical energy that he had once seen in the deep mountains. Is this energy referred to as evil qi? He asked, what's the difference between this evil qi mentioned by Miss Ning Xiang and the spiritual energy spoken of earlier? Both spiritual energy and evil qi originate from the immortal realm, but the latter is aggressive and violent, unsuitable for cultivation, and normally doesn't occur naturally. We're not sure what's happening with the evil qi in the Luotian mountain range, and it's growing stronger day by day as if it's alive. There was worry in Ning Xiang's eyes. Recently, the witch god sect has been excessively slaughtering sect disciples. I'm not sure if it's related to this. If it is, who knows what kind of chaos it will eventually cause. If it worries you so much, Chen Sansi challenged her, why don't you all go take a look? I would love to. With such a formidable evil qi, there might hide some secret regarding the immortal realm inside it. But alas, my strength isn't that considerable, she said with an air of resignation. Ning Xiang closed the window. The poisonous beasts inside the mountains affected by the evil qi are quite fearsome, and my mana couldn't withstand such consumption. Perhaps high-realm martial artists could handle it. High-realm martial artists. Listening to her, Chen Sansi thought that pursuing immortality seemed to be less effective than practicing martial arts. I may have stepped on the immortal path, but I'm far from becoming a true immortal. It's still leagues away. Ning Xiang seemingly noted his thoughts and clarified, not to mention, with the sparse spiritual energy here, it's nearly impossible to advance one's cultivation. Therefore, General, you must appreciate the preciousness of the spirit sand and remember not to forget about me in the future. Chen Sansi nodded his head. It seems that the poisonous beasts are born under the influence of evil qi. But as of now, no one knows exactly what happened that led to the increase of evil qi year by year in the Luotian mountain range. Immortal traces. But that is a matter of the distant future. I'm afraid it will require experiencing mysterious phenomena, or even after becoming a martial saint, to explore there. For now, the first task is to achieve Hua Jin, and on top of that, by practicing sword chi skill, I should take care of the trouble that is Yin Hanwen. Chen Sansi said as he prepared to leave. A general, you cannot go. Ning Xiang hurriedly stopped him. You've spent a large sum of 5,000 taels of silver. If you leave now and someone outside notices anything amiss, revealing your identity, what will you do? Rest for a night and leave tomorrow. Besides, if you wanted to do something else, it wouldn't be out of the question. Chen Sansi had received something from someone else and had to show some respect. He didn't refuse. Must your seeking Immortal Tower always operate in such places? I too need to make a living, Ning Xiang explained. You think seeking immortality doesn't cost silver? Without saying anything more, Chen Sansi asked her to find him a theatrical spear used for opera, and he started training right in the room. He dared not get involved with a woman of uncertain background, let alone get tangled with immortal laws. Even if it wasn't a matter of life and death, there could still be other traps. The effect of the spiritual rice medicine ointment inside him was still active. Lately, his progress hadn't fallen behind either. Cultivation technique, National Guardian Dragon Spear, Hua Jing entry level. Progress 71,100. Before he knew it, it was dawn, and looking at Ning Xiang and Jiazhou, one was asleep on a bed which had only half remained intact, and the other was passed out on the table. Before leaving, he woke up Ning Xiang. Hey, give me back my silver. That was 5,000 taels. To take a risk with his life in killing a Huang Tianrong and to receive such a reward, how could he just leave it here? The matter of spirit sand was a separate transaction and had nothing to do with the silver. General, you want a freebie? Ning Xiang said with an angry look. You've broken the bed and now you're not even willing to shell out a single copper coin. Woman, where did I touch you? Chen Sansi urged. I'm in no mood to waste words with you. I still have to return to the camp for roll call. Why so fierce? Ning Xiang, as if truly scared, hastily found several silver notes. Chen Sansi stuffed the silver notes into his bosom and strode away. After his departure, he faintly heard sobbing coming from behind him. Sigh, such an actor. Chen Sansi felt too powerless to complain further and called Kaiyan Zun before heading straight to the military city. After roll call, he received some news. Sha Wenlong had been transferred to the Sky Wolf camp, and the deputy general of the reserve camp was replaced by a deputy general from the Cloud camp. Clearly someone had orchestrated this deliberately. This was a good thing. Having a direct superior harboring ill intentions and wanting you dead was utterly terrifying, especially within the army, where many orders simply had to be obeyed, even if it meant marching to one's death. It was just unknown who was behind it. The most likely candidate could only be Senior Sister 9. Just as Brother Fang had said, Sister Rong Yankyu could be relied upon, and I really should thank her properly later. Did you do it at the martial arts arena? Cao Fan questioned. Stop playing dumb, I'm talking about the matter with the Yu Yang sect. Did you have Sha Wenlong set him up to encounter a Hua Jing warrior, aiming to use this as an opportunity to murder by proxy? Young master, it was me. Yin Hanwen explained, I wanted to relieve the young master of your worries. Your lifespan bears the great responsibility of the great Sheng dynasty and the 36 states. How could you waste it on vying for a momentary victory against such a person? Don't worry, young master. He doesn't have any evidence, and Sha Wenlong, as our staunch loyalist, most certainly won't spill the beans. If worst comes to worst, we'll find another opportunity later on. Dismiss yourself. Cao Fan did not blame him, but said indifferently, since you're not participating in the selected point and currently have no position in Liangzhu, I worry that when Supervisor Sun returns, if this matter were to be investigated, it might not be explainable. Supervisor Sun may not return for some time, and young master, don't you trust me? Yin Hanwen hastily said, even if it traces back to me, I alone will take responsibility for my actions. Do you think that at ending with you, this young master could escape implication? Cao Fan frowned. Even if I eventually defeat Chen Sansi, I still have to win over the supervisor's favorable impression, otherwise I will still not access the true inheritance. Young master, this fault lies with me. Yin Hanwen finally realized, I will leave and not stay to drag the young master down. Cao Fan patted his shoulder. Help your father with his work more. In the future, you can also lend me a helping hand. Once I command respect within the Liangzhu army, I will invite you back. Yin Hanwen promised. I'll leave at the end of this month, once my arrow wounds have healed. Cao Fan did not speak further but took up the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade to continue his training. In recent times, he had reached a point of complete devotion to practice. Damn it. Once out of sight, Yin Hanwen slammed his fist into the training post. How could a refining internal manage to overpower a Hua Jing? Why? If this continues, he really could cause huge trouble for the young master in the future. No, I absolutely cannot let him live. Elder Wei, I need your help. He turned his gaze to the Meridian Passage martial artist that his family patronized. Help me kill him. Young master, that's not a good idea. Elder Wei advised, killing someone in Liangzhu City will definitely lead to a thorough investigation. Then wait until we leave Liangzhu and make it known to everyone when we leave to clear any suspicions. Afterward, Elder Wei, you can double back to commit the murder and blame it on the witch god sect. Elder Wei, it's all up to you now. Brother Chen. After finishing a session of cultivation, Chen Sansi put down his long spear to take a short rest, only to see Yan Chengqing running over excitedly, with many soldiers trailing behind him, all wearing the same expression. Incredible, it's just too incredible. Yan Chengqing clapped his hands in amazement. Brother Chen truly is a role model for all of us. A role model for what? Chen Sansi was baffled. Look at you, playing dumb is no fun. Yan Chengqing replied with a mischievous grin, word has spread. Now the whole Liangzhu city knows about your romantic tale with Miss Ning Xiang. Isn't that so? Zai Sishu added, Mr. Chen, that Vajra body of yours not only brought down the arena but also the bed. This morning, as I was preparing to leave, I personally saw the maids carrying a broken bed down from the 6th floor. Hiss. The commander is fierce in the arena and equally ferocious in bed. Chen Sansi guessed that since he could not explain the smashed bed, he would simply have to brazenly adapt the story to ensure his identity wasn't exposed. And the half-verse poem you wrote, a branch of bright red beauty holds dew's fragrance, clouds and rain over Wushan in vain for the lovelorn heart. Yan Chengqing clicked his tongue. You said you couldn't write poetry. This world had no Wushan, but fortunately there was Wushan. Chen Sansi silently altered it as he wrote, what about the second half? Indeed, Brother Chen, leaving a poem unfinished is not a good habit. These children of officials and the wealthy, even those who practice martial arts, have been educated from a young age. Some are even not inferior to literary men, but they hold power in higher regard internally. With Brother Chen's poetic talent, if you were to take the civil service examination, you would certainly achieve top honors. Chen Sansi felt that if he had focused solely on reading and writing, he would definitely have found success. Not to mention that in a place like the capital city, he could easily gain fame all over the world by simply copying a few poems, but it would be useless. Even if he succeeded in earning fame and recognition, he would still need to employ high-realm martial artists for personal protection, not to mention the possibility of cultivating to immortality in this world. Still, Brother Chen, you do have one bad habit. Yan Chengqing switched the subject. How could you? Not pay her. Exactly. The word has gone out just before you left. You even took away more than 5,000 silver notes from Miss Ning Xiang. You ended up with a profit. A role model indeed. What kind of role model? I think what General Chen did was quite inappropriate. That money was hard-earned. How could you default on it? Chen Sansi took the opportunity to slip away while they were chattering, not having time to waste. Before leaving, he also took several scrolls from the great library maps of the great Sheng dynasty. There were rumors of unrest popping up everywhere with external threats resolved. Internal strife had emerged. It was likely that there would be another war soon, and the soldiers from the reserve camp would be deployed for combat. As a military leader, it was natural for him to keep maps at hand, ready to analyze the situation at any moment. Calling for his white swan horse before heading home, Chen Sansi made his way to the bustling Lu Hua Street, a street full of shops selling women's jewelry, rouge, and powder. He selected the busiest shop and spent several hundred silver notes on jewelry before heading home. Before reaching his home, Chen Sansi could already see from afar a young Taoist in Taoist robes standing in front of the mansion. Xia Yun Temple had come calling again. Benefactor. The young Taoist bowed and said, "Why didn't the benefactor attend the sermon a few days ago?" Chen Sansi dismounted and said, "Little master, please convey to Taoist Q Mingzi that I have been busy with military duties lately. When I have the time, I will be sure to visit and pay tribute to the heavenly venerate and donate incense. Then Mr. Chen must not forget next time. My master says you have a connection with the Tao, and if you keep attending, you will definitely be able to comprehend the Taoist inheritance. It would be a pity to miss the opportunity." After another bow, the young Taoist left. Have I really caught their attention? Chen Sansi's gaze deepened. He had made inquiries. In the army, there were hardly any high-level generals who visited Xia Yun Temple. On the one hand, it was because the men in the forces, like him, didn't believe in these things. On the other hand, the governor didn't like it, and his subordinates naturally followed suit, so not many people visited. Does the master know the ins and outs of this? If he knows, why hasn't he dealt with it? Small achievement in Hua Jin. If Chen Sansi remembered correctly, Q Mingzi was just someone with a small achievement in Hua Jin, and on him, Chen Sansi hadn't detected the Qingshuan energy or purple energy, but with the mysterious incense involved, who knew if he had any life-saving cards up his sleeve? He could only take it one step at a time. If they were truly insistent, he might have to take a risk. The urgent matter at hand was to break through to Hua Jin and concurrently practice the sword chi skill. The master has returned. Zikin Mohua were both waiting at the entrance. Mohyo led the white swan horse inside while Si-chin whispered, "Master, the madam is angry. Because of the red sleeve tower." "Yes, yes." Si-chin nodded vigorously. "When I went to the market today and passed by the tea house, the entire street was abuzz with the news. They say that the supervisor's disciple, the general of martial virtue, famous throughout the land, visited the brothel and left without paying, and the warren had people searching the streets for you." "No worries, I'll just explain." Chen Sansi pushed open the door to the bedroom. He saw Sister Lan, as usual, sitting at the table, her slender jade fingers deftly moving with the embroidery needle, showing no outward signs of anger. The more she seemed calm, the more guilty he felt and didn't know how to start the conversation. "Brother, she is back." In the end, it was Gu Zinlin who broke the silence. "Yes." Chen Sansi sat down opposite her and brought out several boxes. "On the way back, I picked out a few pieces of jewelry for you. See if you like them. If not, I'll exchange them for new ones." "Wife, don't stop talking. Otherwise, I'll personally make you some rouge, using the most precious treasure medicine, which won't harm the baby and can protect your skin. Or else you—" While listening, Gu Zinlin suddenly covered her face and laughed softly. Chen Sansi was even more dumbfounded. "All right, I was just teasing you," Gu Zinlin said with feigned annoyance. "Didn't you say last time that you had important matters to attend to? Did you really think I was angry?" Chen Sansi was somewhat perplexed as to why even Si Kin Mohua knew she was angry. It was just for show. Seeing his thoughts, Gu Zinlin explained, "Causing such a commotion in a brothel must be to mislead others, right? It would be abnormal for me as your wife not to react at all. I'm just a woman with no martial arts training. I can't help you outside the house and certainly shouldn't be holding you back at home, should I? Is my sister Lan so clever?" Chen Sansi was somewhat taken aback and hugged her from behind. "Stop horsing around, you might hurt the baby." Gu Zinlin batted his hands away, speaking seriously. "Brother, I don't mind, but Li was not in a good mood when she came this morning." "Surely not. Are you really clueless or pretending to be? Li comes over every day. Do you really think she's just here to take care of me? Half true, half false, I guess. I just haven't thought about it that much, and even if senior sister Sun were willing, where would she stand? The daughter of my master, how could she possibly be a concubine?" His master probably didn't say anything at the time, but he might have been a bit angry about it. "Brother, don't say it." Chen Sansi covered her mouth. "This matter won't affect you. The master is magnanimous and won't truly be angry. Rest well, I'm going to cultivate." He went to the backyard, locked the yard door, took up the 5 tigers soul-breaking and the treasure medicine provided by the governor mansion, and began to cultivate. This was the greatest benefit of being the selected point. At every realm there was enough treasure medicine to consume, so there was no worry about a lack of resources. Coupled with the more exaggerated utility of spiritual rice medicine ointment, his progress soared. He reported daily at 5 a.m., and outside of patrolling, he was cultivating. Chen Sansi became increasingly familiar with the moves of the National Guardian Dragon Spear, gradually reaching a level of great proficiency. Maintaining the blood explosion state, he was almost in a frenzy, the extreme movement of his chi blood within making it impossible for him to spare any thought for anything else, his focus solely on a giant python exuding a mysterious aura, as if it was on the verge of a transformation, evolving at any moment. 200 rounds. The blood explosion state lasted for 200 rounds. Even Chen Sansi's mystical essence 5 organs started to weaken, as if, after being drained of blood, they had to continue to knock on bone and suck the marrow, squeezing the last bit of potential from his body. However, at the same time, he began to sense the existence of power. Just a little bit, just missing a tiny bit, Hua Jin. Just when Chen Sansi felt as if he was dried up, without a drop of chi blood left in him, a different kind of strength was born within his chi blood, woven into the sinews of his muscled arms, and finally converging upon the long spear, which, as he thrust forward, emitted a roaring sound like the cry of a dragon. Cultivation technique, National Guardian Dragon Spear, Hua Jin entry level. Progress 0500. Utility power endures, chi suppresses the land and rivers. Upon great success, power transforms into a true dragon. Hua Jin entry level. The realm of Hua Jin, like the blood refining realm, was quite similar. First, a strand of power is cultivated, then the power spreads through the whole body, followed by outer strength. After achieving outer strength, one can overlay the power on a weapon, and at this point a mystical weapon comes into play. After reaching great success in Hua Jin, one is able to let a certain degree of power leave the body, surrounding the weapon, forming an invisible force. Power endures, chi suppresses the land and rivers. Chen Sansi put down the long spear and started practicing his fist techniques on a boulder in the yard that was used specifically for martial arts training, to comprehend the specific effects of the terms through solid practice. The power in his body, after being used to amplify his attacks, seemed not to disappear immediately but would stretch out for a long time before gradually dissipating. This certainly had remarkable effects in a head-on battle. Chi suppresses the land and rivers. This was a feature of the National Guardian Dragon Spear, transforming the original Frenzy into Suppressing Stance, an overwhelming spear technique that could truly intimidate opponents, as opposed to merely frightening them with frenzy. The final true dragon strength effect was unknown for the time being, needing to wait until great success to experience it firsthand. Finally achieved Hua Jin. Having accomplished one of his phased goals, Chen Sansi exhaled a breath of stale air. Instead of the planned 2 months, he was ahead by 1 month. It was now spring. In just 1 month, he had broken through from the great success of refining to Hua Jin. Even geniuses like Lu Shuhua, who had already reached refining internal organs perfection, would probably still need to waste quite some time in the refining internal realm. It was just not durable. He had to replenish it again after he had used it up, and moving forward, he would need to find time to go into the mountains for alchemy again. Moreover, the original mystic iron furnace had completely burned through and needed to be replaced. Looking at it this way, although spiritual grain seemed to be cost-free on the surface, in reality, it came with a price tag of several thousand taels of silver for each use. He had originally received a reward of 50,000 taels of silver after spending for a while. He now had about half left. On top of that, Kyan Zun still insisted on having a bite to eat every day. It would be better to have a container. My martial arts realm will not break through again in a short time. It's best to focus on practicing spells for the next few days. Chen Sansi locked the yard door, sat cross-legged on the empty room's floor, took out the purse given by the seeking Immortal tower, poured the spirit sand in his hand, and began to practice the spell according to the methods recorded on the fragmented scroll, channeling his meridians. With eyes closed and spirit focused, he could feel an intangible yet tangible foundation near his danshan. According to the translation of the dictionary by Brother Fang, this thing should be called a spirit root. Only those with a spirit root could cultivate spells. Even Master, it seems, couldn't succeed in cultivating spells and could only approach the immortal path through martial arts. Moreover, spells and the immortal path are two different things. The immortal path is for cultivating longevity, while spells are for protecting the way. Cultivating spells is far more difficult than practicing martial arts, and the difficulty is 100 times greater. It took him a whole 3 days just to learn how to draw the Qingshuan energy into his body through the spirit root, and now, nearly a month had passed, yet he still hadn't reached the entry level. Magic, sword chi skill not entry. Progress 78-100. Utility none for now. Fortunately, it was almost there. However, the rate at which the spirit sand was consumed was indeed a bit fast. A pouch contained just a small handful, and in not much time, nearly half of it was used up. There must be more in the seeking Immortal tower, but they probably wouldn't give it to him for nothing again. Beyond that, Chen Sansi had observed another phenomenon. That was the Qingshuan energy he absorbed into his body couldn't be stored or accumulated. It kept circulating in his meridians and slowly dissipating. To put it simply, it couldn't be retained, and he couldn't transform his body by keeping the Qingshuan energy within. In contrast, the master could clearly retain Qingshuan energy in his body. The technique for storing spiritual energy probably wouldn't be learned until one reached martial saint. As for the other path, Chen Sansi didn't have the corresponding cultivation technique. The seeking Immortal tower had it, but they wouldn't give it to him, and even if they were willing, he didn't have enough spiritual energy to cultivate. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so weak themselves. For now, he should just focus on cultivating the spell well. Before he knew it, another day had passed, until Si Chin knocked on the courtyard door and asked cautiously, "Master, Mr. Hu is here and waiting to see you in the living room." Okay, Chen Sansi guessed it might be news about Shun. Having practiced tirelessly, he was tired, so he instructed Si Chin to prepare food and drink and took the chance to relax and rest. He came to the living room and greeted with a fist salute. "Mr. Hu, your honorable visit graces my humble abode. Please forgive me for not welcoming you from afar." "Mr. Chen, no need to be so formal," the chief eunuch Hu Bao replied, putting down the tea in his hand. "I've come today to discuss the matter of your brother." "Please speak, Mr. Hu." Chen Sansi went forward to personally refill the tea. "Is there news?" "There is, but Mr. Chen, don't be too happy too soon." Hu Bao spoke unhurriedly. 7 months ago, among the civilians sent to Danju to work on the canal, there indeed was someone named Zhang Shun. But 3 months ago, a big incident took place in Danju. The flowing sand river broke its embankments, and the civilians unearthed a one-eyed giant stone statue at the bottom of the river. Under the leadership of several sects in the area, they raised the slogan, "Though the stone man has but one eye, he stirs the sands to make the world defy," and killed the canal supervisors. Then they fled to the mountains to become outlaws, using the geographical advantage of the 800 miles of water pools to establish strongholds, recruiting soldiers and horses, preparing to rebel when the opportunity arose. Your brother Zhang Shun disappeared without a trace after the end of this affair. It is unknown if he died during the mutiny or also. He paused, emphasizing the words, turned to banditry. It's that serious. Chen Sansi in the north had barely heard of this. He looked at the map, noting Danju's location. Mr. Hu, how many of them are there? As many as 80,000. These troublemakers don't appreciate what the court has given them. They all think of rebelling, deserving to be cut 1,000 times. Before the rebellion, many of them secretly trained in martial arts and even prepared their armor. This matter, it seems, was planned for a long time. After the incident, Nansu, which had been silent for more than a decade, started to stir again. So I figure the families, sects, and gangs in Danju and Nansu are all complicit. Luckily, the troublemakers who rose in rebellion are still just a ragtag mob. Once the court deals with Nansu, it'll take care of this band of troublemakers. Chen Sansi knew, with such a commotion there was no way to get Shun back. 9 out of 10 chances he had become an outlaw as well. Mr. Chen, who cautioned him in a thin voice, let me give you a piece of advice. Sever ties with your brother as soon as possible. I'll keep this secret for you. Don't ruin your future. I hear and understand your reminder, Mr. Hu, Chen Sansi replied, thinking to himself that the rebellion was good. Ever since he was in Poyang, he knew what life was like for the common people. The 10 days in Yunju further convinced him the court should fall, but it's not enough yet. The territory of the great Sheng dynasty is vast. With ostensibly 36 states, some have an immensely large area. For instance, one Liang state is worth 2.5 Yun states, which is why the court's military always seems stretched thin. To put it plainly, they were being manipulated. If one truly wants to create chaos, supreme martial power is needed. Especially after Chen Sansi learned of the Immortal law, he was even more certain of this. The world is in such turmoil these recent years. Hu Bao side, Ming state is not staying quiet either. With the Lord Governor currently in the capital, the rebels are acting up like unsealed demons. There's also West Qi and Nansu liaising, and they are ready to make a move. There are rebels in Ming state too. Chen Sansi looked at the geographic position on the map. Ming state bordered Yan state and was also a large state, with complex terrains of numerous mountains and rivers. Further west lay the West Qi kingdom, the 4 cardinal directions of the great Sheng dynasty. Corresponding to the north, south, east, and west respectively were Beimin, Nansu, Dongqing, and West Qi kingdom. Among them, the strongest were the combined barbarian tribes, followed by Dongqing, and then West Qi and Nansu, whose strengths were not much different. Almost everyone coveted the rich lands of the great Sheng dynasty. For the same reasons as the barbarian tribes, the great Sheng dynasty was rich in resources. In the great Sheng dynasty, each state typically had at least one martial artist at the profound image realm, a feat none of the other countries could achieve, with martial saints being extremely rare. Not just Ming state, Yu state, Yan state, and even Liangzhu hosted rebels. During that 10-day period in Yunju, there were attempts to collaborate internally with the barbarians, including bandits, sects, and troublemakers. Mr. Hu spoke with a relatively light tone, but none managed to pose a significant threat before Supervisor Sun swiftly suppressed them. Now, the Northwest 3 states have returned to stability. Only Ming state faces enemies on both sides, being besieged by a group of bandits who have rallied troops to confront the court and currently occupy 6 cities, with plentiful supplies and provisions. Mr. Hu, Chen Sansi puzzled. What nature are these bandits of Ming state that they have actually become a force to reckon with? Speaking of which, it's quite bizarre, Mr. Hu spoke with a cold breath. The bandits of May Mountain claim to be the Red Eyebrow Army. Intriguingly, their leader is not even a martial artist, but a failed scholar. A failed scholar. Chen Sansi grew even more curious. Exactly. Mr. Hu explained in detail. This person started participating in the imperial examinations at 16 and has reached middle age without achieving any significant scholarly rank. Each visit to the capital ended in failure, resulting in local disdain. Even the girl he loved had to marry someone else. Thus, 2 years ago, he fled to the local bandits of May Mountain, led people to raid a wedding, killed the entire family of the bride who was about to be married, and then took the girl up the mountain to become bandits. Before long, he became the new leader of May Mountain and later, seizing the opportunity during the barbarian uprisings, he led a rebellion. Supported by local prominent families, he became a formidable force. Of course, they have no martial saints. Their highest combatant is a sect master at the profound image realm. Truly speaking, they are not too challenging to deal with. But General Dong and of Ming state needs to focus on guarding against the West Qi kingdom and is really unable to divide his attention. Thus, in a few days, about 30,000 troops might need to be dispatched from Liangzhu to suppress the rebels. A scroll documenting military tactics, a heavenly book. This must involve some extraordinary adventure, right? He, just a scholar, not only managed to keep such an adventure from being taken away, but also became a leader. There must be many mysteries involved. Chen Sansi expressed his gratitude. Recently, General Chen must diligently drill, striving to achieve another remarkable feat in Ming state and gain promotions and titles, Mr. Hu said, twirling his Lan Hua fingers. You don't need to be polite with me, for I am but the emperor's dog. You should thank the emperor, and if one day supervisor's son passes on his teachings to you, you must submit them to the court. Chen Sansi interjected, "Don't worry, Mr. Hu. Very good indeed." Mr. Hu nodded in satisfaction. During their conversation, the dishes were prepared, all made by chefs from the Immortal Crane Tower at great expense. Chief Eunuch Hubo was very satisfied with the meal, and after being full and content, he even tried to invite Chen Sansi to visit a brothel. Chen tactfully declined, but instead presented 1,000 silver notes as a bribe. "How could I possibly accept this, Mr. Chen? I haven't been able to find your brother either," Mr. Hu said while tucking the silver note away. "Well then, I won't disturb you any longer, Mr. Chen. See Chin, see the guest out." After seeing off the eunuch, the house once again returned to tranquility. Chen Sansi resumed practicing the sword chi skill. Days went by in routine dedication. Since his last visit to Red Sleeve Tower nearly a month ago, Xin Lan had been pregnant for over 2 months. Although there were no visible changes to her belly, symptoms like morning sickness and drowsiness had intensified. Before 5 a.m., Chen Sansi had already prepared a nourishing soup ahead of time, instructing Sikin Mohua to ensure the lady drank it before he headed to the garrison for roll call. Following the reveal from Mr. Hu, he also intensified the training of his men. After a long period of adjustment, whether his trusted followers or the soldiers from various garrisons, all were utterly compliant. The proficiency of his command over troops had also improved. Skill, commanding soldiers' small achievement. Progress 355, 2000. The only flaw of his men was their low level of cultivation. There were not enough refining organ martial artists. The 8 camps had a sufficient supply of regular supplemental medicines, but there were limits. Those with inadequate physiques could suffer indigestible toxicity, leading to damage in their internal organs and thus harming their foundational cultivation. The leftover toxicity in the prepared supplemental medicine was a test of a doctor's ability. If there were a way to quantify this in simple terms, ordinary people, similar to what Dr. Jiang brewed, would contain about 40% toxicity, whereas high-ranking practitioners in the Meridian Passage realm like Dr. Jiang could extract medicines with merely about 20% toxicity. Don't underestimate these 20%, as every reduction of 1% in toxicity means martial artists can consume a bit more supplemental medicine to enhance their cultivation. Accumulated over time, this can lead to a significant improvement in the overall realm of the army. Power-quenching medicine requires reaching outer strength. Chen Sansi knew he would have to carefully research this further, since reducing the toxicity even more would also be an indirect way to enhance the strength of his men. "Hey, General, I have some good news for you." Bai Thingzhe approached in a rather good mood. "That mutt with the surname Yin is preparing to leave early tomorrow morning finally. He won't be around to bother us anymore." Leaving, Chen Sansi quickly asked, "Are you sure? Positive?" Bai Thingzhe said with certainty, "He's buying drinks and food for the barracks, treating those who are close to him. I heard they're even planning to visit the brothel tonight, and those who suck up to him keep saying how much they will miss him." Chen Sansi could see that this man was utterly loyal to Cao Fan and had thought he would stay in Liangzhu as an assistant. Why was he suddenly leaving now? He guessed it was probably because they felt exposed after Sha Wenlong was transferred last time and didn't dare to linger any longer, fearing a deeper investigation. Is Mr. Yin content to just walk away like this? Among them, Yin Hanwen definitely hated him the most, having been shot by an arrow before. Moreover, this guy wasn't penniless. Holding a banquet in the barracks wasn't about saving money. It was more like declaring to the world that he was leaving. Who was he trying to show this to? Chen Sansi couldn't help but imagine the worst-case scenario. Even if he wasn't planning on making a move against him, Chen Sansi couldn't let him off the hook. His sword chi skill was just a little short of entry level. He would definitely make it by tomorrow, but before that, he needed to get ready. Fortunately, it was his turn to rest and recuperate starting in the afternoon. Chen Sansi left inconspicuously and headed towards the governor mansion. After becoming more familiar with the place, he no longer needed to wait to be announced and could come and go freely. Led by a maid, he went straight to Rong Yankyu's residence. Little junior brother doesn't even give a heads up before coming. Rong Yankyu was wrapped in a light gauze with wet hair and cheeks, obviously just having taken a bath. She pointed her finger at her junior brother's chest. "Speak, what brings you to your sister?" Chen Sansi took a step back and handed over the gift he had brought. "Came to see how sister is doing. PS acting all proper now, not like when you were collapsing beds with that little beach." Rong Yankyu disdainfully put on her clothes, glancing at the jewelry box. "Spare me the pretense. Come on, what do you want me to do for you this time? I really can't hide anything from sister." Chen Sansi bowed. "I will be resting for the next 2 days, planning to use this time to go hunting in the mountains, hoping to find an exotic beast." but I really don't feel easy leaving my wife at home alone, so could I ask sister to stay at my humble abode for a couple of days? Since the person in question was leaving, naturally, going out of the city to commit murder was the most secure plan, with Kyan Zun there to ensure he wouldn't lose his quarry. But he was worried about leaving his home unattended, in case of danger when he couldn't return in time. What are you worrying about needlessly? Rong Yankyu thought it was about the issue with their third senior brother, Na Yuan, and confidently said, just go to the mountains with peace of mind. No one will track you again, and no one dares to go to your house. I still hope for sister to personally take care. Chen Sansi pleaded earnestly. All right then. Rong Yankyu nodded. If you put it that way, how could sister not agree? I'm idle anyway, and with Sister Lee often visiting, I might as well go there for a couple of days. But let's get something straight. You're not allowed to go to the Red Sleeve Tower looking for that little beach again. Last time you asked me to help you find the person tracking you, yet afterwards you went straight to the brothel to make a name for yourself, infuriating me to no end. I won't go anymore, Chen Sansi agreed. That's better. Rong Yankyu couldn't help but roll her eyes. I really don't understand how my sister got so enchanted by you. If my man dared to mess around, he'd be hanging from the city walls by now. Guess what your senior sister Sun said? She said, sister, don't meddle in unnecessary matters. Junior brother surely has important business to handle, which sounds so nauseating. You buy me gifts every day. Why not buy something for your senior sister Sun? She's never been interested in anyone all her life, and now she probably doesn't even realize she's fallen for you. Don't let her down. He clasped his hands and said, I'm off to the mountains. Go on then. Rong Yankyu dismissed with a wave. Your wife and my unborn nephew are in my care. Rest assured they won't get hurt even a hair. You really are too cautious. Farewell. After Chen Sansi had taken care of everything, a heavy weight lifted from his heart, and without a moment's delay, he rode his white swan horse directly toward the Luotian mountain range. His sword chi skill was just a little shy of entry level. He had to make the most of his time. Although he had his senior sister's protection to ensure total safety, he wouldn't let his enemy off the hook. In the alchemy cave, Chen Sansi sat cross-legged, focusing his entire attention on absorbing the Qingshuan energy from the spirit sand. Until the next day, when the dawn light filled the sky outside the cave, he suddenly opened his eyes. Magic, sword chi skill entry level. Progress 0500. Utility, spiritual energy forms a blade, killing with a snap of the fingers. A snap of the fingers to kill. Once a martial artist reaches the profound image realm, their body can be covered with a layer of protective gang chi, but they lack meridian passage. Outer strength is definitely not enough to resist a spell. The more Chen Sansi cultivated, the more he felt its power. He circulated the energy through the meridians in his body, using a special evasive technique to gather spiritual energy into his right arm, palm, and finally above his fingertips in the void, where he formed an extremely tiny, elusive sword shadow, not much larger than a sewing needle. Done. Chen Sansi dispelled the sword shadow. He could feel that even his Vajra body would be pierced by a single sword thrust. There was no need to further test its power. Even the lowest level spell could kill a martial artist at the Meridian Passage realm, and the spiritual energy within him was limited. Chen Sansi estimated that after one full-powered strike, the Qingshuan energy he had slowly accumulated inside would almost be depleted, and he would need to absorb spirit sand again to regather it. It was not something to be used frivolously. Having achieved great success, he saw that the time was about right, so he descended the mountain at the fastest speed and met up with Kyan Zun at the foot of the mountain. Young master, I take my leave. Yin Hanwen finally bowed deeply and then got into a carriage, slowly disappearing into the horizon under the escort of 7 or 8 attendants. About half an hour later, he spoke, Elder Wei, it's about time. Return now, hide until it gets dark, then proceed with the killings. Remember, don't spare a single member of the family. Is everything ready? Here it is. Wei Gong took out the Vajra pestle after killing someone. The witch god sect uses this to extract heart blood, but, young master, he is after all a disciple of Supervisor's son. Are you truly not worried about the irreversible consequences? Hesitation leads to failure. Yin Hanwen spoke vehemently. Elder Wei, he has a better constitution than even I do, and he is guided by a supervisor. If the young master can't take over his resources, there's a high probability that he will become a martial saint, or even higher. Moreover, judging by how forcefully he killed Wen Qiashi, do you think he would let me off in the future? If we don't kill him now, when will we? Besides, this isn't just about personal revenge. Killing him will remove any obstacles for the young master in the Northern Territory, which will benefit the court greatly when he takes control of the military. I understand. Wei Gong sighed, young master. If I don't come back before nightfall, don't stay in the carriage any longer. You must flee this place on horseback at full speed. Elder Wei, you mean? Yin Hanwen worriedly said, but to kill someone of great success of refining, there shouldn't be any risk, right? Don't worry, my young master. Even if there is a risk, I alone will bear it, and I won't involve the young master or the young lord. Wei Gong, without another word, mounted a fast horse and rode back the way he had come, his silhouette filled with determination. Killing was easy, but leaving the city was hard. Should he alarm the city guard army and be unable to escape, he would naturally destroy his face and commit suicide. He was a man of Jianghu, having received many favors from the Yin family over the years that led to his current status. Dying for the Yin family would make his death worthwhile. Elder Wei. Yin Hanwen watched until he could no longer see the other party, then he relaxed and closed the curtains of the carriage. Elder Wei had watched him grow up from a child, and their bond was very deep. He had even taught him martial arts, making him almost like a mentor. If something really happened, he would indeed have difficulty letting go. But even so, it's worth it. Yin Hanwen steeled his heart and closed his eyes to wait for good news. He spoke, "Old Zhang, tell me a story." The coachman, Old Zhang, who had also accompanied him throughout his growth, had even specifically learned storytelling to amuse him. All right, Old Zhang's voice boomed as he started with a poem to set the scene, reciting tales and acting out plays to advise people. Good or evil, in the end there is retribution. The moral path in the world is vast and changing. Last time the story reached, all the way wobbling, Yin Hanwen unconsciously fell into a deep sleep. Until a certain moment, the world suddenly became extremely quiet. Even the carriage stopped moving, and only the chirping of birds on either side of the official road could be heard by his ears. Old Zhang, why did you stop narrating? Silence. Where have we arrived? Has Elder Wei returned? Still no one responded. I am asking you a question. Young master, run. A hoarse voice of warning sounded, striking Yin Hanwen like a bolt of lightning. He swiftly grabbed the mystical weapon iron sword next to him and jumped out of the carriage. Looking around, within the desolate hills and wild ridges, dead bodies were everywhere. His 8 guards had silently died, each of their hearts pierced by a sharp arrow. In fact, Old Zhang, who was in the great success of refining realm, was the last to die, falling beside the carriage, using his body to shield several sharp arrows for him. The shout also came from him, who, while Yin Hanwen was immensely frightened, he firmly grasped the treasure sword in his hand. Buzz, the sound of a sharp weapon piercing the air reached his ears, and he hurriedly attempted to block, only to be knocked back by the terrifying impact, his treasure sword flying from his hand. No match for his opponent, it's you. The moment he fell to the ground, Yin Hanwen finally saw the attacker clearly. Holding a long spear with a bow on his back, who else could it be? You have reached Hua Jin. Yin Hanwen stared wide-eyed, momentarily even forgetting to be afraid. The princely heir had not hesitated to use his lifespan to enhance his cultivation, barely reaching Hua Jin. But this kid, how did he do it? Even with the transformation and mysterious body, it shouldn't be possible. Chen Sansi didn't waste a word, about to take his life, when a huge rock was thrown at him. Bang. With one strike of the long spear, the rock was shattered to pieces. A shadow darted past, whisking Yin Hanwen away. Elder Wei, how did you come back? Yin Hanwen exclaimed in delighted surprise. This kid knew we were going to kill him, so he invited Rong Yankyu to his home beforehand. Wei Gong spoke gravely. I was wondering why I didn't see him, to think he would dare to come here and strike first. Truly a clever and courageous move, but you underestimate me too much. Chen Sansi, there's a path in heaven that you wouldn't take, and no door into hell, yet you come seeking it by yourself. Yin Hanwen grinned viciously. In the city, we had our reservations, but here, you will die without a burial place. Elder Wei, kill him. Elder Wei. Just then, a flash of silver streaked past. He barely saw what it was, when Wei Gong, who had small achievement in the Meridian Passage realm, fell straight down, a red dot appearing on his forehead, trails of blood slowly spilling out like a spiderweb across his face. Refining internal. How could refining internal kill someone in the Meridian Passage stage? Yin Hanwen's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. It was unbelievable. All along, Chen Sansi hadn't moved at all. He simply, just gently tapped with his finger. And then Elder Wei was dead. How did he do it? Immortal law, immortal law. Yin Hanwen suddenly realized. People always rumored that Sun Xiangzong possessed an immortal law. It seems it was true. And he had already passed it to Chen Sansi. How could this be? He had only started learning a few days ago. Yin Hanwen, having not even a hint of resistance left, wanted to flee in utter panic. Chen Sansi drew the Zhenyu sword and chased after him, running him through with the sword and ending the battle, or rather, massacre. The spell his master passed down to him was indeed terrifying. It shocked even him. No wonder Miss Ning Xiang, who couldn't surpass the refining internal realm, said she could easily kill someone in the Meridian Passage stage. It must have been by such means. Cultivating immortality and practicing martial arts. They simply couldn't compete. And this was the lowest level of spell, which anyone with spirit energy and a spirit root could cultivate, even if they hadn't formally embarked on the path of immortality yet. It's just not known if the protective Gang Qi after entering the profound image realm could withstand this attack. First, clean up the scene. Chen Sansi pulled the arrows out of each corpse, then picked up the Vajra pestle from the ground, covering the arrow wounds in their hearts. The trauma caused by the Vajra pestle was extensive once struck. One could not tell what the original wound had been like. He originally needed to dispose of the bodies one by one, but the Vajra pestle made it much easier. Only the storyteller Coachman, who had too many arrow wounds, still had to be disposed of. Wei Gong's wound in the middle of his forehead was also hacked to a mess. After all was done, Chen Sansi picked up the long spear and quickly returned to the depths of the Luotian mountain range. Soon enough, some passers-by would discover the bodies, then leave them to the local Liangzhu military to handle. Chen Sansi wasn't worried about it being connected back to him. After all, many people did not know he had broken through to refining internal, and even if they did, killing someone at the Meridian Passage stage was like a fairy tale. Nobody would guess it was him. As for the spell, even fewer people would connect it to that, because it seemed that even his master didn't know this art. It had always been hidden and never revealed by Brother Fang, squeezed dry. Chen Sansi felt the pristine cleanliness of his meridians within his body, as if he had spent all his long accumulated money in one go, leaving an emptiness, with the remaining spirit sand being just enough for one more such expenditure. Without the supply of spiritual energy from the world, truly, a hero finds no place to exercise his power. The incense might somewhat substitute for spiritual energy, but it's not obtainable to get the incense from those worshipping in the temples. He'd need that incense burner. Returning to the cave, Chen Sansi began to seclude himself for cultivation. If what Mr. Hu said was true, they might be called to arms soon, so raising his cultivation by even a little was crucial, and he also needed to take enough spiritual rice medicine ointment and treasure medicine, in case there were none to use along the way. The distance between Liangzhu and Ming State was significant. Military art heavenly book. It sounded far-fetched, but Chen Sansi himself had just used a spell, making it seem not so unbelievable. Unnoticed, another day passed. When dawn broke, he did not continue practicing, but instead he chopped plenty of firewood to produce more spiritual rice medicine ointment. Beneath the fiery red flames, the mystic iron furnace deformed. Soon, a blackish, unfamiliar substance appeared at the bottom of the pot. Carefully, Chen Sansi collected it, also testing if he could roll it into spheres for easy consumption, but the consistency wasn't thick enough, so he reluctantly gave up and faithfully poured it into porcelain bottles. After hastily packing up, he grabbed his bow and arrows and left the cave, stepping into the boundless woods. Tonight, he was supposed to return home, but he needed to carry back 2 game animals. An exotic beast would be ideal. The iron core bow that Jai had given him was still missing a string. He wanted to see if he could find a suitable exotic beast as material, and also had been looking into imbuing arrows with power. Although Chen Sansi's senses were still exceptional, with his chi observation skill, finding prey no longer required the trouble it used to, as nearly no living creature within range could escape his eyes. He had taken only a few steps when he encountered a poisonous beast emitting a black aura. Evil Qi. Miss Ning Xiang had mentioned that this dark black energy was termed evil Qi. These birds and beasts had become poisonous beasts under the influence of evil Qi, the divine sect, evil Qi. It was hard not to connect them together. At the deepest part of the Luotian mountain range, there definitely had to be an immortal trace. With my current strength, how far can I go? An idea suddenly sparked in Chen Sansi's mind. Hunting poisonous beasts was itself a form of cultivation that could improve his spear technique proficiency, perfectly manageable as a trial as long as he ensured his own safety. Not to mention that he had the chi observation skill. If he encountered any dangerous poisonous beasts, he could retreat immediately. The people from the Seeking Immortal Tower said that high-realm martial artists had the chance to reach the deepest part. Why wouldn't he want to see for himself what was inside? Since he was going hunting anyway, he might as well continue forward. Thinking thus, Chen Sansi ignored the prey in front of him and kept moving deeper. If one were to segment the Luotian mountain range into layers, visually it would be about 14 layers. His current location was approximately the 4th layer, while the initial outbreak of the evil Qi occurred in the very last layer. Mobilizing his Qi blood, his figure flitted ghost-like through the woods. The deeper he went, the more poisonous beasts he encountered. Wolves, tigers, leopards, rare animals, grotesque and varied. Chen Sansi walked and killed, his body splattered with blood, unknowingly reaching the location of the 8-layered mountain, where he saw a mass of even denser black evil Qi in the woods ahead, faintly visible. He applied the technique of concealing breath and hiding, slowed down and slowly approached. It was a strange beast with a bizarre appearance. Just by its appearance, it resembled a completely red leopard, but it was over 10 feet long, with 5 tails growing from its back, a horn on top of its head, and blood-red eyes. It was tearing apart a poisonous beast corpse with its small, sharp teeth. Its entire beastly face was smeared with blood, and its whiskers were sticky with some unidentifiable substance, looking extremely fierce. This beast was called Zhang. Chen Sansi had seen records about it in Journey Through Mountains and Rivers. The description, fierce face, originated from it. It was meant to be an exotic beast. However, at this moment, he could clearly see the black evil chi flowing in its body, which also categorically made it a poisonous beast. Along the way, many exotic beasts had been corrupted by evil chi into poisonous beasts, which could be said to be a waste of many resources. After all, some exotic beasts had effects even better than treasure medicine when consumed. Fortunately, although one could not eat poisonous beasts, some parts of their bodies could still be used as materials for weapons and armor. This Zheng, Chen Sansi looked at the dense evil chi inside it and for a moment even doubted whether he could kill it. First, try. If it doesn't work, then run. If I absolutely cannot escape. He still had the immortal treasure strange fire. In the deep old forests, there was no need to worry about anyone noticing. With thoughts set, he immediately put them into action. Chen Sansi would draw the bow as full as the moon, and a triangular armor-piercing arrow, carrying the sound of tearing through the air, shot out explosively. The fierce monster flicked its sharp ears, reacting just from the sound of the wind, turning around to swipe a claw so sharp that it cut the arrow into several pieces. Bang. It let out a bizarre roar like rocks colliding, its limbs slightly bending backward, then its massive body also turned into an arrow, lunging forward at a speed hard to catch with the naked eye. This leap covered 100 steps, swish. Even though Chen Sansi maintained a distance of 300 steps, he was approached by the beast in an instant. He immediately switched from bow to spear, and the 5 tigers' soul-breaking spear struck out like a jiao long leaping from the sea. The fierce monster dodged the strike with its agility, then its sharp claws came slashing down swiftly. Chen Sansi naturally turned the spearhead to collide with it, creating the sound of metal striking metal. Under the terrifying force, he had to activate blood explosion state and also use his strength just to barely hold it off. This beast possessed the strength of great success in Hua Jin, perhaps even perfection. Moreover, it had some degree of intelligence. Not charging blindly, it knew how to dodge and counter, no different from a martial artist, but its physical strength was much greater than that of a martial artist. Since Chen Sansi was just attempting, and realizing the difficulty, he naturally did not push his luck and immediately retreated after one strike. Although the fierce monster was fast, its large body got in the way in the dense forest. It, while furiously pursuing, knocked down several large trees, startling groups of birds into chaotic flight and animals to scatter. Chen Sansi did not look back, taking detours while already retrieving the arrows he had prepared in advance, coated with immortal treasure. But after covering some distance, the sounds behind him gradually ceased. The fierce monster did not continue the chase, probably because he had left its territory. Forget it. Chen Sansi thought about it, deciding not to turn back and pursue. If he really used strange fire to burn it, it would leave nothing but ashes, gaining him nothing at all. Seeing how the fierce monster moved so quickly and jumped so impressively, if he could completely kill it and obtain its beast tendon, it might be a rare resource suitable for use in the Iron Core bow. 8-layered mountain. This was Chen Sansi's first attempt reaching 8-layered mountain, and for him to venture further ahead, he needed small achievement in Hua Jin. Concealing breath and hiding was no invisibility technique, especially under the influence of evil chi. Who knew if the poisonous beast could have some special abilities? If something unexpected happened, he needed to ensure a full retreat. He did not take further risks and returned the way he came, while still hunting for prey. When he got close to 6th-layer mountain, Chen Sansi in a thicket discovered a faint blue chi, an exotic beast. It was an exotic beast not corrupted. He cautiously approached and found an incredibly adorable ear mouse, its name being Mouse, but it was large in size, with fur like a rat, a head like a rabbit, a body like a moose, and its cry sounded canine. It also held a hint of cuteness. Chen Sansi shot an arrow through its head, successfully claiming it. Not all exotic beasts possess formidable combat capabilities. The ear mouse was one such example, harmless to humans and livestock. Yet not only could it resolve all poisons, it was also a highly nutritious creature. One such beast was equivalent to many treasure medicines. Thus, he now had spiritual rice medicine ointment, treasure medicine, and an exotic beast. Combined, his cultivation could make significant progress in the upcoming period, the faint blue chi. He was somewhat curious since the chi inside the exotic beast was neither spiritual energy nor evil chi. He wondered what its origin could be. Given the chance, he would ask the people of Seeking Immortal Tower. They would definitely know. Anymore. Chen Sansi was about to leave with the ear mouse when he noticed in the thick weeds a distinctively different flower, purple cold flower. It belonged to mutant grass. Just as exotic beasts are distinct from ordinary beasts, mutant grass is distinct among plant and medicinal materials, a raw material for treasure medicine. Like the purple cold flower before him, it is indistinguishable from the weeds before blooming. It blooms once every 20 years, and the bloom lasts only a day. Fortune is needed to find one. Unfortunately, It cannot be used to enhance cultivation, but serves as a special medicine for treating external injuries. Even without injuries, it can still promote skin health and is said to help delay aging. For Chen Sansi, it had no use, but how could he not take something that was free? He casually picked it up and kept it. Deep in the Luotian mountain range, there indeed were numerous treasures. The next time he came, he would kill a poisonous beast to take its beast tendon, and then he could craft a complete 100-stone bow. But relying solely on great tension was not enough. The lethality wasn't sufficient for martial artists above the great success of Hua Jin. Which high-realm martial artist didn't have the strength of tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of pounds? As long as one could react, one could easily block it. Even that beast just now could catch it, let alone a martial artist. This was also why very few people were obsessed with archery after reaching a certain realm. It wasn't very useful. If there was some divine natural treasure that could store power, then every shot of an arrow would be like an attack laden with jinn. The stronger the jinn, the harder it would be to block. It seemed he still had to continue looking through books and researching materials. Down the mountain, on his way back, Chen Sansi encountered many more useless poisonous beasts, killing them all without exception. His diligent training recently had also greatly improved his proficiency in the Hua Jing technique. Cultivation technique, National Guardian Dragon Spear, Hua Jing entry level. Progress 65,500. His archery skills had also improved significantly. Skill, archery great success. Progress 752,000. By the time he left the Luotian mountain range, it was already early morning the next day. He had stayed in the mountains for 3 days and 3 nights. Kaian Zun, Chen Sansi called out at the foot of the mountain, and the white swan horse appeared quickly. As soon as he entered the city carrying an ear mouse, he saw wanted posters everywhere. The witch god sect had made their move in the past few days, having killed more than 50 sect disciples. The matter of Yin Hanwen was causing quite an uproar. No matter how incompetent Yin Hanwen was, he was still of the body of martial saint. Moreover, his father held a high position in the court as the Minister of Personnel, a second-rank official and a member of the cabinet major case without a doubt. Han Wen, Cao Fan, looking at the pale corpse, gently brushed his hand over it to close his eyes and asked in a deep voice who did this. Replying to young master, the forensic doctor bowed and said, their hearts were smashed to pieces from the wounds. It was the Vajra pestle, the weapon the witch god sect likes to use to take heart blood. It should be correct. Which god sect? Cao Fan's fists clenched white. General Sha, what do you think? Could it have been someone else? It should be the witch god sect, no mistake. Sha Wenlong frowned deeply. From the bodies, both Wei Gong and young Master Yin died without any power to fight back. In Liangzhu City, the only ones with such capabilities are the lurking followers of the witch god sect. Cao Fan was silent. He had suspected others. Like Chen Sansi, he had the motive, but not the ability. Great success of refining. How could it possibly kill Meridian Passage, especially without any power to fight back? Based on the current phenomena, the attacker had to be at least of the profound image realm, as only martial artists of the profound image realm could easily kill a high-level Meridian Passage expert. Han Wen, I will avenge you. Cao Fan's eyes darkened. Young master, I am also saddened by Mr. Yin's death, said Sha Wenlong, whose family had been graced by the Yin family for generations. Even if they did not have personal relations, they were on the same side, and such an event was bound to stir some anger. He paused, but now is not the time for mourning. In a few days, we are to embark on a campaign to Ming State to exterminate the rebel army. This mission is partly for achieving merit, but more importantly, to establish authority in the military. Rest assured, General Sha, I will not let the accident shake my state of mind. Young master, rest assured, said Sha Wenlong calmly. Once we enter Ming State, I will take command and then look for an opportunity to hand over the command of Sky Wolf Camp to you, young master. All the merit will be yours. Gaining merit in battle did not necessarily require killing enemy generals. Strategic command was even more crucial. Killing enemy generals was just one part of the process. Winning the battle was the ultimate goal. Young master, why be so formal with me? Covered in blood, Chen Sansi, carrying the ear mouse, returned home. What a cute beast, what is this, master? Si Chin felt pity. Ear mouse, Chen Sansi threw the thing into the kitchen. Skin it, then take out the heart and cook it medium rare for me to eat tonight. Cook the rest of the meat as well. Yes, master. Si Chin picked up the kitchen knife and started to work. I was wondering why there was such a big commotion. It's junior brother, you're back. Rong Yankyu came over upon hearing the sounds. Chen Sansi said, as he took out a purple cold flower, this flower. Rong Yankyu stared at him, giving him a look. Whom are you giving it to? Chen Sansi understood. I got it. The purple cold flower was cold in nature and could not be given to pregnant women as it could easily cause a miscarriage. He found Sun Lei, who was practicing with a saber in the second courtyard. Senior sister Sun, I have a gift for you. Sun Li paused her actions. Purple cold flour, crush it and mix with water, apply it directly on the skin. It can nourish the skin and prevent aging, Chen Sansi said. You have been taking care of Sister Lan all the way from Yunju, and I have not expressed my gratitude until now. Oh, Sun Li took the flower, sniffed it next to her beautiful nose and said faintly, it smells quite nice. Glad you like it, senior sister. Chen Sansi had no time to chat further. He instructed Si Chin to invite the chef from Immortal Crane Tower to treat the two senior sisters well. Then he ate the earmouse heart and continued his cultivation without pause. Early the next morning, the door of the mansion was gently knocked. Chen Sansi was just about to go to work, so he went to open the door himself and saw a familiar face. Qiu Mingzi, he came himself. Boundless blessings, heavenly venerate. Qiu Mingzi, holding a horsetail whisk, said with a smile, Mr. Chen, it's been a long time. Indeed, it's been a long time, real one. Chen Sansi knew full well, may I know the reason for your visit, real one? Recently, I've sent invitations several times, but you have not attended the Taoism conferences. I understand you've been busy with military duties. I didn't mean to bother you. I merely wished to present a gift. Qiu Mingzi took out an incense bag from his broad sleeves, Mr. Chen. You donated incense last time, and I hadn't had the chance to reciprocate. Hearing that your wife is pregnant, I personally crafted an amulet that nurtures the spirit and protects the fetus. Please accept it with a smile. Very well. Chen Sansi took the incense bag. Additionally, my junior brother, the current temple master of Xiayun Temple, has returned from his travels with profound insights. He's prepared to preach and solve doubts for everyone. I hope Mr. Chen can attend. It will be beneficial for you. Of course, whether to go or not is still up to you. I just wanted to let you know. Having spoken, Qiu Mingzi performed a Taoist salutation, bowed with cupped hands and took his leave. Amulet, nourishing herbs, Lan Yuzi. The spices and herbs inside the amulet indeed have properties for nourishing the spirit and protecting the fetus, but like the nourishing spirit soup, it's mixed with something else. Chen Sansi was seething with anger. He wouldn't attend some damn preaching conference, and they even targeted his home, planning to give it to his pregnant wife, Sister Lan. Preposterous. Boom. Chen Sansi threw the incense bag into the fire in the kitchen stove, burning it completely. He knew the amulet was likely a test to see if he would notice anything unusual. Even so, it couldn't be kept. Who knows what immeasurable consequences might arise from keeping it. Xiayun Temple. Chen Sansi needed to devise a way to probe the depths of this Taoist temple. Sometimes, startling the snake on purpose isn't a bad thing, but a strategy, especially in a situation where he had been targeted. Otherwise, how could he rest easy leaving his wife and child behind when he was to depart for a campaign in Ming State, potentially for half a year? Setting aside these thoughts, Chen Sansi returned to his quarters and with Si Chin's assistance donned his armor, then mounted his white swan horse and headed to the military camp for reporting. Upon his arrival, he received the notification. 3 days later, the army would embark to suppress the rebel Kai Mei army in Ming State. This deployment would include 40,000 troops from Liangzhu. The forces comprised the reserve camp, the Sky Wolf camp, along with 20,000 elite garrison soldiers from Liangzhu. Since both the generals of the Sky Wolf camp and the reserve camp had recently taken their posts, General Zhao was appointed as the lead for this campaign. Lu Jai and others needed to stay in Liangzhu, ready to deal with potential barbarian invasions. Assemble. The sound of the bugle rang out. At the martial arts arena, the deputy general of the reserve camp, who was effectively the main general, began the pre-battle mobilization. This person, named Yuan Dai, had been transferred from Yu State. He was at the early stage of the profound image realm. He held an 8-foot snake spear in his hand, but he was relatively sophisticated in appearance, tall but not overly so. The main task of their reserve camp was to assist, with the Sky Wolf camp taking on the primary attack responsibilities. After the speech, special personnel distributed silver, clothing, and food along with additional shares of supplemental medicine to every soldier, advising everyone to say goodbye to their families in advance. Su Wenkai, Wang Li, Su Bin, Feng Yang, you guys, come with me. Chen Sansi called them by name, then entered the tent. As a thousand captain, he naturally had his own tent, albeit a small one. Inside the tent, maps and sand tables were fully prepared, all arranged in advance by the old scholar. Let's talk. Any thoughts? Chen Sansi called in those who were somewhat intelligent among his subordinates. After listening to Mr. Hu, he would study the maps whenever he was free and noticed that the situation in Ming State was quite strange. He might not command the grand strategy, but he still needed to be well informed. In case of any situation, he could also approach General Zhao for clarification. Sir, I'm not talented, but when I came to Liangzhu, I discussed the situation in Ming State with Mr. Fang, so I do have some insights to share. Let's start with the specific deployment of the troops. Su Wenkai, holding a feather fan, gestured on the sand table and spoke confidently. Ming State, located beyond Yan State, is the westernmost region of the Great Sheng Dynasty. From the court side, there are 80,000 soldiers, and the rebels amount to 20,000. General Dong and is on the western border of Ming State, confronting tens of thousands of troops from the West Qi Kingdom. The Red Eyebrow Army is near Mei Mountain in the southernmost part of Yan State, seizing the opportunity of foreign threats at the border and the vulnerability of the heartland to start their rebellion. By the end of last month, they had already captured 6 cities and expanded their forces to 30,000 troops. Currently, they are halted around Golden Spring Manor, which has stabilized the situation temporarily. General Dong can only spare 30,000 soldiers to suppress the rebellion due to insufficient forces. Hence, the Ministry of War approved the dispatch of 40,000 soldiers to provide assistance, aiming to recover all lost territory and execute the rebel Liang Jinian as the ultimate goal. He completed the summary of the situation. After arriving in Liangzhu, Fang Qingyun had been a great help to him. Now Su Wenkai's perspectives had broadened significantly, and his understanding of the military forces of the world had deepened considerably. Chen Sansi stood in front of the sand table with a deep look in his eyes. "Old Su, don't hold back. I know you haven't finished speaking. Continue." He shook his head. This old scholar was still cautious about outshining him, using quite a few tricks. "Sir, you are wise. You must have already noticed the clues, so I will just say it." Su Wenkai started with flattery, then said, "Using only 20,000 troops, the rebels managed to capture 6 cities within just 2 or 3 months. Even if the heartland of Ming State is vulnerable, it shouldn't have happened like this." "My lord, I have heard." After receiving permission, Zhao Kang said, "This Liang Jinian has some kind of divine artifact. What's it called again?" "The Heavenly Book." "You're right." Stroking his beard, Su Wenkai said, "He has the Heavenly Book, but if the Heavenly Book is truly so powerful, why were they stopped at Golden Spring Manor? The garrison of Golden Spring Manor is only 5,000 strong, and General Dong's 30,000 reinforcements haven't arrived yet. Geographical advantage, perhaps." Zhao Kang said, "Golden Spring Manor is easy to defend and hard to attack, comparable to Hinglong Prefecture in Yunzhu. As long as there is no internal chaos, it is very difficult to take." After they arrived in Liangzhu, aside from practicing, they spent their days poring over military books, all to avoid holding back their superior. "Good, you're all correct, so now comes the biggest doubt." Narrowing his eyes slightly, Su Wenkai said, "Given that Yunzhu is in such chaos, why hasn't the West Qi Kingdom launched a full-scale assault by now? Why are they still only probing with their attacks? Wang Li, what do you think?" "That." Wang Li, rubbing the hilt of his knife and frowning in serious contemplation, said, "They are not yet confident, waiting for the right opportunity." "Waiting for what?" Su Bin muttered, "It's indeed strange. By the time our reinforcements get there, won't West Qi Kingdom have missed their chance?" Upon such analysis, the group began to feel something was amiss. "My lord," Su Wenk asked curiously, "after our Liangzhu forces enter Ming State, how will we deploy them? How will we annihilate the enemy? And where will we transport the food and forage from? Will we rely on local supplies or transport them?" Chen Sansi did not answer. These matters were not for subordinates to know. Strategic deployment was a secret. Even generals with 5th rank and above did not have the full picture, and he could only listen in on account of his 3rd rank title. Even if he trusted Su Wenkai greatly, it was impossible to reveal such information. According to the plan, the Liangzhu forces would travel lightly, passing through Yan State directly into the heart of Ming State. Supplies and heavy equipment would be provided by Ming State. After all, speed is the essence of war, and the idea was not problematic. If it were up to Chen Sansi to command, he would definitely choose a more cautious approach. After much consideration, he finally went to General Zhao's camp, prepared to offer his counsel. "Yo, General Chen is here." Zhao Wuji, also studying a sand table, greeted him warmly. "General Chen, how well are your men trained? This could be a good opportunity to distinguish yourself." "General Zhao." Chen Sansi got straight to the point. "I have a suggestion regarding the deployment of our forces for the suppression of the rebellion. I wonder if it's appropriate to speak of it now." "Speak, of course." General Zhao jestingly said, "In terms of military achievements, you're no less than me." "My lord." Chen Sansi, pointing at the sand table of Ming State, said, "I think our current march arrangement is somewhat insecure. Perhaps it's better this way. After our army enters Ming State, we should not rush to advance southward, but rather station and regroup at Guyu Prefecture, famously impregnable. Then we can wait for the Mingzhu army to advance westward and join up with them at this point, merge our forces and proceed in an orderly fashion, gradually eating away at the enemy. Additionally, I suggest transporting supplies from Yan State and Liang State, rather than relying entirely on Ming State, because an unexpected interruption of supplies could cause great turmoil within the army, with dire consequences." "That's very cautious, but..." Zhao Wuji, tapping on the sand table, said, "General Chen, haven't you commanded an army larger than 10,000 before? Do you know how much is consumed daily by the men and horses when a large army advances? Transporting supplies from Liang State to Ming State, the loss is significant. Out of 10 bushels transported to the front line, at most only 1 or 2 bushels remain. When the Mingzhu army has ample supplies, why bother with extra effort? As for your suggestion to merge forces, it's stable, yet it would maximize our losses. The Red Eyebrow army is not foolish while you're consolidating, they'll be preparing. If they retreat back into the city, you should know how brutal a siege can be. Or is there something else you're worried about? Feel free to speak up. I can't quite articulate it. Chen Sansi nodded. I just feel that West Chi's delay in taking action might be due to some other scheme. They're just too scared to act, Zhao Wuji said calmly. General Dong was someone who could arm wrestle with General Fang Qingyun, although he failed to come out on top. He is still a grandmaster of military strategy. With him there, it's natural for West Chi country to be cautious and wait to see the extent of the Red Eyebrow Army's success. But ultimately, they're just a disorganized mob who lack even a martial saint. Even if they have some worthless heavenly book, what of it? If the heavenly book were so potent, they wouldn't have come to a standstill. Everything General Zhao says is correct, Chen Sansi stated, but I still have this feeling. Combat isn't about feelings, General Chen. Zhao Wuji patted his shoulder. I believe that you will certainly become a great general in the future, likely even a martial saint, but for now you are still young and need to grow. The plan to suppress the rebellion was formulated by General Liu, Mr. Hu, and me. It's too late to change, and it wouldn't be possible either. This time, it's your valuable chance to learn large-scale military operations by accompanying the army. You don't need to worry too much. No matter what, with Ming states 30,000 plus Liang states 40,000, 70,000 against the rebel army's 30,000, the advantage is ours. Chen Sansi had no rebuttal to the other's argument. Because he truly had no idea what West Chi Kingdom was waiting for. Such a large-scale battle couldn't possibly rely on the feelings of 1,000 captain. The current plan, theoretically speaking, was without issues, and one could only take it one step at a time. Then I shall take my leave. Chen Sansi stepped out of the tent. He looked at the soldiers coming and going and couldn't help but feel a sense of poignancy. War was imminent again. In these days, the world was truly in chaos. However, before setting off, he still had an important matter to attend to. The Taoists of Ci Yun Temple. He needed to come up with a plan to take care of them first and probe their actual strength and intentions. The next day, at Ci Yun Temple, in a secluded pavilion courtyard, a middle-aged Taoist with a ruddy complexion sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation, as a gentle spring breeze caressed his face, causing his long beard, which nearly reached his chest, to flutter along with his wide Taoist robe. This man was none other than the current temple master of Ci Yun Temple, Yu Zuzi. Qiu Mingzi appeared, interrupting the Taoist's meditation. After a long while, Yu Zuzi slowly opened his eyes. Brother, you have returned. Brother. Qiu Mingzi began, I've given the item to that Chen kid. How are things going? My gu has not responded. Yu Zuzi shook his head slightly. Either he threw it away or he destroyed it outright. No wonder he has repeatedly declined our invitations to the sermon conferences. It seems this kid has truly sensed something amiss. Qiu Mingzi felt this was strange, but the ingredient in the nourishing spirit soup is not of the mortal world. How did he detect it? Could it be Sun Xiangzong? Brother, this is a serious matter. What should we do next? We'll probe further, and if that doesn't work, we'll find an opportunity to kill him. Yu Zuzi spoke indifferently. After all, he is only in the refining internal stage, and I have already achieved meridian passage. Killing him would be as easy as turning my hand over. Temple Master, Supervisor, disaster has struck. While they were conversing, a young Taoist stumbled in. What is this panic state? Qiu Mingzi scolded. Speak up, quickly. Liangzhu soldiers, Liangzhu soldiers. The young Taoist pointed in the direction of the foot of the mountain and said that Lu Jai, all of a sudden he's brought thousands of troops surrounding the mountain, claiming someone has reported that we're harboring witch god sect followers, and they want to search the mountain. What? Yu Zuzi quickly got up and joined his brother at the mountain gate. At the forefront was the mountain-like figure of Lu Jai, and by his side was a young general wielding an azure dragon crescent blade. Cao Fan, his face full of anger, commanded his subordinates, search everything. Dig 3 feet into the ground, leave no stone unturned. Temple Master, this man is the Crown Prince's eldest son. Qiu Mingzi whispered. I have seen the young master before. Yu Zuzi greeted. What brings the young master here? I suspect you have colluded with the witch god sect. Cao Fan rebuked Taoist. Where were you 3 days ago? The convoy outside the city, was it you who killed them? Yu Zuzi promptly explained, young master, this is a misunderstanding. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not is not for you to say. Cao Fan's eyes signaled. Sha Wenlong suddenly appeared, his broadsword chopping down ruthlessly with endless murderous intent. Clang. Yu Zuzi was shocked, quickly drew his sword to block, but still staggered back several steps and finally sat down on the ground with a thud. You have achieved meridian passage. Lu Jai inquired, Taoist priest, according to the laws of Dasheng, sect members are required to test their realms annually without any concealment. If you have broken through to meridian passage, why did you not report it? Yu Zuzi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. General Lu, you wrong me. I have always been traveling and have only just broken through. I was in a rush to return to report, but I haven't had the chance yet. Are you sure? Lu Jai's broad hand, resembling that of a five-finger mountain, pressed down on the other party, immobilizing him completely until he confirmed that the individual had no hidden strength. Then he released his grip, take him down for questioning, everyone else search. At the command, hundreds of people surged into the mountain gate to begin their search. General Lu, Cao Fan hurriedly inquired, how did it go? Lu Jai replied, he's just at the early stage of Meridian Passage. So you mean it wasn't him? Cao Fan had received news last night that Si Yun Temple was connected to the witch god sect. The first thing he thought of was the deceased Yin Hanwen, then he sought people to kill, seeking revenge. But to instantly kill Wei Gong at the least, the killer had to be at the profound image realm. The Taoist before them obviously didn't qualify. Their only option was to see if there were others hidden away. Search thoroughly now. Chen Sansi directed his subordinates while he himself went into the main hall to search everywhere. It was naturally him who had secretly reported the activity, and he'd best ensure he was left out of it, lest the troubles of Si Yun Temple later be linked to him. Cao Fan was really zealous about this matter. It seemed he did share true feelings with Yin Hanwen to cause such a commotion. On the one hand, Chen Sansi wanted to see if Si Yun Temple was indeed colluding with the witch god sect. Zhang Huimin and Huang Tianrong, both of them had evil qi within their bodies, and their commonality was that they had both visited Si Yun Temple and drunk the nourishing spirit soup. On the other hand, he wanted to see what kind of power the temple master of Si Yun Temple possessed. Chen Sansi wouldn't dare to take the risk alone. Now it appeared there truly had been a breakthrough in Meridian Passage, but there was no Qingshuan energy or purple energy within him. He could be killed. The prerequisite was to wait a while longer. However, Chen Sansi needed more time to accumulate spiritual energy again. Using the search as a pretense, he picked up the incense burner shrouded in purple energy, savored it intensely, feeling as comfortable as a fish in water. If he could take it home, he could fully advance his sword chi skill to proficiency or even to a small achievement. Of course, not now. To take an incense burner home in front of so many people would make it obvious that something was amiss. Chen Sansi could only temporarily leave his incense burner at Si Yun Temple. Once the battle in Ming State was over, he would immediately return to retrieve it and take it home. Alchemy furnace, the incense for cultivation, he would have everything all at once. Unjustly accused, the Taoists were still crying out their innocence, until soon after a soldier discovered a blood-stained Vajrapestle in the back mountain. Cao Fan thundered with fury, old man, you still claim you're not colluding with the witch god sect. Young master, this is defamation. Someone, Lu Jai commanded sternly, lock all the Taoists of Si Yun Temple in Liangzhu prison, watching as brother Yu Zuzi and his fellow disciples were dragged away. Chen Sansi breathed a slight sigh of relief. Once they entered the prison, and if they didn't die, they would still be stripped of their skins, unable to come out for a long while. He could finally embark on the campaign without worry. I just don't know if we can kill them outright. Chen Sansi doubted it was likely. With only physical evidence and no witness testimony, it wasn't enough to convict, especially at such a critical moment. Many sects had a very negative opinion of the Liangzhu army. On top of that, with the Yu Yang sect incident still unresolved, and without an explanation, many sects began to say that the government did it on purpose, aiming to bleed them dry. Some even claimed that there was no witch god sect at all, and that everything was a self-staged act by the government soldiers. Si Yun Temple might be a third-tier sect, but it was respected, and it was likely that even Moon-Splitting Mountain Villa and Tongshuan Sword sect would speak up for them, but locking them up was enough. Chen Sansi was mainly concerned about the safety of his family. Did you find anything? Other than that Vajrapestle, nothing. Then seal off the mountain. Keep searching, dig up houses, look for tunnels and secret chambers. Leave 2,000 men behind and the rest can go back. The princely heir really has quite the influence. Chen Sansi sighed to himself. With just a word and without any evidence, he brought so many men to search the mountain. He didn't continue bustling about and led his men to leave gradually. The last day, he wasn't idle either and mostly spent it cultivating. It wasn't until the evening before departure that he gathered everyone for a meal. Sun Buki and her brothers, Sister Rong Yankyu, Mr. Hu, and even the first and third brothers voluntarily came over. No matter what was happening below the surface, the facade had to be maintained. After all, they shared the same master. Here's to wishing my little brother a triumphant victory. Cheers. The gathering lasted until midnight, and then everyone dispersed. In the night, Chen Sansi pored over books by candlelight. This book was called 100 Herbs Map, specializing in recording extraordinary mutant grasses. He had looked through almost every material book related to weapon making and hadn't found any materials that could store power. Recently, while studying medical books, he stumbled upon a herb that could enhance power for a short time, so he started looking through medical books as well. The last page. Ghost vein wood, a mutant tree that takes 1,000 years to form. When crushed and boiled with water, the decoction can revive a dying person, and the trunk can retain power, but it's prone to breaking and thus unsuitable as a material for mystical weapons. Chen Sansi sat up straight with interest. It could temporarily retain power. If it was indeed brittle, it indeed couldn't be used as material for weapons such as sword hilts, spear shafts, or lance shafts because they would break after a few uses, but using it as an arrowhead shaft would be just perfect. In that case, he still lacked a material for the arrowhead. With that, he could assemble 100 stone bow capable of shooting out power, iron material. Chen Sansi felt a headache coming on. That was truly hard to find. If push came to shove, he'd have to use mystical iron instead, which with an arrowhead shaft made of ghost vein would be much stronger than ordinary wood. Putting down the book, he went to the next room to grab spirit sand and replenish his spiritual power. Magic, sword chi skill entry level. Progress 15,500. This amount of spiritual energy was fine for storing force, but probably not for increasing proficiency. Chen Sansi planned to accumulate another use of sword chi skill as a life-saving trump card. The rest would have to wait until his return from the battle, after he acquired the incense burner. He continued practicing until deep into the night before he crept back to his room to sleep. The next day, the sky was barely lit. Gu Xinlan helped the general put on a newly made crimson battle robe and then helped him don his armor. From now on, brother Shi, I will prepare your battle robe in advance every time you go to war. All right, I'll wear new clothes each time. Chen Sansi adjusted his appearance in front of a bronze mirror, finally donning his helmet. I'm off, and when I get back, our child will probably be born. After the tumultuous events in Yunju, Gu Xinlan was still worried, but had also grown somewhat accustomed to it. And furthermore, she had heard that this time it was the grand deployment of an army, which was different from the previous escape. She stood by the door, watching as the man left. Best wishes to the master. Sikin Mohua also bowed in salute at the front door. You too. Chen Sansi pulled out 2 pieces of gold from his waist and threw them over. Go and buy yourselves some jewelry you like. Take good care of my wife while I'm gone. Master, we don't need this. Ever since Sajin Mohua arrived at Chen Mansion, they had been eating meat with every meal. With plenty of vacant rooms, they even had their own private rooms, akin to marrying into a good family. How could they dare ask for more? If I give it to you, you take it. If I come back and find my wife has been treated unfairly, I'll sell you to the brothel. Chen Sansi treated them as housemaids, but with some differences because the lives of these 2 girls were in his hands. Moreover, they were well-behaved and never arrogant or presumptuous, so giving them some rewards was fine. Rest assured, master. As servants, Sikin Mohua didn't even have the right to refuse and could only silently accept the gold. How Kaing-sun. Chen Sansi gently stroked the horse's mane. It's always you accompanying me. Warhorse was indeed the most intimate and trustworthy comrade. He had intended to ride fast to the military camp, but as he turned a corner, he saw a familiar figure again. Bastard, Jiazhao deliberately made her voice loud. When you left last time, my lady cried every day and you didn't visit again, planning to go to war without even a goodbye. Chen Sansi reined in his horse, approached slowly, and then asked in a low voice from his elevated position, Does Ning Xiang want to see me? Is there something important? Keep your voice down. Jiazhao came closer, cupping her hands to her mouth. Important intelligence. From Ming State, Chen Sansi immediately rode towards Smoke Willow Lane. Not far off, he heard Jiazhao chasing behind him from a distance, shouting, Wait for me. You won't be able to see my lady without me. Chen Sansi then turned back and pulled her up onto the back of the horse. Your horse, why is it so fast? Jiazhao sat behind him, feeling as if she were flying, her hands tightly clutching Chen Sansi's waist, her lower body still floating in midair. She bit her silver teeth. Can't you go slower? Huh. Upon arriving near Red Sleeve Tower, Chen Sansi dismounted. Go through the back door. Jiazhao, sitting on the horseback with lingering fear, patted her chest and glared at him before jumping off and explaining, Warrens only entertain guests at night. You're now having a private meeting with my lady. A private meeting naturally requires using the back door. It's really troublesome how these people hide their identities. Chen Sansi followed her as they took a detour. When they arrived at the back door, they unexpectedly ran into an acquaintance. Yan Changqing was also dressed in armor, parting from a woman with great reluctance. Brother Chen, his eyes widened. You couldn't possibly be here to meet with Miss Ning Xiang. Chen Sansi took the chance to return the silver note he had borrowed last time, then followed the back door all the way to the 6th floor. General, as soon as he entered, the partially concealed Ning Xiang threw herself at him. Chen Sansi sidestepped to avoid her. Though Ning Xiang missed her target, she still spoke tearfully. General is truly heartless. After one night you never came back. I've missed you so dearly. Chen Sansi felt an awkward tingling in his scalp. He also noticed maids outside. Upon hearing the noise, these maids immediately went downstairs to inform the madam. Warren's meeting privately is a big taboo otherwise. If everyone were engaging in romance like this, the brothel wouldn't need to make money. The overlooked indulgence is because Chen Sansi had received an imperial decree and was a closed-door disciple of Sun Xiangzong, a man of high status. Enough, everyone has left. Stop the act. Chen Sansi closed the door. In half an hour, I need to gather at the barracks. Let's make it quick. Once Ning Xiang confirmed that no one was eavesdropping, she sat up straight, speaking seriously. General, regarding Liang Jinian, the leader of the Red Eyebrow Army in your current expedition to Ming State, do you have any understanding of him? A failed scholar with a copy of the Miracle Soldier's Heavenly Book. Chen Sansi asked Miss Ning Xiang, you want to talk about the Heavenly Book, right? Seeking Immortal Tower in pursuit of Immortal Trace was naturally very interested. Nothing can really be hidden from the general, Ning Xiang said faintly. Then General, how much do you know about the specific functions of the Heavenly Book? Chen Sansi shook his head. Do I still have some use then? With her delicate fingers touching the water, Ning Xiang faintly stirred it on the table. According to the information sent back by the Ming State branch of Seeking Immortal Tower, this treasure in Liang Jinian's possession allows soldiers to harness the forces of heaven and earth during combat. At its strongest, it requires only 2,000 men to trap and kill a general at the Profound Image Realm, with casualties not exceeding 700. Originally, there was a general at the early stage of the Profound Image Realm in Ming State, and this is how he died. By this estimate, if 5,000 men were deployed, the casualties would not exceed 1,500, and they would be able to encircle and kill a martial saint. Oh, assuming there were no warriors at the Profound Image Realm participating, relying solely on soldiers below the Meridian Passage. Is it truly that powerful? Chen Sansi felt some reverence. A long time ago, he read on the Dasheng book about Cao Zai single-handedly slaying 2,300 enemy soldiers and learned even more detailed circumstances after arriving in Liangzhu with brother Fang. When Cao Zai killed those 2,300 people, the enemy army had a martial saint and 3 at the Profound Image Realm. Otherwise, the number would have been greater. Fang Qingyan had explained that in the absence of warriors of the same realm, a fairly strong martial saint could single-handedly slay more than 2,500 enemy soldiers before exhausting his strength. Yet the Red Eyebrow Army could surround and kill a martial saint with just over 1,000 men, which meant doubling their overall combat power. On the battlefield, this was a terrifying concept. Keep in mind this was merely a comparison using the martial saint. The actual situation on the battlefield was that Ming State had no martial saints, so when they faced other armies, it was like facing heavenly soldiers and generals. No wonder, with just over 30,000 men, they had, within a few months, swept through like a breaking bamboo and captured as many as 6 cities. But then, Ning Xiang's tone changed. That was their strongest battle. After that encounter, the Red Eyebrow Army never again displayed such formidable combat power and now have halted in the Golden Spring area without further advancement. Thus, we speculate that the treasure, or the Heavenly Book, in Liang Jinian's hands is like spiritual energy, which continuously depletes and can be exhausted. Whether it can be reaccumulated and how remains unknown. Chen Sansi pondered thoughtfully. To speak plainly, the Red Eyebrow Army was becoming weaker. This was undoubtedly good news for them, but it also piqued his curiosity about the Heavenly Book. Miss Ning Xiang, Chen Sansi inquired, have any of your people seen the Heavenly Book? No one has, not just us. Ning Xiang flicked a splash of water onto the man with her finger, eliciting an impatient look from him before she tusked and continued seriously. Even people from the Red Eyebrow Army themselves have never seen it. So in other words, the existence of the real Heavenly Book is still uncertain. Chen Sansi analyzed the possibilities. It's also possible that Liang Jinian fabricated it. After all, the name Heavenly Book has a nice ring to it, and it easily earns people's submission, useful for recruiting and buying horses. But no matter what, he definitely possesses something from the immortal realm. So the reason I invited the general today is to ask you to ascertain exactly what it is, Ning Xiang said unhurriedly. When you return triumphantly, please inform us. If it's a method to reach the immortal realm, we hope that the general would share the intelligence with us. Chen Sansi asked, why don't you folks from Seeking Immortal Tower go yourselves? The entire Seeking Immortal Tower only has 100 or so people. Miss Ning Xiang explained, how many people do you think are in Ming State who can get involved in a war of such scale? And if the immortal path technique leaks out even a little, the consequences need no mention. Chen Sansi understood. If people from Seeking Immortal Tower were to reveal their tracks, the first one to go insane would probably be the old emperor, who would undoubtedly order a territory-wide search for them. If it's just sharing intelligence with you, that's no problem. He agreed, but I'm just 1,000 captain in the army. Above me are a bunch of generals, and in the end I may not necessarily get access to the so-called Heavenly Book, so don't get your hopes up too high. Additionally, I have a favor to ask. I wonder if Miss Ning Xiang could procure some iron material that can store power. Chen Sansi still wanted to try and see. In terms of seeking rare treasures and exotic beasts, seeking Immortal Tower was definitely much stronger than him. Iron material that stores power. Ning Xiang thought carefully and said, I really haven't heard of such a thing, but if the general wants it, this maid will naturally do her best to find it. There's also a deal to discuss with the general. We'll talk when you return. Okay, compared to owing a favor, a trade was even better, as no one would owe anyone anything. After a few more casual exchanges, Ning Xiang rolled up her sleeves to pour wine, then here's to wishing the general success upon arrival. Chen Sansi eyed the wine to make sure there was no problem, then clinked cups with her and downed it in one go. Even if there were immortal elixirs inside, he would have noticed. It was only that he couldn't distinguish whether it was good or bad, or what specific ingredients it contained. I take my leave. Chen Sansi hurried out the door. Ning Xiang, leaning against the doorframe and seemingly on the verge of tears, said, General, you promised to redeem me when you return. Chen Sansi swiftly left. He had uses for seeking Immortal Tower, so he didn't care about these trivial matters. Master. Jiaja waited until he left and then pouted. Why are you so nice to that jerk? He cut me with a knife last time. Just an investment. Ning Xiang gently closed the door, her expression changing as if she had become another person. As long as there's a sliver of hope to enter the immortal realm, we must grasp it firmly. Since the Sun Li siblings ignore us, we can only turn to their disciple, Sun and Moon Essence Qi. Chen Sansi recalled the last part of the conversation. The qi absorbed by the exotic beast wasn't spiritual energy, nor was it evil qi, but Sun and Moon Essence Qi. It didn't need to understand any cultivation technique and would automatically absorb with the passage of time. The efficiency of absorption was related to the bloodline. The stronger the bloodline, the faster the absorption. If this went on for years, the exotic beast could gain divine powers and even turn into a demon as mentioned in legends, but due to the disruption of mixed qis, even the Sun and Moon essence became very thin. Therefore, there weren't many exotic beasts. Immortals, demons. What he had seen so far might just be the tip of the iceberg. Chen Sansi couldn't help but wonder. If Master had seen an immortal, then where do immortals usually stay? Liang Jai also claimed to have seen immortals. It seemed the trip to Ming State was indeed necessary, not only for the experience of leading an army, but he might also come into contact with genuine traces of immortals. Let's go. Chen Sansi quickened his pace to report to the military camp. A military expedition wasn't something that happened overnight. A long time ago, the higher-ups had already begun clandestine preparations. An army of over 40,000 also needed 2 to 3 days to assemble and then set off in different orders. But during this time, no one was allowed to leave the camp until the third day at dusk. Finally, it was time for the reserve camp where Chen Sansi was stationed to set off on the expedition. As the sun set in the west, countless soldiers left the city in succession. Due to the large numbers, the leading troops had already disappeared into the wilderness, while the following troops were still near the city gates. On both sides of the official road, dense crowds of family members lined up to see them off. With this departure, who knows how many women will lose their husbands, how many elderly will lose their sons, and how many children will lose their fathers. War is such cruel and unavoidable. Junior brother, clip-clop. The sound of horse hooves approached from behind. Chen Sansi turned his head, only to see 3 people coming to see him off. Rong Yankyu, Sun Li siblings. Senior Sister 9 was also clad in armor today, holding an iron thorn's whip in her hand. Although there was no expression on her face, her whole being exuded a full sense of ferocity, the kind that only comes from those who have walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, somewhat similar to a poisonous beast. Junior brother, may I have a word? What is it, Senior Sister 9? Chen Sansi walked over to the nearby woods. Here's something for you, might come in handy. Rong Yankyu blew a resounding whistle against the red sky. Shortly after, a high donking flew over. Chen Sansi had seen this creature before, back when he was in Po Yang. Han Cheng also had one. It was a type of exotic beast used for transmitting information, not an ordinary high donking, very precious and difficult to cultivate. If it weren't for special circumstances, only a main general commanding over 10,000 would be entitled to have one. I got you a special privilege. Rong Yankyu said, in this campaign against the rebellion in Ming State, you have the right to access all highest-level intelligence, to help you understand the big picture and to train you in managing large-scale strategies. Chen Sansi extended his arm, and the high donking landed on it. This was a valuable asset. On the battlefield, without intelligence, even the most capable person couldn't make accurate decisions on time. Even though he wasn't the one to command, being blind to the situation felt terrible. This high donking is mine. It's the only one I have. You better not get it killed. Rong Yankyu warned, Senior Sister, rest assured, I will take good care of it, Chen Sansi promised, but Senior Sister, don't you need it. I'm not participating in quelling this rebellion, and I'm about to return to Yan State to handle some matters. By the time I return, the conflict will likely have ended. Rong Yankyu joked, it might sound a bit affected, but I must tell you, be careful. Don't just focus on earning merits and end up dead in Ming State. I don't care, but it would be pitiful for our master, who is left with one last disciple. Junior brother, take care. Sister Lan will be looked after by me. Sun Li casually pulled out a purse here. This is an amulet I embroidered for you. I don't have anything else to give. Chen Sansi took it and gave it a glance. The craftsmanship was still as sloppy as ever. Senior sister Sun noticed his amusement and asked seriously, is the embroidery really that bad? No, it's very good. Chen Sansi looked back at the gradually departing troops and didn't dare to chat any further. Senior Sister 9, Senior Sister Sun, Buchi, I must take my leave. Having said that, he spurred his horse and left. Rong Yankyu scornfully said, my dear sister, I've been fighting year after year. Why didn't I ever get one from you? I've just learned it. Sun Li explained, next time you go to war, I will definitely prepare one too. Yeah, right. Rong Yankyu coldly said, sister, let me remind you, your beloved went to the brothel again before he left. And he seems to be redeeming that little vixen, 500,000 taels indeed. I don't even have that much silver. You still seem not to care, silly since childhood and even more so after practicing martial arts. Be careful lest you get completely taken advantage of. I'm off. You go back and take care of your sister Lan. Maybe you'll end up sharing a bed. With that, she rode back to the city. Sun Li remained silent. Buchi asked very seriously, sis, do you really want to make Sansi my brother-in-law? Sun Li pondered for a long time. I don't know, she was not a contrary person. Initially embarrassed by the teasing, as time passed, she began to seriously consider this question. Sun Li was unclear whether their master's closed-door disciple was truly her beloved, but she knew that a woman must eventually marry. People had proposed marriage to her in the past, and she was always quite averse to it. Yet with Chen Sansi, she didn't feel this aversion. Instead, there was an inexplicable reassurance. This sentiment, it probably started from the battle at Po Yang. Sister, you're so naive. Although Buchi usually got along well with Chen Sansi, he was somewhat displeased with this matter. Every aspect of him is good, except he frequents brothels. The poems he writes there are almost famous in capital city. I saw him writing a branch of rich red, laden with dewy fragrance. God knows how he'll behave outside, probably ending up like second senior brother with multiple wives and concubines. Sun Li, ignoring the first part, caught the essence of the latter. You are making progress. Who allowed you to go to brothels? Hey, why are you hitting me? Why don't you hit Chen Sansi? He has important things to handle, and you. You neither practice your martial arts nor study your books, still stuck with bone training. Do you even have the right to carry the Sun surname? Stop hitting me, I was wrong. You want him to be your brother-in-law, go ahead, I won't stop you, okay? The siblings frolicked. The army completely vanished, leaving only a sky full of dust. The Sun Li siblings, along with tens of thousands of citizens, fell quiet at the same time, silently watching the distance, speechless for a long time. Ming State. Wang Li, this flatbread isn't bad. Did Mrs. Li give it to you? Let me try it. Not to scold you, brother, but why at your young age must you mess around with a widow? Isn't it better to find a proper lady? Wang Li defiantly argued, what's wrong with widows? They're certainly better than some who fancy brothel courtesans. Oh, those words should not be spoken. Shen Qiyuan covered his mouth swiftly. Do you not want your tongue? Only then did Wang Li realize the hot topic circulating in Liangzhu City recently. Red Sleeve Tower, Ningxiang redeeming. What are you guys talking about? Chen Sansi rode up on his horse. Nothing, nothing. Shen Qiyuan said with a smile, sir, just messing around. The flatbread is good. Chen Sansi took a flatbread from Wang Li, took a bite, and handed over a 500-tael silver note. Buy a small house, and I'll come over for the wedding. Wang Li holding the silver note, his hands trembling slightly. All right, summon Su Wenkai, Zhao Kang. Bring the map and meet me at the open space ahead. Chen Sansi ordered. Soon the map was spread out in front of them. Ming State, it is an extremely peculiar place. They also have to cross a vast canyon before they can officially enter Ming State territory. The current situation. The rebel army is mainly in the southern, southeastern, and central areas of Ming State, with the southeast being the primary location. By then, it would be 70,000 Grand Army against 30,000 locals. The Red Eyebrow Army had only one martial artist of the profound image realm. In contrast, Dasheng had Yuan Dai, Sha Wenlong, and Zhao Wuji. Additionally, there was Wu Yu, the deputy general of Mingzhu Army's leader Cao Fan. No matter how you look at it, the gap in the hard power on paper was tremendously large, and even with the so-called Miracle Soldier's heavenly book, if it came down to a direct confrontation, it would be utterly impossible for the Red Eyebrow Army to win this battle. Their best outcome was to retreat in time to north of the Wushui River and east of the Hong's River shore, holding on to the cities they had already captured. Even then, being gradually devoured was only a matter of time. My lord, are you being overly cautious? Zhao Kang said, I think as long as we are vigilant against ambushes on the way, there won't be any problems. Perhaps. Chen Sansi said verbally, but he still felt something odd in his heart. West Qi Kingdom, what exactly are they waiting for? The Red Eyebrow Army was causing chaos in the south, a golden opportunity that came once in 20 years. If they were really to wait until the army entered the canyon and received supplies from Yangchun Prefecture, then the Red Eyebrow Army would be quickly subdued. Dreaming of coming back in would be a fool's dream by then. Chen Sansi asked, "My Wolong military advisor, do you have any ideas?" "Don't worry, my lord, just one flash of spiritual light away." Su Wenkai furrowed his brow. "Soon, let me change the approach." "Yes, I should change my approach too." Chen Sansi ordered them to pack up the maps and continue on the journey. The journey to Ming State alone would take nearly a month. That was also the reason Zhao Wuji and others insisted on not transporting provisions from Liangzhu. The cost was too high. Marching was extremely tedious. Every day was just walking, eating, and sleeping, all handled on the spot. Truly a life of hardship. Luckily, Chen Sansi was well prepared. Spiritual rice medicine ointment, treasure medicines, and ear mouse meat were all brought along, not wasting any time. Like his time in Yunzhu, relying on the incredible speed of the white swan horse, he deliberately lagged half a day's journey to practice martial arts, then spent the other half of the day hurrying along, and in the blink of an eye, 28 days had passed. Cultivation technique, National Guardian Dragon Spear, Hua Jing entry level. Progress 395 500. In another 10 days or half a month, he would almost be able to master the Hua Jing technique. We're almost there. Chen Sansi estimated that before nightfall today, they would pass through Sword Gate Canyon and enter the territory of Ming State. Hai Donking flapped its wings and found him, bringing the latest deployment and arrangements from the front line. Sky Wolf Camp and 20,000 Liangzhu soldiers, responsible for the front area around Yingzui Mountain, were joining forces with the Mingzhu army coming from Golden Spring Manor to encircle and eradicate the main force of the Red Eyebrow Army, striving to prevent them from retreating to north of the Washui River and seeking a quick resolution. While the reserve camp was to follow, is temporarily not needed to face the main enemy forces, tasked with clearing out small groups of rebel forces around Yanling Mountain and maintaining the supply route outside Yangchun Prefecture after the battle officially begins. After all, the reserve camp had only been formed less than 4 months ago and was overall weaker than the other main forces, so they were primarily focused on gaining experience. Only in an absolute necessity would they be deployed. "I'm infuriated." Bai Thingjai came over, cursing. By his side were Lu Shuhua and Zai Sishu, and all three had rather grim expressions. Chen Sansi asked, "What's the matter? That cow is shameless." Bai Thingjai didn't hesitate even though others might hear. Sha Wenlong said their Sky Wolf camp is short of hands, then sent the 3,000 men from Cao Fan's right wing to the front lines against the Red Eyebrow Army's main force, clearly giving them a chance to earn distinction. "Mr. Bai, watch your words." Zai Sishu warned, "Cursing someone with the cow surname is like insulting the Holy Emperor. If it's not pursued, it's fine, but if it is, it could cost us our heads." "Sigh," Lu Shuhua exclaimed. "It seems this trip is destined only to pick up some minor advantages. I don't mind, but General Chen." Zai Sishu said meaningfully, the young master heading directly to Yingzui Mountain to face the main force, and Sha Wenlong is very willing to give him opportunities. It's very likely that he will attain Class A military achievements. Plus, he could reach the expert realm in the Hua Jing technique before returning to Liangzhu, so the position of chief disciple might be taken away. Chen Sansi wasn't worried at all, because by the time he returned to Liangzhu, he would be at least at small achievement in the Hua Jing, and Cao Fan, no matter how fiercely he tried, would not be able to match that pace. Many people still had no idea that he had already mastered Hua Jin. We're here, Sword Gate Canyon. This canyon was connected to the eastern side of the Liuxiao mountain range, considered the tail end of the mountain range and the shortest route from Liangzhu to Ming State. The mountain range, which should have been continuous, had a huge chasm in the middle, perfectly straight with cliffs at 90 degrees, showing no slope, looking as if it was cut by someone with a huge sword, forcibly splitting the mountain range apart. This was why it was named Sword Gate Mountain Range, at this moment. The vanguard most likely had already passed Yangchun Prefecture and was about to engage the Red Eyebrow Army. The remaining parts of the reserve camp, front, back, and left, were also moving in different directions to eradicate small bands of bandits. Chen Sansi, Bai Thingjai, according to orders, at your command. Yu Song issued the command. Scouts report that 150 li west of here in Baigu County, 700 bandit infantry have broken through the city and are now slaughtering within. I order Chen Sansi to lead 1,000 of his men, along with Bai Thingjai's 500 soldiers, to quickly go and encircle to eradicate them. End the battle within 2 days, then immediately return to rendezvous with us. Understood, brothers. Advance at full speed. Chen Sansi's 1,000 men were all cavalry, superbly equipped at a reward for his victory. For Bai Thingjai and the others, they could muster at most 200 or 300 horses. A distance of 150 li, even average cavalry would need to rest intermittently, but they could still arrive within a day. But by the time they reached their destination, it was already too late. Baigu County, being an interior county within a state, didn't have fortifications as tall and robust as those of frontier counties like Poyang County. Its walls were usually thin and low. A ladder would suffice to scale them. The defending force rarely exceeded 500, with some consisting of only 100 city guard army members, supplemented by fewer than 100 from the government office. Zhao Kang said, "General, Baigu County seems to have fallen." Chen Sansi reined in his horse. Looking from afar, he saw the city gates of Baigu County already burnt to charcoal. The neglected walls had collapsed greatly, and from a distance, he could see the hellish scenes inside. Zhao Kang, take 10 riders with you to scout ahead in case of ambushes. Such small-scale bandits usually killed and looted. Before leaving, they wouldn't stay to defend the city, nor would there be high-realm martial artists threatening internal, was the most one could expect. But underestimating the enemy is a major taboo for the military. Chen Sansi's military strategy was based on caution. He never acted rashly. Understood. Zhao Kang, fearless, led the cavalry into the city and quickly returned, "Sir, not a single rebel in sight, just utter disarray. Enter the city and take a look." Chen Sansi commanded. "Daddy, ah." Woo-woo. As they entered through the city gates, the scene before them vividly defined what was meant by devastation. Cries and howls, corpses strewn everywhere, a veritable purgatory. Houses aflame, streets turned into rivers of blood. Bodies lying haphazardly blocked their path, forcing them to dismount and step over the corpses to find any living souls to question. Squeak. A disheveled woman staggered out from one of the houses. Her hair was unkempt, her expression numb, her eyes hollow, as if she were a walking dead among the piles of corpses, searching for something. "Daddy." A little girl of about 5 or 6 lay on the body of a middle-aged man, repeatedly calling out sweetly with no response, until after a long time she realized her dad would never wake up and burst into tears. "Save me." Someone grabbed at Chen Sansi's ankle and he instinctively dodged. After that single grab, the person took their last breath. Clang. The group continued forward. Behind them suddenly came the sound of a weapon hitting the ground. Turning back, they saw that the woman had finally found what she was looking for, a knife to end her own life. This was the chaos of war. In that moment, 1,500 soldiers were all rendered speechless. Especially those who came from Poyang County felt the deepest impact. If not for General Chen back then, their fate, and that of their families, would have been the same: the Red Eyebrow Army. Chen Sansi closed his eyes. This force, initially a people's uprising against oppression, turned into something even more frightening than their oppressors due to the lack of proper ideological guidance. They became demons that created one hell after another with their own hands. The mentality of bandits: it doesn't lead to success. Little girl. Chen Sansi walked over, looking down at the little girl. "Would you like to come with me?" Woo woo woo. The little girl just sobbed without speaking. "Who are you people? Are you official soldiers of the great Sheng dynasty?" At the end of the street, a servant-dressed man shouted towards them. Zhao Kang answered, "We are the elite soldiers of the Liangzhu 8 camps here on orders to suppress the rebellion." "The government troops, it's the government troops," the servant shouted excitedly. Soon, 7 or 8 individuals dressed as martial arts academy disciples came towards them from behind him. "My lord, you finally arrived." Chen Sansi observed their swords and, judging by the qi within their bodies, concluded they were in the blood-refining realm, and among them were even martial artists in bone training. His face expressionless, he asked, "Where have you been hiding?" The martial artist led the way. In the southeastern area of Baigu County, there stood a huge castle with the words Li Family Manor written at its entrance. Many martial artists and armored soldiers stood guard before its doors, where a large number of civilian corpses were piled up. "The elite from the Liangzhu 8 camps have arrived," the servant shouted at the front of the gates. The castle doors opened. A middle-aged man dressed in splendid clothes came out first, followed by the county magistrate and the city defense generals. Gradually, more than 700 people gathered, all vigorous young fighters rather than the old, weak, sick, or disabled. "I am Li Changsheng, the head of the Baigu County Li family, and I have the honor of meeting you, sir," the middle-aged man greeted with utmost respect. "Who is the defending general?" Chen Sansi, his face expressionless, asked, "How was Baigu County breached?" "Sir, my name is Hu Wen, and I am the inspector of Baigu County." Hu Wen explained the county's walls were in disrepair after years of neglect. The Red Eyebrow Army was fervent, and they were aided by a miracle soldier's heavenly book bestowed by an immortal, so we were no match for them. That's why we retreated to the manor to hold out, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Chen Sansi nodded and said in a deep voice, "So you're saying you didn't hold the line at all?" Hu Wen remained silent. "My lord." Li Changsheng took over the conversation, pointing southwards, and said, "After pillaging and setting fires, the Red Eyebrow Army fled straight through the South City Gate. If you pursue them on horseback now, you should be able to catch up with them quickly. Are you certain of the direction?" "Certain, I guarantee it." Chen Sansi led his army towards the South City Gate. Relying on his keen senses, he overheard a conversation meant only for Li Changsheng and his associates carried by the wind. "See, I told you there was no need to defend the city." Who would risk their life for that? Why should we risk our lives defending the city for these lowly commoners? Exactly now that the army has arrived and the Red Eyebrow army has scattered. I remain the county magistrate, Mr. Lee remains the lord, and Inspector Hu remains the inspector. Give it 2 years, and everything in Baigu County will be as it always was. What's it to us how formidable the Liangzhu soldiers are? In the end, aren't they here to serve us? What are you doing? As Li Changsheng was speaking, he suddenly realized they were surrounded by the Liangzhu soldiers with bows and arrows aimed at them. What is the meaning of this? Zhao Kang, his expression cold and voice booming, proclaimed, the Baigu County magistrate and inspector, who surrendered without a fight, are equivalent to colluding with the enemy and committing treason. Execute them all, release the arrows. Whiz, whiz, whiz. At the command, arrows fell like rain. The people of Baigu County were completely unprepared, and after several rounds of arrow rain, almost all were dead, except for the bone-training martial artists. My lord, it's an injustice, my lord. Hu Wen hurriedly explained, the walls of Baigu County are weak and we are few in number, we simply cannot hold. Bullshit. Wang Zhai glared furiously. There are over 10,000 civilians in the city, you can't hold them. Commoners, will the commoners help us defend? I'm too lazy to reason with you, you don't deserve to listen. After the rain of arrows, the charge of the army formation followed. Baigu County had only one refining organ martial artist, who was jointly beheaded by Feng Yang and Zhao Kang, and none of the others survived. The Liangzhu soldiers, on the other hand, suffered 0 deaths and only a few minor injuries. The reserve camp, although subpar, was only when compared to the 8 camps. Compared to the garrison soldiers of other states, they were fully armed elites, and a small county's martial arts academy disciples, and a handful of city patrol army were simply no match. These people, keeping them around only means they would betray our country sooner or later. As Zhao Kang spoke, he chopped the corpses a few more times. Shanxi all set. Wang Zhai caught up and exclaimed, a bunch of cowards. Good, teacher brother has passed down the order, the entire army will pursue. Chen Sansi indeed wanted to see whether the miracle soldier's heavenly book truly had such great effectiveness. Teacher brother, Wang Zhai laughed mockingly at himself. Zhao Kang and Feng Yang had refined their organs while he was still at the bone-forging perfection stage, not worthy of the title teacher brother. Let's go. After a brief rest, 1,500 cavalry quickly gathered at the South City Gate and charged full speed to the next battlefield. Chen Sansi was about to ride off when he heard faint footsteps from behind. He turned around. It was the little girl from earlier. She was no longer crying, but cautiously approached, her blood-stained hands tightly clenching Qian Zun's tail, her large watery eyes rimmed red, looking up at the general on the horse. Have you thought it through? Chen Sansi threw some dry food from his bag. Girl, find a place to hide. Wait for me to come back after the battle to pick you up. If by then you are still alive, it means we are fated to meet. The little girl held the dry food, pursing her lips without a word, but obediently let go of the white swan horse's tail. Hope we are fated then. Let's go. Chen Sansi disappeared quickly. It was not a problem to foster another child in the manor. There was no need for him to take care, and with Si Kin Mohua taking care of her, it would also be good company for the child not yet born. But now it really was inconvenient. This battle, it's still uncertain what could happen. Bringing a child, indeed, would be a burden, not to mention that swords and sabers do not have eyes and could potentially harm her. Whether she could survive in this purgatory on Earth was entirely up to her own fate. The white swan horse moved swiftly, as if its hooves did not touch the ground, soaring through the air. Skill, horse controls, small achievement. Progress 0 2000. Utility covers 3,000 miles a day. The horse leads the way. The horse leads the way as long as the commander's horses are under command. All follow the white swan horse's order, unharried and unafraid, cooperating until death. This entry, originally meant to describe subordinates following the commander's orders, can now also apply to a horse. Chen Sansi looked down at the mane. Do you also want to be a general? Qian Zun even stopped and nodded. You must be a demon. Chen Sansi thought to himself, no wonder it's always craving spiritual rice medicine ointment. This beast definitely has its own thoughts, and as time goes by it continues to evolve. He asked, can you command our cavalry? Qian Zun nodded again. All right, all right. Chen Sansi knew the combat capability of his soldiers would be further enhanced. Previously, the military formations needed the cavalry to control the horses for cooperation. Now under Qian Zun's command, the horses could cooperate actively, making the effects displayed radically different, and being unafraid. It meant even if something unexpected happened, the horses would not scatter. Even during rest at night, there was no need to specifically tether or watch the horses. Everything could be handled by Qian Zun, truly a general among horses, and a female general at that. The cavalry pursued southward. Along the way, they encountered a few fleeing refugees. An hour and a half later, they finally caught up with the rebels, the Red Eyebrow Army. These men were clad in armor, wielding standard-issue weapons, their heads wrapped in red scarves, eyebrows painted red, hence the name Red Eyebrow Army. They marched ahead, pushing along several carts containing looted silver and treasures, and even some beautiful young women who appeared untouched, tied up with ropes, unknown who they were destined for. Car suspension formation, horse archers, release arrows, charge. As the Red Eyebrow Army marched on, they suddenly heard the deafening sound of horse hooves behind them, followed by a rain of arrows like a downpour. Ambush, form up. Over 700 members of the Red Eyebrow Army, after losing about 100 men, quickly reacted, each grabbing their iron plate round shields, setting up a formation to engage the cavalry at close range. Their formation was indeed well practiced despite this sudden situation. There was no confusion, and they were fully capable of deploying it. Damn the court's soldiers, kill the court's lackeys, brothers kill, annihilate the rebels. Bai Thingjai led the charge at the forefront. The two groups of troops clashed fiercely. Energy. Chen Sansi didn't rush into the fray but reined in his horse at the side to observe. Rushing in directly would prevent him from clearly seeing the situation. The saying that the one who's in the game is baffled, while the bystander sees it clearly, is exactly this. By using the Qi observation skill, it could be determined that out of these 700 soldiers of the Red Eyebrow Army, the majority were array soldiers with a small number of bone training soldiers, only 2 refining internal, and there were none at the Hua Jin level or higher. However, the combat effectiveness displayed by their battle formation was hardly inferior to the soldiers of the reserve camp. On one hand, it was because the formation was indeed strange. It seemed that every step was resonating with heaven and earth, borrowing the might of nature. Even Chen Sansi couldn't completely see through it at the first encounter, and he needed to spend time studying it. Besides, and most importantly, Chen Sansi's gaze was deep. He saw a different kind of energy above the battle formation of the Red Eyebrow Army. This energy in appearance resembled the transparent energy inside those who practice martial arts, but it was not the same. He could feel the difference. It could not be used for cultivating spells, only for temporarily enhancing the army's combat strength. So this is the real function of the Miracle Soldier's Heavenly Book, Chen Sansi suddenly realized. With the enhancement of this energy and combined with the intricate and strange battle formation, they had been invincible since the uprising, advancing all the way to achieve today's results. But energy is not infinite, and it also varies in strength. The small group of rebel bandits in front of them, possessing this mysterious power, naturally could not match the main force of the Red Eyebrow Army. The infantry formation was almost equal to the reserve camp with the enhancement of the energy. But they were cavalry. This was a natural, immense advantage. Chen Sansi's eyes were like torches, quickly pinpointing the source of the mystical energy. A commander, roughly at the level of refining organ's small success, positioned at the core of the battle formation, had strands of energy emanating from his head, spreading like mist and enhancing the rest of the soldiers. After finding his target, he didn't waste any more time. Actually, from the beginning of the fight to now, only a few breaths of time had passed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, 3 arrows were shot out. The refining organ commander of the Red Eyebrow Army parried 2 arrows with his sword, and the 3rd arrow pierced through his arm. At the same time, Chen Sansi charged forward, and all the Red Eyebrow Army soldiers who dared to block him didn't survive the blink of an eye. His 5 tigers' soul-breaking spear, reinforced with force, pierced directly through iron shields and then through the shoulder of the Red Eyebrow commander. He intentionally left a living mouth to question, ensuring that the severely wounded could not escape before continuing to slaughter the rest of the Red Eyebrow Army. The skirmish lasted for about the time it takes to drink 2 cups of tea. All 700 soldiers of the Red Eyebrow Army were annihilated. Under Chen Sansi's command, 4 were killed and 7 injured, while Bai Thingjai's subordinates lost more than a dozen. No matter how powerful the enemy's formation was, the quality of their soldiers was ultimately low, and their numbers were not many. Moreover, the brothers under Chen Sansi's command were also enhanced by various attributes. If it weren't for the mystical energy enhancement of the Red Eyebrow Army, their casualty rate would have been even lower, and achieving 0 casualties might have been possible. On the battlefield, only the Red Eyebrow commander continued to struggle. Bai Thingjai rushed up and dragged him back. "You court dogs of the Emperor." The Red Eyebrow commander spat out viciously. "You only know how to bully us commoners. You all deserve to go to hell. Stupid dog." Zhutong cursed as he rushed forward and started pummeling with his hammer, smashing the guy's arm into mush before stopping. "I ask you," Chen Sansi grabbed his collar, "what is your identity, and what position do you hold in the Red Eyebrow Army?" Asking directly about the Heavenly Book was impossible. It wasn't a matter of whether this person was willing to talk or not. His status at most wouldn't exceed that of a 1,000 captain. He couldn't possibly know such high-level secrets. "I am a righteous outlaw from May Mountain," the Red Eyebrow commander said through gritted teeth, Now, I am 1,000 captain within the Red Eyebrow Army, blessed by King Liang's heavenly book, specifically sent to kill you court dogs. Heavenly book's blessing. Chen Sansi asked, have you seen the heavenly book? The heavenly book was bestowed by the Immortal to King Liang. It's not for mortals like us to see, the Red Eyebrow commander said disdainfully. King Liang was chosen by the Immortal. He will sooner or later overturn this realm, and you court dogs just wait for your death. Clang. Chen Sansi beheaded him with a sword, not bothering to continue the conversation. Back to Baigu County. After exterminating the rebels, everyone returned to the outskirts of Baigu County to rest. Chen Sansi didn't see the little girl again, not knowing where she hid or if she had been killed by any survivors within the city. He spread out the map and began to study the current situation again. Passing through Sword Gate Canyon, the 40,000-strong army was like entering a giant pocket. Only that this pocket was surrounded by allies to the east, west, and north, with only the southernmost part of the pocket being enemy rebels. Chen Sansi began to think in reverse. He pondered, under such circumstances, how could West Qi Kingdom maximize its benefits? They had been dragging their feet until now, assuming they were certain of victory. What kind of change within Ming State would allow them to win? Abandoning all logic and purely speculating, Chen Sansi imagined himself as the emperor of West Qi. How could he capture Ming State? Looking at the location of the Great Wall, a terrifying idea gradually formed in his mind. What if the general of Ming State, Dongan, defected? Wouldn't that be enough? Looking up, he and Su Wenkai locked eyes. My lord, I've thought of it. Under a tacit understanding, without saying a word, both knew they were on the same page. If this were true, then the situation of surrounding the rebel army would turn into being surrounded by the rebels. Just seal off Sword Gate Canyon, and it would be like lambs to the slaughter, with no escape. Bad news? Su Wenkai began to pace in place. If that's true, the Red Eyebrow army with 30,000, Ming State with 80,000 add to that possibly a portion of the West Qi Kingdom's troops, we're looking at an army of over 100,000 easily. Devouring our 40,000 would be a piece of cake. Under this possibility, Chen Sansi started to search for logic from the inside again. He said, Old Su, do you remember the information about Dongan? I remember, obsessed with military strategy. Su Wenkai pointed with his feather fan to the city that served as Dongan's main base. Many years ago, he participated in the selected point competition alongside General Fang, but that year he came in second. He outright refused the inner sect disciple position and went to take part in the civil service examination instead, becoming the martial arts top scholar the following year. His Majesty promoted him step by step to his present position. The governor of Ming State, also holding the post of general, controls the military and political power of the entire state. It's clear that this person would rather be a chicken's head than a phoenix's tail. He might be envious and jealous of brother Fang in his heart. If he's petty, he might bear a grudge, but that's still not enough, not a sufficient reason for a rebellion. Chen Sansi tapped his finger against the map and analyzed, failing in selected point, and then rejecting the status of an inner sect disciple to take the civil examination is tantamount to a clean break from the 8 camps. His Majesty would be more than happy with such a person. Naturally, he would be given important positions. Cultivated thereafter, he would become a loyal force restricting the governor mansion. So bestowed with so many favors from His Majesty, and with such a high position, in a few more years he might break through to the martial saint realm and even become an ennobled lord. There's simply no reason for him to betray the country. But he is still a military fanatic. You're right, sir. Su Wenkai exclaimed as if having an epiphany. General Fang mentioned to me that this man once competed with him to see who could reconstruct the 9 Palace 8 diagram formation first. In the end, Dongan was a step behind. It said that he got so angry during training that he made a mistake and fell seriously ill. If we follow this train of thought, then everything makes sense. There are those kind of people who only wish to win and don't care about anything else named wealth. It doesn't matter. As long as they can win, they're willing to pay any price to do whatever it takes. For a military fanatic, what could be more tempting than the Miracle Soldier's heavenly book? A treasure of the Immortals represents the ultimate variable. If the commander of the Red Eyebrow Army, Liang Jinian, offered a treasure he possesses as a bargaining chip, and West Qi country made promises such as ennoblement and granting of land, it would be entirely possible to pull him over. Really, Bai Tingjai stood to the side, confused along with Zhao Kang and the others. Sir, Su Wenkai saluted. What should we do next? I'll write down my thoughts and submit them to General Zhao and the others, but I doubt they'll listen, especially since it's only speculation with no concrete evidence, and also because this guess is a bit too far-fetched. Chen Sansi and the old scholar were purely speculating based on the certainty of West Qi's victory and our inevitable defeat. Even they weren't sure if such a scenario would actually occur. Having written the letter, he blew a whistle, summoning Hai Donking to carry the intelligence to the front lines. Then everyone rested for the night in Baigu County. By the next day at dawn, Yu Song sent an order officer who took them about 200 li outside Yangchun Prefecture to gather, thereafter setting up camp on the spot, beginning to secure the transport of food and supplies. War isn't an overnight affair, especially when it involves a battle configuration as large as an entire state. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen days passed. After Chen Sansi filled his stomach, he found a secluded place to practice with his spear. Since arriving at Ming State, his preparedness meant his progress hadn't suffered at all. In the blood explosion state, he continuously fostered power through the blood of the dragon elephant, used it up, then fostered more, repeating this cycle day by day, tirelessly refining the strength and purity of his power. He could feel that, as time passed, there was a force in his power that seemed about to burst from his body, but each time before it could leave the skin, the power would dissipate. He could only grit his teeth and persist, continuing the monotonous repetition. Finally, just before Chen Sansi was completely exhausted, a stream of power flowed along his arm, transmitting through the spear shaft to the man, unleashing an unprecedented force. He had broken through the outer strength. Cultivation Technique, National Guardian Dragon Spear, Hua Jin Proficient. Progress 0-1000. Utility and Storage. A new effect was added to the original entry. Storage accumulate power for a single explosive burst. After reaching proficiency in the Hua Jin realm, cultivation technique is the intermediate Hua Jing's outer power, which is a transitionary stage within the overall realm, laying the groundwork for the small achievement of Jinli holding weapon. Its main purpose is to enable power to leave the body. To put it simply, it's striking from a distance. Chen Sansi plunged his long spear into the ground and threw a punch. Although his fist didn't make contact with the tree trunk, he still effortlessly broke a tree that was as thick as a bowl in half. At this realm, wielding a weapon would typically be just average for martial artists, since their outer strength couldn't be sustained and was similar to firing arrows, one by one, which were also not very powerful. But if one could store power, that would be a totally different story. Chen Sansi clenched his fist, feeling the power gradually accumulate on his arm. It soon far exceeded the strength that the outer strength realm should possess. Given enough time to build up power, he could unleash a shockingly effective attack at any given moment. The spirit sand is used up. He hadn't neglected his spellcasting either, building up another sword chi skill. Magic, sword chi skill entry level. Progress 35,500. But the progress in proficiency was pitiful. The spirit sand had been completely depleted and reduced to a pile of ordinary and lusterless sandstones. After returning, he must obtain the incense burner from Xia Yun Temple. Before Chen Sansi set off, not only were the temple master and supervisor imprisoned in the Great Prison, but Spirit Mist Mountain was completely sealed off. All Taoists were prohibited from leaving the mountain gate until everything was cleared up. The incense burner was naturally well protected, and there was no need to worry about it being lost. Whether or not he could return and when he could do so was the immediate issue to consider. The intelligence he relayed to Zhao Wuji and others had received a response. The content was Simplethy would be cautious. At this point, the front lines had already set up camp and begun confronting the main force of the Red Eyebrow Army. It was too late to return by the same route. The transport of food and forage to Yangchun Prefecture was still relatively smooth. I hope I am overthinking it. Chen Sansi watched the setting sun, muttering to himself. Another 10 days passed. In 5 days, upon returning to his tent, Yu Song issued a new order: reserve camp, deploy in full force to Yingzui Mountain, join the main battlefield, and participate in the decisive battle. Even the reserve camp is being deployed. Zai Sishu asked Vice Admiral Yu, how is the situation at the front? 3 victories, 1 defeat, annihilating 8,000 Red Eyebrow rebels. Our army suffered 3,000 casualties. Yu Song said gravely, these rebels have high morale. Relying on having been granted a heavenly book and immortal law, they are able to retreat without disbanding. Moreover, over these 2 months, they've mustered another 10,000 men from various sects and mountain, along with new array soldiers trained. It amounts to them still having over 30,000 men to this day, but that's all. General Dong left Deputy General Wu Yu to guard the Great Wall, personally leading 30,000 men to come to our aid. He will soon arrive at Golden Spring Manor. When he does, we will attack from both sides. Within half a month, we could annihilate half of the enemy. In 2 months, we will stabilize the entire region. Then we will be able to return to Liangzhu. They've mustered another 10,000 men. How frightening, and in such a short time. This means almost half of Ming State's sect disciples and Jianghu martial artists have joined the Red Eyebrow Army. Such is the allure of a myth. Blessings from an immortal and moreover, a heavenly book and strange weapons specially meant for warfare, as valuable as a mandate from heaven, genuinely backed by an immortal. Merely on this account, more people will continue to defect. If it were not for the heavenly book, this rebellion would not have intensified enough. In other words, no matter how desperate the situation becomes next, everything hinges on seizing Meishan Prefecture from Liangjai, ending the rebels' faith to persist, and resolving all issues by conquering without battle. Of course, the prerequisite is winning this upcoming great battle. His position was still too low, limiting what he could do. Wang Li, Chen Sansi asked, have there been any updates from Sword Gate Canyon? Soon. Wang Li replied, in a few more days, Zhao Kang and his men should be back. Good, go then. Chen Sansi had sent someone back to Sword Gate Canyon a few days ago to scout the situation. If his speculation were true, then definitely, a large force would encamp near Sword Gate Canyon, sealing their retreat route. Meishan Prefecture City, Prefect Mansion, holding the authority to kill, the righteous resolve the people's plight. Heavenly book and strange weapon gifted by immortals, recited before the ancestors' verses. A dragon lurks on Meishan, startling the heavens for now quietly leaping in the deep, awaiting the gathering of storm clouds, soaring through the heavens to secure the kingdom. Excellent poem, inside the hall. A scholar wrote down a poem on the immaculate white wall, eliciting applause from many generals, yet the scholar himself showed no sign of excitement. He slowly put down his pen, scanning the generals. What's the situation north of Wushui? To the commander's words. A general replied with a fist salute, the commander's divine strategy has worked. Mr. Jia and others have been led into losses in several battles. Liangzhu army has already crossed the area around Yingzui Mountain, even pulling up the last of the reserve camps, preparing for the final battle just outside Golden Spring Manor. What about Dong'an? Liang Jinian inquired. He's also in position. Xiang Tian responded, General Dong with his 50,000-strong army has arrived at Golden Spring Manor. We will retreat in defeat once more, then pretend to join forces with them, hardly dreaming that the reinforcement is here to end their lives. If this plan succeeds, the 40,000 Liangzhu soldiers will definitely be annihilated, and Sword Gate Canyon. Liang Jinian, holding a rule stick, pointed at the terrain on the sand table. Sword Gate Canyon must be blocked. Do not let a single one escape, and also prepare Yangchun Prefecture. The commander uses troops with great caution. We truly admire that. The crowd once again showered praise. Liang Jinian waved his sleeve enough, arrange it quickly. Do not miss the opportunity for victory. Upon this battle depends our lives and fortunes. Commander, You haven't yet bestowed us with the divine power of the heavenly book. The sect master of the profound image realm, Xiang Tian, knelt on one knee before the scholar. Please bestow the law, Commander. With his kneeling, many others followed suit and knelt. Liang Jinian frowned slightly. This battle will be 80,000 versus 40,000 in ambush, and yet you still need my instruction, Commander. Xiang Tian replied with a fist salute. We, the Red Eyebrow Army, have had it rough this month, constantly exposed to the elements, and only with your blessing of the immortal law can we maintain high morale. The law should not be casually transmitted, nor should it be misused. Liang Jinian dropped the rule stick. Announce my mandate. Let it be known the heavenly book predicts this battle is destined for victory. If we win this battle, pick a small city and reward the troops with 3 days to plunder. Ming State is poor, and so is the Red Eyebrow Army. All their supplies either come from West Qi country or are plundered from nearby cities. Normally, there's nothing substantial to reward the troops with, apart from plundering a city to awaken their primal desires. As commanded, Xiang Tian and the others left to carry out their orders. The hall became empty and desolate. Sitting in the Grandmaster chair, Liang Jinian felt the immortal item within his body and his face looked ugly. How could this happen? Husband. A woman carrying a food box walked gracefully over, efficiently setting bowls and chopsticks on the table. Come and eat something. I'm not hungry. Liang Jinian, with his eyes closed. Wife, you eat. Husband, you haven't eaten anything for almost a day. Gao Peiwen tugged at the man. Come on, just keep me company and eat a little. All right, I will eat a little. Only then did Liang Jinian stand up. Sighing, he said, what's wrong with all the sighs? As Gao Peiwen served the scholar some soup, she asked, is it about that item? Liang Jinian nodded. It's almost exhausted. Previously, every victory would lead to a surge, but lately, it must be because the situation is at a stalemate. Once this battle is over, we'll certainly be able to forge a truly invincible army. He was a true scholar with no strength to truss a chicken. Since seeking refuge in Meishan Mountain Village, being revered as the leader by groups of vicious and evil men relied solely on the immortal item in his hands. Without it, he'd be the first to die. On the contrary, as long as he maintained a tight grip on the item, these men would obediently follow orders. Husband, let's just forget it, Gao Peiwen said worriedly. Why should we continue fighting every day when we can run away and live freely together? Woman's view. Liang Jinian said indignantly. We've come this far, do you think it's still possible to get out? Besides, once this battle is over, the West Qi Kingdom will crown me as the king of Mingzhu, granting me a vast territory. Then I will be able to recruit soldiers and horses and gather strength. Given enough time, plus the immortal item, this realm I too might contend for it. At first, I only wanted to pass the scholar exams, but now I want to kill all the scholars in the world. I'll make them never dare to look me in the eye again. Yingzui Mountain. Only 2 more days to go. We're nearly there. We of the reserve camp's left flank are the last to arrive. Stay sharp, don't disgrace ourselves. News came from the front. The Red Eyebrow Army suffered another defeat. Now the Liangzhu soldiers are pursuing them all the way to the Wushui River shore. Chen Sansi looked at the location on the map and felt terrified. This meant they were practically handing their backs to the Golden Spring Manor. The development of the situation was becoming more in line with his predictions. The Red Eyebrow Army didn't seem to be retreating, but rather luring the enemy deeper into their territory. It wasn't that the Liangzhu soldiers were short-sighted, as if only he and Su Wenkai were clever. Aside from them, nobody would think so far outside the box to suspect the governor of Mingzhu of treason. This was a sealed border governor appointed by the court. On the surface, he lacked nothing and even had prospects of being ennobled. Why would he risk his wealth and life to defect? But no, there was one person who might suspect it, the 4th senior brother. He and the master had left Liangzhu long ago, claiming to go to the capital city, yet there had been no news from there. Instead, the reserve camps started to expand in an organized manner before their departure. The suppression of the rebellion in Mingzhu wasn't orchestrated by the 8 camps, but rather by the Ministry of War in the capital city, which controlled operations remotely. Pai Jai, Hu Bao, Zhao Wuji, and others were merely executing orders. Time had passed. The master and the 4th senior brother should be aware by now, and it was even possible they had taken remedial actions. But due to the great distance, communication was too delayed. General Chen, you really aren't the least bit anxious. To think you actually wanted to stay until the end to escort the supplies. Aren't you afraid everything will be over by the time you arrive? We're moving ahead. Lu Shuhua, Zai Sishu, and others felt it was unreasonable. If they hadn't witnessed this man kill Wen Qiushi in front of everyone, they might have thought he was afraid of battle. Watching them leave, Chen Sansi still did not speed up. Moreover, being responsible for escorting the supplies, he would arrive at the destination 3 to 5 days later than the others. Has Zhao Kang not returned yet? 2 more days passed, and just as he was about to send someone to hurry him, he saw dust rising from the rear. Zhao Kang returned covered in blood, with only 2 surviving cavalry out of the 10 he had led out. Su Wenkai stamped his foot in frustration. Damn it. Chen Sansi's suspended heart finally sank. The report from Zhao Kang was almost word for word what he had suspected. Sir, disaster has struck. Swordgate Canyon suddenly had 30,000 ambush troops, and large numbers of West Qi Kingdom soldiers have crossed the border from the west. The exact number is unknown, but our 40,000 soldiers are about to be surrounded from both front and back. What's going on, sir? Has the Great Wall in the West Territory already been breached? Aren't the soldiers under General Dong and of Golden Spring supposed to handle it? Aren't they getting paid to fight? Yes, sir. The others looked at each other, unclear about what had happened, but they followed the orders. The next evening, the soldiers guarding near the valley first saw a cloud of dust, followed by the collapsed and defeated Liangzhu soldiers. Seeing the ambush in the valley, they were almost frightened into disbanding a second time, but they gradually stabilized after realizing it was their own forces. You guessed this already. Sha Wenlong's armor was completely ruined, and Cao Fan beside him was also injured. He didn't say much, simply ordering the whole army retreats 200 miles, regroup at Longyang County, and then we'll make further plans. The defeated army continued to fall back. Only after meeting Yu Song and his disheartened men did they finally understand what had happened ahead. Colluding with the enemy, colluding with the enemy. Yu Song's eyes were bloodshot. At the moment of the decisive battle at Wushui River, the always retreating Red Eyebrow army suddenly launched a counterattack, and Dong and even led an army of 50,000 from the rear side of Golden Spring Manor, luckily. Fortunately, General Zhao heeded your advice and was wary of Dong and his men, not merging the camps otherwise. Our entire army would have likely been annihilated. General Chen, how did you know? Zai Sishu's face was filled with horror. No wonder you always refused to move forward. You had already guessed Dongan's betrayal. Why could you guess it? Do you have any intelligence? Lu Shuhua also looked at him incredulously, but he did not speak. Bai Thingjai shouted, if we had made General Chen the commander earlier, none of this crap would have happened. All those imbeciles, Dongan, Yuan Dai, and that Zhao Wuji are all imbeciles. Chen Sansi was not in the mood to discuss this. He urgently asked Vice Admiral Yu, what exactly is the situation? Skywolf Camp lost 3,000 troops, main General Yuan Dai, and assistant generals of the front, rear, and right, all perished in battle. Of the 20,000 elite troops from the Liangzhu garrison, only 7,000 remain, 4,000 of whom escaped back with us, and the other 3,000, including General Zhao, have been scattered and their whereabouts are unknown. The reserve camp also suffered heavy losses. All in all, out of 40,000 troops, over half were lost. Over half were lost. Quick, we must leave here. A small number of troops laying in ambush won't stop them. With 50,000 troops pursuing us from behind, move quickly. First, head to Longyang County. Now that Yuan Dai is dead and General Zhao is scattered, Sha Wenlong is the highest commander. Move quickly. If they catch up, none of us will escape. Retreat. The whole army quickly retreated. Along the way, countless provisions and heavy equipment were abandoned. 3 days later, they gathered in Longyang County to discuss what to do next. After such a massive defeat, the morale in the entire camp was incredibly low. What was even more terrifying was that, after obtaining complete intelligence, they realized it wasn't just a defeat they were facing, but complete annihilation. After Sword Gate Canyon was sealed off, the 60,000 army of West Qi Kingdom surged from the west, and to the south, combined forces of the Red Eyebrow Army and the Mingzhu Rebel Army totaled 80,000, making a cumulative 140,000 of enemy troops. The entire Ming state had turned into a sealed death trap. They were all about to be suffocated inside the trap. None could escape. Ming state was their burial ground. Reinforcements, we still have reinforcements. In the dead of night, a high donking returned. It brought the latest intelligence. 10 days before, Liangzhu had assembled 50,000 troops from Yu State and Daeju, along with 30,000 from the neighboring Yan State, including Rong Yankyu's Vermilion Bird Camp and Second Brother's White Tiger Camp. Feng State was vulnerable, able to muster up less than 10,000 men, but 80,000 of the emperor's trusted guards were already on their way from the distant capital city, ready to traverse the great wilderness and join the battle from the most southern reaches of Ming State. All of this had been hastily arranged by Fang Qingyun and Sun Xiangzong as soon as they learned of the military department's deployment. Even long ago, Fourth Brother had mentioned to the court that the Miracle Soldier's heavenly book might induce Dongan to rebel, but the court, suspecting that 8 camps wanted to purge a competing power, ignored it, thereby leading to the current situation. Moreover, the initiative of the matter was truly in the hands of West Qi Country and Liang Jinyan. If the Liang surname refused to hand it over, even if they were defeated in the end, it would be destroyed, and there absolutely would not be a scenario where Dong Enkin personally attempted to seize it. At last, the final tally between the great Sheng dynasty and the West Qi Kingdom was 170,000 to 140,000. This war, which began with the extermination of the Kaimei rebels, had transformed overnight into a battle of national fate, however. Even with more reinforcements, the earliest batch wouldn't arrive for over a month, and their current situation was such that they simply wouldn't survive that long. How to persevere had become the urgent issue at hand. Chen Sansi examined the map of Mingzhu, looking at the Hongs River and the Wushui River, as well as the southernmost exit of the Great Wilderness, and scarcely found a glimmer of hope, but the precondition was that everyone had to listen to him. Go to Yangchun Prefecture. Inside the central army tent, Cao Fan's palm rested on the location of Yangchun Prefecture. The closest fortress to us that we can defend is Yangchun Prefecture. The rebel army's forces are weak on the east, and we could take this city within 3 days. There might even be provisions inside, and if we are lucky, we could hold out for a while. No, Chen Sansi immediately objected. General Shah, we must not go to Yangchun Prefecture. I am certain that the provisions that were transported out earlier were meant to deceive us. There are absolutely no provisions there now. If we go in now, we'll never come out again. Oh, Sha Wenlong's one-eyed gaze turned towards him. Then what do you suggest, Mr. Chen? We should cross the river. Chen Sansi said. We cross the Hongs River to the east and attack the towns on the other bank. Cao Fan objected, Mr. Chen. The towns on the east bank of the Hongs River are merely small counties with thin and short walls, long neglected. They simply can't be defended. Once the enemy forces reach the town, we'd only have a dead end. Then we don't defend. Chen Sansi explained his strategy. That's better than being trapped. Our goal is to keep maneuvering and then look for a chance to head south, enter the great wilderness, and escape to safety. Ridiculous. Sha Wenlong coldly said, do you think the rebels are fools? The time it would take to cross the river and then head south is ample for the enemy to station heavy troops in front of the great wilderness, effectively trapping us. The young master is right. Our only chance of survival is to quickly take down Yangchun Prefecture and then hold it, waiting for reinforcements. General Shah, Chen Sansi stressed, I implore you to seriously consider this. This battle has been disastrously costly, and continuing this way, the entire army will be annihilated. Sha Wenlong slammed his fist on the table, fiercely questioning, are you saying that if we don't listen to you, the entire army will be wiped out? It's possible. Facing a matter of great importance, Chen Sansi had to persist no matter what. Nonsense. Even if I die, there are still assistant generals to take command. When did it become your place to give orders? As Sha Wenlong was about to burst out, he noticed a glance from Cao Fan beside him and suddenly thought of something. He paused, then spoke gravely. Are you certain you want to cross the river to attack those counties? General Chen, regarding Dongan's rebellion, you indeed had prophetic insight, but Yu Song followed with persuasion. I also think defending Yangchun is the best strategy right now. You better just obey the orders. Chen Sansi firmly stated, I am certain. Fine. Sha Wenlong's attitude abruptly changed. Let's not say that I don't heed advice. Since General Chen is so adamant, I will accept your strategy. Yu Song, listen to my command. I order you to lead 3,000 troops from the left wing of the reserve camp to cross the Hong's River to the east and find a foothold. If there are major casualties, you too can end it yourselves. Me. Yu Song was stunned. General Sha, I never said I wanted to cross east, and I wish to stay and defend Yangchun as well. It's settled. Sha Wenlong disregarded him. Everyone else prepare, we move out immediately to attack Yangchun Prefecture. From then on, the Liangzhu-rooted army was split into two forces. One force of 3,000 crossed east, and the other 18,000 advanced to attack Yangchun Prefecture. General Chen, you've really doomed me. Outside the central army tent, Yu Song was so angry he wanted to curse, nearly spitting out the words, if you want to die, go alone, don't drag me into this. Vice Admiral Yu, Chen Shanchi said gravely, following my plan doesn't guarantee survival, but following them is certain death. Out of 18,000 men, fewer than 180 would survive in the end. Ah, what else is there to say at this point? Yu Song said with a face of resignation, General Chen, if you get me killed, I won't say it. My 8 wives and 12 children will definitely come after you. Let's go. The command was passed down. Lu Xiuhua, Zai Sishu, and others were also shocked. What are you doing? General Chen, have you gone mad? If we don't move with the main force and act alone, are we just asking for a quicker death? Ridiculous. Holding his sword, Lu Xiuhua frowned and said unhappily, we are all 1,000 captains. Why should we leave the main force just because of his words? If you want to go, then go. I'm going to find General Sha. Brother Lu, wait for me, I'll go too. Zai Sishu hurried to catch up. Are you two out of your minds? By Thingjai mocked, it's so hard to persuade the damned to live. However, Lu Xiuhua and Zai Sishu were quickly called back. The orders from Sha Wenlong were already given and would not be changed lightly. You captains and assistant generals, what are you so afraid of? A bunch of cowards. Zhu Tong cursed. Back then, Shanchi led us in Poyang County with a remnant force to defeat 20,000 barbarians, and then while being pursued by tens of thousands of troops, he led 40,000 civilians all the way from Yunzhu to Yu State and still survived. A bunch of fools, how dare you? Zai Sishu glared in anger. You, a captain of 100, dare to speak so rudely to me, courting death. I think this brother is absolutely right. By Thingjai hefted his broadsword. What, you want to challenge me? Clang. The sound of drawing swords erupted, and both sides confronted each other, swords at the ready. Enough, Chen Shanchi said solemnly, at a time of life and death, are you still fighting amongst yourselves? Zhu Tong backed down. Brother Lu, Brother Zai, please believe in me. If after crossing the river we really suffer huge losses, both of you can come and chop off my head and I definitely won't resist. Fine. Only then did Lu Xiuhua relent. These are General Chen's own words, let everyone bear witness. He and Zai Sishu had only given up their competition for the position of true inheritor, but none of their innate pride as geniuses had diminished in the slightest. Especially Lu Xiuhua, who also had a martial saint as a master, naturally the future sword saint. How could he be willing to be led by the nose by others? Su Wenkai, Chen Shanchi called out loudly, bring me the map. It's not my strategy that's good, it's that he is rushing towards his own death, Cao Fan said while sitting atop his horse, casually holding the azure dragon crescent blade. If I can facilitate that, why wouldn't I? Well said, this fellow has long deserved to die. Sha Wenlong knew very well that he was transferred because his cover had been blown. He was the last person who would want to see the other side grow stronger. Otherwise, he would likely face a disaster. Dong'an is a thankless wretch. Cao Fan spat out contemptuously. Back then, he lost to Fang Qingyun in the selected point. And if it weren't for Grandpa's imperial appointment as a martial arts top scholar and the ample resources for cultivation, how could he have become a deputy general in charge of a state's military and administration today? The temptation of treasured tactics is too great. Sha Wenlong guessed the reason, young master. If you were tempted with methods above the martial saint in exchange for something, you would definitely swap, right? Even more so for him, the state isn't his, it's just a matter of switching masters for him. He really deserves to die. My great Sheng dynasty treats people with generosity, and yet these ungrateful wretches arose. Sun Xiangzong is fine, at least he has established many merits over the years. Dong'an truly deserves to be hacked into pieces. Cao Fan pondered the current situation of Ming State. General Sha, do you remember what Chen Shanchi just said? He said there will be no supplies inside Yangchun Prefecture. If that's the case, what should we do? We'll collect supplies along the way. Sha Wenlong cautiously responded, before we reach Yangchun Prefecture, we'll pass through quite a few counties we'll take their reserves. After all, food and fodder are the biggest issues when defending a city. As long as there are ample supplies and high walls, the defense can hold indefinitely. This year is also not a good one for Ming State, Cao Fan said. Many places have been hit by disasters, and I've heard that even taxes can't be collected in full. Relying solely on the government's reserves probably won't be enough. Then we will have to impose additional levies from the people, Sha Wenlong suggested. It's just making the common folk suffer a bit. Young master, don't worry, I'll take the blame. Your nobility, General Sha, Yingzui Mountain. the main encampment of the Red Eyebrow Army, the central army tent in front of the sand table. Mr. Jia had been brought to May Mountain by his father to join the bandits and luckily found a good master. He learned formidable martial arts and subsequently expanded the bandit stronghold, eventually swallowing the entirety of May Mountain's regional strongholds and becoming the undisputed leader, commanding over 2,000 troops. He knew that once a bandit force grew to a certain size, it must grow stronger or face obliteration. But Mr. Jia couldn't continue to expand with his power alone until one day, a scholar came to the stronghold, claiming he could help them grow and become stronger, suggesting that becoming the Mingzhu king was not beyond reach. At first, Mr. Jia scoffed at this, because this scholar, who did not have the strength to truss a chicken, claimed he would become a bandit on the mountain. Yet he didn't even have a token of commitment. Wasn't this a huge joke? The scholar knelt down and said, "Give me 3 months." 3 months later, he would transform the May Mountain bandits into a formal army. If he failed to do so, he would apologize with death, but if he succeeded, they would help him abduct a bride and commit murder. Mr. Jia found this somewhat intriguing and gave him the opportunity. When the 3 months passed, his men really seemed like a different group of people. Not only were they displaying strict military discipline, but they could also employ military formations. It was just like the official Ming state troops, no, much stronger than the Ming state soldiers. "Sir, you are a great talent." At that moment, Mr. Jia knelt down, knowing that no matter what, he had to keep this person around, and immediately led his brothers down the mountain to help him abduct the bride. The scholar had his heart set on a daughter from a wealthy family, with whom he had privately vowed eternal love. At first, the wealthy family didn't object because this scholar was famously handsome within 10 miles, and everyone said that he would be a scholar one day, until year after year, he repeatedly failed. The scholar became the laughing stock of the 10 miles. The wealthy family's attitude also took a 180-degree turn, telling him to get lost. Later, the scholar and the young lady agreed to elope, but once discovered, his legs were broken, and the lady was betrothed to the son of a local official, who was an idiot. Hey, this guy was truly passionate, and with a cruel streak too. After abducting the bride, he slaughtered over 50 members of the official's household overnight, not sparing men, women, elderly, or children. Afterward, the scholar hid outside and didn't leave. When asked what he was doing, the scholar said, "There must be children who have hidden and haven't come out yet." And he was right. An hour later, a boy under 10 crawled out from the cellar. The scholar went up with a cleaver and chopped off the boy's head. He had the ability, and he was ruthless. When he returned, the scholar took up the second highest seat in May Mountain. As time went on, they discovered that the scholar possessed immortal items, the Heavenly Book. The Heavenly Book contained various Kaiman formations that harnessed the power of heaven and earth. It was with this book that he had trained his troops. Mr. Jia and a few others began to harbor ill intentions, but when they snatched the Heavenly Book, they found it useless, utterly incomprehensible. Later they slowly realized that the scholar was chosen by the Immortals, meant to lead them to overthrow the corrupt Dasheng. Hence, Liang who was the second in command, became the main leader. They began to recruit troops and foment rebellion. In the beginning, they met with overwhelming response. Several city-states were even opened up voluntarily by the common people, welcoming them in. Gradually, Liang Dashui, once the ringleader, had now become Liang Dashui, the commander. Then he was able to correspond with the emperor of the West Qi Kingdom, and using the Heavenly Book, he bribed Dong En, the governor of Mingzhu. Afterward, he and his men devised a strategy to divide the world into 3 parts, planning to establish a dominion in 5 to 10 years. By then, as a founding veteran of the rebellion, he would at least be made a marquis, and the Jia family's ancestors would be blowing smoke from their graves, achieving heaven favors man perfection. Sect Master Xiang, how about it? Joining us was the best decision you ever made, wasn't it? You're from the profound image realm and are bound to do much better than me in the future. Ha 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 ha. Their sect used to be a top-ranking one, but in the recent 100 years there were no successors, nor any martial saint emerged. In his generation, the younger members couldn't even reach the Xuanxiang realm, and it was inevitable that they would decline into second- or third-rate sects. Their estate was bound to dwindle, so instead of continuing down that path, it was better to take a risk and fight for a piece of the world. Come, come, fill up the cups. Mr. Jia cheerfully raised his wine bowl. Damn it, just as he was about to drink, the tent suddenly opened, and a general wearing Xuan Tai armor strode in. He looked at everyone with disdain and reprimanded. "The battle is not yet over. Who gave you permission to drink stealthily and thus neglect critical affairs? And you shoulder the responsibility if things go awry. Mr. Dong overstates matters." "We're not overstepping," said Mr. Jia nonchalantly. "The overall situation is settled. Liangzhu soldiers haven't all been annihilated yet." Dongan shouted angrily, "I ask you, who leaked the plan, resulting in Zhao Wuji's refusal to combine forces with me? Calm your anger, Mr. Dong. It wasn't us." Xiang Tian took up the conversation and explained, "Definitely not us. According to interrogations of the prisoners, the information seems to have come from inside our reserve camp. The reserve camp. Someone there could guess this strategy. Dongan narrowed his eyes, Yuan Dai. No, if he could have guessed it, he wouldn't have been beheaded by me. Who else is in the reserve camp? Bring me the list of all assistant generals. Here you go. These assistant generals are all good for nothings, it couldn't be them. That princely heir, Cao Fan, understands military strategy, but he's too rigid, it's not him either. Dongan asked anyone else, that's all. Mr. Jia said, apart from them, there's just a bunch of 1,000 captains. But these 1,000 captains are unusual, all chosen from the selected point, with several having the body of martial saint. Oh right, the closed-door disciple of Sun Xiangzong is also among them. I know, said Dong, and as he discarded the list, that Chen Sansi from Duhe is that correct. 9 times out of 10, it was that cripple Fang Qingyun who told him something in advance. It's that cripple again, ruining my plans. Mr. Dong, what should we do next? Said Xiang Tian, how should we proceed? I just got the information. The great Shang dynasty has already dispatched 170,000 troops to Ming State, and you are still in the mood to drink. Dongan pointed at the sand table. We must annihilate the entire Liangzhu army within Ming State before the Shang dynasty's army arrives, and then focus all our efforts on the foreign enemy. We absolutely cannot allow a knife to remain behind us. These 40,000 Liangzhu soldiers cannot be left behind, no matter what. These are 40,000 elite soldiers. Even for the vast and rich Shang dynasty, this would be an extremely painful loss. Not to mention, among them are 5 with the body of martial saint, including an imperial grandson. As long as they die, the Northern Territory will lack successors for the next 50 years. Capturing the Northern Territory will then be just a matter of time. Pass down my commander's orders. Dongan had become the supreme commander. He pointed at the sand table with his long sword. They have only one way to retreat now, which is to Yangchun Prefecture. Call over all the forces from Sword Gate Canyon and those from the east bank of Hang's River and surround them completely. Xiang Tian, come with me personally. The troops from West Qi Kingdom still need to defend the entrance from Yan State to Ming State. They cannot be called over entirely, but they have enough forces at their disposal, about 120,000 men. As long as we consume these 20,000 men, victory is assured. Yes, Xiang Tian took his leave to pass down the orders. Is your surname Jia? Dongan looked at Mr. Jia. Mr. Liang from your family commands well. He has the makings of a general, that's for sure. Mr. Jia said, our commander is a strange man chosen by the Immortals. I hope he is also a man of his word, Dongan said gravely. Don't forget what you have promised me. Mr. Dong, rest assured. Naturally, we wouldn't dare forget. Even if we went back on our word, West Qi Kingdom would not agree to it. 200 miles outside of Yangchun Prefecture in the wilds, the troops split up. Chen Sansi brought over the map. Yu Song and others gathered around him. Only Su Wenkai, a big soldier, was also there. Lu Xiuhua and Zai Sishu felt even more unreliable. General Chen, have you gone mad? Life and death are at stake. How can you involve an old scholar? He is a friend of General Fang. Chen Sansi cited his backer and said, General Fang once had a deep conversation with Su Wenkai for 3 days and 3 nights. Do you think he is of no use? That settled the objections from the others. Su Wenkai, you first. Chen Sansi gave the chance to speak to the other party. Lord Zai, Su Wenkai bowed respectfully, then confidently picked up a feather fan and began to explain, after splitting our forces here, I predict that within 7 days, General Shah and his men will be able to take Yangchun Prefecture, which lacks defending forces. The food and feed gathered along the way should also be enough for them to hold out for a while. But soon, at least 50,000 soldiers and 2 to 3 martial artists of the profound image realm will go to attack the city even if they can't take it right away. The daily loss will be grievous. Therefore, the only way to survive is for the Lord to lead us away. Next, what we need to do is take advantage of the enemy's entire force concentrated in Yangchun Prefecture, cross Hang's River to the east, and seize Qingbo, Jiangku, and other 4 counties in one fell swoop to serve as temporary rest points, and then look for an opportunity to head south. Only by being able to head south into the great wilderness will Ming State not dispatch too many pursuers, and naturally, we will be able to live anew. Perhaps we may even encounter the capital's army from the great Sheng court in the great wilderness, and then turn back to completely obliterate the enemy troops. Having finished outlining the general plan, no one objected, but no one praised it either. In their eyes, it was just a desperate flight, with no telling when they might be completely caught in a net. Let's do it this way, Yu Song finally decided. These counties at most the highest cultivation inspector would not exceed refining internal, taking them should definitely not be a problem. As for whether or not we can successfully head south, that's another story. Depart, quick, keep up. 3 days later, the group had not encountered any enemy troops along the way and arrived smoothly at the shore of Hang's River. But soon, a serious problem lay before them: how to cross the river. There were no large ships here, and the number of small boats was very limited. They could only pass using the original pontoon bridges, but what to do with their warhorses then? Now, the remnants of their left flank added up to over 3,800 men. Among them, there were as many as 2,500 horses. These horses could not cross the pontoon bridge. What about the warhorses? Zaisishu asked. These pontoons are crudely made by the common folk. One has to be careful even walking on them. They simply cannot bear the weight of warhorses. If we stay behind to rebuild a sturdy pontoon bridge, we simply don't have the time. Previously it was fine, but in a day or two at most, the enemy will discover our movements and come chasing after us. Chen Sansi offered a two-word answer: let go. Let go. You're messing around. General Chen, do you know how precious these warhorses are? Moreover, they are key to our ability to move quickly. You are undermining the foundation of everyone's survival. This foundation is undermining the path to survival. Release them all. Everyone cross the river on foot. Chen Sansi paused for a moment. In the future, if we need to, there might be a way to get them back. General Chen, what do you mean by that? Yusong was puzzled. These horses can't possibly just wait in place for us. Kaiyan Zun, Chen Sansi called out loudly. Kaiyan Zun let out a piercing neigh. The rest of the soldiers' horses, one after the other, responded, even disregarding their riders' commands, and gathered towards the white horse. Everyone was astonished. Was this white horse some exotic beast, able to control their warhorses? Dismount, load the forage on the horses' backs and let them carry it themselves. That's truly miraculous. Zaisishu couldn't help but move closer, wanting to take a closer look, and almost got kicked. He wanted to explode but forcefully held back. Kaiyan Zun, come here. Chen Sansi stroked the horse's head and whispered, I appoint you as the Imperial Horse General. You must work hard, understand. Make sure to hide well and not get caught. When I return next time, I will reward you with spiritual rice. Kaiyan Zun nodded, neighed loudly, and led more than 2,000 horses away. It truly resembled a military brigade, quickly disappearing from sight. Even Chen Sansi himself was somewhat overwhelmed by the shock. Cross the river. Yusong gave the order. After crossing the river on foot, more than 3,000 people marched day and night, quickly arriving outside several county towns. The entire eastern defensive forces had been completely withdrawn, either moving south or to the west to encircle the main force of Liangzhu. These cities were extremely vulnerable, basically guarded by only a few constables, with no one defending. Upon seeing the enemy army, they were first shocked and then immediately opened the city gates to surrender. They continued southward and eventually stopped at Jiangku County to rest and recuperate. Marching all the way, though appearing merely a short distance on the map, was in reality counted in hundreds or thousands of miles on foot. Without horses, even the martial artist's chi blood was limited. Marching hurriedly without resting would surely be fatal. Since crossing the river, 15 days had passed. They had virtually no casualties, just exhaustion. Chirp. Hai Dongqing landed on his arm, bringing the latest intelligence. Outside Yangchun Prefecture, an army of 70,000 besieged and attacked daily. Over these days, the defenders dwindled from 18,000 to 15,000, suffering heavy losses, though the strong walls of Yangchun Prefecture could still hold for a while. However, the earliest reinforcements, the Yan State Army, wouldn't arrive for another 20-some days, entering from the westernmost part of the Ming State map and still needing to start a war with the West Qi Kingdom to the east, a difference of 180,000 miles. As for the rest of the defending troops, let's not even mention them. On the city walls, Chen Sansi held the National Guardian Dragon Spear, not neglecting his daily cultivation. Cultivation technique, National Guardian Dragon Spear, Hua Jin Proficient. Progress 256, 1000. Without Kaiyan Zun around and his time being limited, it was fortunate he had spiritual rice medicine ointment and treasure medicine, preventing the progress from appearing slow. In a blink of an eye, the campaign had nearly reached 3 months, now in May of the year 73 under the Longqing era. Sister Lan was also 5 months pregnant. Her belly was probably quite conspicuous by now. Those in Liangzhu, upon knowing the situation in Ming State, would surely be worried, perhaps even thinking they were already dead. Sadly, no messages could be sent out. Smoke signals had been seen for 3 months, and family letters were worth their weight in gold, so it went. Hai Dongqing was also needed for gathering intelligence and could not be extravagantly used for sending messages. General Chen. Yusong returned hastily and reported, news from the rear, Sword Gate Canyon has dispatched 10,000 soldiers from the West Qi Kingdom to pursue us. We can't stay any longer. The plan was yours to make. What's the next move? Head south. Chen Sansi had long been prepared, tapping on the southernmost checkpoint of the map, make straight for Luotian Pass. Let's first see if we can escape from Ming State. Luotian Pass, the last checkpoint to the south. If they could get through, they might find their way out. Good. Yusong nodded on my command. The whole army will advance to Luotian Pass. Yangchun Prefecture. Kill, brothers, hold on. Sha Wenlong split an enemy general who had climbed the wall in two, temporarily repelling the opponent's offensive. Next to him, Cao Fan was utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground the moment he heard the signal to retreat. 15 days. During these 15 days, they had not closed their eyes for a moment. They were either defending the city or building fortifications, with losses growing larger by the day and their provisions steadily diminishing. Continuing this way, waiting for reinforcements was impossible. Go, Sha Wenlong took the intelligence from Hai Donking and let it fly away. Cough, cough. Cao Fan coughed twice. General Sha, it's a letter from Chen Sansi, isn't it? How are they doing? Still alive? Sha Wenlong clenched his fist, and his gang chi crushed the intelligence to smithereens. They're preparing to head south with Yu Song to Luotian Pass. Luotian Pass might as well be called Heaven and Earth Net Pass. Cao Fan sneered, with barely more than 3,000 men, including 3 with the body of Marshal Saint. Neither Dong nor the West Qi Kingdom will let them go. They will definitely reinforce Luotian Pass with heavy troops. They are doomed. All we need to do now is wait for the news of their deaths. If Hai Donking's master dies, Hai Donking will immediately seek out the nearest general possessing another Hai Donking. This also means the original master is already dead. It's a pity. Cao Fan closed his eyes. We might not survive either. Princely heir, do not lose heart. Sha Wenlong, seasoned in battle, calmly said, even if the city falls, I have a way to get the princely heir out of here. By then, with Chen dead, the princely heir can return to Liangzhu and naturally assume the position of true inheritor. Outside the city, Rebel Army Central Army Tent. Report. A scout rushed into the tent, knelt on one knee, and reported, Commander Dong, the reserve camp has fewer than 4,000 people moving south after crossing from the east. It seems they are preparing to take Luotian Pass and then escape through the great wilderness. Dongan's face turned grave. Since arriving here, they had received intelligence that the Liangzhu soldiers had split their forces outside of Yangchun Prefecture. One group crossed eastward, while another stayed behind to attack and then defend the city. They also learned through a captured Thousand Captain that this strategy was proposed by Sun Xiangzong's closed-door disciple, the very Chen Sansi whom His Majesty had rewarded. The plan had even sparked an argument with Sha Wenlong, leading Chen Sansi to forcefully lead fewer than 4,000 troops away, abandoning their warhorses in the process. What boldness, knowing certain death awaited them in defending the city, yet daring to defy the main general's orders to act alone. In the future, he surely would have been a force to reckon with. Sadly, they have no future. At almost the exact same time, in a different place. Liang Jinyan of Mei Mountain and Dongan outside of Yangchun Prefecture simultaneously issued orders. Tell the West Qi Kingdom generals at Sword Gate Canyon to immediately call up an additional 20,000 troops to pursue from the rear, and also prepare 30,000 troops at Luotian Pass in advance, with a general of the Profound Image Realm in command. We must annihilate them all here, before Luotian Pass, Zio Luo County. Beyond this county lies Luotian Pass. Intelligence from Yangchun Prefecture had returned. As he had anticipated, they suffered heavy losses, fighting like trapped beasts. Moreover, news had arrived from Zhao Wuji. Chen Sansi and his group waited outside the city gate for the last piece of intelligence to make their final decision. Report. Zhao Kang rushed back in a panic, sir. Terrible news. At Luotian Pass. At Luotian Pass there are at least 30,000 troops, and among them there appears to be a general of the Profound Image Realm. Report. Another frantic voice came from the rear. A scout reported more troops have joined the pursuit from behind. The exact number can't be determined, but there are at least 20,000 people. What do we do now? Zai Sishu spun anxiously on the spot. Wolves ahead and tigers behind. Retreat means death, and progress is also death. I said we should not have come to Luotian Pass, but you insisted. General Chen, what should we do now? Lu Xiuhua frowned deeply, staring intently at Chen Sansi. If we had known, we might as well have stayed with the princely heir to defend the city. With a few thousand more troops, we could have held out longer, perhaps until reinforcements arrived. General Chen, it was your idea. Yu Song drew his sword, you say. What should we do now? If there's no other way, shall we fight our way back? Maps. Chen Sansi beckoned. Su Wenkai, who had prepared for a long time, immediately spread out the map. Cross the Hong's River a second time. Chen Sansi slammed his hand onto the western side of the map. Cross the river again. Zai Sishu's face showed utter confusion. If we head west from here, we'll reach Yingzui Mountain and Golden Spring Manor. Not long ago, General Sha and his men were severely defeated there in battle with the Red Eyebrow Army. You want to go there? Are you mad? The situation then is different from now. Chen Sansi was forced to delay and explain to them. It was the same old story. His rank was too low, his power too insignificant. He had never commanded a large battle, nor did he have any prestige. Convincing everyone by explanation was something he had to do. Have you forgotten what the enemy's main forces are doing now? More than half are in the western region, preparing to face the Yan State Army, and the majority of the rest are attacking Yangchun Prefecture. Plus the 50,000 troops pursuing us, near Yingzui Mountain and even in Golden Spring Manor, there definitely won't be more than 2,000 troops, and they'll be completely unprepared. If we go now, we can not only temporarily shake off the pursuers, but we might even burn their supply depots. This will increase their cost in the upcoming battle with our kingdom's great army. Don't worry, the information about the thinly spread troops can be corroborated by General Zhao on the Western Front. If you don't believe me, look, the group was half convinced. In the end, it was Yu Song, who, after seeing the intelligence sent through Hai Donking from Zhao Wuji, was willing to accept the outcome. All right, then we'll do as General Chen says. We'll cross the Hong's River a second time and head straight for Golden Spring Manor. Death awaits us if we stay, and if we succeed, we will join forces with General Zhao. With a general of the profound image realm on our side, we'll certainly have additional paths of survival. Zhao Wuji, Chen Sansi sighed. The journey was long, they had little chance of rendezvousing with Zhao Wuji, but now was not the time to say it. He had to lead them out in a way that they were willing to believe first. Move out. Wait, Vice Admiral Yu, we can't leave yet. Chen Sansi instructed, we need to leave a group behind to make a feigned attack and delay the crossing time. After reaching the shore, our horses will return to find us, and they won't be able to catch up anymore. Vice Admiral Yu surveyed the crowd, who's willing to go. I'll go. Bai Thingzhai stepped forward without hesitation. I'm willing to cover the rear for General Chen. It's a feint, not a real rearguard action. Chen Sansi reminded, just make some noise at intervals, don't actually die out there. He was still somewhat worried. Bai Thingzhai and Zhu Tong were both considered brainless. At the moment, Lu Xiuhua and Zai Sishu were not likely to be willing. Sir, let me stay. Under the astonished gaze of Wang Zhai and others, Su Wenkai nervously stepped forward. Sir, with me here, there's a way to make them believe we are truly going to attack Luotian Pass. You just go ahead without any worries and don't look back. Lazy bones, you. When did you become so bold? Zhu Tong said, disbelieving. Old Zhu, I have never been a man who fears death. Su Wenkai retorted, now is the time for me to be useful. All right. Zhu Tong slapped his chest. I'll stay with you and be your personal bodyguard. As long as I'm alive, no one can touch a hair on you. Bai Thingzhai. Chen Sansi instructed, if you trust me from now on, you and your men must respect Su Wenkai's opinions. He won't have any problems. Understood. Bai Thingzhai bowed with his fist. With the general's word, Mr. Su is my commander. Everyone, follow my command and attack Luotian Pass. It's tough. Chen Sansi himself couldn't stay behind, for if he left, these people would likely go after Zhao Wuji after crossing the river and die on the way. They left immediately, crossing Hong's River for the second time. Horses, they are our horses. The soldiers, seeing the war horses waiting early on the river shore, were overjoyed. After a quick count, not only had their number not decreased, but they had gained over 100 more horses. Nobody knew where Kai Zun had found them. It was truly amazing. Move quickly, don't waste time, Chen Sansi exclaimed loudly. Mounting the war horses, the troops quickly departed. Under Su Wenkai's command, they also successfully attracted most of the enemy army's attention, making them fully believe that they were attempting a forceful breakthrough of Luotian Pass to escape into the great wilderness. But by the time the pursuers actually caught up, everyone was already hundreds of miles away near Yingzui Mountain. In the enemy's eyes, this group of more than 3,000 had been closing in on Luotian Pass just moments ago, yet they couldn't find a single person, as if they had vanished into thin air. Gone, Dongan looked at the latest news, his eyebrows tightly furrowed. Strange, where could they have gone? Xiang Tian, looking at the map, was utterly baffled. Can they fly? Fly my ass, we've been tricked. Dongan quickly realized they must have crossed the river again, planning to take advantage of the depleted central forces by detouring around Yingzui Mountain, and then passing through Golden Spring Manor to meet up with the scattered Zhao Wuji and others. Wait, how many guards are left at Golden Spring Manor? About 2,000, Xiang Tian recalled, saying the vast majority are here with us, and some have gone west to pursue Zhao Wuji and others. The rest are just civilians without combat capability. Damn it, that's enough provisions for our entire army plus the West Qi Kingdom army for a year. Dongan commanded, quick, order the entire army east of Hong's River shore to gather, and then cross westward. Follow the shortest route to Golden Spring Manor. Also, notify General Zhang from West Qi Kingdom to dispatch an additional 10,000 men to the southwest. Ensure they intercept Chen Sansi and his group before they can join Zhao Wuji. Losing Wudong Prefecture would not be a big issue, but it would certainly be a hassle. Oh, okay, I understand. Xiang Tian, still confused, did not ask further and hurriedly followed the orders. Chen Sansi, interesting. Dongan took out a brush, figuring out their current marching route on the map. Looking at the bold decision, he felt a sense of unease he hadn't experienced in nearly 30 years, back when he competed with Fang Qingyun for the title of champion leader. The last Fang Qingyun hadn't died yet. Could it be another Fang Qingyun was emerging? Phew. Dongan took a deep breath, calming his emotions. No, I cannot possibly lose to him. If I were to lose to a greenhorn, what would my life even mean? War. It's just like a chessboard. The commanders on both sides are like two players who cannot see each other. Only after the opponent makes a move can one know how to respond. The current situation is that the opponent is at a disadvantage, but has found an opportunity which must be quickly crushed. If the provisions are destroyed, so be it. This small troop must be wiped out. The provisions must not be destroyed, damn it. Mation. Liang Jinian, after receiving the delayed intelligence, kept pounding the table with his fist, a year's worth of provisions. If they really are destroyed, how am I supposed to explain it to Qi country? Idiot. Dongan is so close, why can't he stop them? No wonder he's been suppressed by Phoenix all his life. They say he's a military nut, I think he's just a fool. West Qi Kingdom has now camped in the northwest, waiting for the provisions from Golden Spring Manor. If we have to transport more from within our borders, who knows how much more this battle will cost. He aimed to gain status and resources from West Qi Kingdom through this battle. Not to mention the immortal items he carried also required victory to enhance their power. If the provisions were burned, such a major failure would probably lead to a reduction. Commander, please calm down. A general quickly urged, is there any way to remedy this? Now, immediately, right away. Liang Jinian said from Mation Prefecture, dispatch 10,000 soldiers on large boats, cross the river as fast as possible, and try to intercept them midway. 10,000. The general worriedly said, Commander, we initially had 50,000 troops in Mation Prefecture. After transferring out 30,000, we are left with 20,000. Are you sure you want to send out another 10,000? I have the natural defense of Wushui. What is there to fear? Besides, aren't there still 10,000 left? Liang Jinian urged, quick, don't waste any more time here. Yes. The situation of the battle is shown below. Note, black represents the chasing enemy troops, red represents the reserve camp's marching route.